CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a famous, if ancient, phrase written by the Latin poet Virgil, Timeo Danaos dona ferentes. Translation, beware the Greeks bearing gifts. This would seem to contradict another, perhaps older saw, never look a gift horse in the mouth. The story I bring you relates to both of these, but in the end, you will have to decide which is closer to the truth.
What's that?
It's the burglar alarms, Nancy.
Where are you going?
To turn off that racket.
Oh, no, you're not. The alarms didn't go off by themselves, Ted. What have you got to protect yourself with if there's actually someone else in the house?
Our mystery drama, The Gift House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joyce Gordon and Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Until 6 months ago, she was one of the lucky ones. Her name was Nancy Ryan. She had come from the Midwest to conquer the theater and miraculously landed in the chorus of a top hit as a dancer. She thought then she was pretty lucky. Then she met Ted Pryor, a reporter for the New York World Sun, and having married him, knew she was the luckiest girl in the world. 3 months after they were married and her pregnancy was confirmed, she had no doubt that the whole world was her oyster. Then life decided to redress the balance.
Oh, what? Oh, where are we?
Oh, turn it off, Ted.
What?
The alarm, honey.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I love you. Good morning.
I love you, too, but... Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, same old morning problem. Comes with being pregnant. I'll see you later.
Oh, Nancy, what have I done to you? And what are you going to do when you hear the bad news? Feel better, honey?
No problems. It's the way girls are built. The baby's great.
Well, that's good. Come here. That's nice. Let's snooze a little, huh?
Oh, Ted, we can't. You'll be late at the paper.
Oh, that's all right. They're not expecting me this morning. What? Who? Oh, where? Who's it?
It's not the alarm this time, darling. It's the phone, dummy. Here, I'll get it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I have it. Hello?
Good morning. I trust I didn't disturb you.
No. That's all right. Who is this?
My name is G. Wellington Montgomery. I am a solicitor. Would I be talking to Mr. Edward Pryor?
Yeah, this is Ted Pryor.
Well, happy to make your acquaintance. But actually, I think it's your wife I wish to speak with. Was she the former Nancy Ryan?
Yeah, I guess so.
From Ponca City, Oklahoma?
That's right, yeah.
Nancy Evans Ryan?
No, wait a minute. Mr. Montgomery, what is all this about?
Well, I think perhaps it would be better if I talked to your wife directly. I may have some information for her that would be greatly to her benefit.
Yes, Mr. Montgomery, I understand. Oh, I certainly will. Just let me talk it over with my husband. Oh, of course. I'll get back to you as soon as I can and let you know our plans. Thank you.
Well, can I know just what this is all about?
Oh, but didn't you hear?
Well, yes, some uncle of yours or relative or whatever he was died and left you something?
That's right. Oh, I forgot he was even around. He was a cousin or something of my mother's. I never even met him. But, honey, he's left me everything as his sole heir.
What's everything?
Well, just an old house, I guess. Mr. Montgomery said there was only a couple of $100 in cash.
Where is the house?
Quaguntuck.
How's that again?
Quaguntuck. It's an Indian name.
Oh.
It's not that far away. It's right out on Long Island near Montauk.
Is that where this Montgomery lawyer is at?
Yes. I mean, he lives in Montauk.
Oh. So, what happens now?
Well, there are papers to sign giving us title to the house and all that. And once that's all cleared away, it's ours to do whatever we want with.
Yours.
Well, what do you mean mine? Everything we have, we share.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble.
What do you mean, Ted?
I haven't anything to share as of now.
Honey, I still don't understand.
No, of course you don't. You see, darling, I don't have a job. I mean, I haven't had one for almost 2 weeks.
The paper fired you?
Well, it's just that circulation's fallen off. Last in, first out. That was me. I mean, how do we swing this apartment with no one working, afford a baby, and come up roses?
I think we better do what the lawyer suggested.
Like what?
Like, rather than try to do all this by mail, we drive out to Quaguntuck and take a look at the house I inherited.
Sure. Great. What are we driving?
Well, a rental car.
Okay, honey. Pack your fancy duds. We're on our way. Hey, this is the life, eh?
Oh, Ted, it's beautiful.
Too bad it isn't real summer.
Well, it's Indian summer. That's even better. Just look at all the trees. They're a riot of color.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Looks like your color is going to be blotted out. Patches of fog ahead.
Oh, dear. I hope it doesn't get any thicker. Where are we now?
Well, we just went through Amagansett. We should be there in half an hour.
Oh.
What's wrong, honey?
Oh, I don't know.
You cold? You want me to roll up the window?
No. No, I'm not cold. It's just...
Just what?
Oh. My mother used to call it a ghost walking over your grave. Oh, Ted, I just had this nutty premonition we shouldn't go any further. We should turn back and run.
Without even seeing the house?
Well, I told you it was nutty. Guess you'll just have to excuse a pregnant old lady.
Well, I certainly am grateful the fog lifted. Now you can see the house Chris left you.
Oh, well, I'm grateful too, Mr. Montgomery. What do you think, Ted?
Well, it's bigger than I thought. Sure is a screwball joint, though.
Oh, but, honey, it has a quaint and, I don't know, individual charm.
You could say that, all right, Mrs. Pryor. Individual. Why, Chris built this house up from the ground with his own hands, excepting for the help he got from Pete Prouty and old Amos Scobie, rest his soul.
Are they dead, too? Like my uncle?
Oh, Ed Scobie died 30 years ago, maybe. But Pete Prouty's still spry.
Wasn't my Uncle Chris ever married?
Oh, he was married, all right. Sourest apple ever came out of the barrel. Never would live in this house with him, holed up in a little apartment she had in Montauk. Made him stay there with her.
You mean he never used the house?
Oh, he used it, all right. Excuse to get away from her. I'd say Chris Evans spent the better part of 40 years building this house just so he could be with his cronies and a jug of wine to keep from remembering he was married to the sorriest excuse for a woman the good Lord ever devised. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I'm afraid I'm not giving your house a very good name.
Oh, I don't know. I think my uncle had good reason to love it. There must be a magnificent view from the cliff here when it's not foggy.
All the way to Portugal, Europe.
It's like another world.
Hey, look down there, Nancy. There's a nice little sandy beach.
It's good for swimming because it's sheltered from the big Atlantic seas and a fine natural harbor. Chris used to moor a catboat down there, and he... Uh-oh.
There's something wrong, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, the wind shifted. It'll bring the fog back. Besides, it's after sunset and the light goes fast these fall days. If you want to see anything in this house of yours, we'd better get on with it.
Hey, is that a car in the garage there?
Yeah, that's Chris's old Packard station wagon. Runs like a dream. Or at least it did up to the day he died.
Is that part of my inheritance?
Sure is. Now, we'll have to go around the side of the house. The front door's on the lee side.
Okay. Hey, isn't that a kitchen door right next to the garage?
That's what it is. But we can't get in that way.
It looks as though you have enough keys there to open everything.
I surely do. But there's only one that's important. This fella.
What a funny, fat little key. What's it for?
Burglar alarm.
Burglar alarm?
You have many robberies around here?
Oh, not so you notice. Nobody's got that much to steal. But Chris, he's not only got one system, but two. A backup in case the first one fails.
Well, what was he afraid someone might be after?
And if you ask me, I think he put them in to keep his wife out. I don't think he ever used them after she up and died. Well, here we are. That's the alarm. And now for the door. I was the one who put the alarms back on while the house was standing empty, just in case. Now, watch your step. It's kind of dark here in the hall. The living room's to the left. I'll get some light. Oh, sakes alive.
Oh.
What's happened?
The whole room is torn apart.
Somebody was sure looking for something.
Well, it looks as if a hurricane went through here.
Well, what about the rest of the house?
We'd better have a look. I am mortified at all the damage. Fortunately, there is some insurance. I'll get busy on that first thing in the morning.
Yeah, what I'd like to know is that what whoever it was looking for must have been something pretty valuable.
Oh, couldn't have been anything like that. I've handled Chris Evans' affairs all my life. And I tell you, he was a man who lived up to every penny he made. And at that, he never made much more than pennies.
Well, then why would anyone have done all this damage?
Well, that's what I said from the first. I don't know what young people are coming to these days. Vandalism. Sheer vandalism. But that's beside the point for the moment. First things first. Now, obviously, you can't stay here tonight as you planned.
Of course we can stay here.
The place is a shambles, Nan.
Well, darling, the big bedroom with the foam mattress, that's not damaged too badly. And there are plenty of sheets, I saw. We have all the food we brought along in the cooler, and there's even some instant coffee in the kitchen. We'll make out.
Well, now, if you're sure...
Oh, of course I am.
Mr. Pryor?
Whatever Nancy wants, Nancy gets.
Well, then, that fog's getting pretty thick. Might be a good idea for you to stay put. Well, I'll be in my office all tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you to get in touch with me. Goodbye now.
Nancy, are you awake? Shh. What is it?
I thought I heard something. Listen.
Holy cow, it's the alarms.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to turn off that racket.
Oh, no, you're not. Are you crazy? You've got nothing to defend yourself with. Those alarms didn't go off by themselves, Ted. There's someone else in the house.
Which one of us has not wakened at some time in the middle of the night to that gagging feeling of the heart in the throat and the spine-chilling belief that an intruder was violating the privacy of our home? It never turns out to be true, of course, or seldom, but just suppose one time it did. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Whatever present or imagined terror might be stalking the house, there was a point at which even Nancy had to agree with Ted that the awful jangle and scream of the burglar alarms simply had to be stilled. Once Ted armed himself with a heavy wrought iron doorstop, Nancy was persuaded to allow him to go downstairs and turn them off.
It just doesn't figure, Nancy.
What, Ted?
The two of us have checked every window, every door, every contact in the house, and everything is sewed up tight. What could have set off the alarm?
Well, couldn't it have, short-circuited?
Well, possibly. Except after I turned it off, I flicked it back on, and it was operating fine.
Well, what does that mean?
I don't know, maybe a speck of dust, a leak, a bird flew against the window too hard. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on anything else.
Oh, Ted, you mean like someone really tried to break in?
Well, if he did, he didn't make it. We've searched this house from top to bottom. We know there's only the two of us.
Well, now what do we do?
Well, we have no phone to call for help, but we do have a nice stout bolt on the inside of our bedroom door. Hey, let's go crawl back into bed, Lock the door, pull the covers over our head, and cross our fingers we can get what's left of a good night's sleep.
How's the coffee, Ted?
The coffee will do. How about us?
Well, I'm still trying to think it through. What's wrong with this house?
You got me. But something's off the beam. I think we should bail out, get back to New York, put it up for sale.
Oh, in this condition, who would buy it? But it isn't only that. Just think what we could make of this place, honey, given a little time.
You'd want to live here?
Well, just till the baby comes and I can get back to work. It would solve our financial bind. What's that?
Relax, honey. This time it's someone who's asking to come in. It's the front doorbell.
Oh.
No, stay where you are. I'll get it.
Morning. Name's Prouty. Peter Prouty. I'm the nearest neighbor right down the hill.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Prouty. I'm Ted Pryor.
I saw you drive up last evening with that lawyer fella from Montauk. Montgomery? You fixing to buy this place?
Well, no, not exactly. My wife inherited it.
From Chris Evans? I didn't know he had any relatives.
You knew Mr. Evans?
All my life. Me and him is just like that. So, no wonder the place was not for sale. You thinking of selling?
Well, I don't know. We just got here.
I got some worried last night when I heard the alarms go off. I got my shotgun, came up the hill, and the noise stopped. I thought I'd just check you out this morning. All right?
Oh, sure. I don't know what happened to the alarm system. Maybe some animal set it off. It was kind of weird.
A lot of weird things been happening up here since Chris passed on.
I don't understand. Well, anyway, would you care to come in and meet my wife? Perhaps join us in a cup of coffee? There are some questions you might be able to answer for us.
And in spite of all the damage, you don't believe that someone broke in here?
No, I don't.
Well, now, how can you say that when you see the mess?
What I think is maybe someone tried to get out.
Get out? Who?
Ghosts, maybe.
That's all we need now to find out that this place is haunted.
Oh, I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, it isn't a matter of believing or not, little lady. This one just is. Maybe old Chris himself, too.
What do you mean, just is?
Martha, his wife. She come a-whiffling and a-snuffling around here 3 years back. The anniversary of her death it was. In the fog. We had a real pea souper that weekend. All you could do was see the nose in front of your face.
Like last night.
Oh, bless you. It was just a whisk. The real ones wrap around you like a blanket. Maybe a shroud. Anyways, that Saturday night, Chris and me was sitting right here at this kitchen table, playing casino, when... Oh, what was that?
You didn't think you'd get away from me. You didn't think you'd get away.
That's Martha.
Oh, it can't be Martha. She's dead.
But not peaceful in the grave.
Where is she? I can't see her. Is she a ghost?
Why not? She haunted me all her life. Why shouldn't she now? She's dead.
I'll haunt you till you're buried. You and your cheap women. You stole my pride. You stole my life. But I will have my revenge.
Stop her, Pete. Hold her back.
I can't. I don't see her. Where?
There, with the knife in her hand. Look out!
Die! Next time I'll get you. Next time.
She tried to kill me.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. There was no one here but us.
If there wasn't, what's that? Driven into the wall. Halfway up to the haft.
It was the big kitchen knife from Martha's old apartment in Montauk, still vibrating from the force that drove it deep into the paneling.
But you didn't actually see this ghost.
No, not that time. But other times I saw her, floating in the mist, her hair hanging down her back. And nights when the fog would blow in, I'd hear her voice on the wind and see the lights dimly flashing from room to room, till Chris would come up pelting down the hill to my place to hide. He put in the alarms to try to shut her out, but it didn't do any good.
How did Mrs. Evans die?
In her bed.
Of what?
Heart congestion, they called it.
She was all alone.
Yeah.
Where was Uncle Chris?
Lucky thing for him, the fog was so heavy that night, he stayed over with me. Else he might have been accused of helping her along. Although no one would have blamed him if he had.
But he was with you all that night.
That's what I told the police.
And Chris, my uncle, how did he die?
He cut his throat. Or had it cut for him.
Oh, good heavens. What a lot of bosh. Peter Prouty is the town drunk, and he's a bigger gossip than most women.
Well, then how did Uncle Chris die?
Well, now, I'm afraid there's some truth to the bloody details. I must confess to you that Chris was always eccentric. But during his last years, he had crossed the border into senility. The drinking didn't help. He and Pete were always a few sheets to the wind. And the Lord knows what wild fancies they hallucinated between them.
But you still haven't told me how he died.
Well, I'm afraid he cut his wrist, my dear.
Oh.
So no one could have been responsible for his death except himself.
That's right.
And his wife?
Oh, she outlived all our expectations. She had a very bad heart for years.
Well, that's a relief. And you say, Mr. Montgomery, you checked with the insurance and the damage is all covered?
Absolutely. The adjuster's coming by tomorrow to estimate costs. But I can handle that for you.
Why?
Well, aren't you going back to the city?
Oh, Ted is. I'm not.
What?
Well, you know we have to get the rental car back.
No, why don't you come back with me, darling?
Because I'm going to be a very busy girl. I want to see the adjuster, and Mr. Montgomery's going to help me to have Uncle Chris's car put in condition. I'm going to drive it in tomorrow so we can pack up and get out of that apartment before we get socked any more rent.
Now, Nancy, you're in no condition...
I feel fine. And the sooner I get settled in my own house, I can really enjoy having this baby. Darling, now's the time. We need a roof over our heads.
Yeah, besides, if there is anyone around here looking for something spelled M-O-N-E-Y, maybe we ought to be finders keepers.
Oh, if there was, it would be peanuts. Oh, Chris used to make some $2 bets on the horses, and if he won, he had the habit of folding a 10 or a 5 into old newspapers in the cellars and forgetting all about it. I helped him find many a one.
You think that's why the house was broken into, huh?
Well, now, I was mulling it over in my mind, and I thought that could be the reason. You know how stories grow, particularly with a solitary person like Chris. But if money is the motive, which is tying you to the house, I beg you to forget it. You'd only be disappointed.
I still don't feel right about it, Nancy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. I'll be safe as a church with my double burglar alarm.
Oh.
Anyway, if anyone is looking for anything, it's not for me.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I am.
Oh, hey, that's my line. I'm going to find what I'm looking for when I drive to New York tomorrow afternoon. Now, I'll see you at the apartment, and if there's any hang-up, I'll phone you.
You don't have a phone.
Well, not tonight, but Mr. Montgomery's arranged for them to connect it in the morning. Now, come on. It's beginning to get dark. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Go to bed. Get a good rest.
I'll do that, little thing. Drive carefully. Well, not to worry. I wish I was as brave as I'm pretending to be.
Hello, Miss Pryor.
Oh, you gave me a start, Mr. Prouty. Where did you drop in from?
Well, I was out for a walk, and I thought I saw you preparing to leave.
No, only my husband.
You planning to stay a while?
More or less permanently.
Uh-huh. In spite of what I told you?
Pete, you are a big teller of tall tales. I think you get carried away by your own imagination.
It could be. Still in all, I wouldn't like to see you in any danger.
Me? Oh, what danger could I be in? Are you trying to chase me away from here?
Oh, perish the thought. I was just concerned about you. A little woman all alone with no one to protect her.
I can manage by myself, thank you.
Of course you can. But you batten down all the hatches and hold snug. Looks like we're in for a real northeaster.
Oh, listen to that wind. You can't steal my birthright. What?
Don't let her take it from you. I left it to you. Run, Miss Pryor. Run. She has the knife again.
Downstairs. Don't get trapped in the bedroom.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
I've got to turn off the alarm. Oh, why did I stay here?
Too late. Stay where you are.
Oh, Martha! What are you doing with that knife?
I said that none of you Jezebels would have him.
No.
Not my Chris. I'll kill you.
No, please, don't!
I'll kill.
Well, now, everything seems to have come to a climax. If we had not allowed ourselves to become involved, we might pretend to be totally disengaged and say, how does the heroine of such tales allow herself to become so involved? But since we have followed her this far and permitted her to be involved, the question is, how does she escape? We won't know that, of course, until I return with the conclusion in Act 3. Nancy is alone, just wakened from the depths of sleep. The wind roars around the exposed house on the heights above the raging waters, and everything is filtered through the miasma of the drifting fog. Through its half-light, a menacing figure, long hair streaming, looms the reincarnation of Chris Evans' long-dead wife, a kitchen knife held high to strike down at Nancy. And as the voice cries out,
I'll kill.
Nancy, where are you?
Here by the kitchen. Oh, Ted.
Well, I was just coming in, and I heard you. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Martha, all those people.
Darling, it's all right. It's all right. There's nobody here but us. It must have been a nightmare. Are you okay for a minute?
Where are you going?
I'm just going to turn off the alarms. It's all right. I'm right here. Okay. All right, here we are now. Let's go into the kitchen and sit down a minute, all right?
Oh, Ted. What are you doing back here?
Well, I drove as far as I could, Nan, but the fog was impossible. I decided I'd better feel my way back here, but what's been happening?
Oh, everything was all right when I went to bed. But that little screwball Pete Prouty came by just after you left, and he went on and on about ghosts and blood, and I didn't pay any attention at the time, but I suppose he fixed all that nonsense in my mind.
I'll wring his neck when I see him again.
Well, maybe you ought to wring mine for being a prize goose. I went to sleep, but then I woke up and I heard all these voices, and I was sure someone was in the house.
Well, there couldn't have been. I set off the alarm when I came in.
I know, but I can't tell you how real it was. Ted, I saw...
Saw what?
There was a figure. A woman with long hair and a knife in her hand. And she said she was going to kill me.
Okay. Look, take it easy, will you?
Oh, I feel like such a fool. It's not like me to imagine things.
Now, look, it's this house and your condition. Look, we've got to get out of here, Nancy.
No. I didn't imagine it, Ted. I'm not that much of a ninny. Something funny is going on here. But it's not supernatural. Do you know what I think? Someone's trying to run us out of this house before we find out what its secret is.
I'm downstairs, darling. I didn't know you were up.
Oh, what are you doing?
Well, I woke up this morning. I couldn't get back to sleep. I didn't want to wake you, so I thought I'd sort of scout around.
Well, scout around for what?
What I finally found.
What?
Come on, let me show you a couple of things.
All right.
For openers, let's take a look at this on the hall linoleum.
Oh, it's a footprint.
Yep, somebody's shoe. But see all those squiggly marks inside the outline?
Oh, neither of us have anything like that.
Right, go to the head of the class. That's the kind of print a Storm or a Wellington boot might make. Now look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing shows up on the rug, but right here, beside this back hall closet, there's a heel mark with the same pattern.
Someone was hiding in the closet.
No, because there was no dampness or trace of mud on the rug.
Well, then it all doesn't add up.
Well, it didn't until I turned back the rug and looked underneath. Like this.
A trap door.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where does it go to? Let's open it.
No, I've already checked it out. It leads to a short staircase down to a long, twisting tunnel that descends into a cave that lets out onto the beach.
So that's how they were able to get into the house without tripping the burglar alarm.
They or he?
You mean Pete Prouty?
Or Mr. Montgomery or persons unknown. Anyone who didn't want us to settle in this house.
Why?
Because of whatever they were looking for.
But what?
Oh, now who is it?
Oh, I think that's Mr. Montgomery with the insurance man.
Well, now, I feel the insurance company offered a very fair settlement. As your lawyer, I'd advise you to agree to it.
Well, we think it was fair, Mr. Montgomery. And I think the house can be put back together very nicely with the money they'll pay.
Well, certainly in shape to sell, which, if you'll forgive me, is what I urge you to do.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to be very frank with you. There's There's something in this house someone wants.
I hope you're not suggesting it could be me. Oh, I give you my word, I had no idea there was any other access to this house than through the keys that were left in Chris Evans' effects. And I can't imagine what he could have had that was of any value beyond the house itself.
Even knowing about the secret passage? And what was it for?
Oh, my guess is it was built in the 30s when everyone was doing a little mild rum running during Prohibition. But I don't imagine there was a fortune in that.
Then you don't think Uncle Chris could have amassed any money?
My dear, I knew Chris Evans as well as my own brother. And I assure you, there's no way he could have amassed any secret amounts of money. Unless he'd won the Irish sweepstake. And you can't exactly keep that a secret.
Oh, hello, Pete.
Good morning, Miss Pryor. I come up a little earlier to see how you were, but then I saw you had visitors, so I backed off.
Oh, that was Mr. Montgomery and the insurance man for the damage.
Are you going to take care of it?
Oh, yes.
Well, I just want to check up on you. Having to spend a night alone in the house.
As it happened, she didn't. I came back.
Well, now, that's a surprise.
Is it?
Don't know what you mean.
You have a pair of storm boots? Wellington style?
I've got several. We see some pretty rough winters. Why?
Did you know there was a secret passage from the back hall closet all the way down to the beach?
Why, Dad, I most forgot that. It's been sealed up for most 25 years.
How did you and my uncle meet?
Oh, that was a long time ago. My family were fishermen, but I thought I ought to give show business a whirl. That's how I met Chris. He was the electrician in the first theater I got a job in.
You were an actor?
Kinda. I had an act in vaudeville. Well, I was the one coaxed him out here to Montauk. I helped him build this house. I always felt it was kinda part mine.
Is that why you used the old passage from the beach to break in and tear it apart?
You should have left the house to me. It was half mine. I'm even willing to buy it from you. If you give me a decent price.
Why, Pete? What are you looking for here?
Nothing. Just my due.
Oh? And what's your due?
The money. If there was any. But now I've looked for it everywhere. I know there isn't any. It was probably just another Chris's big lies. So I'll see you around.
Well, I guess that's that. Disappointed?
No. All I ever wanted was the house free and clear.
Seems to be that way. Now all we have to do is to figure out how we can keep it that way.
Well, I refuse to worry about that now. Oh, it's such a lovely day.
Oh, who's this?
Oh, it can't be the contractor this fast.
Mrs. Nancy Evans Pryor?
Yes?
A.Q. Sprit. IRS. Internal Revenue Service.
Oh, well, how do you do, Mr. Sprit? This is my husband, Ted Pryor.
Oh, yes. Taking a little time to catch up with you, Mrs. Pryor. Are you the sole heir of Christopher Xavier Evans?
I never knew Uncle Chris's middle name.
Well, now you do. I checked already with Montgomery, your lawyer. Let me see. On the 14th of April this year, Mr. Evans laid off a three-way parlay at Battleground Racetrack on the dogs.
The dogs?
Yes. Racing type. Like horses.
Oh.
Said parlay paid off on a $10 bet at 2,500 to 1, making a return of $250,000 fully taxable by the federal income tax.
My uncle won all that money on a dog race?
It happens, ma'am. Not very often, but it happens. You've got to be lucky.
And you didn't collect the tax on it?
That was a slip-up in our Florida office. Happens, too. But we catch up. So, I'm here to collect it.
Well, how much?
With penalties and interest, figure about $125,000. That's how we like to round it off.
Oh, we haven't any money like that.
All my uncle left was his house.
So I gather from your lawyer. So that if there isn't any money, I guess we'll just have to possess the house. I'm sorry. That's the law.
We all packed, Nancy?
It didn't take long. We scarcely moved in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the one who should be sorry. At least if I had an inheritance, it shouldn't have been a minus.
$250,000. No wonder Pete was ready to tear the house apart to find it.
Only he didn't. I hate to leave it. Damaged goods as it is, it's a house, and I'm going to have a baby. And I'd like to have started him off, at least, in a real home.
I know, Nan. Just don't push it, huh?
I can't help it, Ted. I know. Somehow I just know Uncle Chris wanted someone to be happy here. Only something went wrong.
What are you talking about?
Well, his will was made long before he took his life. That was an impulse. I think he would have wanted us to know what he did with the money, but he just forgot at the last moment.
Yeah, if he hadn't already spent it.
You know what I feel terrible about?
No, what?
That I couldn't just have put things in shape while I was here.
Well, that's the little homemaker in you.
At least taken down these sleazy, dirt-stiff old drapes and washed them. Gosh, they feel as if they'd been starched. They're so starched.
What is it?
Ted.
Yeah?
Get me a kitchen knife, quick.
Okay, what for?
Mr. Montgomery said that Uncle Chris had a habit of stashing away his racing winnings between newspaper pages. Well, how about sewing them in between a curtain drape and the lining?
Oh, here's the knife.
Oh, good. Just let me cut this running basting stitch. There.
Well?
Ted.
What?
A $100 bill. Another one. 3 stuck together. Woo-hoo. Oh, Ted, darling. We're not only going to make Uncle Sam rich, but we're going to be the same. And hang on to the house, too.
So, at the end of this tale, we can return happily to the positive proverb, never look a gift horse in the mouth. For a while, it seemed as if Nancy Pryor had stumbled into misfortune, but instead, she came out with the luck of the Irish. I'll return shortly. A year brings many changes. Peter Prouty died, unlamented, of acute alcoholism. Christopher Evans has a namesake in a fine baby boy born to Nancy and Ted. Ted has a job with the county newspaper, and the family has settled down to enjoy the local society, into whose circle they have been welcomed after being sponsored by Mr. Montgomery. Nancy Pryor would be the last person to subscribe to Virgil's warning, beware the Greeks bearing gifts. May everyone be so lucky. Our cast included Joyce Gordon, Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Car racing is the name of today's mystery game. It's been called everything from a sport to an art form. A racing driver has been compared to a ballet dancer, a musician, or a surgeon at the height of his challenge. Why is he in that driver's seat speeding around that track, defying death, brutally disciplining his every moment, his every movement? And what if the control should suddenly vanish from his hands? What if he suspects his own wife wishes him to fail?
Mr. Gabriel, Paul wants me to stop racing, but I won't. I can't.
I give you this small piece of jewelry, Betsy. A little mirror with silver bells around it. You wear it. It will protect you.
Oh, Mr. G, it's beautiful.
It was my mother's. She lived to 100 years. This charm protects you from danger. When you race, it will keep you safe.
At any speed? Any race?
You have to do only one thing. Believe.
Our mystery drama, The Frog Prince, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Bob Caliban and Patricia Elliott. I shall return shortly with Act One. There must be a reason why auto racers are as much driven as driving. Many motives are given. Principally, man's need to compete, win, and dare death. At the risk of playing psychologist, a role I really haven't studied, I would say that Paul and Betsy Ring, married, both racing enthusiasts, make the track their way of life because they love it.
He's in second place.
He's gaining on Art Beavers.
Could have sight now. Here comes the pack.
A pile-up on the third turn. A 5-car pile-up on the third turn.
I hate that.
The race will continue under the yellow. The race will continue under the yellow caution flag.
I think I see the trouble. Betsy, you want to look through my binoculars?
No, I can't look.
Looks like Art Beaver's engine spat oil across the track, and that started skids and the pileup.
When I'm behind that wheel and the guy ahead of me starts to drift too far, it's all I can do to keep myself from shaking.
I am never sure you drive because you like to, Betsy. Isn't one racer in the family enough?
Well, I've made just as much money on the circuit as Paul has. And don't you forget it. We both race cars, Paul and I, but never the same event. Well, same day sometimes, but we decided, having a 3-year-old son, if push came to shove and one of us didn't cross the finish line, Paulie would have at least one parent. This race, Paul came in first. But I knew the winning wouldn't please him. So, before he got to our trailer, I ducked out.
I hate having to make it yellow flags all the way.
You came in first, Paul.
Where's Betsy, Mr. Gabriel?
She went for beer and coffee.
I'll tell you something. The crowd didn't like it either. 5 laps under the yellow. Well, I was a lap ahead. When I came around again, the ambulance was taking Charlie and Ken away. Next time around, they'd cleared up pretty much of everything except the oil. I sure had luck riding with me.
Luck do nothing for you. I put sulfur, red pepper, and salt under your seat. They protect you.
Mr. G, will you stop doing that? Good thing I had my helmet on. I might have started sneezing and I'd be in the hospital right now.
Paul, is no joke.
Okay, Mr. G. You protected me. We'll forget about my know-how as a racing driver. My control had nothing to do with it.
Nobody had control if Art Beaver spilled oil on the track.
Well, anyway, first is a first. The money's the same.
You would have come in first if the green flag was up. You were going great.
I thought so, too. She behaved like a Formula One.
Beer and coffee for the winners. Hi, darling.
Hi, Betsy. You okay?
What do you mean, me okay?
Well, I know how these accidents hit you.
Oh, that. So long as it's not you.
Well, what do you hear about Charlie and the others?
Word from the hospital is nothing's real bad.
Oh,
They'll all get well.
that's good.
In all remedies, the force of thought is the most potent ingredient.
Well, it's handy to have a doctor around, too, Mr. G, who knows how to set broken bones.
Betsy, what are we going to do with our Mr. G, huh? He really thinks no one would win if he didn't put the hoodoo hex on us.
7 devils will always ride with you, Paul.
Oh, thanks.
He's got his insurance. I've got mine.
Betsy, forgive, old fella. Mouth speak faster than head thinks. I give you this small piece of jewelry. Little mirror with bells around it. You wear it. It always protect you and your son.
Oh, it's beautiful. But look, Paul.
Yeah. It was my mother's. She lived to 100 years. This charm will protect you from all danger. When you race, it will keep you safe.
It's mesmerizing. When you look into the tiny little mirror there, all I can see is one eye at a time.
That mirror repel demons. And the silver bells, they scare demons away. You wear it, Betsy. No harm come to you.
At any speed? In any race?
All you have to do is believe.
Mr. G, I'll say this. You are the best mechanic in the business, and I'm happy you're on our team, but...
Thank you, Mr. Ring.
But you are still a superstitious old mom.
Mr. Gabriel, Paul is half joking.
Oh, I am not bothered. I don't want you or him in any smash-ups.
Well, somebody's got to have them, I suppose, and I'll try to make it not me.
Your beer's getting warm, Paul. Oh, how's the coffee, Mr. G?
Good. I finish up and get car into trailer. See you at the motel later.
Strange sort of a guy, isn't he?
The way he insisted on us calling him Mister.
His granddaddy raced cars in France. The old Cajun.
I'm a 3-generation driver, too. I guess we should feel honored that he's so open with us about his Bayou beliefs.
Well, who's to say that our prayers for safety on the track are answered any more than his red pepper and mirror charms? Well, I'm glad you've never laughed about it.
It fascinates me. And have you ever noticed his eyes, Paul? So knowing, so calm.
His hands are pretty good, too.
And he's always concerned about both of us and Polly. I do love this crazy mirror and bells.
I believe it's very old. Mirrors have always been used to chase away evil, and before that, shiny metal. But you know, I feel it's as good as anything. If you completely believe in something, perhaps you can force the hand of fate.
You know, it might be that power really comes from the human mind. Oh, too spooky. Oh, hey, the beers. Hand me that opener. I want to toast the winner, my husband.
Hey, where'd you go? I've been lying in bed wondering if you'd run out on me.
Oh, sure. You know I'm always up early the morning after a race to get the newspapers. Paul, get up. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, I feel beat and achy all over.
You should see what they say about you.
Oh?
The Star Herald. Got a picture of you, too.
Well, glad to hear it.
No, you're not. You're not a bit interested.
Oh, you keep the scrapbook, and someday Paulie will get a big kick out of how his ma and pa made enough money to send him through medical school. Hey, where is my son? I'd like to see him this morning.
Well, you have to get up and get dressed to do that. Paulie's with Kitty and Ann and their kids splashing around the motel swimming pool.
Hey, I'd like to do that. Are grown-ups allowed?
Well, I don't see why not. You're paying for it.
Okay. I'm on my feet. What's the word on Charlie, Ken, and Bill?
I'm all right. Well, so far, so good. I thought we'd go by the hospital later and say hello.
You see my bathing trunks?
I hung them in the bathroom.
Gotcha. Aren't you coming to the pool, Betsy?
No. I want to get caught up on pasting these clippings in the scrapbook. I'm way behind in my scrapbook, and I want to get caught up on the Louisiana 500.
The Louisiana 500? Oh, that's 13 days away.
So, you're going to win that one, too, aren't you? Let's see. This one goes into the book first. Nevada Rally. Only 20 of the 49 starters make it through the first day. Paul Ring's escort, unbeatable. 7 straight wins for Paul and Betsy Ring this year. NASCAR Winston 500. Betsy Ring's racing career. Can a woman champ driver be a mother and a winner? NASCAR Mason-Dixon 500. Paul and Betsy add Louisiana-born Gabriel as new pit stop anchor. Gabriel is grandson of racing driver Gabriel, who drove 130 mph for Dietrich in 1906 Grand Prix. Paul Ring takes his first Pocono 500 under yellow flag. 30,000 spectators witnessed 5-car pileup. No fatalities. Next stop for the Ring, the Louisiana 500 in Baton Rouge. Good luck, Paul. I love you.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Place. Oh, go on, Paul. Go! 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 Paul? Paul? Are you awake?
Oh. Hi, honey.
How do you feel?
What's this brace around my neck? Where am I?
You're in the Baton Rouge hospital.
Oh, I remember now. Or do I?
You've been unconscious for 2 days. How are you feeling now, honey?
2 days? I'd feel better if I knew how I cracked up. It's all blank. Did I miss a turn?
Well, no one knows for sure yet.
Oh. It's the worst it's ever been, isn't it?
No, you're alive, sweetheart. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but what about St. Pete and Lime Rock?
Well, I've got Mr. G scouting around for another car.
For what? I'll be out of commission a long time.
Oh, I can't cancel those dates. One of us has got to keep trying for the perfect lap. That's the way we figured it, remember? One of us to be well enough to keep going.
Well, who's going to take care of Paulie?
I am, like I always do.
Yeah. What about me?
Oh, darling, you just lie there and get healed. And you do what the doctors tell you.
What is the fascination we spectators have for auto racing? Is it because we see ourselves in the driver's seat with that daredevil? We root for him as we would for ourselves. We want to have that mastery, that control, to be that fearless, to come in first and take the prize money. That racing driver is us. He never loses. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. One more lap around the track to recount what happened to Betsy and Paul Ring, two married racing drivers and their 3-year-old son. There's not a pro in the business who won't agree that the art of auto racing is that of complete control against great odds. There's no room for error. Ask Betsy Ring as she and mechanic Mr. Gabriel return to Louisiana after a 13-week tour of the tracks.
You see, Mr. Gabriel, it's hard for me, brought up as I was, to always understand all this voodoo stuff. It goes against everything I've been taught to believe in.
Betsy, it needs belief. With it, voodoo works wonders. Without belief, it's helpless.
Oh, when you think we're going to get to Baton Rouge?
Another hour.
Oh, just one more hour? Oh, you know, I've missed Paul so much. Every day I worry about him lying back in that hospital in traction. But when I called him last night, he was so cheery.
Paul is like a son to me. You know that.
So does he. His voice was up. He was asking questions. It was great to hear him like that.
Because he is getting out of hospital today, yes.
He'll be in the motel before we get there. 3 whole months. It was his collarbone that took the longest to mend.
Paul, he had bad luck. But all that changed now.
Oh, are you sure? I hope so.
His bad luck will change.
Okay. So long as it doesn't get worse.
2 more hills, then the road, she flattened out.
I suppose I'm babbling on because the closer we get to Baton Rouge, the more nervous I am. What keeps haunting me is, did they put Paul all together okay?
It's best if you don't borrow trouble. Just think of seeing him like I think of seeing mon père, my father, and my brother. Mon père, he is a wise old man. Very, very old.
And his father? Oh, he was a racing driver in France, wasn't he?
But his son, mon père, he never did that. He came to America, to Louisiana, to become farmer. Then I was born, and the racing fever should begin all over again with me.
Oh, you're so sweet the way you keep my mind off Paul's injuries.
If Paul cannot race again, is it the end of the world?
Won't be the end of mine. But Paul's world? Well, I don't know. I just want to sit here and look at you, Paul. That's all I want to do. Isn't it silly?
Yeah, I ought to hit the hay early tonight, darling. Hard to get used to the motel beds, and I got a big day tomorrow.
I put Paulie to bed, tucked him in, read him the Frog Prince. He dropped off, just like that.
He's grown so much since you've been away. Even in 3 months. You know, when I went into the hospital, he was just a little 3-year-old, but now he's more like a real boy.
He liked being on the road with his mommy. He took good care of her, too.
Well, I guess old Mr. Gabriel did his bit also, didn't he?
Hmm.
Well, we'll talk about it some more tomorrow. Oh, I am real beat. Seeing you and Paulie has made me realize how much I missed you.
Paul, are you sure you're ready for a trial run in the morning? I mean, after all, maybe I'll take a week or 2 of just walking around, you know? Paul? Darling? Oh, good night, sweetheart. You sleep well. You have pleasant dreams.
No, that isn't true. It can't be. That's it. No.
Paul, my darling, what is it? It's all right, darling. No, darling, you're having a bad dream. It's nothing. I'm here. I'm
sorry. It's always the same dream. Same race. How long am I going to do this? I thought when I came out of the hospital, I'd stop having them.
You'd stop having what? Nightmares?
No, it isn't anything. The excitement probably of, being here with you and Paulie. It's like old times.
Now, darling, do you think you can get back to sleep now?
Oh, yeah. Sure, I'll give it a try.
You just tell your dream machine the red flag is out and that the race with the hobgoblins is over. Finished. Period.
Well, where in blazes is he? It's 6 o'clock. What's the matter with Mr. G?
I don't know, Paul. He said he'd be here at 5. And he could get the racer ready alone. He promised.
Well, it's after 6. I want to get out on that track before the Whirl and his brother takes practice laps. You know how crowded it gets here by 7.
Well, something must have happened to him. Mr. G's never been this late. I would have called him, but he went off to his folks, and they got no phone.
What do you mean it's never happened before? Well, the last time he came down here to the Bayou country, he vanished. He becomes totally oblivious to what century we're living in, and he huddles with his family and Cajun friends, dispensing black bat oil and Lady Luck oil and I don't know what. Oh, well, I guess my own fault, putting up with his hoodoo voodoo. Oh, come on, let's get out of here. I'm not hanging around until the great Mr. Gabriel decides to show up.
Paul, why are you being so unyielding?
Because I know where he's gone and where he is. It's a 2-day trek into that swampland where they all live and practice their rights. And I got to cool my heels until he decides to come back to civilization.
My son.
Yeah, I just got here. I've been walking from the city 2 days. How you feel?
How I look?
You look old, Pear.
I am old, and I am sick.
Now you will feel better. Now I am at home.
Who knows? You're still working for racing people?
Same now since I was here last. Pear, what you sick from?
The evil Loa. Jacques, bring the evil Loa from Haiti.
Where is Jacques?
He died.
My brother died?
His barn burned down. He inside. Nothing good come from Haiti. I tell Jacques. He marry Haitian girl. She come here with him. No good for him.
But you, Pear, your sickness, very bad.
I walk 2 steps, I fall down. Gabriel, you come at good time. Tonight, we hold service to imprison evil Loa for 10 years. In 10 years, I be 100 like your mother. I die then.
But to bind the evil, to do that, someone in the family has to walk through hot coals.
Jacques' wife, Christiane, will do it.
She will walk through fire?
She must.
Pear, when did Jacques die?
3 months last.
On which day?
Friday. First Friday in month. Why you ask?
It is the same day Paul Ring almost killed himself in race. I want to help them, Pear. You must give me stronger powers. They're good people.
First, you help your father and your sister-in-law. Vite, help me up. This is Jacques' brother, Gabriel.
Hello, Gabriel.
Christian.
Go now, Christian. They will tell you when the fire is ready.
I have never seen this before.
When the evil Loa come from Haiti and visit your own family, he must be banished. You see,
They are pouring much kerosene to fire. Then, Christiane, she will walk through it, and the evil lower, he will shrivel and disappear for 10 years.
She wears nothing on her feet.
She will feel nothing. It has begun.
She is stepping into the flames.
Go look. Look hard. You see? Her face say nothing. She feel nothing. Christiane is not fighting.
There, I can't watch. She will burn to death.
The evil lower will burn. Christiane will not.
She is still walking. How many times must she go across the flames?
7 times 7 will drive the evil away.
Are you all right this morning?
What do you mean?
Well, honey, you had another one of those nightmares again. It's the second time since I came back.
Oh, I'm sorry to wake you. Maybe we ought to get separate motel rooms.
Oh, now, why do you say that? I'm concerned about you, Paul. I'm not criticizing you.
And I'm concerned about waking little Paulie.
It's a beautiful day, honey. I've been up for hours. Now, won't you please get out of bed? I got a surprise.
What for? Why should I get out of bed, huh? I'm a racing driver with no wheels.
Not anymore. That's the surprise. Mr. Gabriel came back late last night. He's been working on my car around the clock.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't give me a chance. I tried it out at 5 this morning. It's ready for the master right now.
Where are my clothes?
Where you threw them 3 days ago.
Did he have any explanation for not showing up before?
Now, Paul, you go talk to him. I told him we were very upset.
Betsy, I'm going to the track alone. I'm not having anyone there. In case.
In case you fail? Huh. You will not.
Paul, I'm happy to see you. You look fine.
Thanks.
She handled nice. Betsy, run with her a few laps. She do fine.
Mr. Gabriel, don't you think you owe me an explanation?
Yes, I do. I forgot what day you were going to test. I was so full of thoughts of seeing my father. I have no excuses. I have apologies.
Well, that was a week ago. How long does it take for you to get back to your homestead and back?
We had evil to be rid of. My brother, he died.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your father, was he all right?
No, he was paralyzed in the leg.
Well, what did the doctors say about your father?
We ask no doctor. We need no doctor. We cured him.
Are you saying you cured your father with voodoo?
My sister-in-law, she walked through fire 49 times, 7 times 7, and there, he is immediately healed. He walked 2 miles back to his house, like a young man.
Unbelievable. Did you say she walked through fire?
Big fire. They burn big fire. And Christiane drive out the evil lower.
Do you want me to believe you burned this girl alive so your father could walk?
Oh, Christiane was not touched. She was in the fire for many minutes, and she came out. Nothing burned. Not even one blister.
Stop that. A fire with a girl in it. I can't stand this. My head's spinning around. Let go of me. Let go.
Fear of fire. Is racing driver Paul Ring reacting more violently to fire than most of us would? What of those who have not only mastered their panic, but can fan the flames to cleanse sickness and drive out devils? Can it be that fire is nothing to fear if you know what master you serve? If you know what to believe? I shall return shortly with Act 3. old beliefs and today's coexist on the same continent? Common sense, as we know it, tells us one cannot touch flames without being burned. Common sense, as a philosopher would tell us, is but another term for general ignorance. Baptism of fire is often performed by voodoo priests and their disciples. Paul knows this. Yet why did he become so violent when he heard of it?
Now, you stop talking like that, Mr. Gabriel. I don't want to hear any more.
Forgive me, Paul, if I have touched a raw nerve. Everything's ready for the test run. You can lapse the circuits for as long as you like.
Why did you tell me that awful thing? What possessed you?
I thought with you, I was always free to talk. I said it because it happened.
But fire. Walking through fire. I'm sorry. I don't feel so good. I don't think I can try out the racer today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Something's gone out of me.
I should not have gone to visit my father. But when I got to our village, I learned much evil had descended on us. My brother Jacques had married and then been burned to death. Only his wife could drive out the evil.
Do you mean a woman must burn to atone for evil?
In our beliefs, she will not suffer.
That's a lot for me to swallow.
Paul never got back behind the wheel. He stayed in the motel, read books, wouldn't see anyone. Everything I thought we had was crumbling. I had to make a decision.
Look, I'll get myself together again. Just give me time.
Honey, there isn't any time. This is what I've done. I've taken everything out of the bank, paid the motel a month's rent in advance, put a couple of $100 in your wallet for food, and I'm hitting the circuit.
You're leaving?
I have to work. I'm driving the trailer myself. I'll head north and see what I can take in. I got a few races lined up. Now, Paul, try to understand. I have to go.
Okay. So go.
If it's got something to do with your nightmares, Paul, you ought to get some help. It happens to some drivers, honey. In their dreams, they see accidents repeated that they've lived through. Now, maybe it's that.
Oh. Anything else? When can I expect you back? In a month?
Well, I don't know. 6 weeks to 2 months. Paul, look, honey, while I'm away, will you do me a favor and yourself? Will you go to the hospital? Tell them the whole thing, the way you feel. Ask them if they can help you.
Betsy, don't go. I'm scared.
Well, I'm not. I can't wait any longer. I'm not giving it up because, well, you don't know what you want to do.
I'm not asking you to give it up.
I'll be back, honey.
Well, what's the hurry? Huh? A couple of more days won't matter.
Because Kitty and Ann are heading north with Ken and Charlie, and if I need someone to watch over Polly while I'm working, they'll do it. Now, Paul, until you straighten yourself out, they're the only family I can count on. Goodbye. But, honey, take care of yourself.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. You didn't pack these driving gloves.
Well, they're torn through. I got a new pair. I'll tell you what. You keep them to remember an old partnership by.
Get her out of there. Help me, someone. Someone, come, please. I can't drag her out alone. The fire's too hot. Help me, please. The flames. The flames.
Paul, let me in.
Oh, my Lord.
Paul!
She's gone.
Paul!
She's gone.
I
can't look at her.
Paul, wake up.
Huh? What is it?
What is that fire you were yelling about? There's no fire here.
Mr. Gabriel.
Oh, it was another of those nightmares, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Every time I see it, I see more. The same race, the same nightmare, but more details. I see it. I smell it. Oh, this is torture. Am I glad you woke me up?
I just find out Betsy and the boy went north yesterday, and I think Paul is here alone. Maybe I come by early in morning, and we have breakfast together.
Oh, Mr. G. Oh, I am your man. Look, I'll have a quick shower, and out we go, huh? That diner across the street, he opens real early.
Oh, how is it your fault, Paul? It takes time to get better. He's not ready to race.
I couldn't make her understand that.
It is not her fault either. She needs to race. She raced then. And what will you do?
I don't know yet.
And your little boy, is this right for him?
Betsy used to read fairy stories to Paulie before he went to sleep. One of his favorites was The Frog Prince. You see, Paulie has known his father only as the prince. I don't want to have him see me now as a frog.
You never chucked a race.
Mr. G, does it mean anything having that same dream over and over again?
Yes, it must.
Well, then, let me tell you. It's a race, see? I don't know where, somewhere on the Grand National Tour. I'm on the sidelines, and they start. Cars number 27 and 19 make the turn. There comes Betsy, trying to dive into the second spot. The green flag is falling. 19 cuts inside, cutting off Betsy, and 18 and 22. 22 is crowding Betsy. And the next car tangles in there. It's a pileup. Front and back, she's getting smashed. Fire breaks out, and I see her trying to get out. She can't free herself. Nobody stops. I run to her. Flames everywhere. She's on fire. She's burning.
You never told her this.
No, I couldn't. Well, why give her a handicap she doesn't need?
I talked to my father, mon père. He could cast a spell.
Oh, but I don't know where she is, where she'll race.
You have a photograph of her?
Well, sure. Right here in my wallet.
Give it to me. Do you have anything that she wears?
Well, yeah, she threw an old pair of driving gloves at me when she checked out. They're back at the hotel.
Give that to me. Does she still wear that mirror with the silver bells I gave her?
Oh, she's never without it.
That will help. But alone, it's not powerful enough. Paul, you give me $50, and I promise you Betsy will be protected.
Well, how much?
If you want me to get to my father's in a hurry, I got to rent a Jeep.
Hey, Betsy, darling. Well, I didn't expect you for weeks.
I didn't expect to find you at the practice track.
Well, I'm getting into shape.
It's all coming back, isn't it?
Well, I'm making myself do it.
Oh, you don't know how happy it makes me that you're trying.
Honey, you remember that story you used to read to Paulie about the Frog Prince? Well, this old frog is doing his darndest to turn himself into a prince again. Anyway, why are you here, huh?
Well, it's something that scared me. I had to come back to tell you, so I flew in from Pine River this morning.
Why? What happened?
Well, honey, it was the race, day before yesterday. All yesterday I was shaking so I couldn't move. The day before there was a bad pileup. Oh, a real bad scene, honey. Guys crushed, a fire. It was awful. I was in 7th position, coming around the turn. You can't see because those trees, remember?
Yeah.
They hide the corner. And then all of a sudden, the whole track is covered with smoke. And I was heading straight into them.
Yeah, go on.
Now, this is the scary part. A man ran out with a yellow flag, and he flagged me down. So I pulled way over on the inside, and I got clear.
Well, did you find out who it was? The guy who saved you?
I didn't see him again. I didn't want to.
Why?
Because it was you, Paul. I swear, you ran out on that track and stopped me I would have burned to death if I'd hit the others.
Mr. Gabriel, look who just came out to the track. Betsy.
Mr. G, I thought you weren't working for us anymore.
You sent me away, but Paul hired me right back. He's been down here most every day. Todd, he's working with us, too. Like old times. There is no money, but we believe in Paul. Are you coming back to make the team complete?
Oh, I'm just here on a flying visit. I have to go say hello to Todd. Paul, don't you move. I'll be right back, honey.
She looked fine.
Well, I don't know what to believe anymore. You know, I guess miracles do happen. Betsy was telling me she sure had a narrow escape. Mr. G, your daddy cast a very good spell. When did you see him?
Last night. I brought Jeep back this morning. He say to tell you he is all ready to go. He just want to know when you want him to start his spell.
It doesn't seem to matter what your persuasion is, does it? So long as it's wholehearted. In the depths of Cajun country, incantations and strange powders and hot fires seem to produce miracles. But don't they happen every day to protect those who will it? Today we worship the science of the material. Tomorrow, what a vast knowledge might be ours if we accept the science of love. I shall return shortly. It's been said that there are 3 true sports: mountain climbing, bullfighting, and motor racing. All the rest are recreations. No question, speedway racing infects the blood. When the voice at the track says, "Gentlemen, start your engines," hearts leap up, and the mystique of man against speed begins. Whether you're watching the Rookie of the Year or the Champ of Champions, these kings of the road have all decided that in this life, you take what you want, but you pay for it. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Patricia Elliott, and Gordon Heath. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
If I wanted to be a farmer, I could have stayed at home. But here, at least, you can be a wealthy farmer. Captain, no matter how old a man is, doesn't he still have the desire for gold? Soldier Alvarado, I have a desire, but not for gold. It's for something far more valuable. What could be more valuable than gold? You have it. I don't understand. Youth. The fire, the strength of youth. They speak of some magic fountain. A fountain of youth. All one need do is bathe in it, and one is made young again. For that fountain, I would assemble a fleet of ships. To find that fountain, I would venture everything.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... M.E.G. Marshall. No man is an island, the poet says, but it's probably true that each man would like to own one. Yes, a little out-of-the-way island, a little piece of paradise where every prospect pleases, where he may be a king who rules supreme. Is it possible to find such a place? Some people do.
This is Henry calling K3356. Henry calling Bart, K3356. Come in, Bart.
This is Bart.
Bart, you know the people I told you about? Dressed in furs with long hair and spears? The ones I'm watching from the boat.
Yes, Henry.
I thought somebody was shooting a movie. It's not a movie. They're coming toward the beach.
You better get out of there.
I can't. I'm stuck. It's low tide, Bart. They're pointing spears at me. What am I going to do?
Our mystery drama, A God Named Henry, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is that proverb? The wheel that squeals the loudest is the one that gets the grease. Yes, and the fact is, the wheel that gets the grease isn't necessarily the one that does the work. Well, one of the quietest of wheels is the hero of our little tale, Mr. Henry Clay Fitzsimmons. And we shall see he gets no grease at all from anybody.
Yes, come in, Henry. I understand you want to talk to me.
I do, R.J. You know how it is today. Everything's gone up sky high. The prices. My wife was saying to me, Henry, it's getting to be impossible.
Yeah, the bottom line is you want more money.
I guess that's right.
No, that's wrong, Henry. Wrong. Why do you suppose we have this inflation, this terrible, destructive inflation?
Well, R.J.
Because everybody's got his hand out for more.
Well, it's just a door and I can't...
Oh, I understand, Henry. But it's got to stop. It has to be turned around, somewhere, somehow, and by somebody. And do you know who that somebody is? You.
Me?
That's right, me. Every one of us is a me, and every one of us has got to say, I am going to stop it.
R.J., I am...
Why do I say this to you, Henry? Because you were just promoted production foreman. You are now a part of management. You and I are the management team. We have to set the example to the labor force. Make do, Henry. That's going to be the slogan around here. Make do or do without. We're fighting for our lives.
Henry, did you talk to him today?
Talk to who?
Who do you think? R.J.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what did he say?
About what, Dora?
About what? About the price of flower pots in Patagonia.
I asked for the raise.
And?
He said no.
Well, did you quit?
How could I quit?
How could you ask for a raise unless you're prepared to walk out?
Dora, it's all very well for you to say quit. Where would I get another job?
Go out and look.
Other people have been out of work for months.
I don't want to hear about other people. Sit still. I'll answer it. Hello?
Yeah, this is R.J. Is this Dora?
Why? Do you think he might be living with some other woman?
Is that R.J.?
I love your sense of humor, Dora. Is Henry there?
He's in the middle of dinner, R.J.
Yeah, well, this is very important.
Will you let me talk to him?
Hold on, please.
R.J.?
Henry, I would have gotten in touch with you earlier, but I was busy at the club. We just got a rush order from Grand National. They'll need a couple of thousand cases by noon tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know how we can do that. The number 3 production line is down.
Well, how long would you need to make it operational?
4 or 5 hours.
Well, I think you'd better go in and do it tonight.
Tonight?
Oh, boy.
They're the best customer we have. You're part of management, Henry. You can understand the problem.
Yeah. All right. I'll go in.
I knew I could depend on you.
Night work, huh?
You can't say no to a customer like Grand National.
You can't?
Because if you do, they'll have to go somewhere else. I'd better hurry, Dora.
Sure.
What are you going to do tonight?
Oh, I may go out.
Where?
I don't know.
You going to go to a show with the girls?
I'm sick of going to shows with the girls. What I'd like to do is go to a show with the boys.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
Henry, I'm sick and tired of your working overtime, nights and weekends. I'm tired of being alone.
Just a minute.
I want to go places, have some fun. If not with you, I'm just going to find somebody else.
Oh, this is serious. We have to talk about it.
Yes. Let's talk about it right now.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I have to go to work.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Listen, I could be finished with this thing. It doesn't have to be much past 9 o'clock. It's a great night. You could meet me down at the dock. We could take the boat out.
You want to go sailing at night? You can go by yourself.
But it's the only free time I have.
We
Dora.
have now come to the end of the reel. What do you want to do? Rewind it so we can go through these same stupid arguments over and over again?
Oh, hi there, Henry. Hello, Bart.
Well, you taking her out tonight?
Yeah.
Ah, look at them clouds around the moon.
They don't look too bad.
Yeah, they're going to start looking worse about a couple of 3 hours from now. I'd hate to be out there in a 21-foot sailboat.
It'll blow over.
Why do you have to take her out tonight?
My boss is on me all the time. Do this, do that. My wife starts in where he leaves off. If I don't get away from it this way, I'd go nuts.
Yeah, but even so, if I was you, I'd stay ashore tonight.
Calling 97263. 97263. Come in, Henry. Come in.
Bart, this is Henry.
I told you. I warned you.
I'm okay. The minute the wind came up, I headed right for shore.
Where you at?
I found a nice little protected inlet just south of Sutter's Cove.
Inlet just south of Sutter's? How far?
2 miles, maybe.
I never heard of no inlet around there.
Neither did I, but here I am.
Well, if you're okay, you just stay there and wait it out. 92763. Henry. Come in, Henry.
What?
Come in, Henry.
Oh, the radio. I must have been dozy.
Henry, come in.
Oh, Bart, I was asleep.
In a storm like this?
What storm?
Where'd you say you are?
This little inlet south of Sutter's Cove.
But I told you. South of Sutter's, there's nothing.
It's about 15 feet wide. Goes in, as far as I can see, a couple of 100 yards. I'm tied up to some trees.
Well, check to see if you're secure. The storm's getting worse.
Are you kidding? It's a beautiful morning. There's hardly a ripple on the water. Hey, what's that?
Henry?
I hear something. It sounds like drums.
Thunder, more likely.
No, they're drums. I can see between the trees. There's a big clear space. I see people. Hey, but they're dressed funny. They're wearing skins.
Skins?
Skins, for furs. And the guys have got long hair and beards. They're carrying spears.
Henry?
Hey, you know what this has to be? It's a movie. They're making a movie. I'll go watch. I'll call you back.
This is Bart. Come in.
Bart, they're not making a movie.
Who's not making a movie?
These people I'm telling you about, they're dressed in the skins with the long hair carrying the spears.
I've never heard you this drunk in all the years I've known you.
They're not actors. They're for real. There are no cameras or anything. Uh-oh. They're approaching the boat. I better talk to them. I'll try to keep you posted.
Yeah, sure. You do that.
Well, what can I do for you folks?
Thera.
Thera? Oh, you mean your name is Thera?
Thera.
Okay. You can call me Henry.
Henry.
Henry, yeah. You got it. So, what's it all about? Who are you folks? Hey, yeah, what are you doing? Well, stop it. You don't have to get down on your knees.
Henry.
Yeah, Henry, that's been established. I'm Henry.
You are Henry.
You speak English. Where did you learn?
From Henry. Henry is God.
What God?
The God, Henry. He looks at us and he reveals to us English. Now the people can understand the God Henry in English. English. The words of God.
Hey, friends, you just dialed the wrong number. I'm not a god or anywhere near it. I'm just some poor guy in a sailboat who happened to blunder into this place.
Behold, Malana, she comes.
Who's Malana?
See, Malana, she carries her small child. She brings him to the god Henry.
To me? What for?
The child is dying.
Oh, he sure doesn't look too good. It's all flushed. He must be burning up with a fever. This lady's his mother? Say, I better get this kid to a doctor. What do you say? Oh, I guess she doesn't speak English, huh?
She is not permitted to speak with the god.
Oh, no?
Only I, Thera, may speak with the god Henry.
Well, why is that?
The people have chosen me to be his priestess. And how is it said in English? Concubine.
Hey, listen, I got a wife.
Gods have many wives.
Well, never mind all that for now. That kid has to go to a hospital. I'll take him in the boat.
No.
No?
Malana will kill herself.
Why?
Because you will place him in the god boat and take him to the sky.
No, I'll take him to the Cedarville General Hospital.
No, the god Henry must cure the child here. The people wait.
Well, let's get this straight. I never said I was able to...
Henry must cure the child, or the people will turn on their god.
Turn on their god? What does that mean? Killed?
Cure the child.
But how?
By a miracle.
A miracle? How can you expect me to make a miracle?
If you cannot make a miracle, it will prove that you are a false god. The people wait.
We're all going to wait, and all of us should hope or pray that Henry can come up with that miracle. We have a branch of our military service that says the difficult we do right away, the impossible takes a little bit longer. A pity they're not here. We'll have to wait for Act 2, which will be here shortly. Consider the situation in which Henry Clay Fitzsimmons finds himself. He blunders into an island, or a place that seems to be populated by prehistoric savages. There is good news and bad. The good news is that they wish to worship him as a god. The bad news If he doesn't perform an instant miracle, they will kill him as a devil.
But a miracle?
Why should a miracle be difficult for a god?
What do you want me to do?
Cure the child.
I'm not a doctor.
You're even greater. A god.
We just keep going round and round with this thing.
The people wait. Shall the miracle begin?
Miracle drugs. Say, I've got some aspirin, the first aid kit, and also some antibiotics left over from the time I hold everything.
There will be a miracle.
Yes.
How?
I have magic food for the child to eat.
People, behold, see, the skin of the child is now dry and cool. The fever no longer rages through his body. The devils have been driven out. The child, Melana's child, sleeps peacefully. There has been a miracle. All kneel before the true God, Henry.
Come in, Henry.
Bart?
Henry, come in.
Bart?
You okay? It's getting worse, the storm.
What storm?
You really must be pretty snug in that inlet.
Yeah, I guess you could say I am.
Well, stay there. Don't try to venture out.
You know something, Bart, old buddy? I may stay here quite a while.
What?
You just can't beat being a god.
A what? A what?
Bart? Come in, Bart. Oh, she shorted out. Radio's dead. Gone. Well, what difference? What have I got to say to anyone anyhow? And what does anyone have to say to me? Vera, what are the drums for?
A woman.
What about her?
She is to be destroyed.
You mean killed?
Yes.
Why?
She has displeased the god Henry.
I don't remember being displeased by anyone. Who is she?
Thera.
That's you?
Yes.
I'm not displeased with you.
Oh, yes. The god is displeased with me, and everyone knows it.
What does everyone know?
The god has been among us here for 1 month.
A month? Have I been a month? How could that be?
And he has not yet taken his priestess and concubine into his marriage bed.
Oh.
Nor has he told his people to prepare the nuptial cave.
Yeah,
Therefore, since the priestess Thera does not please the god Henry, the people must destroy her and select a new priestess concubine who will find favor in his heart.
It seems to me you people do a lot of killing around here.
Is there another way?
Oh, I don't go for that. And if I'm going to be boss, there'll have to be some changes made. Get all the people together.
People, the god Henry will speak.
I have an announcement to make. From this point on, there's not going to be any more killing around here. Is that understood?
The people will ask, if there is to be no killing, how will disputes be settled?
We're going to have a set of rules. I'm going to sit down and write them out. And everybody's got to learn them. Is that understood?
It will be understood.
The thing won't be too complicated. Actually, it'll just be based on don't do to the next fellow what you wouldn't want him to do to you.
What is the god Henry doing?
I'm trying to fix this radio.
Oh, yes. We heard it speak on the day you came here. Is this how the gods talk to each other?
I've been gone about a month.
Does the god miss heaven?
I went sailing on my boat on a night I should have stayed ashore. Why'd I go? Well, I had to get away. Why'd I always feel that I had to get away? Why couldn't I have a happy home, a happy job?
But the God is happy now.
Oh, yeah, why not? I'm placed on a pedestal. My word is law. I have a beautiful woman who keeps throwing herself at me. What am I trying to fix this thing for? What do I care about what's happening back there?
I don't see a thing, Dora. You?
No, I don't.
Now shut her off. We'll drift for a bit.
You spoke to Henry on the radio. He said he was here?
Said he'd found an inlet about 2 miles south of Sutter's Cove. We haven't seen a thing.
Bart, what could have happened to him?
Well, it was a pretty bad storm, Dora. It lasted 3 days. Nothing could live out in the open ocean. Certainly not a 21-foot sailboat.
Maybe something else happened. Maybe he became fed up with me and decided to disappear.
Oh, now, Dora.
I haven't been a good wife.
What do you mean?
You know what a good wife is, Bart.
Don't ask me. I never got married.
She's one who knows how to hide her disappointment. You marry a guy because you think he's... Well, you think he's a god. And then when you find out he's only a guy, you get mad at him. I thought he was all iron and steel, and it turns out he's just milk and water.
No, I wouldn't say that, Dora.
I would. The abuse he took from his boss. Oh, I should have let him alone. If he didn't have the guts to stand up for his rights, it must have made him feel miserable enough. Why did I keep rubbing it in? Didn't do him any good.
Hey, Dora. You talk like you'll never see him again.
Do you think we'll ever see him again?
No.
I just can't understand what's wrong with the radio.
Does the god Henry still try to fix the magic box?
Something inside is loose or broken.
Does my lord miss his other gods in heaven?
Oh, my heaven is right here.
When shall my lord go back?
Who said anything about that?
They all go back. All the gods who visit.
You mean there have been other gods?
They stay. We worship them, and then they leave us. Why? Can it be explained?
Well, these people, these gods as you call them, they have homes, they have families, responsibilities.
I do not understand responsibilities.
Well, that's because you people don't have them.
And the gods?
I was a production foreman. I was the key guy in the plant. 80 jobs depended on me. 80 men, 80 families. I was able to keep the machinery going so that R.J. could keep the plant running.
R.J.?
He was another god. A big one. Dora and I, we just bought the house. It's got a mortgage. How's she going to keep up the payments?
My lord is sad.
And I've got this responsibility to the battalion.
The battalion?
The 898th Engineer Battalion of the Massachusetts National Guard. I'm an officer. I think it's important.
So many things are important to a god.
And there's a lot of things you miss. Movies. Some of them, anyhow. Pizza.
Pizza.
TV. I only watch half the stuff now and then. And, going to the Red Sox games.
The Red Sox?
And, bowling. There's so much.
My lord will tell his theory of these things.
How could I tell you? How could I make you understand? It's something you have to have lived with, be part of.
All this, then, formed the heaven of my god, Henry. Henry?
It made me what I am.
When does my lord intend to return to his heaven?
Oh, I didn't say I was returning. I've been here, 6 months now? I never had a beard like this. I found a new world. A new life. I'm not leaving.
Then destroy the magic voice box.
Why?
Because if it is permitted to speak, it will tell the god Henry to return.
Thera, I just want to know what's happening back there.
Thera has been happy. He's grateful for even this brief time.
I didn't say I was going. Oh, hey, I found it. This wire just is making contact. That's it. I don't know about the transmitter, but I ought to be able to receive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lou Bodie with the 6 o'clock news.
6 o'clock. Evening. Hey, what's wrong? It's just about noon.
First, the local scene. Still missing is Henry Clay Fitzsimmons of Cedarville.
Missing?
6 days ago, Henry left Bart's Marina in his 21-foot sailboat.
6 days ago?
A few hours later, the storm of near hurricane velocity struck and ravaged our coast for 3 days.
What's he talking about?
During the worst of it, he was in communication with Bart's Marina. He claimed to have found a sheltered spot. The mystery is why he hasn't been heard from as soon as the storm was over. It is now 6 days, and there's absolutely no sign of him or his boat. The Coast Guard is continuing the search. More news after this message.
Am I hearing this right? I've been gone 6 days? It's been 6 months. I've been keeping track. I've got a notebook. Thera, look.
My lord is troubled.
Could I have grown a beard like this in 6 days? Hey, somebody has to be crazy.
Why is my lord troubled?
They got the Coast Guard out and everything out. How could they make such a mistake? Unless...
My lord?
Oh, no. No, I don't want to think about it. Yeah, but I got to think about it. Unless this is a different world. A world where time isn't the same. Do you understand, Thera?
I'm not sure.
It isn't the same kind of time. That's the only answer.
But that's the kind of answer that raises more questions. We thought there was only one kind of time. True, you can arbitrarily decide to cut it up into time zones, standard time and daylight saving, or anything and everything you like, but it still remains the same kind of time, measurable by the same instruments. Is there another kind? He'll have to explain it as soon as we return with Act 3. A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou. Beside me in the wilderness would be paradise enow. Well, we cut Mr. Fitzgerald's poem up a bit to serve our purpose, but you get the idea. Paradise. Everyone has his own vision of how he would want it, which is no guarantee that he'd be happy with it if he ever got it.
This is another world. Another world, Thera.
Yes.
And everything about it is different. Different. Even time.
Time?
Time. You know what time is? Very simply, time is the stuff of your life. Do you understand? Time is the only thing you have.
Why is my lord so frightened?
Oh... Well, you heard what Lou Bodie said just before.
The god who spoke from the magic box?
Yeah, well, back home, 6 days is the same as 6 months here. Do you know what that means? One of your years is about the same as one of our months. I'm 35. The Bible says I'm entitled to live to 70. Here, I would become 70 in 35 more months.
Then my lord is truly leaving?
Oh, I've got to, Thera. But there's no reason I can't come back occasionally for a short visit to see you again. Bring in all sorts of stuff that the people need.
No. Once a god goes back, he does not return.
Oh, I would have to return to you, Thera.
Then do not leave.
I have to.
Yes, I understand.
Here, I want you to have this.
What is it?
It's my watch. Take it.
What is a watch?
It tells the time. The time of the day.
Oh, the time is captured by the watch.
You could say that.
And the watch keeps it. And we never see that time again.
You know, in a way, that's true. Oh, look, Vera, the tide is changing. I'll have to float on it. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my lord.
I'll be back. You'll see. I'll be back.
Henry!
Bart?
Here, toss me that rope. Got it. Well, home is the sailor, home from the sea, and so forth. Hey, listen, pal. What kind of story you going to tell?
Story?
Whatever you do, don't hand your boss, R.J., or your wife the line you gave me.
What line?
Well, first, you were supposed to have run into this movie company on location.
Oh, that was because I...
Sure. And then you shifted gears and claimed it was some kind of primitive tribe.
It's true.
Yeah, but you don't have to explain to me. I'm not your problem.
Problem?
R.J., your friendly neighborhood capitalist, is loaded for bear. And Dora has that quiet, resigned look that could very well foreshadow the kiss of death.
But why?
Henry, you got into that boat of yours. You took off for almost a week. 3 days of it, okay, you're covered. We had a hurricane. But what about those other 3-4 days? What did you have going for yourself?
So, R.J. is loaded for bear, huh?
I would say double-shotted.
Why?
Oh, look, we've already gone through that. You just went and took off.
Do you have any idea how much time he owes me?
Look, I'm just giving you the news.
And Dora doesn't like it either because I wasn't home, huh?
Hey, Henry.
And if I were home, would she be thrilled about it? Did she ever want to be with me? Come out on the boat? Go bowling? Watch the Red Sox?
Yeah, just simmer down, huh?
What for? Who needs this? Why should I have to put up with all this abuse?
Come on, buddy.
R.J. pounding at me, Dora whining at me.
What's gotten into you?
Who needs this? Why, I could be a god. Why'd I come back here?
Henry?
I panicked. That was my problem. I just didn't think. How long have I been gone, Bart?
A week.
There, it was 6 months.
There? Where?
Oh, what's the difference? I still got my full-time value. Every hour was still 60 minutes. Every day was still 24 hours. Every year would still be 365 days.
Henry, you're starting to scare me.
Here, look at my beard.
What beard?
I've got a 6 months beard.
Oh. All you got's a 6 days growth.
It proves I'm right. It was all relative. So why'd I come back here to all this?
How'd you like a drink?
Don't humor me.
Look, we've always been pals, huh?
Right, pals. And I'll show you what a pal I really am. I'm going to cut you in on this.
Huh?
How'd you like to be a god?
Depends on the pay and the hours.
It's not a joke.
Oh, Henry.
You really have a great life here, huh? Pumping gas, doing repairs, taking all kinds of guff from everybody, working day and night. What for, Bart? What for?
It's a living.
Don't call it a living. It's a dime.
Oh, Henry.
You want to live? You come out there with me. You'll do things that mean something. You'll be appreciated. And the women.
Women?
What women? They're not spoiled. They look up to you. They can't do enough for you. Let me prove it to you.
Sure.
It can't be more than 6 miles from here, just south of Sutter's Cove.
Look, there is nothing south of Sutter's Cove.
Let's take your launch. I'll prove it. It has to be here. I know the inlet has to be right here.
I don't see it.
It was here.
Look, Henry, I've been sailing these waters all my life. I never saw any inlet south of Sutter's Cove.
Hey, I made a sighting, okay? The reef, Thatcher's Mountain over there, and this big tree. Right here, along the bank. Hey, give me the rope.
Yeah.
We'll tie up for a minute.
Well?
But it was here. I tell you, it was here.
Okay. I'm only asking. So what happened to it?
Vera? Tell the people Henry has come back. The god Henry has come back. Vera?
I don't think there's anybody around, Henry.
Yeah. Look. Look. In the grass, next to the tree. It's my watch. My watch.
Yeah. It looks like it, all right.
What do you mean, looks like it? See, it has my initials on it.
Okay, Henry, I won't deny it's your watch.
I gave it to her. I gave Thera my watch. Here it is. Doesn't this prove I'm telling the truth?
Henry, it proves that you were here. You tied up to this tree. You rode out the storm.
Oh, yeah? And what did I do with the rest of the time?
Well, that's for you to tell me.
The watch. How do you account for the watch?
I'm not the one who has to account for the watch. Now, come on. Let's go back.
You know what I think, Bart? There's another world. It exists right alongside our own.
You want to untie the rope and hop on board?
Maybe it's another dimension. Maybe the violence of the storm revealed an entrance to it. But it's here.
Seeing's believing.
Oh, whether you see it or not, it's here. The land of the people. It's here. All around us. Somewhere there's a warp, or a bend, or a hole through which you can go. Through which I went. Do you understand?
It doesn't get any better, Henry.
Thera and the people. They could be standing right there, and we don't see them. And they don't see us. Bart, you've got to believe me.
I believe you. That's because we're old pals. But don't spring this on anyone else, or they'll call for the guys in the white coats.
Dora.
Oh, it's you, R.J. Come in.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You mean he hasn't come home yet? Oh, someone noticed his boat was back at the marina.
It was?
Yes. We should have quite a confrontation.
Now, please, R.J. Now, that job means everything to him.
He's not going to get away with this.
I realize that now. Oh, maybe if I'd have understood it before, things might have been different.
He has to be taught a lesson.
I beg you, don't fire him.
He can't fire me. I quit.
Henry!
Where were you? What's the meaning of this?
I don't owe you any explanations.
Why, this is...
Please, R.J. Henry doesn't look well.
And you sit down, Dora.
Now, that's no way to talk to your wife.
Henry, that's really no way to talk to your boss.
What do you mean, you quit? What are you going to do for a living?
I'm not interested in doing anything for a living. I want to get rich. So I'm going to open a factory across the street from yours and put you out of business.
Yeah, why, how bold.
You think I couldn't, huh? All right, why bother? Why don't we just renegotiate my deal, R.J.?
Henry, you're not feeling well. You see, R.J., he was on the boat all week. Probably became a little delirious.
I haven't been feeling well for a long time, Dora, because I had a wife who felt I was a nobody.
Henry,
Why shouldn't she? I always acted as if I were a nobody. As for you, R.J., I made it possible for you to run your business with all that broken-down, obsolete machinery. I kept the factory going with rubber bands and sticking tape. What are you going to pay me for what I'm worth? or we're quits.
No. Just sit down. We have to talk about this, Henry.
I don't want to talk any more today. I want to go sailing. Bart, I have to check out the wiring on my radio.
Look at you. You got fire in your eyes.
Well, why not? All of us gods are filled with fire.
Is that a fact?
I guess the fire's what makes us gods to begin with.
Uh-oh. Look who's coming down the dock. Excuse me.
I thought I'd like to go sailing with you this afternoon.
Okay.
Henry, about everything.
Look, Dora. How can a man expect his wife to have any respect for him if she sees everyone else walk all over him?
I'm sorry.
I just didn't have any confidence.
I should have realized that, Henry, and tried to help you. But I always dreamed I'd marry a man who was... Now, don't laugh. Who was like a god. Oh, I realize now. I was so foolish.
Don't say that. This dream of yours, how do you know it can't come true?
Oh, I'll settle for you, Henry.
We'll, be happy?
I know we will be.
We'll be happy, Thera. We'll be very happy.
Thera?
We both had dreams. And who's to say they won't come true?
Husbands, wives. Who was it that said, if you can't get what you like, you'd better like what you get? Thera, huh? Was she really Dora all the time? Was it all his dream? How can we ever know? I shall return shortly. Is our world the only world there is? Are there others coexisting with our own? Are there ever noises we cannot account for? Disappearances we simply cannot explain? Do you ever have the feeling that someone is watching? Is there an opening between the worlds? Who knows? If there is, it might not be advisable or safe to find it. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and Roy Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Going into a spin.
Why, Elizabeth? Why are you diving?
You know, Justin, don't you?
Say it, Elizabeth.
Because I don't wish to live without you. I don't want any substitute. Final mind and power and order and what is best for mankind. I don't want any of that. I don't care about that. Let mankind take care of itself.
Do you wish to be with me, Elizabeth, in my dimension? A universe of rays, of light, of knowledge.
I want to be with you, Justin. I do.
Even if it means extinction?
Justin, save me from myself. Can you come back?
Are you sure you wish to die, Elizabeth?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I don't do any strange cars with Deputy Dan. What that says now.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Because I bring you stories of mystery and intrigue, of frightening new worlds and shivery shapes that slide sinuously through the night, doesn't mean that I don't believe in love and marriage and any amount of simple things. It's only that when I bring you a nice, heartwarming tale, it really should be garnished with a twist of mystery. Like this.
A whole lifetime, Mary. That's what I look forward to.
Just so long as it's together.
Well, if I was left alone, I'd just as soon be dead.
So would I.
Only we won't, because God made us the lucky... Look out!
Our mystery drama, Love Me, Don't Leave Me, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars John Beale and Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Blocks north of the honky-tonk of 42nd Street and Times Square is the Roseland Ballroom. Too many people remember it or have heard of it from the 10 cents a dance days when it was still located on Broadway. But the 52nd Street Roseland has been, is, and probably always will be the greatest night out anywhere for anyone who dreams of romance at a price that the ordinary person can afford. Nowhere else in New York can you dance to orchestras that bring you the haunting melodies from the time when I, along with so many of you listening, was young.
Remember this one?
Oh, how could I forget?
They played it on our first date. 45 years, Mary. I was 20, and you were... Sheesh, what?
Well, you know... A woman doesn't like to talk about her age.
17. That's bad.
That's what I was. But since you're already trumpeting that was 45 years ago, anybody could add up to how old I am now.
Me and my big mouth. You're not old. You'll never be old.
Well, I don't want to feel it anyway. Oh, we better sit down, darling.
What's the matter, Mary? You're not sick, are you?
No, of course not. But... just in case you haven't noticed, the music has stopped.
Now, you mustn't get sick, Mary. Ever. I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened to you.
Don't be silly and let go of me. People are looking at us.
They're only jealous. Besides, I like having my arms around you.
Well, I'm just tired. I'd like to sit down for just a moment.
All right, honey. But it's not like you.
It will soon be time. I don't want to go. No one ever does. But I'm not ready yet. No one ever is. You're no different than anyone else. But we are. Ed and I are special. So are all God's children. Better make your preparations, Mary.
It's not like you to get tired. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Don't look so worried.
Maybe a little rest.
Oh, they've started the music again.
You knew they would.
Well, then, don't let's waste it.
I thought you said you were tired.
I am, little. But I like so much to have your arms around me. Oh, Ed, it's been a wonderful 45 years.
It's only beginning.
Yes. I wish Angie and Tom could get as much out of life as we do.
They had a different world, Mary. Korea, Vietnam, the whole shebang changing around like musical chairs. Everything coming apart at the seams.
And we didn't have it tough. We had the big war.
That's so long ago, I forgot it. And at least we came out of it the same way we went in. Angie and Tom, they never had the chance to know just where they stood. But we've always known. We're the lucky ones.
Well, my daughter's done better than me. She had 4 kids. I only had Angie.
You regret that so much?
Just a long time ago, when I was younger. I always wanted to give you a boy.
I know.
And you wanted one, too.
The best I ever wanted was you. And still do.
Forever and ever. Till death do us.
Don't say that.
Well, Ed, I'm just remembering back to that wonderful day we married.
Come on. Let's dance.
All right. Oh, I wonder what Angie and Tom really feel about us.
They love us. What else?
I mean, like tonight. It was a nice dinner. I should have stayed to do the dishes.
You couldn't, my lady. You were going out dancing.
Well, that's what I mean. Why couldn't they have come along?
It's not their thing.
I realize. I just wonder if they think of us as silly.
Do you?
No.
Then I don't think they do either. At least we're not old parties who hang around them like a ball and chain.
Oh, we'd never do that, I hope.
So what are we worried about them for? Let's cut a South American rug, you and me.
Tom?
What is it, Angie?
Aren't you finished yet?
No, these darn bills sure pile up. I guess it'll be another hour.
You like some coffee?
Huh? No, thanks, honey. I got enough on my mind already to keep me awake half the night. The kids in bed?
Finally.
How's Susie?
Oh, still got the sniffles, but no temperature. She'll be all right.
Oh, did Ricky get home?
No, not yet.
I'll have a few words for that young man when he does. I told him I wanted him back here by 11.
Well, it's only 10 after or so. Ricky's the least of my worries. He's young enough to take care of himself.
Yeah. Well, that's a funny thing to say. I don't get it.
Oh, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I mean, he's got his whole life ahead of him. Well, Tom, I've been thinking about it all the time I was doing the dishes. I'm worried about them.
Your mom and pa?
Yeah. They're not getting any younger, you know.
They sure as heck ain't getting any older that I can see, out kicking up their heels right this moment at Roseland Ballroom the way they do every Thursday night.
Well, maybe they shouldn't be. They're both in their 60s.
Sure and good for the next 30 years. Hey, wait a minute. They didn't say anything, huh? I mean, they both seem fine to me.
Well, I thought Mom looked kind of, gone. Like her face was sort of drawn.
Oh, she said she'd been dieting. That can show in the face.
But they've both been dieting, and Pop looks just as apple-cheeked as ever.
He told me while you two were in the kitchen before dinner, he sneaked a little snack here and there.
Mom knows he does.
And he knows she knows. Your father couldn't do anything wrong for your mother.
He's the same about her. He worships her.
Just like she does him. I never saw two like them. They sure are a perfect pair.
That's just what got me worried. Oh, Tom, what would they ever do without each other?
Oh, hey, come on, take it easy. What kind of a way is that to think?
A lousy way. But I can't help it. I mean, I'm going on 40. I can't help thinking now and then my life's half over and more. But they've got so little time left compared.
Angie, you've got to snap out of it. You just keep the house and run the kids and take care of me the way you do. And stop worrying about your mom and pop. They can take care of themselves.
I hope if anything does happen to them, they go together.
Oh, come on, Angie.
Well, one just couldn't live without the other, don't you see? The one who was left would be the worst off.
Angie.
Oh, yes?
Now, you just listen to me. You believe in God, don't you?
What a thing to ask, of course.
Right, so do I. And I know for both of us that a marriage like your mom and pop have had for 45 years was made in heaven, right?
Right.
So you see, God wouldn't give them all that happiness and then take it away. They must be sort of special in his eyes. So when the time comes, leave it to him, huh? He'll handle it right.
You know what, Tom?
What?
I think Mom and Pop rubbed off on us. I love you.
I could have danced all night. I could have danced all
You already did.
Not till good night, sweetheart.
Well, the rains came.
But this is an anniversary.
We had that last month.
Our wedding anniversary. This is different. 1946. You remember my first night home after the service? We danced, and then I took you home and carried you over the threshold.
Well, you've got to get me there first, and in this rain, good luck.
Don't you know we have all the luck, darling? You need a cab? No sweat.
Hey, taxi! Hey!
What? How did you do that?
It's easy. You and me, we're God's children. Scramble in, honey, before you get wet. Time to go home. 625 West 69th, please.
Do you know how lucky we were to get this cab?
You know how lucky we were to find each other?
Oh, Ed. It's been such a long, wonderful time.
It's only the beginning.
Ed, don't say that. It worries me.
Why?
Because we've used up almost all the time.
Now, don't ever think of it that way. We could have 30, 40 years, a whole lifetime. That's what I look forward to.
As long as we have it together.
It wouldn't matter any of it if we didn't. That's what I'm afraid of.
So am I.
If I was left alone, I'd just as soon be dead.
So would I.
Only it won't be. Because we're the lucky... Look out!
Did you talk to the doctor, Tom?
Yes, Angie.
How's Mother? Can we see her now?
Well, there isn't any point, honey. She's under sedation.
But is she hurt?
Oh, I don't think so. Just shocked. But, you know, doctors, Dr. Whalen doesn't want to be quoted till all the tests are in.
What about Dad?
Well, the truck sideswiped them on his side. I guess he got a pretty hard whack at the head. He's still out.
You don't think he...
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, from what you say, things look better for Mother than they do for him.
Oh, I didn't say that.
If it has to be one of them, that's the way it should be. It should be Pop to go.
Angie, I thought you and your father were...
My father and I have always been as close as any daughter and father can be.
Well, but how can you...
Mom and I have been just as close. She's the one who's stronger. If they have to be separated, she's the one who has at least a chance to adjust. If Mother died, Dad would wither like an old vegetable. But darn it, why does anyone have to die?
What can I say, darling? As it must to all men.
Oh, I could match you, quote for quote. The Welsh poet, Dylan. Do not go gentle into that dark night. Or something close to that. But Mom and Pop could and should if they would go hand in hand. Oh, Tom, whenever it is, can't the Lord arrange it that way?
Death comes as an uninvited guest, an unwanted one. He comes as an enemy, an antagonist. But he comes, too, as a friend and a welcome one. Here are two people at the high tide of life, with so much left to offer and so much yet to give. Is it their time? If you had the supreme power to legislate, what sentence would you pronounce on Ed and Mary Harvey? I shall return shortly with Act Two. Who makes the miracles in a hospital? The doctors and the nurses, of course. Yet for all their vaunted knowledge, their educated skill, the special cases become as mysterious as life itself. Their treatment, at the last, depends on some tremendous effort of the human spirit, or perhaps divine intervention. Death becomes as whimsical a caller on them as he is to the rest of us plain folks.
We just want to keep you for a day or two until we redo the tests, Mary.
Doctor, you're sure that Ed is out of danger?
Oh, yes, he's healthy as an ox. He'll live to be 100.
I thought we'd both been killed in that crash. Why couldn't we have died together? It would have been perfect.
You can't decide that, Mary. You are not God.
It isn't fair to take me from him.
It isn't Ed's time. Yet.
But it is mine?
Soon, Mary. Very soon.
But I can't die when he needs me. How can I help him? How can I help him?
Trust in God's mercy. He'll show you the way.
You thought what, Mary?
What? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I couldn't really explain.
It's just something between me and myself. So my dad's okay?
Well, he had a slight subdural hematoma, but it cleared up spontaneously. You can take him home as soon as you want to.
Oh, that's wonderful. What about Mother?
Well, now, we'd like to keep her for a little more observation.
But Tom said the doctors didn't think she was hurt in the accident.
Well, that's true enough,
But what?
Now, I don't want to alarm you, Mrs. Gorman. I should call you Angie. I've known you long enough. Just a couple of routine tests we took, what shall I say, backfired on us. They have to be done again, just as a precaution.
Does Dad know about this?
Well, not yet.
Oh, he's going to be a wild man. Couldn't you just have him stay on in the hospital so he could go home with Mother?
Oh, Angie, I can't justify that. We need the bed, and there's no reason to keep your father.
Oh, but there is to keep Mother. Oh, there's something wrong. Something really wrong.
Well, let's not cross any bridges until we have to build them. Hey, Pops, do me a favor. Will you sit down?
I can't, Tom. I keep worrying about Mary there in the hospital.
Now, she's getting the best of care, and Angie's with her.
I know.
They're not taking any chances until all the tests are in.
Well, they'd better not be something bad. I'll get that taxi driver and that taxi company, and I'll break their...
Hey, wait a minute. You're looking to sue. Get after the truck company. The truck sideswiped you, and that truck company has more money.
I don't want money, Tom. I just want Mary.
And you'll have her. She's fine. By tomorrow, she could be home. Come on, get your mind off it. You want to play some gin?
Why should I play gin? I never win.
That's with my mother-in-law. With me, you have a patsy.
How come?
An accountant. Don't ask me why, but I always lose.
I've got to face it, Angie. This is one time I can't win. But all the tests aren't in. The last ones. But the first ones proved it out. You see, I've known for a long while that something was very wrong. The second time around, they'll find the same thing. What? Oh, I don't know if I could give you the correct name from all the doctors' fancy language back and forth. Leukemia, I suppose. Acute. But they can treat that today. Some forms. Most, maybe. But not mine. It's irreversible. And, what's that other big word? Not remissible. The merciful thing is, it will be very fast. Who's going to tell Dad about it? No one. But if you're stuck here in the hospital... I won't be. I will be coming home. To Tom and me? No. To Ed. To my own place. But who's going to take care of you? I am going to take care of myself, and I don't want any help from anyone. But, Mom, you can't. I mean, won't there be pain? And... I have been living with that for quite a while, Angie, and I'll live with it till as near the end as I can. Pop should know. No. He could help you. He will help me by just being. Now, the one I have to ask for help is you. Oh, Mom, anything. But I want you to help me convince your father of something. I can. If I am no longer here, I know how lost he's going to be. You can say that again. I want you to find someone else for him.
Hold it right here, Mary. Head of the stairs. You out of breath?
A little.
Oh, me too. These stairs get steeper every year.
Well, it isn't that. It's just, 5 days sitting around that old hospital doing nothing. My knees are a little weak.
I love you, Mary. Welcome home.
Oh, Ed. I want to stay here forever.
Well, we want to do a little gallivanting, too.
But whatever you want to do, my darling. As long as I can be with you.
think she's got, Angie?
I don't know. The doctor can't say. Not long. And there's pain, Tom.
We should have kept them here with us.
Mother wouldn't hear of it. She wants every minute she can with him.
And then?
Well, if worse comes to worst, he can always live with us, can't he?
Well, sure, I guess. I mean, what else is there for him to do?
What Mother wants him to do. Find someone to take her place.
Oh, no way. That's a dead end. Your mother and father are two halves of the same mold. And they broke it the day they met up with each other.
I've always thought this was the most beautiful spot in the world.
No argument for me. It was a picnic just like this, right under this waterfall, that I proposed.
But this wasn't where I accepted.
Now, wait a minute. You said yes.
Oh, of course, but I'd already said that in my heart the first time we met.
Oh, Mary, it's been a lovely life.
One reason I've been spending all these weeks with you retracing it.
What's the other reason?
What, did I say there was one? I think we ought to unpack and get the picnic laid out. I'm getting hungry.
Not until you level with me. We've been having a wonderful, what would you call it, retrospective, delving into the past, reliving as many of the best moments of it as we can. Why? Why is all this important, Mary? You don't have to prove anything to me.
I wasn't trying to prove anything. I just... Oh, all these places and memories are the sum total of my life. Our life. I wanted to taste them once more before...
Before what?
Ed, darling, I've never asked you for very much, have I, down through the years?
Well, I don't know, because whatever you asked for was already freely given. What is it you want?
A promise.
A promise of what?
Would you give it blindly? A promise that whatever I asked, you would try to fulfill?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to hold you to that when the time comes.
Well, what's all this mystery, Mary?
Oh, indulge me. Just a whim. I don't want to talk about it now. Because the sun is high and the waterfall makes a rainbow. And I love you. And God's in his heaven and all's right with the world. Now, let's have our picnic lunch before the ants beat us to it.
Waltzes like you, Mary.
The feeling's mutual.
What dance is any dance?
Yeah, the feeling's still mutual. But...
With what?
Well, you can't dance every dance with the same fortunate girl. Sometimes you have to change partners.
Why?
Well, if the regular isn't available, then what would you do?
Just sit it out.
And waste all the music?
Who cares about the music if you don't have the right partner to... Mary. Mary, what is it?
I can't any longer. I can't. Ed, get me out of here.
I'll take you right home.
No, not home. You get me to the hospital.
You can see Mary now, Ed.
Dr. Whalen, Josh, it can't be terminal.
Ed, what can I say?
Don't let her die.
It's out of my hands.
She's been so well these past few weeks, so full of life. I've never seen her look better or act younger.
Well, you'll never know what an effort that must have been. Look, we're here now. Don't make it any harder for her. Face it with the courage she has.
Oh, Mary, darling.
Oh, Ed. Oh, my. Don't you look handsome?
Oh, you look beautiful.
I want to. For our last date.
No, Mary, no.
Shh. Nothing either of us can do about it. I wanted to see you for this one last time. To tell you how much I love you.
As I love you.
I know. And that's why I know you won't go back on your promise.
What promise?
The blind one I asked you for.
What is it?
I want you to promise me, on your heart of hearts, that when I'm gone, you look for another girl.
Mary, I couldn't look at anyone after you.
Oh, my darling, it's very flattering and what I want to hear, but I've lived with you for close to half a century, and I know you could never bear to be alone.
Oh, then don't leave me.
I have to. Promise. You promised the way you said you would?
I'll promise. That won't do any good.
That's enough, Mary. It's all you can do.
But he's right. It won't do any good.
He'll never know till he tries. Neither will you. Would you be jealous?
No. Not of anything that brought him happiness.
Then it's time to go. You can't fight it any longer. Remember, he promised. You can die in peace.
Mary, don't leave me.
I have to, sweetheart. But it'll be all right. You see.
No. I can't live without you.
The last desperate cry from the heart of an agonized man. Ed Harvey is broken by his wife's death. Can he possibly find someone to take her place? A question to be answered when I return shortly with our final act.
Best Western has friendly places to stay wherever.
Weeks have passed since Ed Harvey lost his wife, and Ed has aged 6 years in the same time. He has refused his daughter's invitation to live with them, and instead has remained holed up in the apartment he shared with Mary, living a half-life, endlessly sifting through all the mementos of the past. He has been slowly driving Angie to a pitch of distraction, and his son-in-law Tom to a barely repressed fury at the burden he is putting on their life. A fury that really explodes as he lets himself into the apartment this particular evening.
Bobs? Hey, Bobs. Where are you, in the kitchen? I brought some Chinese for you. Oh, now, where the heck... Pops? Hey, Pops, it's Tom. You in the bedroom? Hey, you in there? Hey, Pops, if you are, open up. You hear me? Open up.
Hello, Tom.
What are you doing in here with the door closed? Why didn't you answer the doorbell? I had to use my keys to get... What's that you got in your hand?
This? German Luger. Brought it with me when I came back stateside after the big war.
Okay, is that thing loaded?
Sure. There's a clip in it. Oh, you don't have to worry. The safety catch is on.
Pops, what were you planning to do with that?
Oh, just looking through some old things. I found it in the back of a drawer. I even forgot I still had it.
Well, why don't you just hand it to me? Real careful, like, please?
Sure, if you want me to. Well, what'd you think, Tom, that I was going to kill myself with it? You ought to know better. Don't you know that to take my own life would be a mortal sin? And I'd never find Mary in all eternity.
Would you stop talking about Mom? She's dead. Can't you realize that she's dead?
You don't have to remind me.
No, but maybe I have to remind you about your daughter and me and your grandchildren. We mourn Mom, too, but we accept the fact, no matter how it hurts, because life has to go on. But you've just stopped the clock, and the way you're acting is driving everybody up the wall. Come on, Pop, give us all a chance, including yourself, to live our own lives.
I can't, Angie. Be reasonable.
That's what I'm asking you to be, Pop.
But it doesn't make any sense. How could I look at any other woman but your mother?
Well, you wouldn't have to be crazy in love with her. She'd be like a companion.
I had a companion. No one can take her place.
She doesn't have to take her place. Oh, she'd just be someone to get you out of the house, out of yourself.
What do you want me to do, Angie?
Nothing you don't want to do yourself. Maybe going back to work would help.
I don't need to work anymore. I'm retired.
Well, maybe you should unretire.
I can't go back to the company. Someone else has my job now. You want me to deprive him?
Well, get some other kind of work.
Well, I have been thinking of it. But that wouldn't really solve anything. I'd still come home to these empty rooms.
Well, then come live with us. Lord knows ours aren't empty.
Oh, that's no solution. I'd only clutter up your life.
So, we come back to where we started. It's just what Mother knew was going to happen. Oh, Pop, you need companionship. You need another woman to start a new relationship with.
How am I going to meet her at my age?
There's a way. I think it's worth a try.
What?
Well, there's this woman. Now, she's awfully nice. Not commercial or anything. Her name is Gloria Harmon. And her organization is called the Harmony Club. Very carefully run. Very modern nothing.
What kind of a club is it?
A social place where people can meet each other.
Oh, you mean the Lonely Hearts Club?
Oh, Pop, now don't get the wrong idea. It's just a service, a dating service. It's all done by the computer. It matches up people before they even meet.
I wouldn't hear of it. Why, Mary would laugh herself to death at the very idea. That is, if she didn't get mad, she would. Oh, what am I saying?
You listen to what I'm saying. Because before she died, it was Mom who read about this place and told me about it. She's the one who's really suggesting that you go there and take a chance.
I'd feel like an old fool. You say it was Mary's idea? Okay, I'll try it. Anything's better than what I've got now.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Harvey?
Oh, don't mind if I do, Mrs. Harmon.
No.
Beg pardon?
No. I'm not married.
Oh.
In my business, one likes to remain neutral.
You mean you never found a date that would be right for you?
That would be telling, wouldn't it? Everything is in the strictest confidence, and whatever privacy you want to protect, we respect completely.
Well, I don't see how that could work out. Don't you have to tell the prospective lady something about me?
No. That's the heart of our operation, Mr. Harvey. The gentleman you met outside is Mr. Frisbee, my assistant. Whatever biography you give me goes to him, and he translates it into a card to feed the computer. The computer compares your likes, dislikes, all your statistics with thousands of other members on file from our female clients, and suggests the possibilities of any or all of our ladies who might be compatible with you.
Well, it sounds so cold.
Not cold, Mr. Harvey. Objective. Scientific.
I don't know. I'm afraid I can't put my heart into this.
Oh, nonsense. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to. Now, shall we get on with a few basic facts? I have your name, address, and so on. You're 65?
Yes.
Retired?
Yes.
Let's see. Hair. Iron gray. Eyes. Bluish gray. Maybe a hint of green. Well, let's call them hazel. Some lucky woman's going to like those very much, Mr. Harvey.
Look, I don't think I can go through with this.
Now, don't be upset. Most people are doubtful and shy to begin with. Give us an opportunity to find someone to pique your interest. If you find the right one, it could open up horizons beyond your belief.
There's nothing I want but what I had. Or nobody. But, all right, I'll give it a try.
Hello, this is Gloria Harmony.
This is Claude Frisbee at the office.
It's a little late for you to be there, Claude. What's the matter?
I was setting up tomorrow's appointment, and I have a little problem that has me, well, to say the least, buffaloed.
What's that?
It's this Edward Harvey. I prepared his card and put it in the computer, but I get only one readout.
Only one? For such a normal, ordinary man? That's impossible.
The computer doesn't lie.
You have checked?
Naturally.
So then, just set up an appointment with whoever printed out.
I tried to do that, but again, there are problems.
What?
First of all, I checked the name, but she is not in our master file.
She's not one of our clients?
I say only that I never interviewed or filed her.
Yet you have a phone number. Did you call her and set up an appointment?
Naturally, I followed through.
And?
The number I called wasn't a very good connection. It was some sort of message service.
Did they say they'd relay the message?
Yes.
Did they seem reliable?
Oh, the voice that answered was very impressive, very reassuring, in spite of all the strange sounds in the background, like music in the spheres.
Thursday, are you all right?
Of course, just a little out of my depth.
Did you make an appointment for this mystery woman to show up?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Fine. I'll take it from here. Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Harvey. You're right on the dot.
I like to try to be on time.
Well, I'm afraid your partner hasn't got here yet.
Oh?
Would you mind waiting in our get-together parlor? It's the first door on the right. I'll just make sure and check to see that nothing has gone wrong.
This door?
That's right.
Oh. Hello. They told me you weren't here for me yet.
I've always been here for you, Ed. Wherever you are.
Mary.
Who else did you expect?
Well, the computers...
Oh, what do computers know about love and human beings?
I only tried to do what both you and Angie said you wanted.
So you found a partner.
I never thought I could. It could only have been you.
That's what I told them where I've been. And they said if you wanted to enough, you could be back with me.
So that's where we are?
That's where we are.
But where?
There'd be no argument for us, would there, darling? If we just called it heaven?
There isn't too much I can tell you, Angie. Apparently, the moment he walked into that room and the door closed behind him, it hit him. Massive hemorrhage. Perhaps from the taxi accident, delayed, perhaps the kind of spontaneous brain lesion which can happen to any of us.
He didn't suffer.
Now you saw the expression on his face. The opposite of that. Whoever the woman waiting for him was, she must have delighted him.
But according to Miss Harmon, there was nobody in the room.
And then maybe he was welcoming eternity. Remembering he could live it with Mary.
I promised you a love story. I didn't promise that it would be within the parameters of life. Because also, I promised you a mystery. And the greatest mysteries of all are the love stories that transcend death and pass into the history of all time. As this one can, in its small way. I shall return shortly. His name is Robert Ludlum. He's written 9 novels. You may have read 1 or 2 of them. The latest, which is just out in paperback, is called The Bourne Identity. It's a puzzler. About Jason Bourne, a man without a memory, and a woman who falls in love with him. Together they're searching for his past and running for their lives. Listen. Here is an excerpt. Bourne felt a stabbing jolt of pain in his shoulder blade. Then an eruption of blood that drenched the flannel shirt beneath his field jacket. Another warning. There was very little time. He braced himself against the wall, aimed down into the darkness of the corridor. Now, he pulled the trigger. The Bourne Identity. Electrifying, dazzling, and tedious. Those are the words the critics use. The Bourne Identity. Robert Ludlum, a writer many writers are compared to, is the master of conspiracy, intrigue, and suspense. In hardcover, The Bourne Identity was Robert Ludlum's 3rd #1 bestseller. The Bourne Identity, a deadly puzzle, a dazzling thriller. Now, a Bantam paperback.
Announcing TWA's new Anywhere fare. From April 20th to May 31st, fly anywhere in the U.S. we fly for $149 or less each way when you fly round trip. Kids go for $49 or less. Seats are limited and restrictions apply. TWA's new Anywhere fare. Now everyone can see what makes America beautiful.
Like Minute Maid orange juice, some things never change. Kids.
You're making breakfast, Daddy?
And fathers.
Uh-huh. Mommy's sleeping. Now, what do you want?
Mommy.
The fresh squeezed taste of Minute Maid 100% pure orange juice from concentrate is never going to change. Just open a carton and pour. That's right, Minute Maid in a carton. It's 100% pure and tastes like you squeezed it yourself.
Make sure of the taste. Make it Minute Maid.
A man died in an instant, painlessly, which is to say, mercifully. A man who loved one woman all his life and felt there was little left in life when she was gone. From our story, he joined her in the hereafter. If we want to question that, then we have to question what life is all about. I'm willing to accept that love conquers all. Our cast included John Beale, Terry Keane, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
An important message from KCMO News. KCMO Radio now brings you more news more often than any other Kansas City radio station. KCMO has more news than KMBZ, more news than WDAF, more news than WHB. KCMO gives you more news than any other Kansas City radio station. Let me repeat that. KCMO has more news than KMBZ, more news than WDAF, more news than WHB. KCMO gives you more news than any other Kansas City radio station. KCMO Radio is the only station in Kansas City with two national news networks. KCMO is Kansas City's news station, with Kansas City's largest radio news staff, with more news more often than any other Kansas City radio station. We're KCMO, News Talk 81, and we never make you wait for news.
This is the voice of Kansas City, 81, KCMO, Kansas City.
Mutual News. Rescue crews are now very close to the probable location of 15 miners who've been missing for more than 24 hours in a coal mine in Redstone, Colorado. An explosion tore through the mine Wednesday afternoon. Jeff Lyle, a spokesman for the company that owns the mine, explained why rescue progress has been slow.
We had one team equipped with self-rescuer equipment as an advance crew checking the air and the general condition of the mine. We had another team of 10 people who were doing nothing but constructing stoppings, reestablishing water lines, or whatever was needed to progress the rescue operations.
Jeff Lyle, a spokesman for Mid-Continent Resources Company in Redstone, Colorado. Americans really cut back their use of gasoline this past March. The American Petroleum Institute reported Thursday that March consumption figures were the lowest in 10 years. This is news from Mutual Radio. John Henrahan reporting.
Get the energy source of the 80s for battery-operated devices of the 80s from participating True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you the new Ever-Ready Energizer alkaline battery is designed for high-drain calculators, electronic toys, flashlights, and more. It's Union Carbide's best battery ever. strong and reliable to long outlast ordinary carbon batteries. So switch to the ever-ready Energizer, available in popular sizes from participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
The hot, merciless sun is a killer. It can kill the luster, the beauty of your car's vinyl, rubber, and leather. Until now, introducing new STP Son of a Gun with sunscreen. That's right, an exclusive new sunscreen formula. The only vinyl protector that has it. Screens out the sun's damaging rays, protects and beautifies better and longer. Use new STP Son of a Gun with sunscreen, because the sun can be murder on your car.
5 protesters breached the security at the State Department Thursday, making their way up to the 7th floor of the building and managing to throw ashes and what looked like blood on the carpet outside Alexander Haig's office. The group was demonstrating against U.S. support of the ruling junta in El Salvador. After disastrous February figures, the housing start rate in the U.S. was up in March, jumping almost 6% in 1 month. Mutual's Ross Simpson has more on housing figures.
March is traditionally a construction month, so the increase in housing starts comes as no great surprise to economist Adrian Cooper and others here at the Commerce Department who compile housing figures.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... suppose that more pungent words have ever been voiced than those rebuking the disciple Peter when Jesus said to him, "For what doth it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his own soul? What exchange shall a man give for his soul?" Such a man was Peter Ordway, the wealthiest for miles around, yet, in many ways, the poorest.
What do you mean breaking in here? Who are you?
Mr. Ordway, you know who I am.
I never saw you before in my life.
You have forgotten, Peter, but I haven't. We were together a long time on that raft.
On that raft?
Yes. I've come, Ordway, after all these years to collect the debt. Are you going to pay up or not?
Oh, Mr. Ordway, he's got a gun.
Mystery drama, The Raft, was adapted from a story by Jacques Futrelle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Norman Rose and Marion Seldes. I shall return shortly with Act 1. The time, now. The place, Ordway Grove, an estate on the James River surrounded by 1,000 acres of Virginia plantation. Since 1720, the Grove's Georgian colonial house has been the home of generations of Ordways. Now the sole survivor is 70-year-old Peter Ordway, much to the regret of those who know him. In other words, to know Peter is not to love him.
This is Frederick Walpole. I've been hanging on to this phone for 10 minutes, waiting to speak to the bank's vice president.
This is Mrs. Raymond.
Oh, Mrs. Raymond, good. I have Peter Ordway here, if you would be so good as to hold on.
Certainly.
Virginia?
Mr. Ordway, what can we do for you?
What are you up to down there at the Fourth National?
I don't follow you, Mr. Ordway. Mr. Ordway, if someone here has done something to displease you, the sooner I know what it is, the sooner we can have the situation corrected.
Well, if I knew who the culprit was, I wouldn't be calling you, Mrs. Raymond.
Mr. Ordway, I'm trying to apologize. I don't know what to apologize for. Didn't the messenger arrive with your monthly statement?
I received the statement, and with it I also received a card with something written on it.
Well, is that why you called me? What is written on the card?
3 words. $1 million.
Well, I don't see why that distresses you.
I want to know why that card is in the same envelope with my bank statement.
Well, probably. Some bank teller scribbled that notation down. It was just accidentally included with your check.
I cannot accept that. Now, Mrs. Raymond, I want you to make a thorough investigation and report back to me. Goodbye. Walpole? Walpole, are you here yet?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Ordway. Beautiful morning. Well, I brought your mail up from downstairs. Nothing of great interest. A few inquiries. The Antiquities Association wants to conduct a tour of the mansion on Jefferson Davis Day. Your foreclosure of the Hills Point houses have been signed.
Now, what is this? This card?
I didn't see that. It came in an envelope with no return address.
Does this card look familiar?
A plain 3x5 card. Nothing on this side. $1 million? Well, it's the same handwriting as the one that came yesterday with the bank statement. What should I do?
Tear it up.
2 cards in 2 days with the same words on it? Talk about a sudden downpour. The sun was out 5 minutes ago.
Walpole, leave me, will you? We'll attend to the correspondence after lunch.
Yes, sir. Shall I have Harper bring you a lunch tray?
Well, I'll see how I feel then.
Yes, sir.
And call that female vice president of the bank and see what she's found out. I hate water. I can't think when it's raining. The raft. We're on a raft on the high seas. Clothes wet through and through. How much longer is it going to be before we're picked up? How long can we hold out? Oh, if I could only forget all of that. Forget who was saved. And forget who was drowned.
I brought you your lunch, Mr. Ordway.
Lunch?
Yes. Mr. Walpole said you'd be remaining upstairs.
Has it stopped raining?
Well, Mr. Ordway, it stopped 2 hours ago.
Oh, has it? I must have dozed off.
That is because you are staying up too late at night. You are reading too much and writing too much, and it's not good for you.
My dear Harper, that is the curse of business. One has to read reports, analyze output, etc. If I don't keep working at it, Ordway Industries could go under.
But you're a wealthy man. You should enjoy yourself. You've worked hard all your life. Now's the time to stop. Enjoy your plantation. Well, on my day off, I take one of my mystery books and I go rowing on the James River. You should try that.
Harper, how long have you been housekeeper here at Ordway Grove?
Since I was 25. Don't you remember?
You've been a good friend to the Grove and the plantation.
It's been a good friend to me. Now, put this tray on your desk, and I want you to eat every scrap.
Harper, good morning. Didn't expect to see you dusting the hall furniture at 8 in the morning.
Mr. Ordway, what in heaven's name are you doing downstairs so early?
When you're my age, you don't need as much sleep. Has the mail come yet?
At 8 o'clock? No, there's a new mailman. He takes his time. Why don't you go upstairs? I'll bring you some breakfast.
Because I don't wish to.
Don't wish to what?
Go upstairs. I wish to see the mail when it arrives.
You are a stubborn man.
Yes, I am stubborn. Harper, why didn't you ever marry a pretty woman like you?
Well, I suppose because nobody ever asked me. Besides, if I did marry, who would take care of you? You are more than any single sane person could handle. I suppose I should bring you a cup of coffee right here. Could I persuade you to sit on the bench?
What for?
Well, then you'll be out of the draft. It's cold this morning. I'll fetch the coffee. Warm you up.
Who said anything about being cold? I'm not cold. That's what I told them. Who's cold? I'm not cold. It was freezing on that raft. November, December in the Atlantic. But I wouldn't show fear. I'm an Ordway. The disgusting spectacle of the 6 of them mooning for a cup of hot coffee. All right, one was a woman. But the others, people are such cowards when they're out of their element. 40-foot waves. Not a ship to be seen day and night. Saying they wanted coffee instead of saying their prayers.
Here's your cup. Now drink it and give me some peace.
Harper? You are the only person in the world I permit to talk to me like that. And where are you going? You know I don't take sugar and cream.
I'm picking up the mail just been pushed through the slot. I'll leave it here on the table. No, on second thought, I shan't. I want you to drink that slowly and quietly, and then you may read your mail.
You may remove the letters from the envelopes.
Since that is Mr. Walpole's job, and your secretary doesn't arrive till 9 o'clock, am I asking too much to expect you to say, please, Mr. Ordway?
Please, Harper, would you open my mail? I'm particularly interested if there's a letter containing a 3x5 card.
You finish your coffee. I am perfectly capable of handling the letter opener. Well, this is your lucky day. I can't see why such an ill-tempered gentleman as you should get your wish, but here is your 3x5 card. Mr. Ordway, would you be careful of that china?
Give me that card. Oh.
You're as white as a sheet. What is it?
No, I'm all right. I'm all right.
Mr. Walpole, you arrived just in the nick. Mr. Ordway isn't well. I'm going to get him some water.
Oh, what is it, sir?
It's another one. Another one of the same. Why, that's 3 in 3 days.
What does it mean? $1 million for what? For whom?
Here. Now drink this water down, Mr. Ordway.
I told you I hate water.
Something to do with that card, Mr. Walpole. May I see it? 1 million. What do you suppose that means?
It's the same handwriting as yesterday's, and the day before that.
And the one slipped into my bank statement.
And you had no idea what it means?
Why, none.
Perhaps it's some kind of blackmail. Do you think we should call the police?
No police.
But if we don't go to the police or hire a private investigator, how are we ever going to find out why these cards have been sent to you?
I don't care why. I want to know who sent them.
Why, someone's at the front door.
I'll go.
Now, Mr. Ordway, let me bring you a soft-boiled egg and some toast. And what do you say to another cup of coffee?
Telegram for Mr. Ordway? I'll sign for it.
How about it? Yes? Another cup of coffee?
No. Now, Harper, you stay here.
Here's a telegram for you, sir.
Oh, don't stand there. Give it to me.
Mr. Ordway!
Oh, good Lord, he's fainted. What do we do?
Lay him down on the bench. I've got some smelling salts in my apron. I always carry them, especially with him. Mr. Walpole, lift his feet up onto the bench.
We have to decide what we want to do. I've examined the stores, and there's not much left. Not enough, I'd say, to last another week. Either we were shortchanged originally, or one of us has been secretly stealing the food meant for us all.
How is he, Harper?
Since we got him up to his room, he won't say a word. I left him lying on top of his bed, wide awake.
I wonder if we shouldn't call Dr. Anderson.
It's really not necessary. If I thought so, of course I'd call a doctor. It's a little rattling to have someone sending you strange notes. Could I see the telegram? But all it says is $1 million. Yet it was enough to make him faint.
Of course, he is 70. He's no youngster.
But does he owe someone $1 million?
Not that I know of.
It's a threat, then. With malice aforethought, I'd say.
Give me that telegram.
Mr. Ordway, you frightened me.
We didn't hear you come down the stairs.
Walpole, I won't be needing you anymore today. You may have the rest of the day off.
Mr. Ordway, anything I can do to help, please, will you call on me?
Harper, you are the only one I can trust.
Well, whoever's sending you these notes, I think is shameful. Why would anyone wish to send annoying notes to such a wonderful, kind person as you is beyond me. You know, I am an avid reader of crime and mystery books. And as a rule, if someone receives messages or warnings of some kind, they either deserve it or it is a case of mistaken identity.
I am completely in the dark about this. However, for the present, I don't wish anyone to do anything about this. Now, I'm going upstairs to rest.
I'll answer. This is no time for you to be taking business calls. Hello? Hello? That's funny. There is someone at the other end, but they're not saying anything.
Yeah, I'll pick up the extension over here. Hello?
Ordway?
Yes, what do you want?
$1 million.
Who are you?
$1 million.
If someone demands such a large sum of money, he must have reason to believe he can get it. But what for? For services rendered? Possibly. And if payment is not forthcoming, what could be the penalty? The hard currency of ultimatums? Riches, says the Proverbs, shall not profit in the day of revenge. Is the threat revenge? To help you solve the puzzle, I shall return shortly with Act 2. Peter Ordway, on the edge of 70, and also on the edge of a dilemma. He is being subjected to a barrage of demands for $1 million. His personal secretary, Walpole, has been ordered not to inform the police. However, his housekeeper, Harper, has a mind of her own and uses her day off to investigate.
Mr. Ordway, what are you up to wandering about the front hall? Did Cook serve you up the luncheon I ordered?
Well, I wasn't hungry. Isn't this your day off, Harper? You're entitled to a full day. It's only 3 o'clock.
I had to come back to you and report to you the results of my investigation.
Report what?
The matter of the telegram. I hoped I might unearth a clue. After all, you can't send a telegram without someone in the telegraph office knowing who sent it. Well, I interviewed a manager in town, checked the records. Blind alley, as detectives would tell you. The message and the cash to cover delivery was put through the mail slot in the telegraph office. Where's Mr. Walpole?
What? I sent him on an errand.
Well, it's just as well I came back when I did. Was there another of the telephone calls? I mean, while I was out?
Yes.
Oh, the nerve. Makes me very angry. Mr. Ordway, he's fainted again. Cork! Oh, Cork! Help me get Mr. Ordway the whole bench. I'm going to call Dr. Anderson. I should have done it yesterday. What is it, Dr. Anderson? Is it serious?
Yeah, I wish he lived on the ground floor. But we managed to get him up to his bedroom all right. Serious? Take a look. He's resting comfortably.
I am not Anderson. I dislike being in bed in broad daylight.
Listen to him. He may have had a slight stroke. I'm not surprised. Every time I see him for a checkup, I tell him the same thing. He doesn't listen.
I know what you tell me. Nerves, overwork, no recreation. Well, I've got no time for recreation. My business is...
No time, Poppycock. You're 70 years old. You and Ordway Industries are worth $50 million. Now, if you want to enjoy any of that money, you need a complete change. Take a cruise, a good long cruise. Get some sea air into your lungs. Instead of this stuffy Georgian mausoleum you live in, hey, take a trip on the water.
No.
Yes, sea air, an ocean trip.
I couldn't, ever. Never again. I'm afraid. We'll never get out of this alive. Only 3 of us on this raft now. Holding on. Night and day. No food left, hardly any water to drink. What is the use of all my money to me now? I've never lived... Oh, no. The raft is leaking. Too much weight. How much longer can we stay afloat?
Harper tells me you had a bad afternoon and Dr. Anderson was here. You look all right this evening.
Never better, Walpole. Did you bring what I told you? Did you get it?
Well, of course I got it. Here are the bullets, and here is the revolver. At 22.
right, Walpole. Dig into that pile of correspondence on the desk.
Mr. Ordway, are you loading that revolver?
Well, it's not what's used to be empty now, is it?
Just, don't point it at me. Did you receive any more of those telephone calls?
Yes, I did. And I invited the caller to join me here this evening.
That person, the one who wants the $1 million?
Told him the front door would be unlocked. To walk up one flight of stairs to find me.
So, that's why you wanted me to buy the revolver.
Man's home is his castle. It's his duty to protect himself. Come in, sir. I've been expecting you. Do close the door behind you.
You haven't changed much, Ordway.
I don't know you.
I don't expect you to recognize me. I didn't have white hair and a white beard in those days.
Who are you?
You know who I am. We were together long enough on that raft. You haven't forgotten.
Oh, that raft.
I've come to collect the debt, Ordway. You received my little reminders, didn't you?
Those cards.
And the telegram.
Sir, whoever you are...
Walpole, pay no attention to the man and he'll go away.
Mr. Ordway, you all right? Mr. Ordway. Oh, Mr. Walpole, what is it, Mr. Walpole? What did you do?
I just picked up his revolver.
Look at that poor man. Blood all over his face. Mr. Walpole, why did you shoot him?
Mr. Walpole, my name is Detective Gower. You're not under arrest. We've merely asked you to come down to headquarters to make a formal affidavit as a witness to the crime. Would you please begin?
Yes. My name is Frederick Walpole. I'm 48 years old. I've been in Mr. Ordway's employ for about 30 years. I went to his house at 9 o'clock this evening to take dictation, and at his request to bring a revolver and a box of bullets he asked me to buy. He sat behind his desk, loading the revolver, and I sat facing him across the desk. I heard the door open behind me. I thought it was Harper, his housekeeper, and then I turned around.
Who was standing in the door?
A man. He seemed pretty old. He had a white beard, white hair. His face was ruddy, like a sailor or someone who lived outdoors.
Anything else you can remember?
Yeah, he had a cane. He was leaning on it.
Can you remember what was said?
Well, first, Mr. Ordway said, "Who are you?"
You know me all right. We were together long enough on that craft.
He said either craft or raft. I'm not sure which.
I've come for the reward you promised me. $1 million.
Then, suddenly, Mr. Ordway fired his revolver. Now, the man must have fired at the same moment because I only heard one shot and Mr. Ordway fell over. The man disappeared. Mr. Ordway had fallen in back of his desk. Dead. I ran to him and picked up his revolver where he dropped it.
Which is where Harper, the housekeeper, found you. All right, that'll do for now, Mr. Walpole.
You mean I can go?
Yes, you may, but please don't leave the city. We'll be back to you again. Yes, go on, Mrs. Harper. Is it Mrs. Harper or Miss Harper?
Miss Harper, I'm afraid. After hearing the shot, I ran upstairs to Mr. Ordway's floor where he has his office and bedroom. I banged on the door and went in.
And then what did you do?
I saw Mr. Walpole holding a pistol and standing over the late Mr. Ordway, who was bleeding on the floor. I ran out of the room, called the police and Dr. Anderson.
Is there only one door leading in and out of that room?
No, there are several. The main one is from the stairs, another one to the office, to his bedroom, and another to the private sitting room.
So through one of the other doors that the assailant could have escaped and not been seen by you. Did you notice whether the other doors were open or shut?
No, I didn't. All I could do was run downstairs, call the police and the doctor.
Who did you call first?
I called Dr. Anderson first, hoping that Mr. Ordway's life could be saved.
Please continue, Dr. Anderson.
Yes, Mr. Ordway had been dead about half an hour when I arrived. The police were already there.
For your information, we've recovered 2 unexpended cartridges, .22 caliber, 1 copper-jacketed slug.
Well, is there anything further you wish from me at this time, Mr. Gower?
Thank you, no. But I would like your full report as soon as you can have it ready.
Harper, you thought I'd killed Mr. Ordway, didn't you?
Well, how can you blame me? When I found the smoking gun in your hand, it looked like a quick hit.
I'd only picked it up from the floor where it fell. The man who shot Mr. Ordway had disappeared.
Oh, it's too horrible. Poor Mr. Ordway lying in the morgue, being examined by forensics. Or is it ballistics? Or when are they going to bury him?
Well, as soon as the police release him.
Oh, I hope they hurry. Until he's safely in the ground, we can't have the reading of the will.
You know a lot about this, don't you?
Well, I've never attended a reading of the will, but I am longing to do it because we mystery buffs, we know that if the murderer is a relative or a friend, he may have the most to gain from the will, or thinks he has. I certainly want to be there to watch, because there's no telling how people will betray themselves.
I'd be very surprised if the man who shot Mr. Ordway was a friend or a relative.
Well, I'm off. And Frederick.
Frederick? For 22 years you've called me Mr. Walpole.
If you'd like to, why don't you move into the house? There are plenty of guest rooms, and you could work here as much as you wanted to. Detective Gower, I think I may be of assistance to you in solving the Peter Ordway case.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Harper. But you know, we've docketed the murder as committed by a person or persons unknown.
He's known, all right. And I know him. It is Frederick Walpole. It's just as plain as the nose on my face. I've invited him to stay in the house so I could keep my eye on him. And I'll bet you there was no white-haired, white-bearded, ruddy-faced man with one leg. Did he tell you that?
No, as a matter of fact, he'd forgotten to, but he called me about it, which made it easier for us to check the hospitals. Such a man did present himself to the Jamestown Hospital to have a bullet removed from his shoulder. We're checking to see whether it matches either the bullet removed from Mr. Ordway's body or the gun that Mr. Walpole picked up.
So you still believe Mr. Walpole is innocent?
Well, let us just say that so far we haven't seen any evidence of his guilt.
Are you coming to the will reading?
I don't think so. That is entirely a family matter. Miss Harper, may I give you a bit of advice?
Yeah?
Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong.
Dear Miss Harper, can't you just see her? Devoted, carrying the torch for her employer, Peter Ordway. And now that he is dead, she will, in the tradition of Hercule Poirot, Nero Wolfe, and Jane Marple, do her utmost to bring the guilty to justice. Willy-nilly, I shall return shortly with Act 3. Scratch the surface of most people, and what you would find underneath would surprise you. Here is Peter Ordway, whose estate on the James River goes back 2.5 centuries, whose family was revered and respected. With every passing generation, the lineage dwindled, until now, the last of the Ordways has passed into the beyond. However, there are people with memories, newspapers with news, and skeletons that rattle in closets.
Frederick, I believe I'm on to something.
Oh?
I spent the entire day in the Sentinel office looking through their old newspaper stories on the Ordway family.
Mm-hmm.
Where are my notes? Here. Now listen. On November 14th, Mr. Peter Ordway and a party of 5 from the staff of Ordway Industries took off from Virginia Airport for Brazil. Encountering severe storms, the plane appears to have lost radio contact and has not been heard from since. Now, here's another. Rescue in the Atlantic. December 29th. Mr. Peter Ordway and one other gentleman, not yet identified, were picked up from a life raft in the southern Atlantic. They had been adrift for over a month.
I wonder where I was when this happened to him. Why didn't I hear of it?
But, Frederick, I didn't either. Nobody ever talked about it. But it fits together with what that man said that night, remember? We saw a lot of each other on the raft.
You've got something there.
What's your news? Any calls when I was out?
Nothing exciting. We've been asked to Mr. Ordway's attorney's office tomorrow for the reading of the will.
Nothing exciting. The will reading? We might meet the murderer himself there. I can hardly wait. Well, look who's here. Detective Gower, I thought you weren't coming to the reading of the will.
I'm glad that I did. It was very interesting.
Fascinating.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Walpole.
Thank you.
I was absolutely floored by Mr. Ordway's bequest to me. $50,000. I don't know what I'll do with all that money. Of course, compared to what he left you, Frederick, it wasn't so much, but I'm sure you deserved it.
It was an interesting bequest, Mr. Walpole. An unconditional gift to you for your loyal service of $1 million.
Well, it was news to me. I'm still in a state of shock.
Then you won't take this news too hard. You're under arrest.
You're arresting Frederick?
On suspicion of the murder of Peter Ordway.
Hello? Jamestown Hospital? Emergency, please. This is Detective Harper. I am working with Detective Gower on the Peter Ordway case. Oh, you're familiar with it? Good. Now, one of our men jotted down the address of that one-legged man with a white beard and white hair who came to emergency the night of the 15th to have a bullet removed. You handed the bullet over to ballistics. Would you please check on the address he put on the ledger? Oh, hold on, thank you. Got it? Fine, I'll take it down. Holderby, Benjamin, 144 Steamboat Road. And a telephone given? Okay, we'll check into it. Mr. Holderby, it's nice of you to let me see you on such short notice.
Well, I don't get many visitors, so I can't be choosy.
My name, as I told you on the phone, is Harper. Miss Harper. This is the first job I've had in the outside world for, quite a few years.
Oh, you mean you're not a professional survey taker?
Oh, my goodness, no, Mr. Holderby. I was a professional housekeeper for many years, but my employer died, and I had to look for other means of employment. Now, as to you, Mr. Holderby, I can see by your complexion you are an outdoors type.
I have been for some time, yes.
Mm-hmm. Were you born around here?
Not too far.
You have had an accident to your leg, I see.
Yep.
An injury sustained in the war?
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to embarrass you.
It's all right. A shark bit off my foot about 30 years ago.
How dreadful. You were swimming in the ocean?
You might say that. I was trying to save my life.
Fascinating. And what brought you back to your birthplace?
I had some accounts to square. Miss Harper, tell me something. How did you happen to pick my name? I'm pretty much a stranger in these parts.
Oh, I didn't pick it. I mean, the county sent me a list, which I am just going through alphabetically. And when I came to H, there was your name.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
what other questions do you have for me?
Do you train for a profession?
I was an airplane mechanic and pilot. I started 35 years ago.
Well, now, that is interesting. For a commercial airline?
No, I flew a private plane for a company.
Really?
We go everywhere. Up to Canada, down to South America. All on company business.
Well, I must say, this being a survey take is much more interesting than being a housekeeper for Peter Ordway. Oh, my.
You were his housekeeper?
Yes. Did you know him?
Yes, I know.
Poor man, he died mysteriously. He was shot to death.
Is that a fact? Miss Harper, you're a very clever woman, but not clever enough. Now, you and I are going to sit here, and you will tell me the truth. How you happened to come here and who you're working for. No tricks and no lies.
Mr. Walpole, I want you to tell me why you pretended the $1 million bequest was such a surprise to you.
You don't believe I was surprised, Detective Gower?
I know you weren't. I can only assume that you were paid for services rendered sometime during Mr. Ordway's life.
All right. I'll tell you. But I am in no way confessing to anything. 30 years ago, I was 18. I had a small job with Ordway Industries in the contract department. Peter Ordway had planned a trip in the company plane to Rio to finalize a contract. At the last moment, the head of the department took sick, so I took his place.
What time of year was this?
Winter, November, not the best flying weather. We took off from Virginia Airport, Mr. Ordway, myself, bilingual secretary, 2 officials from the International Division, and the pilot. Somewhere over the Atlantic, the motors conked out, and we had to ditch the plane in the ocean. We all got into an inflatable raft and hung on for dear life.
What's your name, young man?
Frederick Walpole. I'm in your contract department, Mr. Ordway.
Yeah, well, we've been on this raft for 3 days, and no one's spotted us yet.
Oh, someone will show up, I'm sure.
You're either an optimist or a fool. There's not enough food or water for 6 people. Hey, you, pilot, bend hold of me.
Yes, Mr. Ordway?
Take a look at the stores. Tell me how much is left.
Ordway was right, Detective Gower. There was hardly enough provision for 3 people, let alone 6. The morning of the 15th day at sea, the 2 company men from the International Division disappeared. They'd fallen overboard during the night, or so I thought. We were down to quarter rations. Instead of 4 biscuits a day each, it was 1. 1 for Miss Hart, the secretary, 1 for Ben, the pilot, 1 for Ordway, and 1 for me. 4 days later, the girl disappeared.
Yes, it's a darn shame.
I can't understand it. How could she have fallen overboard last night? We've had such calm seas.
She was a nice girl. Well, now let's take stock. Only 3 mouths to feed. Myself, you, and Ben. Walpole, sit a little closer to me. I want to tell you something. Now, you know I'm a rich man.
Oh, yes, sir.
You also know it could be days or weeks before we're discovered. There's no food left. The water, if we're careful with it, just about a quart. And then it's drinking the Atlantic or nothing. Look down there. She's leaking. Every day another inch. 3 people are too heavy. Now, we could last a whole lot longer if there were only 2 of us. Now, if you could arrange that...
It just wouldn't be Tiger Baseball without...
man with a lifetime job.
You mean for me somehow to push Ben into the water?
I'd hit him over the head first. He's a strong man, a good swimmer. You saw how he got this raft out when we hit the water. and you get rid of him.
Mr. Ordway, why should I do that?
For $1 million.
Mr. Walpole, if you're telling me the truth...
I am, Detective Gower.
Then someone else knew of Ordway's plan to buy death for $1 million. The man who you claim shot him that night. Did you recognize him?
White hair, white beard, one leg and a stump. No, I never saw him before in my life.
Are you sure? People change, and this was 30 years ago.
No, sir, I did not know him.
Walpole, for the present, I'm booking you. At least I'll know where to find you.
Miss Harper, you wanted to talk to the man who fired that gun.
How could you shoot such a wonderful man as Mr. Ordway in cold blood?
Not in cold blood. It was self-defense. The only difference between him and me was that my aim was better.
How long are you going to keep me here?
Don't know what to do with you. Haven't figured it out.
Why did you want $1 million from him?
Because Ordway owed it to me. Many years ago, I did him a favor.
One favor? $1 million?
That was the going rate. He never paid me.
Ben Holderby, open the door. This is the police.
Ben Holderby told me Ordway had offered him $1 million to do him a favor.
And I'll bet it was to get rid of Walpole. Just as he offered Walpole $1 million to get rid of Ben. Yet both men are still alive. Miss Harper, I have an idea that you could precipitate some action here. If you don't object, I'll have Holderby and Walpole brought to the holding area and have them confront one another. Then I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't get to the bottom of this.
I know you. You're the man who shot Mr. Ordway. You were so intent on him you didn't see me, but I saw you.
He tried to kill me first.
Your name's Holderby, isn't it?
That's what it is.
That voice. Where did we meet before?
You met 30 years ago. Ben piloted the plane you and Mr. Ordway were on, Frederick. The one that went down.
Frederick? You were that kid who worked for the company?
Yes.
I thought you were dead.
I thought you were dead.
I came to collect because Ordway promised me $1 million to get rid of you. Because 3 guys couldn't survive in that leaky raft without food.
Well, he said the same to me.
But that night I heaved you as far into the sea as I could. I never saw you again.
I swam back under the raft, held on, and waited until you were asleep. Then I hit you with everything I had and dumped you overboard. I never thought you'd make it.
I almost didn't. I saw those black fins heading for me. I thought it was all over. Sharks started snapping at me. Thank the Lord, a fisherman pulled me out before too much damage was done. And what about you?
Well, 2 days later, Ordway and I were rescued. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm sure glad I didn't kill you. It's been on my mind for a long time.
Well, I hope you've got all the information you need, Detective Gower.
We've got what they said on tape. Not that it'll be of very much use.
Mr. Ordway must have suspected who was sending him the demands for the $1 million. That's why he sent Frederick to buy him a gun. Nobody guilty, I guess so.
Except Mr. Ordway.
Isn't there a saying about those who live by the sword die by the sword?
I don't happen to be one of those who believe the love of money is the root of all evil. It can be the root of good as well. Used judiciously, it can bring security, satisfaction, and reward. Misused, it can cause death, as it did in the story of 2 men who were bribed to kill. In the end, the man who tempted them lost the very life he tried to preserve, his own. I shall return shortly. It would be comforting to be certain that evildoers are paid back with their own evil. But it doesn't always work that way. So let me pass along my motto for peace and longevity. Do unto others as if you were the others. Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Russell Horton, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. The innocent and the beautiful have no enemy but time. Yes, innocence and beauty could survive in all their magnificence and glory for all of eternity if every clock in the world could be stopped forever. That might be a blessing for the innocent and the beautiful, but where would it leave the rest of us?
Oh, hurry, operator. Please hurry. Answer me. Please answer, operator.
Put down that phone. This is the operator. May I help you?
There's a man here who's going to kill me.
Put it down.
My name is Ella Mae Maltby.
You heard what
Number
I said.
28 Bayard Circle. No!
Our mystery drama, Her Long Blonde Hair, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lloyd Batista. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit. Won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Thursday on CBS Television, you're invited to one of the biggest Hollywood parties of the year. Toast the winners of the 7th Annual People's Choice Awards, the only awards for movies, music, and television in which members of the public determine the winner. Nominated are Dallas, Lou Grant, Shogun, Scruples, Tom Selleck, Clint Eastwood, Robert Redford, Goldie Hawn, Jane Fonda, Carol Burnett, Barbra Streisand, Alan Alda, Burt Reynolds, and many, many more. Don't miss the 7th Annual People's Choice Awards, live Thursday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on CBS Television.
Person to person, heart to heart. Together we can move the world if we each do our part by helping care for the children, to nourish and to heal those in need. Care for the children of the world if we each help one needy child today through care. We'll change tomorrow for children everywhere.
Please send your check or money order to CARE, Box 576, New York 10156, or local care office.
melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. The mute violin in its case, the piano standing alone in the empty room, the silent organ in the deserted church. What sweet songs have they sung in the hands of players who have long ago gone? A tall, dark-haired, and rather intense-looking gentleman of about 40 walks briskly down the crowded street. Now he stops. Evidently, something has caught his eye in a shop window. A look of horror seems to spread across his face. He is quite agitated. What could there be in a pawn shop window to cause him to feel such distress? With an obvious effort, he composes himself and walks into the shop.
Yes, sir? You have a violin in the window?
Which one?
The one in the open case with the bow.
Yes?
The bow, it's made of very light hair.
Uh-huh.
It looks like blonde hair.
I wouldn't call it blonde.
You wouldn't?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think horses' tails come in blonde.
It doesn't look like horse hair to me.
It doesn't?
It's a woman's hair. A woman's long, blonde hair.
I was under the impression that violin bows were made out of horse hair.
This is obviously the blonde hair of a woman. I want to buy that bow.
Well, I couldn't sell it to you.
You mean you wouldn't sell it without the violin? Oh, all right, I'll buy that too.
I couldn't sell you either one of them until the end of the day tomorrow.
Why not?
Because that's when the loan expires.
Well, if you can't sell it, why did you put it in the window?
Now, look, mister, all I did was put it in the window 24 hours ahead of time, so who's hurt by it?
Well, what would happen if you sold it to me right now?
It doesn't make any difference because I'm not going to do it.
I'll make it worth your while.
What are you going to make worth my while? The person comes in here to claim the property tomorrow, and I don't have it. They got a lawsuit. I could lose my license.
I tell you, I must have it.
You come around here at the close of business tomorrow. If it's still here, it'll be for sale.
No, but it's very important.
Why? Why is it so important? It's an ordinary violin, an ordinary bow. Why is it so important?
Is there anything I can do to convince you to sell it to me now?
No, mister, there's nothing.
Well, you had better listen to me. You see, I intend to have that bow.
Look, you listen to me. There's a button right next to my foot. All I have to do is step on it, and 1 minute the cops will be here. Now, what do you say, huh? Do you want to go quietly, like a gentleman?
Howdy, Benjamin, honey.
Ella May.
Ella May, and right as rain. Here it is, 4 p.m. on the 15th day of July, and little Mama Ella May is turning up one more time, just like that bad old penny. Only this time, we got us a heap of good old pennies, $105 worth, and that's a living, breathing fact.
Let me get it out of the window.
You take one long, last look at that fiddle, Benji, because you're never going to see it again, ever again.
I hope so, Ella May.
I know I said this before, but this time I mean it. I'm putting all that bad stuff behind me. Oh, yes, I'm going to get the band together just like we used to be, and I'm going to get me another recording contract. We're going back to Nashville, Tennessee, and then Hollywood, California. You'll see it all in them big yellow lots, Benji. Your country cousin, Ella May. Now, you don't believe it.
Oh, sure, I believe it, Ella May.
All that whiskey drinking, Benji, all them sniffing powders, they're gone. I made my decision, Benji. I seen my daddy in a dream, and he said to me, Ella May, child, I raised you to labor in the vineyard of the Lord. What are you doing on the payroll of the devil?
You know, Ella May, a fellow was in here yesterday. He wanted to buy your fiddle.
Well, he can't have it.
He seemed awful anxious. Now, why don't you leave it here for another day? He might offer you a lot of money for it.
Oh, no, I can't.
Well, why not? It's just a fiddle.
No, it ain't just a fiddle. See, it was hand-carved by my granddaddy. It ain't a masterpiece by one of them old-time Italian geniuses, but it's a part of my family. Benji, I couldn't leave her go. Not for $1 million.
All right. I just thought I'd tell you.
I couldn't make it without her. Just holding her makes me think of my daddy and granddaddy. And they'll keep me on the straight and narrow. Do you understand?
Yes.
It's going to be very hard for me. I couldn't make it without this fiddle.
Well, I wish you luck, Ella May. The very best of luck.
Thank you, Benji. And I hope and I pray I'll never, ever again have to look at the inside of this place. No offense meant, Benji.
None taken, Ella May.
And when I get to Hollywood, California, I'm going to send you my autograph on a pawn ticket made of shiny, solid 24-karat gold. Do you believe it, Benji?
Why, sure. Sure, I believe it.
Good as I ever was. Oh, just a second. And who are you?
I'm not sure I know how to explain this. I followed you home.
Did you? You don't look like one of my fans. But, honey, if you want my autograph...
No, I don't want your autograph.
You don't? Well, what do you want?
May I come in?
I don't believe we've been properly introduced.
I assure you, I'm a highly respectable person.
They can be the most dangerous kind. Most of them lead lives of quiet desperation. Hey, I guess that threw you, huh?
Well,
You figure here's an ignorant little old country girl. Where'd she come off quoting Henry David Thoreau? But I had plenty of time to read in airplanes, hotel rooms, backstage, waiting to go on. My favorite pastime is reading poetry.
Oh, then you see, we have a great deal in common. I teach poetry.
No.
Yes. My name is Damon McLeod. I'm a member of the faculty at Eastern State.
Is that a fact?
Yes. You see, here's my driver's license, my faculty ID.
Well, come on in, Professor.
Yes, well, thank you. Yes, I'd like to come to the point. That bow of yours, the fiddle bow.
What about it?
Well, I should like to buy it.
Why do you want it?
Well, name your price.
Oh, it don't have a price.
Tell me, where did you get it?
My granddaddy made it.
Where did he get the hair?
Off from the tail of a pony. Where else?
No, that isn't true.
Are you saying it's a lie?
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Maybe I'd better go.
Are you sure you're feeling all right? Maybe you need a little country fiddling to get you back on your feet. And little mama, your country cousin Ella May, is loaded and ready. Well, just you listen here. I've never been better than on my born and blessed days.
You won't get away with it.
What?
You heard what that fiddle was saying.
Mister,
You heard her? Her voice?
Now, mister, I think you have come to the wrong place. You better leave.
No, I'm not leaving without that bow. I'm willing to give you everything I own just for that fiddle bow.
I keep on telling you, it ain't for sale.
Oh, you see, I'm sure you don't care. You heard what it said, and it doesn't bother you. Oh, but you see, you'll be playing in a concert hall, or perhaps on the TV before millions of people, and they'll hear it. But, you see, don't you understand? I can't have that.
I don't understand what...
Because it's her hair. Oh, yes, I want that bow. I won't leave here without it.
Now, honey, why don't you just sit down here, and I'll go in the kitchen and get a piece of wrapping paper. All right? Now, I'll be back before you even know I'm gone. Oh, I hope he stays put. Oh, please, operator, hurry. Answer me.
This is the operator.
Put down that phone.
My name is Ella May Maltby. He's gonna kill me.
Put it down.
Number 28, Bayard Circle.
Said...
No! You're hurting me. I can't breathe.
Operator, may I help you?
What did I hear on the radio radio today. LMA Maltby was murdered?
Well, we don't know if she was murdered, darling.
They said the telephone operator reported she was calling for help. There was a man in the room. He was about to kill her.
Yeah.
And the telephone operator heard her screaming.
Sure. Look, honey, the lady making the call could have been having one of those hallucinations.
What are you saying?
Well, I mean, they're on drugs. Yeah, so many of them, and they just kind of, well, you know, they go into these kind of scenes.
Oh, yes, but...
Besides, she died of a heart attack.
She did?
Yes, so stop playing detective. That's my job. No. You see, so many of them are just destroyed by the life they live. Like she was a little girl from the country, played a fiddle and sang. She made a lot of money, got a lot of publicity, and she couldn't handle it. I guess it killed her. Happens all the time.
Well, is there a possibility somebody could have been there and was attacking her?
Well, I guess we'll never know.
Did she have bruises?
Sure. She was bruised all over.
Well, doesn't that prove...
She had a rough time these past 2-3 years. Honey, she was in the gutter.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, I understand, but what are you going to do?
Oh, listen, about dinner. We have some stew left from last night. You can warm it up. You mind?
Why should I? It always tastes better the second day. Say, listen, why don't I give you a lift? I'm worried.
Oh, why? It's not much of a drive to the college, and the parking lot is very brightly lighted. It's filled with people when I get there and when I'll be leaving.
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited. I always wanted to go to college.
Well, you could have when we first got married.
No, not with my father being sick and needing all that money.
Yeah. I wish you didn't have to go at night.
Oh, it's just this one course, honey, and it's only twice a week. Besides, it was the only one this particular professor teaches.
This guy must be red hot.
He's the authority on medieval English literature. His name is Dr. Damon McLeod.
McLeod, huh? Damon McLeod. Why is it that name sounds so familiar?
We know why the name is familiar to us, but why should it be familiar to him? And he's a homicide detective. Well, regardless of what the coroner may say, we know Professor Damon McLeod was instrumental in causing the death of LMA. Is another lady about to enter his life? Mrs. Magda Sikorsky, wife of the aforesaid homicide lieutenant? We shall expand on this in Act 2.
4 a.m., time to go fishing.
Oh, murder that alarm clock.
Oh, it's a wonderful alarm clock. Big Ben never forgets to get you up.
I'll pull the plug.
Big Ben doesn't need electricity.
Oh, it's batteries.
No batteries. Big Ben's key-wound, so it never forgets.
It's not an alarm clock, it's an elephant.
You promised, Charlie. Fresh fish for dinner.
How about meatloaf?
Fish, Charlie.
Big Ben or Baby Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries. What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Winston Churchill, Albert Einstein, Nelson Rockefeller, Bruce Jenner, Thomas Edison, Leonardo da Vinci. These people, and many other brilliant, talented, creative people, overcame a form of learning disability. This is Pat Collins for the Foundation for Children with Learning Disabilities. There are over 10 million children in this country who are learning disabled, and they can be helped to overcome their learning differences. We owe it to them and to ourselves. Some of these children can be our country's future doctors, lawyers, artists, scientists, and politicians. You can help children with learning disabilities. Please send a contribution to FCLD, 99 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016. That's FCLD, 99 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
fiddled while Rome burned, or so they say. To be strictly accurate, what he fiddled on was not a fiddle, as we know it today, but a type of stringed instrument called, possibly, a rebec. But it was played with a bow. And since a bow seems to be the source of the drama in our story, we are certainly dealing with classic materials.
Oh, come in. Oh, let me see. You are... Oh, no, please, don't tell me. I'm so proud of my memory. I use a system. Oh, dear, but something's gone wrong. Your name can't be Mrs. Helicopter.
Oh, you're close. It's Mrs. Sikorsky.
Well, so much for my system. But I remember your first name, yes. Magda. Yes. You're here for your conference.
Yes, Professor McLeod.
No, please. My name is Damon. I find when I'm teaching adults, this professor and Mr. and Mrs. business becomes terribly stuffy.
Oh, I'm very happy I was able to get into your class. I'm interested in English poetry, you know, especially the very old ballads and folk songs.
There are so many. Is there one you would like to analyze? Magda?
Oh, excuse me. I was looking at that picture on your desk.
Oh.
I think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Such glowing golden hair.
Yes.
Long, shining blonde hair.
She was my wife.
Oh.
She will always be my wife. But she's dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She was... Well, she was killed.
Oh no.
Yes, some intruder, some robber. Well, a reminder, I suppose, that for all our sophisticated, complex civilization, in many ways the raw animal passions of the barbarian savage still smolder underneath. Well, however, as they say, the world must go on. Tell me, did you have a poem in mind?
Oh, yes. The Two Sisters.
The Two Sisters?
It's also called Benori.
I'm aware of that.
Do you object to the poem?
Why should I possibly object?
Well, I thought I detected
The Two Sisters, or Benori. That's one of the hundreds of ballads sung during the Middle Ages. Now, what shall be the basis of your analysis of the Two Sisters?
Well, the story is simple. Two sisters who lived near the river Benori. The elder one was plain. The younger was beautiful, with long, flowing golden hair.
Yes.
The knight in shining armor that every girl is waiting for arrives finally. He chooses the golden-haired young one.
Yes, we know that.
The dark-haired older sister, driven to a jealous rage, pushes the younger sister into the swiftly flowing river. She drowns. Far, far away, her body is washed ashore. A passing minstrel sees the long golden hair and uses it to string his harp.
Yes, but all of this the poem tells us. Where is your special insight?
Later, the minstrel appears at the castle of the dead girl's father, and suddenly, before all the assembled people, the harp tells the tale of the murder.
Yes, very well. Now, what conclusions can be drawn?
Psychiatry had not yet been invented, but how do we know it was the harp that was speaking? The sight of the harp, strung with the golden hair of the dead girl, may have assailed the conscience of the older sister. How do we know that it wasn't the older sister's voice that was singing? We don't.
Yes. The sight of the golden hair.
May I develop this line of thought, Professor? Am I on sound ground? Professor McLeod?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Go ahead. See how you can develop that theme.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Benjamin around.
That's me.
I'm Lieutenant Sikorsky of the Police Homicide Department. Yeah, my credentials. You called and you said, well, you had some information about the murder of Ella Mae Maltby.
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, we don't know if it is a murder. The coroner's report listed as a fatal heart attack.
If someone was in the apartment and tried to beat her up and that caused the heart attack, then it would be a murder, right?
Well, if someone was in the room.
I read in the paper that the telephone operator...
The operator says Miss Maltby said there was someone in the room.
Well, why don't you want to believe it?
Well, because we have no way of knowing whether or not it's true.
I mean, this girl was very deeply into drugs.
There's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
Lieutenant, maybe this is nothing. I liked her. She was a good girl. No matter what she did when she was having a bad time, she was a good girl.
Okay.
When things would get very bad, she would have to pawn the fiddle. Somehow that would bring her to her senses. She would straighten out, earn some money, come in here, buy it back, and stay free of drugs for a while.
And then go through the whole routine all over again.
Yes. But this time I think she meant it. I'd like to think she meant it. Anyhow, the day before she was killed, a man came in here. Now, look, maybe this doesn't mean anything at all.
No, go ahead.
He wants to buy her fiddle. Well, now, not the fiddle. The bow.
The bow?
Yeah, he's all excited over this bow that belongs to her fiddle.
Is there any value in it?
Oh, to him, yeah. To him, there is. I mean, it's just an ordinary, more or less cheap bow, but he gets this idea it's made out of a woman's blonde hair.
And was it?
I don't know. But what's the difference? He insists he has to have it. He almost gets violent. I say to him, the owner still has another day to redeem it. Come back after the deadline.
Did he?
No.
Well, so that should be the end of it, huh?
Oh, yeah, except I got this crazy idea. He waits outside the shop. He sees who she is. He follows her home. She doesn't want to sell him or give him the bow, so he kills her. Or gets her so scared she dies of a heart attack.
Yeah, well, it's just a theory.
Like I said, Lieutenant, there's one way we can find out.
Oh, yeah?
She came in here with $105 she needed to redeem the pledge, okay? She walked out with the case, in which was the fiddle and the bow. Now tell me, Lieutenant, was the fiddle or the bow or both taken from her apartment? If they were there, then my theory about this guy is out the window. We're dealing with my imagination. But if they are missing, you got yourself a suspect.
Hey, can I use your phone on a local call?
Oh, sure.
I remember coming into the apartment. I saw the body, did I? Did I say violin case? I don't remember. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is Sikorsky. Give me the property desk, will you? Thanks. Jerry, Lieutenant Sikorsky here. The LMA Maltby thing. You got a list of the stuff in her apartment on the file? Okay, good. Well, what about her fiddle and the bow? Are they listed? Is there a listing for the violin case? No? Oh, okay, Jerry, thanks.
It wasn't in the apartment, huh?
No.
But then I was right.
Yeah, but we have no way of knowing if she took it home. Maybe she sold it on the way.
No. If she wanted to sell it, I told her she could get a lot of money if she left it here another day. Lieutenant, don't fight it. She left here, it was 5 o'clock. She got on the phone, called for help. According to the newspaper, it was about 6 o'clock. No. She had to go right home.
Well, can you describe this man?
He was tall, well-built fella. He had dark hair, getting just a little thin on top. Regular features.
And how old?
Maybe 50, give or take a year or two. Very intelligent fella.
How could you tell?
Well, he spoke like a man with a good education. Besides, he was wearing a vest, and I could see he was sporting a Phi Beta Kappa key. You gotta have brains to get into that.
Are you sure it was that kind of key?
Well, don't I get enough of them in here? I have a whole tray full of them right there in the case.
He didn't tell you his name or anything?
No. What I just told you is everything I know.
Why would he want that fiddle bow?
Or why would he want it bad enough to kill her for it?
You're busy, darling?
I'm never too busy for you, Lieutenant. Just let me end this sentence. There now.
Yeah, maybe you can give me a hand.
With your police work? Darling, what brings this on? You never asked me before.
Well, maybe for the first time I'm dealing with a person that you would know better than me.
And what sort of a person would this be?
Well, an intellectual person. One who wears a Phi Beta Kappa key. He would be the one who caused the death of Ella Mae Maltby.
Why would such a person kill her?
Well, because she couldn't or wouldn't sell him the bow for a violin.
Why would he want it?
Yeah, I don't know. It was in the pawn shop window. He obviously had an obsession about that bow. He was convinced it was made out of a woman's blonde hair.
A bow that was made out of a woman's blonde hair. That's absolutely... I guess it's remarkable.
Oh, yeah? Why?
I'm analyzing a Middle English poem. It goes back at least 600 years.
Yeah? Where does that fit in?
It's a harp. Well, we're not sure it's a harp, but it's a stringed instrument that was strung with the long, blonde hair of a murdered girl.
Well, what does it have to do with all this?
Well, now that you mention it, nothing. It's just the recurrence of the blonde hair theme in relation to an instrument. I wonder what Professor McCloud will have to say about it.
Professor McCloud? Would his name be Damon McCloud?
Yes, Damon.
Uh-huh.
Now, what does that mean? Uh-huh.
Nothing. It's just when you mentioned his name the other day, I thought it sounded familiar.
How would you know him?
Well, I went back to the office. I checked it out. It was about a year ago. His wife was murdered.
Oh, yes. He told me. She'd been killed by a prowler or a burglar. Was the person ever caught?
That kind? Yeah, you don't crack too many of those.
Oh, pity. She was such a beautiful woman. She had the longest, loveliest looking blonde hair.
Now, you know all the facts in the case, so you're probably saying to yourselves, hey, Lieutenant, how much more help do you need? But be fair. If all you knew was what they knew, how smart would you be? However, we'll give them a chance to prove themselves in Act 3 shortly. It is written that gentlemen always seem to prefer blondes. We, of course, take no sides in this controversial area. We must remark, however, that our story describes a fascination with blonde hair that covers 7 centuries. First, we are concerned with a poem about a medieval knight who preferred a blonde-haired girl to her brunette sister. And more recently, with a college professor who is obsessed with a violin bow that he insists is made of a lady's beautiful blonde tresses. And now, we continue.
We've come to the end of another adventure in learning. In addition to your regular assignment, you might trace the origins, Anglo-Saxon, French, or Latin, of many of our everyday words. Well, until Thursday evening, then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to...
do you have a moment, Professor?
Well, only for those people who call me Damon.
Oh, yes, sir. This poem I'm studying, this medieval myth, the legend, whatever, suddenly acquires a deadly modern significance.
What are you saying, Magda?
Or perhaps it doesn't. It may all be churning about in my imagination.
If a poem can inspire the imagination, it becomes a living, vital thing.
Well, what do you make of this? The death of a folk musician, a country musician, Ella Mae Maltby.
Did what? Oh, what about it? Ella Mae Maltby.
Well, she is murdered because of her fiddle bow.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
It seems a man wanted to buy her fiddle bow, which she had pawned.
How do you know this?
The pawnbroker told this to the police.
Yes?
A man who was evidently very distraught was desperate to buy the bow.
Just an ordinary violin bow? Oh, why?
He was convinced it was made of a lady's blonde hair.
Oh.
The police now have a theory.
Oh, yes.
This man who wanted the bow so desperately followed her home and killed her for it.
Well, if you will pardon the pun, we seem to be drawing a rather long bow.
Oh, yes, perhaps. I just thought it was rather interesting.
Yes, I'm sure it is. The pawnbroker, can he describe this rather distraught gentleman?
Oh, yes. He was able to give a very accurate description to the police.
I see.
Shouldn't this prove that there's nothing new under the sun? Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Magna. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. He went into her father's hall, and there the court assembled all. He laid his harp upon a stone, and straight it began to play alone. Woe to my sister who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binori.
It's you.
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Why did you tell the police I killed her?
Isn't it true?
Oh, well, I didn't mean to. You see, it's just that I have this temper, this terrible, uncontrollable temper. Why did you tell the police?
Because I liked her. She was a girl with heart. And because I lost a daughter to those same things that were destroying her.
All of us have these terrible moments. I was walking past your window and I saw that violin bow and I stopped because it was her hair. Her long blonde hair.
Well, now, look.
Stay where you are. Don't you move.
Please let go of me.
You're trying to move down to the other end of the counter where that button is. The one you told me about, the one you step on to call the police. Now, please, just listen to me. I don't want to hurt you. I said to myself, that's her hair. It's her hair.
Whose hair?
Jessica's. You know, her name should have been Jezebel.
Please, don't get so excited.
I have reason to be excited. My wife. She married me for what? Just for my name. So she could be Mrs. Somebody, have a home, some money. Oh, she would run around with other men. She would laugh at me. She'd sit there and comb her long golden hair and laugh at me.
You should have divorced her.
Divorce? Does a divorce restore a man's honor? Does it erase the memory of her obscene laughter?
Well...
Oh, I can still hear her. I go out with other men because you're not man enough. I'll show you who's man enough, I said. And so I lashed out at her. I hit her again. And again. And again.
Please let go of my arm.
She struck her head very hard against the piano leg. I could see the light just flicker and disappear from her eye.
Please, mister.
The last time I saw that golden hair, there was blood on it. And then I saw it again. It had to be hers. On that fiddle bow. You see, I know her hair. I love her hair. I followed that woman home.
Please, could I get you a glass of water?
And suddenly I came to my senses. That is, I thought I did. What sort of madness is this, I asked myself. I was about to go away when she began to play her fiddle. And she played it with that bow. And then I knew it was made of Jessica's hair.
Look, mister, you got to understand that was impossible.
Fool. I heard it. The bow didn't make the fiddle play. It made the fiddle talk. And I could hear it say, I am the hair of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband.
Mister, that's impossible.
Why did you have to tell the police about me?
Now, look, I'm a citizen. I know my duty.
Am I supposed to go to jail for the rest of my life? Sacrifice my career, my reputation for 2 stupid
worthless women.
Mister, you need help.
What good are they? What use are they? One was a slut. The other was a drug addict.
We don't have the right to judge.
Shut up.
I'd like to help you.
Oh, yes, you'd like to help me right into prison. I'll help you. I'll help you to keep your mouth closed forever.
Don't you want any dinner?
Nah, I'm not hungry.
Now, why do you say it was your fault?
We should have kept an eye on that pawnbroker.
But how could you know?
The killer's crazy. He'd feel threatened. He'd want to silence anyone who might be able to identify him. And now, without that pawnbroker, the description doesn't mean a thing. He could never stand up in court.
Oh, well, I'll be late for class.
Yeah, you're working pretty hard.
School can be tough if you've been out for a while.
I wish I could do something to help you.
Maybe you can. You want to retype my theme for Professor McLeod's class?
If it doesn't put me to sleep.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. You're a better typist than I am.
Okay. It's not such a bad story. He had taken 3 locks of her yellow hair, and with them he strung his harp so rare. So on, so forth. He laid his harp upon a stone, and straight it began to play alone. Woe to my sister, who murdered me by the bonny shores of the Binnery. Jerry, it's me, Sikorsky. You remember maybe a year, 2 years ago, a woman named Jessica McLeod was murdered?
Yeah.
Well, you went out there. You talked to the husband. Do you remember what he looked like?
Yeah, he was tall, maybe 50, dark hair.
Did he wear a Phi Beta Kappa key?
Yeah, I remember it was hanging from a chain on his vest. I'd assume it was that kind of a key. Why, what's doing?
Well, I'm not sure. Just yet. Is it possible? How could it be possible? Why, Magda, what seems to be the trouble?
Oh, it won't start.
Yes, it doesn't sound good to me.
Oh, I can't understand it.
May I give you a lift?
Oh, I couldn't put you to so much trouble.
It's no trouble at all.
Oh, well, I'm very grateful. I just called my husband, but there's no answer at home. You just missed the turn.
The turn?
You have to go up Torrance to get to my house.
But we're not going to your house.
What?
We're going to mine.
What are you saying?
My dear Magda, you're writing a theme on the 2 sisters.
Oh, but please, listen,
You think it's just a piece of poetry?
Please.
It's a statement of truth. Eternal truth.
Professor, I must...
Call me Professor. It makes me angry. And you must not make me angry. Please, go inside. I must prove something to you, and to you alone. For only you can appreciate the truth and the poetic justice. See? Look. On the table.
A violin. And the bow.
Yes. The bow. The bow that's made of her hair. Jessica's hair.
Jessica?
My wife.
Oh.
The wife I killed. Don't say a word. Do you play the violin?
When I was a little girl,
Pick it up.
But I haven't played.
Do as I say. Play. You play anything. Just as long as you run the bow across the strings, the bow will talk. Play. You hear?
You hear what it says? What the bow is saying? I am the heir of Jessica McLeod, who was killed by her husband. Killed by her husband. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
You heard it. Murder will out. That's the theme of all the ballads.
Let go of my arm. Or are you going to kill me, too? Is that why you brought me here? Did you tamper with my car?
Don't you make me angry.
And if I do make you angry, does that give you the right to kill me? What did you prove by killing all these people?
No.
Your wife, poor Ella Mae Mortby, that inoffensive little old man.
I showed them.
What did you show them?
I showed them I am a man.
You showed them that you're an hysterical, unbalanced psychotic.
No, don't say that.
Whether I say it or not, it's the truth. Oh, let me help you.
Help me.
Now, you sit down, and you just listen to me. I think you're a real man.
Oh, do you? Do you really?
I do, yes. Of course I do.
Magda, I saw your car in the school's parking lot.
Put that gun away, Lieutenant. Damon is all right now.
Oh, that's the first time you ever called me Damon.
It's true you killed your wife and Ellen Mae Mortby and Mr. Benjamin, isn't it?
Yes.
But you don't have to do any more of that. We all know you're a man. Isn't he a man, Lieutenant?
Absolutely. Jerry, do you and Frank want to escort the professor down to headquarters?
Are you coming too, Magda?
Yes. I'll see you there.
I'm very sorry about those other people, but not about Jessica.
Magda, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I think so. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along just now.
Oh, you had him. You solved it, Magda.
Oh, so did you. You came here.
Is it possible? A poem maybe 700 years old gives us the clues for a modern-day murder case.
Why not? What's 700 years when it comes to the truth?
The truth lives forever. It never changes. It endures all the ravages of time and space. It is the same now as it was in the beginning, and as it shall be in the end. And if you're willing to wait just a few minutes, I may add to it when I return.
Every now and then, a novel comes along. A novel that's more than a bestseller. One is here now. Cosmopolitan calls it a monumental achievement. Superbly written. Newsday says it throbs with the hurts and passions of today's battle of the sexes. The Bleeding Heart by Marilyn French, author of The Women's Room. The Bleeding Heart, the national bestseller by Marilyn French, finally in paperback from Valentine Books.
Some job, standing all day, and now I've got hemorrhoids.
Better not neglect them.
I was hoping they'd go away.
When I get a flare-up, Preparation H often gives me fast temporary relief from pain and itch.
You have hemorrhoids?
Lots of people do. But Preparation H even helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try Preparation H tonight.
Good morning. Ready for the big sale today?
Thanks to Preparation H.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
Why do people kill people? Love, hate, jealousy, revenge. You can add as many more as you can think of, but you won't be able to think of any that are new or original. We are told that there is nothing new under the sun, which means that if there are no new virtues, there are no new vices. All we may add is new shadow. The substance shall always remain the same. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Martha Greenhouse, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. preview of our next tale.
I'm quite recovered now, and we don't have much time if we're to catch the next train to Mackleton.
I'm afraid that's out of the question.
Have you heard nothing of the abduction of the only son of the Duke of Holderness?
The ex-cabinet minister?
Exactly.
Excuse me, sir. What have you to do with the abduction? My dear Watson, Dr. Huxtable is the headmaster of one of England's most exclusive schools. It's only logical to assume that the boy was taken from his school.
We tried to keep it out of the papers, but last night the Globe printed some rumors which I thought might have reached your ears.
Well, I'm well aware that the Duke is one of the great men in the kingdom.
Oh, and one of the wealthiest. His Grace will hand a check for £5,000 to whomever locates his son.
Watson, pack a bag. We're accompanying Dr. Huxtable to the north of England.
Yes. Excellent, excellent. You relieve my mind, Mr. Holmes.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WKBN, Youngstown.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Mr. Victor Hugo said, where the telescope ends, the microscope begins. Which of the two has the grander view? Which indeed? For the longest time, we have been urged to think big. Now there are those who say that perhaps we could more readily solve our problems if we were to think small. Big? Small? How do we really know which is which?
Do you mean she wants to marry him?
She is attracted to him.
But doesn't she realize he killed her father?
We cannot prove it.
But we can tell her.
Tell her what? Tell her what we think, we suspect. But we have absolutely no proof that the man she may be madly in love with is her father's killer.
Our mystery drama, Heads You Love, Tails You Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes and Court Benson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. When you meet the Countess Elena Moreni, your immediate reaction is, of course, this lady must be the genuine article. She's tall, slender. Her features can only be described as exquisite. Her costume, though basically simple, is the height of stylish elegance. Were this the Europe of 100 years ago, she would have been the brightest jewel in the palace of a king. But if we're to discuss the beautiful Countess Elena, we should hear from her uncle, Count Stefan Moreni. He knows more about her than any person living.
Or dead. Yes, at one time the Moreni family had extensive holdings in what was called Transylvania. But everything's gone. All that I have left in my old age is my niece, Countess Elena. And the truth is, strictly speaking, she's neither my niece nor a countess, nor is she even a Moreni. Years ago, her name was Gertrude Schmidt, and she was a scrawny, timid teenage girl who helped out in her father's delicatessen on the northeast side. And I remember that certain day when everything ended and everything began. Good evening to you, Herr Schmidt.
Count!
You have not forgotten us.
Why should I ever forget you, Herr Schmidt?
Oh, I thought that since you had come into your fortune...
No, Herr Schmidt, I have not come into my fortune. The fortune I have come into could have been anyone's fortune. I've merely won the lottery.
But this may be the way that Providence has of correcting a mistake.
My good Herr Schmidt, Providence will never admit that he or she or it has ever made a mistake.
You can say what you want, Count. I believe it was ordained.
Why are you surprised to see me?
I thought that now you are rich, you would buy at some more exclusive places.
My good friend, you are the only shop in town where one may purchase paprika that is worthy of the name. A true paprika.
I have put some aside for you, Count. Gertrude, here is Count Moreni, who has come all this way to buy from us. Well, say hello.
Good evening to you, Fraulein Gertrude.
Gertrude, where are your manners? Oh, she is so shy.
Look at her. When you stand erect, child, you have the carriage of a queen.
But why is she so timid? Frightened of her own shadow.
Wait, my good friend, wait. One day she will discover the power within her, the irresistible forces of fire and ice in those brilliant, beautiful blue eyes. I tell you, she was born to break hearts and rule men.
If only I could just get her to say hello to people.
All in good time. Some blossoms bloom early, others late. But it's a magnificent flower.
Stick 'em up.
Oh,
now, you heard me.
That's a gun, my friend. Be careful.
Just stick up your hands.
There's no need for this, young man. If you're hungry, you can have food. If you want money...
Shut up!
You can have anything, but put away that gun.
Open the register.
Schmidt, do exactly what he tells you.
Good. Now, just stand back. It went off. I didn't mean to. It just went off.
Yes, it just went off. And Joseph Schmidt fell down dead. I was standing next to him. A little more to the left, and it could have been me. As it was, I was blinded momentarily by the flash. I could feel the sting of the exploding powder. The gunman, of course, ran away, and the police never found him. Some weeks later, I decided to return to the shop. Perhaps I could do something for the young girl.
Yes? How can I help you today? Oh, it's the Count.
Good morning.
That bandage on your eye, is something wrong?
Oh, it was from the... Oh, well, never mind.
You needn't be afraid to say it. I heard you were blinded from the powder from that shot. You're better, aren't you?
Yes.
Then it's just a temporary thing.
We hope. My dear, you look tired.
Oh, yes.
I understand you're keeping up the shop all by yourself?
I'm trying.
And you're finding it difficult?
I'll manage.
Of course you will, of course. However, the price may be too high.
What do you mean, Campareni?
Come with me, my dear.
Where?
Just over here, to the mirror on the wall. Now, look at yourself. What do you see?
Well,
Shall I tell you what you do not see? Lines, shadows, brought on by work and worry. The struggle to make ends meet.
Well, I suppose it cannot be helped.
Ah, but it can.
How?
Gertrude Schmidt, who must labor for her daily bread behind a delicatessen counter, will fade early, wither away. But the Countess Elena Moreni, she is something else.
Who is she?
The the only child of my late brother Zoltan. And I am an old bachelor, therefore she is the last of the Morenyes, and she will inherit my fortune. But why must she wait till I'm dead and she is old? I shall endow her with it now. Look at me, child, look at me. Countess Elena Moreni.
Countess Elena Moreni?
Elena, for the only woman I ever loved and lost. She was so much like you. You shall keep her memory evergreen.
But what are you saying?
You will become my niece, the Countess Elena Moreni.
Me?
You shall become the most beautiful, the most famous and sought-after woman in all the civilized world.
Please, Count,
We have nothing to say about it, you or I.
But, Count, I have everything to say about whether or not I'm going to allow...
It was almost the very last word your father said.
What word?
Providence. We were talking about my coming into a fortune, and he said it was ordained.
What? What was ordained?
My dear, your father at that moment was only a minute away from his death, a single footstep from eternity. Did he already sense the meaning, the design? Was it even then being slowly revealed to him that I would use the money for you?
Oh, but please, no, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Oh, no, child. Be rather joyful, be jubilant that he has been able to sense your glorious future. I can see you now, the Countess Moreni.
No.
No?
I can't.
Why not?
Because I just can't, that's all.
Tell me why, child.
Because the man who killed Papa, he must pay for it. I must make him pay.
You?
Who else?
Well, the police.
The police have already forgotten him. Well, I shall make this killer pay the price.
How?
I'll wait for him.
Where?
Here. Look inside this drawer. You see?
Oh, that's a revolver.
And I know how to use it.
Revenge. Surely a Moreni cannot argue against it.
He will come back here one day.
Why do you say that?
He will come back. I know it.
My dear, your grief has made you angry and frustrated.
My father was murdered.
And you cannot tear yourself away from the place where he fell, as if somehow that would keep him by your side. But ask yourself, what would make him happier if you wasted away as a drudge in a shop, or if you blossomed into the magnificent Countess Moreni? She didn't need very much persuasion. But while your average countess is born, your true noblewoman must be made. And she was given all that was required to make her a great lady. And I must say she was an apt pupil. She learned French, the language of civilization.
Tout passe, tout casse, tout lasse.
Italian, the language of art.
Di qua, di là, di giù, di lassù.
Spanish, the language of passion.
La vida es sueño, y los sueños, sueños son.
And there were the piano lessons, and the painting lessons, and tennis, and golf, and shooting, and sailing, and travel. And soon people were beginning to notice this fabulously beautiful and unbelievably talented Countess Moreni, who came from one of the oldest families in Central Europe. And there was this celebrated love affair with the scion of one of America's wealthiest clans, who shot himself when she left him. She was constantly sought after for interviews, and so was I. Most of them were the usual light-headed fan magazine type. But one journalist proved to be remarkably perceptive.
Count, when you see her, she seems to glitter and sparkle like some priceless gem.
Of course.
But I think I sense a dark quality.
I beg your pardon?
Almost a shade of sadness.
Yes?
As if there has been some tragedy in her life. Has there been a tragedy?
Why don't you ask her?
I did.
And what did she say?
She said no.
Well, then, that should be the answer.
But I don't believe her.
Uncle Stefan?
Oh, my darling, come in.
You're not having your nap. That's disobeying the doctor. And you're reading a book.
You make it sound like a crime.
It is. He said your eyesight was just too weak.
Well, he said my eyesight was failing, and so it might just as well fail in the line of duty. Oh, well, I'm afraid we have something to talk about.
Oh?
This is rather awkward. You see, my dear, it seems I've run out of money.
My dear uncle, I have been expecting this announcement.
You have?
Yes, the wonder is that your money lasted as long as it did. And so, as I saw this day approach, I said to myself, I must go to work. I have become an interior decorator.
Oh?
Well, why not? All one needs is taste. So I've opened an office.
I look at you. I simply cannot believe that you started this life as Gertrude Schmidt.
And I can never forget it.
I know, and it shows.
Well, to you, naturally.
Yes, and also to an extremely perceptive reporter, Miss Rivers.
I've never forgotten my father. And that day. And I've made a vow that murderer will be brought to justice.
Sometimes, my dear, we must remove vengeance from our hearts, or it shall destroy us.
No. Something inside me says follow your destiny. That man who murdered your father is part of it. You will meet him again. Oh, dear Uncle Stefan, I feel I shall meet him again. And soon.
In the rarefied atmosphere of her present environment, among the rich, the great, the famous, the fact is, she's become a part of this world. Well, did she meet him again? What happened to that nervous young killer? You know you're going to find out in Act 2. Most popular of all stories is Rags to Riches. But the problem with most of them is the fact that the transition is never really smooth or easy. And no matter how high one becomes, or how many riches one acquires, it's impossible to leave all the rags behind. There are always loose ends to be tied. Usually ghosts that must be laid to rest. Here again is Uncle Stefan.
Till now, she had just been a beautiful playgirl of the international set. But soon her entire image had changed. She had become a professional working woman. You would see her designs in the leading decorating magazines. She was being consulted and quoted. She had acquired stature and authority. My little Gertrude Schmidt, whom I had transformed into the magnificent Countess Moreni. There was only one small cloud, the usual one, that never could disappear. May I have another cup of coffee, my dear?
No, you really shouldn't.
It's your fault for brewing it exactly the way I like it.
Well, it's the way Papa taught me. And every time I smell it, I think of him. Isn't that why I do it? Deliberately, to keep him fresh in my memory?
Certainly.
You realize that's a question Freud would ponder over for pages and volumes. And you so casually dismiss it in one word.
Oh, naturally. You're in a good temper this morning. And you've mentioned Freud. Does this mean what I think it does?
And what is that?
Are you thinking it's time you fell in love?
No, it's always time to fall in love. All one needs is to find the man.
That's the way it goes. She was unaware of it, but this was the day that she was destined to meet a man who... But I mustn't get ahead of myself. I can only say that day there was another conversation at another breakfast table.
Harry?
Yes, my dear.
I waited for Margaret to finish serving breakfast.
Does that mean we're going to have a scene?
You didn't keep your appointment yesterday?
What appointment?
With Countess Morenier.
Alma, why do I have to be involved in this thing? It's your house.
You live here, too.
Well, let her decorate the place any way she sees fit.
She can't do it unless she knows
She is being paid, and quite well, to do it.
A house must be an extension of the people who live in it.
It's a good sales talk, but she doesn't have to persist in that nonsense. She already has the job. Let her do it. Take the money and run.
That is not how the Countess Morenier has become the foremost interior decorator in this country.
Alma... I am too busy.
You promised I could have the Countess do the house.
I wrote out a check. What more do you want?
Unless she has an opportunity to meet you, she'll resign the account.
Well, that's just too bad.
Terry, I am trying to hold on to my temper.
Alma, I'm very busy.
I don't want to become angry. Don't force me to make an issue out of this because I will.
All right. All right.
This afternoon at 2:30. Be there.
Who? Oh, yes. Ask him to come in, please. Finally. Mr. Harry Collins. Ah, the elusive Mr. Collins.
Elusive no longer. So... there is a Countess Morenier. She's not merely a picture in the magazines, a story in the papers.
Have a chair, Mr. Collins.
Had I but known.
Had you but known what?
Well, that words fail to express. Pictures even fail to communicate the essence of the most... oh, why wouldn't I say it? The most magnificent woman I've ever met.
You realize, of course, that this is a business meeting.
The business of which is to get to know me better. Or is that merely sales rhetoric?
Are you always so verbally extravagant?
Well, I'm not sure. I wonder if you bring it out in me.
Is that a business-like question?
Shouldn't it suggest an extravagant color for my study? How about a bright yellow, strong red?
No, you couldn't live with them.
It doesn't matter. I hardly spend any time there anyhow.
Why?
That is a long story. Why don't I tell you about it over lunch?
No, I've just come back from lunch.
Or dinner, then?
Don't you have dinner with your wife?
I can't when I'm having a business meeting.
But your wife is my client.
Why don't we talk about it over cocktails?
Why don't we talk about it here?
Well, the fact is, an office always seems to inhibit me.
Mr. Collins.
Harry.
Mr. Collins, I don't think anything could ever inhibit you. No, you must try some more of Ilona's soup. I think she surpassed herself this evening.
Thank you, my dear. I'm sorry. I didn't see
it. It's all right, darling.
The doctor said it would come to this.
No, you mustn't talk about it.
Well, I've seen what's worth seeing. Transylvania, the most beautiful country in the world. And you, the world's most beautiful woman. As for the rest...
I met a most amusing man this afternoon.
That means he's married.
How did you know?
Well, if he was single, he'd be interesting. But since he belongs to someone else, he can only be amusing or diverting.
Well, he may not belong to someone else forever.
Oh, have we reached that stage so soon?
No, we are at no definite stage.
What is the gentleman's name?
Mr. Harry Collins, and I've asked him here for cocktails tomorrow afternoon. And you must promise to ask for no more than one martini. And May I present my uncle, the Count Moragny?
How do you do, sir? Countess Helene has told me a great deal about you.
But she's told me almost nothing about you.
There isn't very much to tell, I'm afraid.
Oh, I must disagree. Everyone's life is a book which consists of many volumes.
I think that I will do Mr. Cullen's study in gray and white. I have the feeling that he is, underneath it all, an extremely serious-minded person.
You've discovered my secret.
At that moment, at that precise moment, did I also discover a secret? Why suddenly... Did I hear a shot? No, it was only in my mind. The two of them kept chatting as if nothing had happened. That shot. Why did I hear that shot? And now I was listening to his voice.
When I can no longer get out of going to my office, I'm involved in real estate dealings.
Oh, you are that, Collins.
Guilty as charged.
The voice. It was older, smoother, more cultured, but it was still basically the same. As he spoke, I could hear him say...
Stick him up. Open the register.
Was it possible? Of course not. How? And then I said to myself, Stefan, it's the voice. You know it's the voice. I peered at him. My eyesight was almost gone. If only I could see. If only...
You're not very hungry this morning, Uncle.
Oh,
I'd like to say a penny for your thoughts, but in these inflationary times... Tell me, what did you think of Mr. Collins?
As a client?
I was thinking of him in another category.
Definitely?
Possibly.
My dear, this Mr. Collins, does he seem familiar?
In what way?
Oh, in any way.
I don't think so.
You don't feel perhaps that you might have met him somewhere, sometime?
No. Does he seem familiar to you?
I'm not sure.
Why do you ask me that question? Does Mr. Collins seem familiar?
It was just an idle question.
But you never ask an idle question.
I'm getting older.
And wiser?
No, unfortunately.
Well, to lay that particular question to rest, I've never met Mr. Collins before.
That should end it then.
I couldn't even imagine where or under what circumstances.
Good afternoon, Miss Rivers. How good of you to come.
What reporter in her right mind would refuse an invitation from the celebrated Count Moragny?
You mean the uncle of the celebrated Countess Moragny. The tea tray is laid out, as you can see. Well, I wonder if you'd be good enough to pour.
Of course. Cream, sugar, lemon.
Just tea for me, thank you.
And now, sir, may I ask why you have invited me here?
I want information.
We reverse roles. I'm the one who usually makes that request.
What do you know about a Mr. Harry Collins?
May I ask why?
Let me say this. If you keep this matter confidential...
It's not my business to keep matters confidential. Quite the other way around.
I will promise you, if anything comes of it that should be of interest to the media, I promise you will be given, what do you people call it, a scoop?
We say beat. Why do you want this information?
That must be part of our bargain. Agreed?
I'll call you tomorrow.
This is Count Stefan Moragny. Now, how may I help you?
I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you.
Oh, this is Miss Rivers.
Well, then again, it all depends on the kind of help you need.
Concerning Mr. Collins.
He was a very poor boy from the northeast side.
Ah, the northeast side.
The kind of kid who'd get himself into all kinds of scrapes.
Serious ones?
He was suspected of a few burglaries here and there, nothing that could be proved.
Has he no police record?
No. Well, he met a girl, got married, got a job, went to night school. The girl evidently reformed him. She's his present wife.
I see.
He went to work for a real estate firm. In 10 years, he owned it. It's been growing ever since.
And that is all we know about Mr. Collins?
That is all we know.
The conviction. It kept growing stronger. Harry Collins, this self-made millionaire, he was the killer. How could that be possible? But wasn't anything possible? Didn't scrawny Gertrude Schmidt become the radiant Countess Morenyi? I was positive. But what could I do about it? How could I hope to prove it?
What can he do? And how can he hope to prove it? And after so many years, isn't the trail ice cold? And after all, Elena was there too. If Harry Collins is our killer, why didn't she recognize his face or his voice? Well, that's why we have a third act. You can say what you like about facts and figures and statistical data. The truth seems to be, or at least experience tells us, that most of our great decisions are based on hunches. After all, the last time you fell in love, what did you go by? A rational analysis? Or what you are pleased to describe as the dictates of your heart? Another name for a hunch. What's true of love is also true of murder. Sometimes a hunch is your best line to a killer.
Good morning, my dear.
Ilona made the coffee this morning.
Darling, someone has to, since you refuse.
Well, the doctor says you're... What is the use?
Exactly. So let's relax and enjoy it. She makes it just the way you do.
You mean the way Papa did.
How is your friend, Mr. Collins?
You mean my client, Mr. Collins?
Oh, we're still at that stage, huh? Have some coffee.
Yes, I will. Oh.
What is it, my dear?
I don't know.
Is something wrong?
Oh, Papa.
What about Papa?
I thought I'd blotted that picture from my mind forever.
Oh?
That terrible day, that terrible shot.
No. Don't think about it.
Can't help it.
But why? Why does it suddenly appear before you now?
I don't know. Possibly the coffee.
Possibly the coffee. Combined with the mention of Harry Collins' name. Perhaps there was some kind of subconscious linkage. Oh, don't ask me what. I usually laugh at people who talk this way. But she would have to decide for herself if Harry Collins was the same who killed her father. She would have to recognize him. No one else could make that judgment. Of course, I could be of assistance. And so I summoned my housekeeper.
Yes, Count.
Sit down, please, Ilona. Tell me, do you remember many years ago Schmidt's Delicatessen on the northeast side?
How could I forget?
What a delightful place it was. Do you remember all those delicious smells?
Oh, Stefan, if you want to talk about the old times, please, I'm busy. Later.
No, pay attention, woman. I have an important job for you. What were those smells?
You are not serious.
Answer the question.
He always had coffee ready to serve.
Yes. And why was it so distinctive?
A little bit of chicory.
What were the other smells? Those delicious meats and sausages, The salads?
You're making me hungry. And the doctor says I must diet.
You must duplicate those heavenly aromas now. In this room.
I do not understand.
The thing is crystal clear. I want this room to smell as if one had just entered Herr Schmidt's delicatessen.
But Count.
What is the problem? There was no problem. My Ilona was a servant of the old school. She fussed and complained, but there was a twinkle in her eye. And now, to set the appointment. Lena, my dear.
Yes, Uncle.
I am quite taken with this Mr. Harry Collins.
Oh?
Do you suppose we could have Mr. Collins over for cocktails?
When?
Whenever it's convenient.
This afternoon?
Why not?
Oh, Uncle Stefan, I don't know. There's something about him.
Yes?
It attracts me or frightens me.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I'm disturbed.
How? Are you in love with this man?
Love? I don't know. I've never been in love, but I have this feeling.
Yes?
It's as if some force has been generated inside me. It's a force that's going to be released, whether I want it or not. Uncle, is that what love is?
It's love, or it's the other side of the coin. Hate. Soon we shall know. Soon she would know. She would find out for herself. And if he were not the killer, she would find out without even knowing what it was she'd found out. That afternoon, she arrived first.
I'm early. Harry said he'd try to be here before 6. Uncle Stefan.
What is it, child?
The room.
What about it, dear?
It's like... It smells like Papa's store.
That's right. Somewhat.
No, more than somewhat.
But I've asked Ilona to prepare some food.
Well, she must have outdone herself. I'm carried back to all those years to Papa's shop. The coffee with a pinch of chicory, the baked meats, the potato salad, the sauerkraut.
Hello. I was able to get here early after all.
No. Papa.
Catch her. She's going to faint.
Here. Put her on the couch.
What happened? Should we call for a doctor?
No. She'll be all right.
Shouldn't we do something?
Ilona will take care of her, Mr. Collins. I wonder if you would be good enough to excuse us?
Well, sure. Funny.
What's funny?
I don't know. I have this feeling.
Yes?
I don't know what it is.
Can you describe it?
No, I can't. I think I'd better go.
All right, Elena.
Yes.
No. Don't try to get up. Lie quiet for a bit.
He's the one. Harry is the one.
Yes.
And you knew it?
Yes, my dear.
Why didn't you tell me?
What was there to tell? A suspicion? It could have clouded the rest of your life. You had to make the discovery for yourself.
And I made it.
Yes. Now what?
Now, I'm going to kill him.
Is it wise?
Your own words. A Moreni cannot argue against revenge. When he has been injured, he does not run whining about it to the law.
That was a philosophy for another place, another time. There's a practicality here. Think of what you have to lose. The world will discover that the Countess Moreni is really Gertrude Schmidt.
Well, the world will survive that discovery.
But will you?
There's nothing shameful about being Gertrude Schmidt.
But there's something awfully wasteful about spending the rest of your life in prison.
I know that, but I have no choice.
You don't?
Uncle, are you saying that he's to get away with murder? He has to pay for it. Now, please, Uncle Stefan, I must get up.
Where are you going, my dear?
Going to my room. I have a .22 caliber automatic. And then I shall visit Mr. Harry Collins.
Alma, are you busy? I want to talk to you.
I hope this won't take long, Harry. I'll have to go upstairs soon, dress for dinner. You will, too. We're dining with the Alcotts.
Alma, please, listen. I want a divorce. Alma?
No. I won't let you go.
What good am I to you?
I own you. And don't you ever forget it. If I should go to the police
Alma, please, try to understand. I'm in love.
Of course you are, darling. You're in love with me.
Can't you try to understand?
I saved your life that night when the police came looking for you, and every day that I remain silent, I keep saving your life. Oh, the door. Do you suppose it's the police?
Alma.
There's no statute of limitations on murder, you know. Suppose they think they found a clue. Oh, don't worry, darling. I'll swear again you were with me all night.
Alma,
Of course, that didn't do my reputation any good. Things were different in those days, but I didn't care. I loved you. I'd give up anything for you. Now, let me open the door. And don't you say a word. Why, Countess, what a delightful surprise.
Good evening, Mrs. Collins.
Won't you come in? May I fix you a drink?
No, thank you. I can only stay a moment.
Oh, that's a pity.
I just stopped by to shoot your husband.
Oh, does he make you want to do that, too? There are times when I feel that
Elena.
Elena?
Yes, Elena. I'm in love with her. She's the one, Alma.
Oh, really? Oh, you have exquisite taste, Harry, darling. So, the two of you did not confine your discussions exclusively to interior decorating. Countess, do you have serious intentions concerning my husband?
Yes, I have.
Well, then I'm sorry. He is a most attractive man. That is why I intend to hold on to him. I know you're a woman of the world. You'll get over him. And he'll get over you after a while. Just as he's gotten over all the others.
No, not this time.
Harry, we will not have a scene.
Hey, Elena, she's asked you to decorate the house. Show it for what it is. A place of hate and bitterness. Oh, do it in stone and bars because it's a prison. She is blackmailing me. I was a stupid kid. I got into trouble. I killed a man. I didn't mean to. It just happened. She gave me an alibi.
I gave you more than an alibi. I made you go straight. I worked so you could go to night college and become somebody. Whatever you are today, you owe to me.
All right, but how long do I have to keep paying you back? When are we going to be even?
Never.
Alma, I'm not asking for myself. It's also for you. Let go of me. It can't go on forever. Tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, I am going to kill you. Or myself. Or both of us.
We will always be together, Harry.
Excuse me, I seem to have interrupted a family argument. I must be going.
Oh, surely, Countess. You did have a reason for stopping by.
Yes, I told you I came here to shoot your husband. But I see now it won't be necessary. Things will take care of themselves.
Elena, what are you saying?
As a matter of fact, I brought this.
Oh, that's a pistol.
Well, of course. Why don't I just leave it here? I'm sure one of you will find a use for it. Sooner or later.
You actually did come here to shoot me?
Yes. But as it turns out, I don't have to. You are already dead.
There is certainly a new style in things. We hear all kinds of sentiments concerning revenge, such as living well is the best revenge, success is the best revenge, survival is the best revenge. who knows? I can only say that if revenge is being put on a more positive and less violent basis, I am certainly in favor. I shall return shortly. An eye for an eye. It's so clearly stated in the book. And for years, we have tried to probe beyond its literal meaning to the spirit. And perhaps what was really meant in that ancient language was picked up later by a poet named Sir William Gilbert. Make sure the punishment fits the crime. And once we start to really analyze crimes and their punishments, we cannot help but find new insights into old problems. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For you mystery murder buffs, as nearly as I can determine, the first foul play was committed by Cain, son of Adam and Eve, who rose up and slew his brother Abel. We don't know exactly when that crime was committed. It was so very much in the past. Nor can we fix a date for the killing you're about to hear, for it takes place so very much in the future.
Captain, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Jack. Everything okay in the message center?
Captain, can you grab a hold of Doc Mayer and get your flame bucket over here?
I can't leave the bridge right now. I'm checking the state vector. I'll get to you as soon as I can.
That's not soon enough, Captain. I'm all alone here with a very dead body.
Our mystery drama, Murder on the Space Shuttle, based on a story by Jacques Poutrelle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Gordon Heath. I shall return shortly with Act One. It's unfortunately true, as tomorrow's history will verify, hundreds of years from now. Although man may have conquered disease, hunger, and space, he still will not have learned how to conquer himself. When I say man, of course, I include woman. Project yourself into time, far into the future. The Robert Goddard, a U.S. space shuttle, is about to take hundreds of passengers thousands of miles beyond the stars. Murder will ride the rocket ship with us. Fasten your restraining belts and stand by as we blast off.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 10, 9, start ignition sequence. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff at 12:12 on the Robert Goddard.
captain of the Goddard speaking.
Is that you, Charlie C-17?
It is.
You are go for staging. Thrust is go, all engines. You are looking good.
Be advised, visual is go today. Couple of thunderstorms downrange.
This is Earth Control at 13 plus 13.
Shut down.
Right on time. See you when you get back to Earth, Captain.
Roger. Jack, you can leave the bridge now. I'd like you to go to the middle deck and check into the comm screen center. See how Graham 7 is doing and report back to me.
Sure, Captain. A problem?
No. Graham 7's had a long shift. I'd better get myself below and make my little speech to the passengers about their next 2 weeks on the shuttle.
Yeah, they do get restless this first day.
You know Graham G7?
No, we've never worked the same shuttle.
He's been stuck up in comm screen since last night, fixing all the relays. I want to make sure he's okay.
Say no more, Charlie. I'm on my way. Oh, and tell your passengers, anyone who wants to send a message either ahead to Skyland 6 or back to Earth to come and see me. Explain to them they go to the comm screen door, touch their wrist signals, identify, and I'll just let them in.
Move it. Get yourself over to comm screen.
Yes, sir. Graham 7? Well, where are you? Why didn't you put some lights on? Oh, what are you doing over there at the console? It's me, First Officer Jack JB4. What's the matter? Graham? Oh, no. Why doesn't the captain pick up his emergency relay? Captain Charlie C-17, will you answer me? Oh, my head is... Oh, something in the air. I feel dizzy. What's happening to me? Yeah. What is it?
Is there someone in the communications screen center? I'm standing outside the door.
Yeah. What is it? State your name and business, please.
My name is Jennifer, J13.
Yes. I can see you on the monitor. What do you want?
I wish to send a message back to Earth.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't right now. Transmissions are closed down. The S-band relay is so bad we can't get through it all. I can't promise anything.
Why can't I speak to the regular communications officer, Graham G7? He knows me.
Look, this is the last time I talk to you. Go away.
That's you, Jack?
Look, I'm in comm screen. Where you been?
I told you. The usual pep talk to the passengers. What's up?
Where's Doc Mayer?
Well, he's around somewhere. Probably handing out pressure and air sick pills.
Well, look, can you find him and get your flame bucket over here?
What's the problem?
I don't want to use the squawk box for this message.
Something wrong with the equipment?
I guess you could call it that.
Can't you and Graham G7 work it out? I don't know when I can leave the bridge, Jack. I'm checking the state vector.
Captain, get over here on the double with Doc Mayer.
Why? Somebody hurt?
He doesn't look hurt to me, Captain. He looks dead. Doctor? What killed Graham G7?
Some kind of a shock. We'll have to get him to the Shuttle's hospital before I'll know. Even then...
Even then what?
Jack, I don't have all the testing facilities on board for a complete autopsy report. My double X-ray scanners can't do everything. Unless there's an obvious cause, we may not know definitely how this man died until we dock at Skyland 6. Shock, cardiac arrest, it isn't easy to diagnose.
Before we move Graham 7, I'll have one of the men from security come up and take measurements and pictures.
Captain, you're acting as if you thought this was murder.
You tell me. What happened?
Look, Captain, when I left you, I didn't come directly here. I went to my quarters, changed to my suction shoes, and took a quick jog around the deck. Matter of fact, I ran right by that porthole.
Did you see Graham 7?
Yeah, I saw him, but he didn't see me. He was sitting at the console where he is now.
Slumped over like that?
Well, I can't say, Doctor. It wasn't too light in here. He was sort of bending forward.
Did you speak to him, Jack? Was the porthole open as it is now?
Well, I told you I was jogging, and I stopped for a second. I said, "Hi, Graham, see you in a few minutes. I'll be taking over," or something like that. And, well, I kept on running, went back to my cabin, changed, came here, let myself in the door, and, well, I found him just like this.
See anyone around?
Nope, nobody. Well, while I was trying to raise you, Captain, one of the passengers wanted to send a message, but I put her off.
Her?
Yeah, I wrote the name down here. Here we are. Jennifer J. 13.
One thing at a time. First, I'll call security, have them go over the place, and then, Doctor, it's in your hands. This is the captain speaking. I want 2 security officers with tape scan and tape imprint devices immediately in the comm screen center. This is high secret. Jack.
Sir.
You are to go to your quarters. You're not to consider yourself under arrest, but available for interrogation.
For how long, Captain?
If it takes all 15 days of our voyage, so that's how long it takes. It'll be hard on me because I need a first officer, but there's no other way. I've got to go by the rules. I'd have to ask my own mother to stay in her cabin. What can I do? It's stupid.
It sure is. I know less about this than you do.
I believe you, Jack, but you were here.
You commissioned Graham G7 as communications officer. You know all about him. His friends, his enemies. You cleared him. Today was the first time I ever met him, and well, he was dead then.
I guess that's what we have to find out, Jack. I'm going up to the bridge.
Captain Charlie C-17, sir.
Yes. Your security?
Yes, we have the results of our tape scan of the comm screen center.
It's written up?
Not yet, sir. I thought the captain would want an immediate report, so I come to make it orally.
Right. Did you seal the communication center?
Yes, sir. But what about messages back and forth from the shuttle to control, sir?
I've already had all the lines patched into the bridge and a bank of portable scanners. We'll continue transmissions from here.
Hello, U.S. Space Shuttle Robert Goddard. This is Control. Do you read us?
Affirmative, Control. Captain Charlie C-17 speaking. The security, be with you as soon as I can. Don't go.
We have the weather for your docking at 1800 on the 10th.
Gotcha. I'm logging you.
The wind at about 090 at 18 knots. Skyline 6 will have tilted to 1600. Your Delta K will be plus 10 feet. That ought to do it. How are you handling the Graham G7 matter?
Still working on it. I've got security here on the bridge now with a preliminary tape scan and tape imprint. I'll be cluing you in as soon as I can.
Sorry about all this. I think it's the first time it's happened on a shuttle to one of our own men.
I hope it's the last. I'll call you at 0019.
Roger. Over and out. Keep pitching, Charlie.
Gotcha. All right, security. What did you find?
Well, Captain, air imprint tells us there was one person in the area making a different EUG imprint than those we can account for.
Is that all you come up with? What about height, age, build, etc.? You ought to be able to tell that.
Well, we hope to, Captain, but our imprint analyzer needs an overhaul, so it's a little slow on details. We'll have them, though.
This person who occupied space in comm screen who's not the first officer, myself, or the deceased, are you sure it's a human being, not one of our work machines?
Well, at this point, we're not sure. And they're all over the shuttle, but as I said, this is just preliminary.
All right, security. Let me know when you have more information.
Captain, why are we walking around the deck?
This is where Jack said he went jogging, Doctor.
So?
Just thought we'd take a swing round. see what we could see. Now, on the right, Doc. When we pass the counter-cyclical indicator, there'll be the porthole of the com-screen center you saw yesterday from the inside.
Charlie, you think someone stood outside this porthole and zapped Graham G7?
It's possible, isn't it? The console he was sitting at is right in the line of sight.
Careful. There's something on the deck. Move your foot. Here, I'll pick it up.
Don't touch it.
Huh? It's only a small tube of metal. Light, isn't it? Here.
Doctor, don't you know that even breathing on evidence contaminates it, let alone handling it?
You mean...
What does it look like to you?
A thin tube about 15 centimeters long. A probe. Looks like a probe.
Small enough to hide in a pocket or handbag. You've never seen one of these before?
No, I haven't.
I'm not surprised. They've been illegal since the 4th millennium. This innocuous-looking probe, easy to hide and looking like an ordinary key probe we use to lock up our houses, is far from that. This harmless-appearing tube is a deadly, lethal synthesis of an ancient blow dart savages used for centuries, and a laser-propelled weapon. Once the ray is released, what it reaches dies.
You think this instrument could have been used to kill Graham 7?
Let's get it over to your hospital lab and do some analysis.
Captain, I told you we don't have the equipment on board for intensive investigation, particularly for metal strobe analysis.
Then we'll photophone what we have back to Earth and ask them to do the investigating. Whatever the odds, we've got to play them. We've one murdered man on board. Of that, I'm certain. I don't want any more.
Spacecrafts of the future are indeed, or rather will indeed, be islands unto themselves, like separate minuscule planets, cruising towards islands in the sky. Small, compact, life-bearing. Therefore, any crime committed on a spacebound rocket can be doubly dangerous, for what is fatal to one could be fatal to all. I shall return shortly with Act 2. We are many centuries into the future. Travel to the planets, to islands in space, whole civilizations growing up in the sky, meteors being mined for their minerals, are as commonplace as is our earthbound life today. We are aboard the U.S. Space Shuttle Robert Goddard, named after the Massachusetts scientist born 100 years ago, known as the father of modern rocketry. A ship's officer has been found dead. A heart attack? Possibly. Cardiac arrest? It would seem so. But arrested by what? Is it the device now being examined in the ship's hospital laboratory?
That small empty probe we picked up from the deck? I've still got it under the scanner, but nothing's showing.
The tube's made of axionite. Axionite is completely subatomic. That's why the scanner won't reveal the molecular or atomic makeup. That's how it escaped detection when it was taken aboard.
That's sure a new one.
No, it isn't. The idea behind this is ancient history. Disguise your weapon. Bring something on board everyone has, like an ordinary key probe. Centuries ago, Soviet powers perfected a device which shot poison-filled particles from an umbrella or a cane at anyone they wished to be rid of. I've seen one in our Space Ordnance Museum. And I've seen a duplicate of this probe.
Let me shut off the scanner. I can't think with that on.
Instead of that old-fashioned umbrella that propelled poison, this probes the human brain. Snaps the electrical impulses. Death. One aim, one shot. That's it.
Only an RM beam could do that.
Someone came along to where we were standing on the deck, pointed the tube at Graham. Zap. Doc, you've got to work up blood samples from his body to transmit to control. If they can tell us what Graham died of, It might help us find out who killed him. Good morning, Control. Robert Goddard on the wing.
Good morning, Charlie.
We've still got our problem. Security and Doc Mayer have photophoned you all their findings. Our first officer is still confined to his cabin, and I need him. Any news your end? Did you make an analysis of Graham's blood samples? And what about an infrared composition test of the suspected weapon?
Both results are in. You can release your first officer. He had nothing to do with Graham's death.
I'm glad to hear it. Are you sure?
Positive. As for the axionite probe you found outside the comm screen center, it's a spent missile well into its half-life.
Control, you mean it hasn't been used recently?
Not for 6 to 8 months. How it got on your ship, we can't determine from here.
So if the probe wasn't responsible for his death, what was?
Possibly bacterial endocarditis. The bacteria show in the blood.
But Graham had a physical before coming aboard for the flight. Doc Mayer gave it to him. How could he have passed it?
You might ask Mayer. Captain, you'll be docking in Skyland 6 in 5 days. When you get there, arrange to have Graham's remains shipped back to us.
Affirmative. Hey, I just thought. Shouldn't we check with his family?
He's got no family.
What about the profile of Jennifer J13?
Still working on it.
Yes, who is it? Please touch your wrist patch so I can see you on the door monitor. Oh, yes. Jennifer J13. Hold on. I'll open the door for you.
Captain Charlie C-17?
Yes, I am. You may come in and be seated.
I'm Jennifer J-13.
I know you are. You gave evidence in the death of our communications officer. I believe you tried to gain entrance to the comm screen center without knowing that, at the time, Graham was lying dead.
Oh, please, don't say any more. It's all such a nightmare. I came to see you, Captain, because I wanted to know if there was anything you could tell me about... Well, I mean, do you know how it happened? I can't believe he's dead. It's so cruel.
My dear girl, you must try not to let this upset you so.
Well, you see, Graham and I, we were going to be married.
Oh, I had no idea.
Do you have any suspicion about it? Who did it? Why?
Matter of fact, I've just been talking to Earth Control, and I don't know how to say this, Jennifer. It's possible that nobody did it. You see, Graham had a congenital heart disease.
That's not true.
Oh, I'm afraid tests on his blood say otherwise.
I don't care what the tests say. It couldn't be.
Why couldn't it be?
Well, when we took our examination to marry, we had a complete mind and matter scan, as everybody has to do when they're going to be married. Both of us checked out 100% compatible and 100% healthy. He couldn't have had a heart disease.
Are you sure?
We were going to marry in Sky City and live there. Sure. Of course I am. We wouldn't have been permitted to go through with our plans.
It's a mystery to me. I was also wondering how Graham could have passed his flight physical if he'd had a bad heart.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to talk this over with the ship's doctor.
And then what? Graham didn't die of a bad heart. Someone killed him. Wanted him dead.
Jennifer, we arrive in Skyland 6 in 5 days. We've alerted the authorities ahead, and they'll take charge.
You have to do more than that.
Jennifer, I am a captain of a space shuttle. I am not equipped, nor do I have the education or the time to conduct a complete criminal investigation. If a crime has been committed, I'll be told how to proceed, and so will the passengers.
I don't want to wait 5 days. If there's a murderer on this shuttle, when we land, he could get away. I am going to find out who he is, even if you won't.
I can't order you not to do what you wish. But there are certain sections of this shuttle that are off limits to any but the ship's personnel.
If I didn't know that you were the captain here, it wouldn't be difficult to convince myself that you know something and that you are concealing something. Goodbye, Captain.
Jack, I'm truly sorry.
Captain, you did the only thing you could. Keep me under surveillance.
I really never thought you had anything to do with Graham's death, but I had to go by the rule book, no matter how silly it seems.
So Control says they think he died of endocarditis?
Possibly.
No, I don't believe it.
Neither does Jennifer J13.
Oh, who's that?
That girl who came to send a message when you just discovered the body and you wouldn't let her inside the communication center. She gave me a real hard time just now when I told her we're confined to the shuttle until the police are finished with us.
We'll be quarantined for Apollo knows how long. I want to get back to my family.
Oh, the police won't give us much flack.
Oh, yes, they will, especially me, because I saw Graham first. Oh, look, it's no problem for you, Captain. Your home is Earth. Mine's up there in Sky City. I got a wife and 2 children I haven't seen in months. I've been on that Saturn, Venus, Jupiter shuttle. I mean, the last time it was a year and 4 months before I got leave. I don't want to hang around waiting for the local investigation to make up their minds. I want to go home.
I keep saying to myself, there's something I've overlooked. I'm missing some fact. What is it?
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing, Captain. All the while you had me stuck in my cabin, I kept trying to remember what I saw, what I felt, trying to piece together my direct vision and my peripheral vision. Captain, I'd like to go back up to the ComScreen Center and stand exactly where I stood, turn on my memory sense computer, and see what happens.
I'm with you. Maybe there is something. It could work. It sure did in the old days.
Are you trying to tell me that back in the 20th century, those primitive times, they had individual memory sense computers?
No, but they had hypnotism. If the police wanted a description of someone from a person who'd seen them but couldn't remember, sometimes they'd subject the witness to hypnosis in order to make contact with his subconscious memory.
Yeah, and?
And very often it would work. The hypnotized witness would be able to describe the man they were looking for.
Yeah, that was all right in the old days, but I prefer having control. Memory chips are much more accurate than brain memory cells. Look, let's do it now.
Test you in ComScreen?
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Why not? Let me check security first.
All right, Captain. This is the way it happened. I came in to relieve Graham, right? Now, most of the lights were out. I closed the door like this.
You didn't see much.
No. I stood here for a minute. I didn't see Graham right away, but I had a feeling, a sense, you know that feeling you get when someone's been in a room before you, like the perfume or the heat of a human being who's just left?
Did you say perfume?
Well, did I? Yeah, I guess I did. You know what I mean, Captain.
Well, keep moving around, Jack, to jog your memory sense.
Yeah, well, hold it. There's something over here. Yeah, it's coming to me. I got it. Yeah, but I already told you that.
Tell it to me again.
The equipment was on.
You didn't tell me that. Was Graham sending or receiving?
No, he wasn't doing anything. He was out. He was dead. Now, just let me concentrate now. Memory sense. The screen had been receiving. Now, what was on it? I'm trying to see it.
What did it read, Jack?
Nothing at the time I was there, but it had been receiving. Now, if I can patch in my inner peripheral vision and my peripheral sound... Gee, there was something on that screen, I'm sure of it, but before I came in that door.
I checked his log. There's nothing on the log tape.
Yeah, then I saw him. Graham bent over the console. I didn't even have to go near him, really. I knew he was dead. Now I know.
What?
I passed out. No. Wait a minute. I can feel the way I felt. Yeah, it's coming over me again. It's like something at the back of my head boring into my skull. I fell down, Captain. Yeah, I fell down right where you're standing.
When you fell down, how long were you out?
I don't know. I came to when I heard a wrist signal tone from someone who wanted to come in and send a message. That, what was her name? Jennifer, J13 girl. Hey, Captain, you feel sort of strange? Like you're floating? There's something about this place. I'm feeling dizzy again.
Jack, you'd better go see Doc Mayer.
Gee, I'm getting a headache that is fierce. I tell you, Captain, something's funny in the air here. This pain is killing me.
Certainly, life as we project it into future centuries seems to present more problems than life and death today. I suspect, though, that man's reasoning and motives will, no matter what the age, be no different from ours. We may be capable of engineering ourselves to perform limitless tasks, conquering and creating worlds in the universe. But how long will it be before the conquest of jealousy, anger, and greed? I shall return shortly with Act 3. The murder of a flight officer on a spacecraft shuttling from Earth to an orbiting colony. The flight doctor, whose blood sample of the deceased does not match his medical record. The girl who claims the dead man was to marry her. Are these facts or fictitious dissembling? Is truth spoken here or lies? The captain of the space shuttle is determined to find out before his ship docks in 20 hours on Skyland 6. We find him on the bridge.
Yes, Captain here.
It's Jack.
Did you see the doctor?
No, I couldn't find him. I don't know where he is.
You couldn't locate Doc Mayer?
Well, he's not in the shuttle hospital or in his cabin. No one's seen him.
How's your head, Jack? Dizzy feeling?
Oh, that's gone. I feel fine now. I'm sure it's something in the comm screen center.
You're not making sense, Jack.
Well, maybe some kind of gas.
It didn't bother me.
Maybe radiation. I don't know what. It didn't bother you at all?
Nope.
Gotta be something I'm allergic to.
Jack, I've got Jennifer J13 coming in. I'm going to quiz her on how well she knows Graham from what I've got on his profile.
She knew him?
Didn't I tell you? Said they were going to get married.
What does it say in Graham's profile about her?
Not a word.
Well, good luck, Captain.
I'm opening the door, Jennifer. Come in. Sit down.
When I got the message that you wanted to see me, I was glad. I've been trying to get up enough nerve to ask you a favor. You see, Graham and we hadn't known each other very long.
We have a profile on Graham G7 about his lifestyle and his friends, but your name doesn't appear on it. You told me you two were getting married, that you had a compatibility and health test. Nothing about that in here.
Well, I told you. We didn't know each other very long. We told our plans to nobody, so I never met any of Graham's friends. I don't know why our mind and matter scans aren't there. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I wish I didn't have to, but I have this favor.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Well, then stop quizzing me. It won't bring him back.
What is it you want, Jennifer?
Can I take charge of Graham's body? Tomorrow, when the launch jets come out to meet us, could I take Graham on one of them and leave this awful shuttle before you dock? I don't think I could bear to stay aboard here any longer.
I'm afraid the orders are for all passengers and crew to remain on board until the Skyland 6 police have questioned everyone.
Captain, you're just in time. Something's coming through from control.
U.S. Space Shuttle, Robin Goddard. This is Earth Control. Do you read me?
Hello, Earth Control. First Officer Jack, JB4 here. We read you.
Is the captain there?
Yes. Hello, Control. I'm here.
Charlie, we're putting this message through to you in code. It's high secret. Repeat, high secret. That's the complete message. Over and out.
Gotcha. Over and out, Control.
Well, did you decode all that, Captain?
I thought we had a mystery before, but this beats all. Here's the message. Blood sample photophoned from body of Graham C7 does not match blood type on file at Space Headquarters.
Doesn't match?
So it's still possible Graham was murdered. We know he didn't have bacterial endocarditis. Question. Why did Doc Mayer send the wrong specimen back?
I can't believe old Doc Mayer's involved in this.
Question. Whose blood analysis did he relay back to Control if it wasn't Graham's? Suppose the doctor knew what he was doing. Why did he do it? What's he hiding?
Yeah, and where? Believe me, I looked everywhere for him.
This is security's job. This is the captain. Is that security?
Yes, sir.
We're trying to locate Dr. Mayer. Would you do a thorough search of the shuttle and bring him to the bridge?
That won't be necessary, Captain.
What do you mean? I want that search immediately.
I mean, sir, Dr. Mayer has been found.
You found him? How is he?
We were just going to call you, Captain. We put Dr. Mayer in the ship's hospital.
Doc Mayer? It's Charlie. Just move a finger if you can hear me.
Charlie, come closer. I want to tell you.
What happened to you, Doc?
This is my last flight, Captain. I don't want to make any more.
Shh, Doc. Just lie there. Don't talk anymore. Save your strength.
I gotta tell you before it's too late. I'm getting too old. I sent the wrong sample of blood, not Graham's. I'm not well. I know what it is. So every day I check my own blood. Every trip. Mix them up, I guess. Mistake. Sent mine, not his.
Captain, I've one hunch left.
What is it?
Remember how lousy I began to feel when we were in comm screen the last time? And do you remember your theory about the Axionite probe? I think there was someone hiding in there when we went in.
Couldn't be. Security had the place sealed up until we went in.
Yeah, but maybe there's another way in. Ever think of that?
What's your idea?
Get hold of all the passengers and crew. Let it be known that Control is alerted, and it's only a matter of time, half an hour maybe, before we know the identity of a murderer on board. Tell them that the first officer is the only one permitted in the comm screen center, and he will bring you the message directly. I think that'll smoke the killer out. Yes, we read you, Control. Thank you very much for the information. It clears up quite a mystery. The past 2 weeks have been a long siege. I don't think we would have solved this without you.
You can shut down the equipment. Do as I say.
Good evening, Jennifer J13. Oh, I'd appreciate it if you would point that probe in another direction. How did you get in here?
Through the cable closet. It opens onto the deck.
Oh. What do you want, another death on your hands?
That doesn't bother me. I haven't gone through all this for nothing.
Through what?
Why do you think I'm on this shuttle?
I don't know. Are you running from something, Jennifer?
Not a bad guess.
I'm going to take that probe away from you. You're not going to fire it. You're not...
One more step and Oh! Don't!
Oh, Captain, you really hit her. Where did you learn that?
From another antique book. It's called a karate chop.
Oh, well, we were both right. She's got a supply of those probes. She's quite a deadly woman.
I commend you on faking that transmission. But now that we know, let's put in a real one.
Good Shuttle, Robert Goddard.
We're right here, Control.
Your inquiry, Ray Jennifer J13. This is a woman known as Maria J13. She is wanted for the murder of her husband using a probe delivering an RM beam. Maria's husband was manufacturing these illegal probes, and his death may have been the result of a quarrel. Would you point the transmission lens head at the suspect?
Certainly. How's that, Control?
No question. Her features match very closely with photographs we have right here. 2 weeks ago, all points broadcasts were being sent out for the apprehension of the suspect.
Control, you'll be getting a full report soon. I hope I can deliver it in person.
Over and out.
Jennifer, are you Maria J13?
Yes.
How did you get onto this shuttle?
I disguised myself, and a friend bought me a ticket.
So that you could escape. You didn't get very far.
As far as I wanted to.
Why do you talk nonsense? You're not stupid.
No, I'm lucky. It was luck I was on deck and I could hear that APB from Earth Control was asking people to be on the lookout for me.
Graham, who received that warning, wasn't so lucky, was he?
I knew I had to stop that communicator before he stopped me. I asked to be let in, to send a message, and they started repeating the APB. I could tell he was beginning to suspect it was me. When he had his back to me, I pointed my probe at him and ran out. I wasn't sure if he was dead. I walked around the deck and threw the spent probe away.
You don't have to say any more, Jennifer. The law protects you.
When I left the deck and went back inside, I stood in a corner of the hall. Someone came along and went inside the communications center.
Yeah, you saw me going inside.
But nothing happened. No alarm, nothing. Nobody calling out help or murder. I had to know if he was dead. If he wasn't, they'd be after me.
You came to the door and said you wanted to send a message. I told you to go away.
I didn't know but that I'd have to kill him again. And if they repeated that APB, I'd have had to kill you.
I think you've forgotten, young lady. Our universe is kept healthy by the law of enforce and terminate. The ENTs investigate, decide, and condemn.
Enforce and terminate doesn't frighten me.
Maria, I have never met a person like you. So cold-blooded. You certainly fooled me.
You wanted to believe my lie. You wanted to believe I really did love Graham G7 and that we were going to be married.
I'm afraid I did.
I never met the man until I killed him.
You confessed to a great deal.
Have I? I've forgotten what I told you.
Jennifer, Maria, whoever you are, we'll be meeting again at the Council of Enforce and Terminate. You don't belong in this century. If there were many people like you, we would have never reached the civilization we have in this year of 2675. You are a throwback, young lady. You are that one piece of sand that can ruin the delicate machinery of our progress. So don't fool yourself for one moment that I will rest until you have been terminated.
That this is a story of crime in the high air is much the same as if it were a tale of death on the high seas. The sin of murder started with Cain, and who knows when it will end, if ever. However, in today's tale, we are treated to a new environment, an escape from the earth to a new world, man-made, in an age presumably better and more efficient than ours. It's something to be hoped for, if it ever happens. I shall be back shortly. To those of us who believe we are the first visionaries who see life in a limitless universe, hear this. For I dipped into the future far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonders that would be, saw the heavens filled with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of purple twilight dropping down with costly bales. Those are the words of a poet born almost 200 years ago, Alfred Lord Tennyson. It is he, not us, who had the vision. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Paul Hecht, Valika Gray, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You're about to hear the true story of a heinous crime. It was committed around the turn of the century, not in our country, but on the west coast of England. Bear in mind, however, that our earliest settlers were English and brought here with them their own concepts and institutions and their own attitudes toward crime and its punishment.
I tell you, that's Mrs. Hood. She lodged with me for an entire week. Till that night.
Mrs. Redfield, the Metropolitan Police can't find a single trace of anyone by that name.
But I knew her for a whole week. She was a widow. She had a brother-in-law who was madly in love with her. For all I know, she was going to meet him that very night. The night she...
You saw her that night, did you, Mrs. Redfield?
Well, certainly I saw her. I spoke with her. Little did I know that when she left this house, she was going to her death.
Our mystery drama, Last Act, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Court Benson and Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We intend to bring you the main events of this shocking tale as they really happened almost a century ago. We have altered the names of its principal characters. One of them a man who went on to enjoy success and celebrity, and two, a man and a woman who died. Here now is the real-life drama titled Last Act.
Yes, who is it?
It's I, Commissioner.
Oh, come in, Miss Cudworth.
Mr. McLeod, there's someone outside who wants to see you.
Yes, who is it?
He says he's Peter Gaunt.
Peter Gaunt? You don't mean not Peter Gaunt from London?
Well, that's what his card reads. Here, see for yourself, sir.
Peter Gaunt, barrister at law. Great Scott! What would he be doing in Yarmouth?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Well, ask him to step inside, Miss Cudworth. Don't keep him waiting. My word, Peter Gaunt.
Will you kindly step inside, Mr. Gaunt, sir? Mr. McLeod will be delighted to speak with you.
Thank you very much. No interruptions, Miss Cudworth.
I quite understand, sir.
Well, this is an honor, sir. Take this chair, do. I wish I could offer you something more comfortable, Huxtable, but...
No, this will do nicely, Commissioner.
Assistant Commissioner only. In charge of criminal investigation. The Commissioner, of course, is in London. Here in Yarmouth, I'm a mere assistant. But what am I saying? You know all that, of course. And all about London, too, where you've won such wide acclaim, such distinction, such honor.
Now, that's enough of that.
And to think it all started here. Think of that.
I think of it often.
Aye, the Barton murder.
The murder on the beach.
Forgive my inquisitiveness, but what brings you back here to Yarmouth?
Well, shall we call it return to the scene of the crime?
Oh, but the Barton affair was some years past. I'm sure you've argued much grander cases since the murder on the beach.
It so happens that I've just acquired for myself a motor vehicle.
Ah, a gas buggy. You actually bought one of those contraptions?
I did indeed. Nothing like it, MacLeod. Nothing to compare with it.
You don't say.
So, having come into possession of my little beauty, I had a craving to try it out, to tour in it, see how it would do on a really long run. So I filled the tank to capacity and set out for Yarmouth.
Not in a day. You wouldn't try to make it London to Yarmouth in one day.
Oh, hardly that. I've never tried to do more than 100 kilometers in a single day. I thought, where shall I take myself in my new motor car? What better place, thought I, than Yarmouth, where everything began for me.
The Barton case.
You might say the Barton case launched my career.
We had the devil's own time discovering the identity of the corpse, you know. I was only a lowly inspector in those days, but I really put my back into it. A certain Mrs. Redfield, one of our local landladies, had made a positive identification of the victim. Mrs. Hood, she said. Mrs. Hood had been her lodger for a week before the fatal night.
Mrs. Hood. She lodged with me for an entire week. September the 15th to the 22nd.
Mrs. Redfield, the Metropolitan Police can't find a trace of anyone calling herself Mrs. Hood.
Oh, that's the name she gave me when she came here to board.
Did she tell you anything else?
Oh, in the course of a week we talked some, Inspector. She came to me on the recommendation of a young lady named Ellen Fields, who'd stopped with me previously on holiday.
Ellen Fields, you say? And where was Miss Fields from?
If I ever knew, I forgot. Pretty thing she was.
This Mrs. Hood, she did tell you something of herself, am I right?
She was a widow and still grieving for her husband. But at the same time, there was a man wildly in love with her, though she was in no state of mind to consider him because of her husband's recent demise.
And did she say who the man was? Who was so wildly enamored of her?
Oh, she did indeed. Her brother-in-law. Why, on her very first night in my establishment, she went out and she didn't come back till after midnight. She came in a bit tiddly, too. Woke me up to let her in. Said she'd been out with aforementioned brother-in-law. Well, I suppose he'd been trying to console her. Well, I wouldn't actually hold it against the poor thing that she was a bit in the bag.
I don't suppose she told you the name of her brother-in-law or where he lived.
She never did, and I never asked.
All right, Mrs. Redfield. Now, I wonder if you'll show me the room where Mrs. Hood occupied the week she stayed with you.
Happy to oblige, Inspector. I've left everything just as it was. I haven't touched a thing. Haven't even entered the room. Now, if you'll just follow me upstairs.
In that room, Mr. Gaunt, we found our first clue. Female clothes bearing a laundry mark. I still remember the number, 599. Yes, that's it, 599. A Woolton Laundry came forward to tell us that 599 was the number used to mark the garments of one Margaret Barton.
Exit Mrs. Hood.
Yes. But then came the second clue. A photograph of Mrs. Barton taken by a beach photographer a few days before the murder. And most important, the photograph showed the lady wearing a long gold chain with a silver watch on the end of it. But then, of course, you know all about the chain.
I do indeed.
But the final positive identification came when I showed the photograph to Mrs. Redfield.
Oh, that's Mrs. Hood. That's her beach outfit, and that's her lovely gold chain. I'd know her anywhere.
You're certain, Mrs. Redfield?
Well, of course I'm certain. She was wearing that very same gold chain the night she left this house, never to return. I remember remarking on it. I said, "What a lovely gold chain, Mrs. Hood."
Not Mrs. Hood. Mrs. Barton.
Not Mrs. Hood.
Mrs. Margaret Barton. And she had no brother-in-law.
No brother-in-law?
And she wasn't a widow.
Not a widow?
Her husband is very much alive, so far as we know. Mr. Joseph Barton. We'll be picking him up shortly, I expect.
The lies people tell. I swear to you, Inspector, it's downright disheartening.
We didn't locate Barton till early November. Of all places in Woolton.
He hadn't gone far, had he?
Living in cheap lodgings. But among his few possessions was the long gold chain with a silver watch on the end of it.
The gold chain was what really did him in.
Don't forget the wig and the false moustache.
That never amounted to much.
Mrs. Barton was seen in a public house on the night she died in the company of a man with a moustache.
Not necessarily her husband.
But he was a cool one, that Barton. The gold chain was lying out in plain sight, though the wig and the moustache were hid away in a drawer. But he never turned a hair when we confronted him with any of them.
The chain was a gift to my wife, Inspector. I was only a grocer's assistant at the time. It took all my savings to buy it for her. Oh, I worshipped her. She was my teacher, far above me in station, but kind, very kind.
Your teacher, you say?
Yes, my music teacher. I worked hard to make her proud of me. I had much talent, you see, and I doubt she ever approved my music. But she did approve me. Enough so that when I asked her to be my bride, she took me.
Then what?
Oh, you know, decent living was hard to come by. We tried our hands at various things. Once I even went to South Africa to serve against the Boers. But it didn't come to anything, and I came back.
How did you happen to be in possession of the gold chain, the silver watch?
Well, she gave them back to me. Oh, not because she was angry with me. Quite the contrary. Now, because things were going badly for me, and Margaret, with her good heart, knew that I was up against it, so to speak. Though I never let on to her that I was. No. I'd too much pride for that. But somehow she divined my situation, and one night she said, "Here, Joseph, you need these more than I do." And she pressed them into my hand. But I never used them.
Yes. I have a picture here. I'd like you to look at it.
Oh? Oh, why, it's Margaret, isn't it?
Can you make out what she's wearing around her neck?
It's the chain, isn't it?
That it is.
Yeah, well, she was always very fond of it.
Do you know when this picture was taken?
No, not the foggies.
A beach photographer took it a few days before she was murdered.
Oh. Well, you don't say. Well, then, I got my dates wrong, haven't I?
It would seem so.
No, it must have been during the summer that she offered it to me. Actually, she offered it to me many times. Oh, many, many times. But it must have been in September that I accepted it. Yes, I think that's how it was. I'm almost certain that's how it was.
Barton, you're a liar and a scoundrel.
Oh, I don't know why you say that, Inspector. I've told you everything to the best of my recollection. The picture. You said it was taken quite a time before poor Margaret was slain.
A few days only.
Oh, a few days, a week, a month. The heart of the matter is that it wasn't taken on the day of her death.
But she wore it on that day, Barton. We have the word of her landlady, a certain Mrs. Redfield, that she was wearing it the night of September the 22nd, when she went out to meet a man. And the man, Barton, we believe to be you.
Oh, no, not I, Inspector. Sir, you have my word. It was not I.
Of course we knew we had him dead to rights, Mr. Gaunt. He came to trial at the Old Bailey.
I know.
Oh, of course you know. It was March of the following year. That's when you entered the case, undertook his defense. And what a brilliant defense it was.
So many think. I'm often inclined to think so myself.
You have every right to think it.
All the same, they hanged him. Hanged him by the neck until dead.
Aye, so they did.
Poor chap.
Oh, forgive me, sir, it's urgent.
Yes, Miss Cudworth.
Someone's been murdered, sir, on Yarmouth Beach.
The institution of hanging by the neck was introduced into England more than 2,000 years ago. The Britons kept the custom, though by the time this particular execution took place, there was general agreement that, and here I quote, dislocation of the neck is the ideal to be aimed at. This ideal was believed attainable by circling the hanging mope with a metal ring strategically placed behind the victim's left ear. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Other methods of ending the life of a convicted felon, but the English have remained true to the noose, adding later the refinement of a metal ring at a strategic point in the rope to facilitate, if not absolutely ensure, the dislocation of the neck. I have read that in recent times, some English hangmen have taken to whispering to the condemned at the last moment, "It won't hurt. It won't hurt a bit."
Miss Cudworth, you said Yarmouth Beach? A murder at Yarmouth Beach?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut our visit short, Mr. Gaunt.
Look here. My automobile is right outside. Let me drive you to Yarmouth Beach.
You're certain?
I'd consider it a privilege.
Oh, then let's be on our way. Yeah, this will be a great treat for me.
For me as well, Inspector.
Great Scott! Is that it, your automobile?
Yes. This is my little beauty. Now, come on, climb up. There's a small step.
Yes, I've got it. My, what are you doing?
Cranking her up. You'll see. She'll turn over.
Yeah. Not too reliable, eh?
Never fear. She'll catch. There, you see? Now, if you'll just let me throw the crank on the floor at your feet. Thank you. Can you move over a little?
Oh, certainly. It's quite a contraption.
Observe how the floorboards curve up. A new feature. Well, are we ready?
Ready, and only slightly apprehensive. My word, this is... it's exhilarating. We'll be in Yarmouth in jig time. Gaunt, back at the office, you said something about Barton. I think you said poor chap. Do you mean that?
With all my heart, Inspector.
But such a grisly murder. A young woman strangled.
Yes. Strangled with a mohair shoelace.
And the peculiar feature of her shoes.
The left one on her right foot. The right shoe on her left foot.
Weird. The whole picture.
Most weird. But Barton himself, I did not find him weird in the least. Quite the contrary.
Are you the gentleman who's going to defend me?
Peter Gaunt, barrister at law. At your service, Mr. Barton.
Well, can't say as I've ever heard of you, Mr. Gaunt.
If you have, there's no reason why it should remain that way, is there? All right, let's sit down together now, and you begin by telling me about yourself.
I didn't kill my wife, Mr. Gaunt.
Not so fast. Let's go back a ways. How have you made out in the past? Up to now, in these unhappy circumstances you find yourself in. And don't lie to me, Barton, about anything.
Oh, no, I have no reason to lie.
Have you ever been in trouble with the law before?
Oh, never.
You said never. Is that what you said? Never?
There was the affair of the violins, but I was never prosecuted for that. Only questioned and told to desist. You see, we sold them, Maggie and I. Well, actually, I never sold any. She did.
You had a shop of some sort?
Well, not a shop exactly.
Well, then how and where did you sell the violins?
Well, Maggie, she peddled them, you might say.
You mean she went door to door, selling violins? Who would buy a violin from a peddler at the door?
Oh, a great many people, Mr. Gaunt. You'd be surprised.
There's more to the story, Barton.
Well, the violins weren't precisely new. Actually, they were quite old and quite useless.
Then how in the dickens could she sell them if they were no good?
Well, you see, there was a story she told along with the violin. She said her husband just passed away. And this is all he left me, Mum, just his violin. I wouldn't part with it for the world, but I've been tossed out of my lodgings and I don't know where I'll sleep tonight. Well, you know the pit, sir.
And they'd buy the violin?
Oh, better than that. They'd ask her in and listen to her sorry tale. And, well, by the time she was through, they were crying right along with her and giving her clothes and money. Every touch was worth at least a couple of quid. You know, we cleared £400. Till a couple of ladies got to talking.
And the police stepped in.
Right. If they hadn't, we might still be at it.
A real scoundrel. A man constitutionally unable to live within the law. It's a way of life. It's their profession. Recalcitrant children who will not submit to discipline. Children who find an ordered life intolerable, intolerably boring.
Is that the way you think of them as children?
All children are mischievous. All do things for which they're sure to be punished. Some of these children carry over their childish attitudes into their adult lives. Those are our criminals.
But the act of murder, that's more than a simple act of mischief, surely.
And hanging, that's a bit more than a simple act of punishment. The last act, wouldn't you say?
£400 we made out of that little adventure with the violins, Mr. Gaunt. That's too bad we had to give it up. Especially later, with the young one on the way.
You had a child, did you, Barton?
Well, it would have made her story of the violin so much more, well, poignant, if you catch my meaning. Me with a sprout on the way. Who's to tend it, Mum? Poor fatherless child. I tell you, we would have salted away a pretty penny.
Still, £400, you didn't do too badly. What did you do with the money?
Well, we opened up a shop. Absolutely legit.
What sort of shop?
We entered into the grocery business. All varieties of comestibles.
And you prospered, did you?
Oh, Lord, yes. And with the birth of our baby daughter, happiness was ours, Mr. Gaunt.
And what happened to stain this happiness?
The shop burnt down.
Burned down, did it?
To the ground. And everything in it.
How precisely did that come about?
Well, heaven only knows. And heaven's not letting on. Pure accident. Must have been, because Maggie and I and the little girl were on vacation in Ireland at the time.
You can prove that? Can you? Or do you expect me to take your word for it?
Well, the insurance company did.
Paid up, did they?
Oh, every farthing.
Now, after the fire, and after the insurance was so promptly paid, what did you and your wife do then?
We opened another shop.
Of the same sort?
Well, certainly. Our credit was good all over, and before long we were in business as before. Only this time...
Yes? This time? What happened this time?
Well, this time we seem to have lost the hang of it somehow.
Lost the hang of it? But you'd already run such a shop. You'd been successful at it.
Well, let's say that it didn't feel right. Not anymore.
Just how didn't it feel right?
Well, we didn't take to it. Not like before.
Why not?
I don't know, Mr. Gaunt. I just don't know.
Would you like me to tell you?
Why, if you think you know.
There wasn't enough excitement in it for you.
You really think that's why?
The day-to-day life of an honest worker tends to lack adventure.
You know, you could be right. After a time, the whole thing got to be a crashing bore. I couldn't go on with it.
So what did you do?
I went to South Africa.
South Africa?
Mm-hmm.
Why South Africa?
Well, there was a war going on there. Yeah, the Boers, you know.
You left your wife to tend the store?
Well, no. You see, there was no store by then.
No store? What had become of it?
We sold the stock. There was nothing in it.
And what about your creditors?
Well, I'm afraid they were left holding the sack.
That's why South Africa seemed such a splendid place to go, eh?
Well, yes, that's why.
Barton, I have to admire you.
How's that?
There's a certain deftness in the way you do things.
Sir?
Cleverness. Ingenuity.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, Mr. Gaunt.
I think you're worthless. You have no sense of morality whatsoever. But upon my word, in your own shiftless way, you haven't been stupid.
Well, I've always managed one way or the other.
Yes, by George, you have. Then why, I ask myself, would you assault your own wife on a public beach, strangle her with a mohair shoelace, and put her shoes on backwards? The right on the left foot, the left on the right. Why in the name of heaven would you do that?
Oh, I wouldn't. I couldn't. It's all a terrible mistake.
Maybe more terrible than you think now.
What will they do to me, Mr. Gaunt?
They may very well hang you.
Hang me?
It's a sobering thought, Barton, isn't it? Well, so let us concentrate on the evidence, you and I. For I promise you that the prosecutor will give it his undivided attention. And so will the Lord Chief Justice.
Well, whatever you say, Mr. Gaunt.
Now, first, we have the gold chain and silver watch found in your room.
Yes, she gave them to me.
And the wig, their false moustache, also found in your room.
But I can explain that.
Your wife was seen in a public house in the company of a man with a large moustache on the night she died.
Well, there are plenty of men with large moustaches.
The landlord of the distillery pub is ready to swear that you and your wife drank there till closing time that fatal Saturday night.
Well, the chain, the watch, yes, I had them. I was in the pub with Maggie, yes. I walked to the beach with her, yes. I went to London the morning after, yes. But what does it all signify? What does it mean? Did I kill my wife? Strangle her on the beach? Is that what it all means?
No. No, it doesn't mean that. And I don't believe you did. Are you saying that you still believe Barton to have been innocent of the killing, Mr. Gaunt? I'm saying precisely that, Inspector.
It's not possible, not possible.
We're coming to the end of the Macadam Road. Must be nearing the beach.
Are you saying we hanged an innocent man, Mr. Gaunt?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, impossible. Can't be.
There's the dirt road up ahead.
English justice would never permit such a thing. Gaunt, tell me it's not possible.
Take your hand off my arm, Inspector.
I couldn't bear the thought.
This is a narrow road and there's a ditch on either side.
Tell me it's not possible. Not anymore. Not today.
Now, take your hands away, McLeod. I can't steer if you persist.
I'll never sleep again.
Watch out.
Tell me.
Hang on. We're going off the road.
If you are interested in the subject of capital punishment, as many are these days, you might read an essay by Cesare Beccaria on crimes and punishments, written in 1764. His view was that the death penalty is more likely to inspire violence than to prevent it. The pros and cons of his thesis continue to this very day. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Cesare Beccaria, 28 years after the publication of his famous treatise on crimes and punishment, discovered, apparently with some degree of amazement, that the person responsible for a capital crime was not always the one executed for it. He incorporated his finding in another essay he called The Right Man. Now, listen for the conclusion of Last Act.
I am sorry, Mr. Gaunt. Terribly sorry. All my fortune went off the road. I'm so sorry.
You all right, Inspector?
Yes, all right. Are you?
Perfectly.
We could have turned completely over.
Yes, but we didn't. We simply went into a ditch.
Oh, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry.
Enough of that now. Let's get my gas buggy back on the road.
Right you are. Oh, I do hope it's not injured.
Well, we'll soon find out. Now, if you'll put your shoulder to the fender on that side, I'll take the other so I can steer.
Right you are. Oh, I feel dreadfully about this.
Are you set for the big push?
I believe so, yes.
All right. When I say push, put your back into it.
Right.
Ready? Push! And there we are. Back on the road.
Why, it really worked, didn't it? We really brought it off. What are you doing there?
Fishing for the crank.
Oh, yes, the crank. Dear me, I do hope no harm's come to your fine automobile. I'd feel dreadfully unhappy.
Here it is.
I should never have invited myself along.
Nonsense. Go on, hop in.
I should have kept my hands to myself. It was just the thought of an innocent man going to the gallows that upset. Is it going to start, do you think?
Look here. You'll turn over. There. You see? Good as new.
Thank the Lord for that.
Just shove over a trifle, will you? Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Everything top hole. Isn't that splendid? Well, I'm terrifically relieved. And I shan't be so unforgivably careless again, Gaunt.
I'm sure you won't.
It was the idea that the police, my police force, could have been the instrument of an innocent man's death. I'm afraid I quite lost my composure. I do apologize.
McLeod, you didn't sentence Barton to the gallows. Lord Elverstone, the Chief Justice, did that. All you did was present the evidence.
Aye, that's true enough.
And a fine job you did of collecting it.
All in the line of duty. But perhaps we were hasty. Perhaps if we'd looked further and worked harder, we'd have uncovered more.
Undoubtedly.
You really think so?
No doubt about it.
Gaunt, if Barton didn't kill his wife, if you're right and he was innocent, do you have any notion at all who might have done the foul deed?
Yes, I do. I believe it was the work of a sex fiend.
A sex fiend?
A maniac.
Good Lord.
Consider the method of killing. Strangulation with a mohair shoelace. Surely a bizarre instrument of murder. Then consider the added quixotic touch. The left shoe on the right foot, and vice versa. Doesn't that suggest irrationality on the part of the murderer? Yet Barton was one of the most rational men I've ever talked with.
I'd have no reason to kill my wife, Mr. Gaunt. Maggie and I were, well, we were on friendly terms. Of course, the bloom had gone off the road, you might say, but I won't deny that. The truth of it is, Mr. Gaunt, I was aiming to set up house with somebody else.
Oh, you were you? I don't think we'll mention that. Now, there's something we haven't gone into. Your sudden flight to South Africa.
Oh, it wasn't a flight. It just seemed prudent to get out of the country because my creditors were making it hot for me.
Mm-hmm. And what did you do in South Africa in the way of making a living?
Oh, this and that, any piece of work I could pick up,
Was spying for the Boers one of those pieces of work?
Oh, you know about that, do you?
I know you were sent back here because they suspected you of spying for the Afrikaners.
Oh, there was never much to that.
How much?
Well, you see, when I thought I had a bit of information that might be useful, I turned it over. You see, half the things I told them weren't true. At least I didn't know them to be true. I concocted them out of my head. Well, I had to tell them something, didn't I? Well, they'd think me no good.
You must have been very convincing.
Oh, I was, Mr. Gaunt, I was. When I put my mind to it, I can be very convincing indeed.
Yes, so I've observed. But you were recalled to England.
Yes. And can you credit it? I got me a job at the Arsenal.
Well, that's ridiculous. Didn't they know?
They didn't really know anything. See, I was only suspected. And those people, well, they suspect everyone.
Yes, there's some reason in your case.
Well, yes, some. Not much, but some.
You were dismissed from the Arsenal, I understand.
Yes, I don't know why that happened. They never told me.
For spying, I believe it was.
Yes. And when they discharged me, you see, that's when I went out and bought the wig and the mustache. What a silly thing to do.
Why did you do it?
Well, I'm a romantic man at heart, Mr. Gaunt. And I had a romantic idea that if I were to be a spy, I would do it in the romantic manner. I would invent disguises and develop accents and invent backgrounds. See, one doesn't become a really good spy with those methods.
I wouldn't know. Never having had the remotest desire to be a spy.
Well, neither had I, strictly speaking. I was simply presented with the opportunity. You see, you have to be in a position to be of value to someone. And when that someone approaches you with a little proposition, well, you accept.
Or reject.
Well, yes, in my case, I accepted. But when I tried to carry it into the romantic realm, it became absurd. I have too much hair to wear a wig properly, and I wouldn't dream of shaving my head. And the mustache? Well, it was ludicrous. Maggie laughed fit to kill when she saw me.
And when was that?
When was what?
That she saw you and your mustache and laughed.
Why, it was
the night of September the 22nd, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, thereabouts.
Not thereabouts, Mr. Barton. The very night. The night she was killed on Yarmouth Beach. I'm right, am I not? Mrs. Barton was seen that night in a public house in the company of a man with a large moustache. That was you, wasn't it?
I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Gaunt.
Well, I'd appreciate it.
Well, you see, I asked Maggie to meet me and tell me how she thought I'd make out as a real professional spy. Well, after all, I had to make a living for her and the little girl. Well, she threw cold water on that, I can tell you. Said I looked a proper fool. Then anyone could tell I was wearing a disguise, and not a very good one at that. She hurt my feelings, actually. But I set great store by her opinion. I always have. So I went to the gents' washroom, took it off.
Then what? What did you do then?
Well, we left that public house, and we went to another.
The distillery pub in Yarmouth.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, you know about that.
The landlord at the distillery says that you and Mrs. Barton stayed there drinking until closing time.
I believe we did. Yes, I believe we did. I was most frightfully depressed at giving up my romantic notions of being a spy.
The landlord at the distillery says the two of you set off in the direction of the beach.
Well, we may have. Yes, he could be right. The beach was a place of fond memories for Maggie and me.
And did you arrive at the beach, you and your wife?
Well, we may have. See, I'm a bit fuzzy about all that. Now, as I told you, I was pretty well into the bag by then. And I had to go to London the next morning on the 7:30 train. So I checked into a hotel and told them to rouse me about 6.
Which they did.
Oh, yes, and a good thing, too, or I'd have slept all day.
But you caught the 7:30.
Ah, that I did. I wouldn't have missed that train for the world.
Why?
Well, I told you, Mr. Gaunt. I was planning to set up house with a young girl I'd given my heart to. Ellen Fields was her name.
Ellen Fields. The girl Mrs. Redfield said had recommended her place to Margaret Barton. They were friends, I believe, Inspector. Good friends. One might even say close friends. He was planning on moving in with his wife's good close friend? Why, the man was a libertine. That he was, Inspector. He was a thoroughgoing rogue, a rascal, a knave. But in my not very humble opinion, no murderer.
Well, the evidence, you have to go by the evidence.
I suppose so. So I'm more inclined to go by my instincts. Perhaps like Barton, I am too romantic. But Barton was too clever, too sly, too sensible to commit such a clumsy murder. There's the end of the road and the beach beyond.
Aye, and there's Officer Capehart, one of our new young bright ones.
You see, MacLeod, Barton did everything for very practical reasons. Convenience and money. Never for passion, revenge, or lust for power.
Commissioner!
Officer Capehart. May I present you to Mr. Peter Gaunt from London?
Mr. Gaunt, sir, I'm honored.
Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Now, what do we have here, Capehart?
Well, a young woman, sir, strangled.
What, here on the beach?
That's right, sir, strangled with a shoelace. A mohair shoelace, sir.
Did you say a mohair shoelace?
Yes, sir. Strange sort of weapon, wouldn't you say?
Strange. Yes.
Sir, another odd feature. Shoes.
What about her shoes?
Well, the left one's on her right foot, and the right one's on her left.
Good Lord.
Steady, MacLeod.
You were right about Barton. You were right, Gaunt. This is the same crime, the same method, the same instrument, the same perverse peculiarity. Merciful heaven, we sent an innocent man to the gallows.
Well, you didn't do it.
Well, who did? Who did this monstrous thing?
Men. Mere mortals who took too much upon themselves.
Since ancient Greece, there have been those who contended that death as a punishment for murder prevents subsequent murders, a thesis not yet demonstrated. More recently, others have argued that the possibility of human error is reason enough for doing away with capital punishment. And still, the debate goes on. I'll be back shortly. Inevitably, the dialogue you have heard is imaginary. Our own particular concept of what certain people may have, could have, or must have said to one another. But each and every event is real. Each is a matter of record. The entirely possible human error is real, too. Our cast included Court Benson, Robert Dryden, Carol Teitel, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It is said of certain walls that they have ears. Is it then illogical to assume that other walls may have eyes? Indeed, it is said of certain houses, oh, if this old place could only speak, what tales it could tell. Is it possible for a word that was spoken, a sight that was seen, a deed that was committed, to leave an echo, an aura, a lingering trace? Well, that's why some houses are supposed to be haunted, no?
I had every intention of killing you.
I can't believe it. Just because I got the better of you on a business deal.
I came here this morning to kill you. Look, here's the gun.
What made you change your mind?
I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. Your loving wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because it's clear to me I don't have to kill you. She will.
Our mystery drama, The Heel of Achilles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Arnold Moss and Earl Hammond. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Campbell's Soup is most pleased to present 3 new soups with a true taste of the Orient. New Campbell's Wonton. New Oriental Chicken. New Beef Teriyaki. 3 delicious new Oriental-style soups we would be most honored if you would try. And now, the famous Campbell's jingle.
We always eat better when you remember the soup.
Saturday on CBS television.
Oh, Riker.
He's unconventional.
You're so...
direct.
Get comfortable, clown.
You're so...
clever.
I've read so much about you. Did you do that without moving your lips?
You're...
An outcast cop now working secretly for the district attorney.
You're so...
compassionate.
I'll just be right here for you if you need me.
Riker.
You're so good.
Saturday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
May I help you?
Yeah, I want to see a juvenile.
A what?
Well, this is Risk Merchandise Center, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're having a juvenile sale through Saturday, March 14th?
Yeah.
Well, I want to see a juvenile.
We're having a juvenile furniture sale.
Huh?
You know, baby furniture.
Baby furniture?
Sure.
You mean like little tiny beds and stuff?
Why, sure. 40 different cribs by Bassett, Childcraft, Lullaby, and Hedstrom. Matching dressers, chests, mirrors, and headboards.
Really?
Sure. And coordinated bedding by Red Calliope and Nojo.
Oh, boy.
Not only that, but during the juvenile furniture sale at Risk, we have strollers by Hedstrom, Welsh, Stroley, and others. All top-quality items and the prices Risk is famous for.
Hey, you got any itsy-bitsy cucumbers?
No.
How about some little tiny chickens?
No.
Turkeys?
I see one. Ryan.
Don't miss the juvenile furniture sale now through Saturday, March 14th at Risk Merchandise Centers, US 30 at Colorado, 1 mile east of I-65 in Maryville at 37th and Grant in Glen Park.
Mr. Roland Palfrey is 60 years old. He wishes he were younger. He has $40 million. He wishes he were richer. People envy him his wealth, his position, his power. And there are those who envy him his wife, the breathtakingly beautiful Marion, who is scarcely half his age. There are the cynical who say that she married him for his money. But who really knows about these things? And the truth of the matter is, love of money often outlasts love of love, if you know what I mean. At any rate, since this is a story of a businessman, let us get down to business.
Why not stay on, Martin?
What for?
Well, the company name will still be Martin Machinery.
The name. It's all that's left.
Same salary, plus a bonus?
No, thank you.
You're too young to retire.
Maybe. But I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks, especially your tricks. My great-great-grandfather started this business in a blacksmith shop.
Yes, I know. He's the one who shoed George Washington's horse.
And people knew they could depend on the Martin name.
Is that a fact? If they cared so much, why didn't they buy your product?
Well, I suppose quality has become too expensive. People simply can't afford it anymore. Well, whatever it is, I'm out of it.
Too bad. You'd have made an excellent figurehead.
Figurehead? Like they used to have on the sailing ships of my great-great-grandfather's whaling fleet.
You're sure they were all whale ships? Weren't some of them also slave ships?
Darling, I thought Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
That's all right, dear. This gentleman was just leaving. Marion, this is Mr. Edward Martin. Edward, my wife, Marion.
How do you do?
Well, Edward, I don't know if there's anything more we can say to each other at this point.
Oh, but there must be. There is. I had absolutely no business barging in here in the middle of a business day.
Darling, I can assure you, and so can Mr. Martin, that our meeting is over. Isn't that true, Edward?
Certainly.
Oh, darling, you're an adorable fibber. And Mr. Martin is a perfect gentleman. But I was in the neighborhood, and I just wanted to throw you a kiss from the doorway. And now I'm off to lunch with Jenny Satterfield. Goodbye, Mr. Martin. Mm-hmm. It was wonderful meeting you.
So, that's the beautiful Mrs. Palfrey. Well, I've seen her pictures in the papers. They hardly do her justice.
Well, what does that mean?
Nothing. Oh, nothing at all.
Well, why are you laughing?
Well, why do people laugh?
Well, I would assume because there's something funny.
Or tragic. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is which.
But why are you laughing?
This could be both.
Now, look here, Martin.
It's all over, Roland. You now own a majority of the voting stock of Martin Machinery. Put it in a candy jar with the rest of the goodies.
Martin, I insist that you tell me what was so funny.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Ready?
Serve. Oh, no, darling, it was out.
Oh, that means you win the set. Come on, give me a chance to get even.
Now?
Well, now's the time while we're warmed up.
All right.
Oh, darling, you really don't want to play.
Oh, nonsense.
You're tired. We're going to relax for a bit, have a tall, cool, refreshing drink. We shouldn't overdo it.
Look, Marion, I'm not tired.
Well, perhaps not, but I am. Now, let's just go into the clubhouse and sit for a bit.
Darling.
Yes, Roland?
That gentleman I introduced you to the other day.
Mr. Martin?
Oh, you remember his name?
Oh, well, he's very handsome. Of course, he's not as handsome as you are, but then who is?
Had you met him somewhere before?
No, I don't think so. Why do you ask?
Well, I get the feeling that he knew you.
Oh, I'm sure I don't know him.
that he knew something about you.
Oh, well, darling, my life is an open book.
Yes, well,
Well, what?
It's probably nothing.
Probably nothing? I'd feel better if it were definitely nothing.
And I'm positive it is.
So, let's forget it.
It's forgotten. Hey, Martin.
What? Why, it's Roland Palfrey.
Hop in. I'll give you a lift.
Hey, this is absolutely unbelievable. Well, this fabulously wealthy Roland Palfrey driving his own car?
Well, it's a fabulously expensive car.
You've actually been lying here in ambush.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
Well, now where are we going?
For a ride?
You have nothing better to do?
Martin, tell me, why did you laugh last week when my wife left the room?
Why?
I have a right to know.
Right?
Well, obviously it concerns me.
Well, I don't know. Why should I tell you? Well, on the other hand, why shouldn't I tell you?
Now, look, Martin.
Martin Machinery was very precious to me for reasons that you could never understand. To you, it's just another little company. To me, it was my whole world.
It isn't my fault that you couldn't keep it. You could have stayed on.
I wanted to kill you.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I'm exactly what you call me. A sentimental fool. I ask myself, how do you fight him? He takes away your customers. He cuts off your sources of raw materials. He makes it impossible for you to get credit. He isn't human. He always considers every contingency.
Thank you, Martin.
And then I saw her.
Who?
Your wife. And I laughed.
Why?
Because I said to myself, I don't have to kill you. She will.
What are you talking about?
You are not invulnerable. And you're not invincible. You're like he was.
Like who was?
Achilles. The greatest of all the ancient warriors.
Now, what does he have to
do
with...
him, you have a heel. A vulnerable place.
Can we have a sensible discussion?
You never made a mistake in your life until you married her.
What are you insinuating?
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, or her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
She loves me.
Oh, she loves you? Well, poor Roland. Your vanity is going to destroy you. Where the best business brains, the toughest antitrust lawyers, the sharpest operators failed, your own vanity will succeed. There's 30 years difference between you. She's going to betray you. She'll have to. She's too much for you. Or you're not enough for her. And the betrayal will turn you into a laughingstock. And that will kill you.
And that's why you laughed when you saw her?
I'm off the hook, Roland. She'll take care of it for me.
I'm afraid I hit it a little too fast.
Oh, no, darling. A beautiful shot. Straight down the middle of the fairway.
Not bad for an old duffer?
No, I don't mind you calling yourself a duffer. But you're not old.
Dearest, I am 60.
Well, you don't look a day over 40.
Oh, now, come on.
All right, 45, but that's absolutely my final appraisal. I just can't think of you as old. You're so handsome and so youthful.
You do love me, don't you?
I just can't kiss you right out here on the golf course, can I? Think of your image.
Let's move out before we hold up play.
Angel?
Yes, dear?
I saw this perfectly lovely old house out in Gulliver County.
And you want to buy it?
Well, it's a Victorian mansion.
Well, then you go right ahead. I'll have someone in legal handle the details for you.
Well, there is a problem. The real estate agent doesn't want to sell it.
I don't understand. Well, isn't that why he's in business?
Well, I don't mean he doesn't want to sell it exactly. I would say he's trying to discourage me from buying it.
Why? Why?
Well, he says it's a haunted house.
Oh, there's no such thing.
Oh, but he insists.
Darling, do you want this house?
Oh, I'd just adore it. It would be such fun to fix up.
Then why don't I handle this thing myself? Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm Roland Palfrey.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, have a chair. I'm so glad you could come.
Let's get down to cases. Now, what's this nonsense you've been feeding my wife?
Nonsense, sir?
Yeah, she's interested in, it's called the Pepperell place.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, what's your angle?
Well, I have none, sir.
Well, you obviously don't want to sell it. Why? You're breaking faith with the owner. If it becomes known, you can be held liable.
Well, I happen to be an ethical person, sir. I believe in telling a prospective buyer the truth about the property.
The truth?
Yes.
What truth?
The place is haunted.
There is no such thing, sir, as a haunted house.
No one here for miles around will spend a night in that house.
I can't believe what you're saying.
Elvira Pepperell was the wealthiest woman in Gulliver County. Now, she built this house in 1870. Nobody knew how she made her money. There were all kinds of rumors. Well, she murdered her husband. Why? We don't know. Probably because he was cheating on her. And then she killed herself. They say her ghost won't have anyone in the house. She just drives them out.
What kind of rubbish is this?
No one has lived in that house since she died about 50 years ago. The bank's been trying to get rid of it, and there's no takers.
I just can't believe it.
But you have to respect the facts. There's the house. It's been kept up. There are 300 good acres, and there's the price. It should fetch at least twice as much. Easy.
But there is no such thing as a haunted house.
Well, you tell that to the folks who wanted to spend the night there. The last 3 who tried it, one of them was dead the next morning. One of them looked like he aged 30 years, and he couldn't say a word. The other one doesn't stop talking. But it's all gibberish, and he's still in the asylum.
There has to be a rational explanation.
There is. The place is haunted.
I still say that's impossible.
Well, sir, if you're so sure, why don't you spend the night there?
You must admit he walked into that one. And yet, inevitably, that's where he had to be going. Because when you get into a situation like this that has to do with the supernatural, the only way to lay it to rest is to use the scientific method. But that's the story of Act 2, shortly.
Easy does it. Just relax. Lean back, watch TV. Open up that magic box and look at what's inside.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
TV Guide previews your pleasure, tells you more about what's on, what's going on with TV. This week and every week, get more out of television by TV Guide.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. The way to overcome constipation is the natural way. But if not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
Now you can see more of America for less with Delta Airlines unlimited mileage fare. It's easy and uncomplicated. You fly to as many Delta cities in America as you want, and to Bermuda and San Juan. Takes 7 to 21 days, all for an unbelievable $567 per person when 2 people travel together, or $777 when you travel alone. There's a special low fare for children, too. Unlimited mileage at an unbelievable fare. Don't leave a stone unturned or a place untraveled. Delta's unlimited mileage fare is an unusual opportunity for an unforgettable experience. Get the details on advance reservations and limited seating from your travel agent or Delta. Now, Delta is ready when you are, with an unbelievable, unforgettable, unlimited mileage fare for as little as $567. That's unreal.
In the final analysis, the last words in any argument are usually, put your money where your mouth is. And so it is with us. Here we have a man of fantastic common sense who suddenly finds himself confronted by an impossible premise. And yet, he can only respond by putting up or shutting up.
Why don't I spend the night in the Pepperell Mansion? Well, what would that prove?
Everything.
Look, Mr. Stuyvesant, I'm a busy man. I only came here to straighten this thing out for my wife.
Well, have you?
Certainly. I'll tell her it's nonsense.
And what makes you think she'll believe you?
Mr. Stuyvesant, are you serious?
Darling, there's evidence.
Evidence would consist of facts to prove the existence of a ghost or ghosts.
Well, what about those 3 people? And they're just the latest in a long line.
My dearest, one never has trouble finding witnesses to support a superstition. I'll just tell Summerfield to have someone in legal arrange for the purchase.
No, Roland.
No?
I changed my mind.
But you said you adored the house.
Well, that was yesterday.
Well, why?
I just told you. I simply changed my mind. I can't help it if I'm flighty.
Well, yes, but...
I suppose when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
Oh? I see.
What? What is it, darling?
No, nothing.
Oh, no. It's something. I know my Rolly.
Do you actually think I'm an old man?
Oh, whatever gave you that idea? Why, you're the most vigorous man I know.
Yeah, I know, but you just said that when you're older, you take everything so seriously.
What, did I say older? Oh, what's the matter with me? I meant when you become more mature.
Uh-huh. You want that house, don't you?
No, I don't care anymore.
Well, then tell me why.
Because, Rolly, it's creating tension, friction, a feeling of uneasiness between us. And all because of my childish superstitions.
I never said you had childish superstitions.
But in many ways you treat me like a child. I realize there's this rather large difference in age, but you're the one who always manages to find some pretext to bring it up.
Pretext?
I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Darling, well, you see, I sometimes find it difficult to believe my good fortune.
Why?
I was afraid of no one or nothing in this whole world, and then I met you.
Well, you're afraid of me?
Yes. Because I love you. You have me at your mercy.
Oh, now, darling.
And I am twice your age.
Oh, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
I want you to have that house.
I said I changed my mind. Now, let's forget it.
Are you sure?
I'm quite reconciled.
Well, that's what you should not have said. Reconciled. No, I'm buying it.
Rolly, I won't live in a place that's haunted.
But suppose I can prove that that's all nonsense.
Well, how could you prove it?
I'll spend the night there. That's supposed to be the test.
I won't allow it.
It's time we all realized we're living in the latter half of the 20th century. Mr. Stuyvesant, you say the place is fit for habitation.
Yes, the plumbing, wiring, roof, all kept in tip-top shape. She's clean as a whistle, sound as a tick, and dry as a bone. Now, Susie Wainwright will have a cheery blaze going for you in the library fireplace, and the master bedroom will be all made up.
Susie Wainwright?
Yes, she's the housekeeper over at the Gulliver Inn. She picks up some extra money from the bank, taking care of the Pepperell place.
Susie Wainwright, huh? Miss Wainwright?
Yep, that's me, all right.
I'm Mr. Palfrey.
Oh, sure. Old Baldy Stuyvesant said you'd be around. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about the Pepperell Mansion. Why are you staring at me?
Well, you're my first real millionaire. Oh, I mean, we've had some people with money come up here, but no one in your class.
All right, then, about the Pepperell Mansion.
You're married to this absolutely gorgeous young lady, too. I wish I could get myself a handsome young fella. But I guess rich folks are the only ones who can afford it.
Miss Wainwright, just tell me about the Pepperell Mansion, please.
Are you going to spend the night there?
Yes.
Don't.
Why not?
It's haunted. I'll only go there in the daytime, and I won't go alone. I'll take one of the girls with me. We clean up and get out.
Why do you insist that it's haunted?
Because you can feel it.
Feel what?
It. And don't ask me what it is either.
I have to ask you.
Well, it's a kind of tightness in your chest. And your heart begins to beat faster.
Are you sure that it isn't just your imagination?
Oh, Mr. Palfrey, I took my pulse. It was 3 times normal. Asked Tim Cooley, the plumber, and Bob Free and the electrician what they go through when they have to go in there for repairs. Well, they only do it because the bank lets them charge an arm and a leg. Baldy told you about the last 3 who spent the night there.
I still think there's got to be a rational explanation.
Oh, sure. So do I.
Oh, then you don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, I believe in ghosts, all right.
Well, how can you say rational and ghosts?
These are your own ghosts. You see, I noticed something. From time to time, kids break in. Mostly little kids. And you know, they don't seem to suffer any bad effects. Now, why do you think that is?
You're telling this.
Because they're still too young to have ghosts.
I don't understand.
Was it so hard to figure out? Everybody gets to develop some ghosts as he or she goes through life. And the older you get, the bigger they are.
Just what do you mean by ghosts?
A ghost is whatever it is that doesn't let you sleep.
Yeah, but what does this all have to do with the Pepperell Mansion?
Okay. In the ordinary way, you learn to live with your ghosts. How to handle them.
You still haven't told me how this ties in with
something in that place. Something that unleashes those ghosts inside of you.
What?
Oh, I wish I knew. But what's the difference? You shouldn't stay there.
Why not? Ghosts are ghosts, no matter whose they may be. And the fact is, I don't believe in them in the first place.
Oh, a man like you, as rich as you got plenty of ghosts. Maybe you won't admit it, but you're chock full of them.
In any event, I intend to stay there this evening.
Well, sir, we are here.
Thank you, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Are you sure? I can't talk you out of it.
Positive?
In that case, here's the key. Now, Susie Wainwright left just before dark. Everything is ready for you. You can see the lights are on.
And there's a telephone, of course?
Oh, yes. And please, Mr. Palfrey, don't hesitate to use it in case of...
in case of what?
Anything.
In case of anything, I have a .32 caliber pistol. Good night, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Good night, sir.
away from the telephone, even in a haunted house. Hello?
Darling, are you all right?
Of course, Marion.
Oh, if anything happens to you...
No, nothing's going to happen.
I'll never forgive myself.
Darling, please listen carefully. I have to do this to prove a point. I'm always fighting against superstition, short-sightedness, don't you understand? I simply couldn't pass up a challenge like this.
Oh, you're so wonderful, so wise, so mature. I love you.
And I love you, Marion. And nothing else matters. And now, my dearest, good night.
Good night, darling.
Seems to be a perfectly comfortable house. Oh, no, really. Hello?
Mr. Palfrey, this is Susie Wainwright over at the inn. I see you're there.
Well, obviously.
Well, I made up the couch for you in the library. The fire's going.
Thank you.
On the table, you got an automatic percolator. It's filled with coffee.
Thank you again.
The kind without caffeine, so you can sleep. And there's a tray of sandwiches.
Very kind of you, Miss Wainwright.
The bank wants you to buy the house, so they picked up the tab. But do you want to listen to me?
Well?
Are you wearing your coat?
No, why?
If I was you, I'd put it on right now and run. Not walk. Run to the nearest exit.
Well, once again, Miss Wainwright, thank you.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Good night. And happy dreams.
Good night, Miss Wainwright. Oh. Coffee and a sandwich. And then I think I'll turn in early. At this hour. Hello? 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 Must have been a wrong number. It's midnight. All right. Just as wrong number. Chiming of the clock, nothing to start getting excited about. Let's just get back to sleep. What was that? Oh, just beginning to rain. Nothing more. What's that? Who's that? Who are you? Who are you?
There's going to be an answer to that question, but we'll get it in Act 3. Is there actually somebody there? A ghost? Is it another human being? Is there another possibility? You can review all these options during our brief intermission.
When it's time to paint your home, you need all the help you can get. So True Value hardware stores offer all the help you need. True Test painting accessories. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you get the True Test 8-piece pad painting kit for just $3.99 to paint ceilings, walls, and trim with less drips and spatters. Or choose from their exclusive line of True Test Oriole brushes with long-lasting polyester bristles, available in sizes for walls and trim. They're sold exclusively by participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Time to feed the baby.
Oh, baby sounds funny.
That was Baby Ben.
I thought our baby's name was Ollie.
Baby Ben's our alarm clock, honey. It never forgets to get us up.
We could forget to plug it in.
Baby Ben doesn't need electricity, dear. Doesn't even need batteries. It's key wound.
Gee, no batteries? No formula? Oh, turn that off.
That was Baby Ollie.
Who wound him up?
Baby Ben or Big Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries.
Trading in commodity futures is among the fastest growing areas of investment. At Heinold Commodities, we've kept pace. We're specialists. Our primary business at Heinold is commodities, and that should be important to you. Because a company that specializes in commodities, a company whose success depends upon its performance in that field, has to go the extra mile for you. And at Heinold Commodities, we do. We've grown into one of the largest clearing members on every principal commodity exchange in the nation. We've built one of the largest research staffs in the business. And with more than 100 branch offices across the country, there's one close to you. So when you place a portion of your assets in commodity futures trading, select the firm that has led the growth in the futures industry, Heinold Commodities. Give us a call. We're the professionals in futures.
Has a Heinold office in Chicago, Clarendon Hills, and DeKalb. This is WBBM Chicago.
In broad daylight, in open, airy places that are filled with people, it is logical to insist that there is no such thing as a ghost. But when one is all alone in the house at midnight, and it has a reputation for being haunted, one is necessarily, shall we say, in a more vulnerable position. There has never been a more practical, common-sense, down-to-earth person than Roland Palfrey. But he has never been in this kind of situation before.
Who are you?
What are you doing in my house?
Who are you?
Must you keep asking that tiresome question?
Who are you?
Obviously, I'm Elvira Pepperell.
Well, you can't be Elvira Pepperell.
Why not?
Because she died in 1870.
That is true.
That's more than 100 years ago.
Is it? Oh, once you're dead, you lose track of years.
I just can't believe it.
You lose track of all those things you thought were important when you were alive.
This is a trick. You can't be alive.
That was never the issue. I am dead.
You can't be dead and standing there talking to me at the same time.
It isn't being done at the same time.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Of course you can't, because you're alive.
What do you want?
Leave this place.
Why?
Before it destroys you. It destroyed me.
How?
It released my ghosts.
Now, what does that mean?
You know. She told you.
Who?
Susie Wainwright.
Well, what does she know?
She's a genius.
She's just a housekeeper.
Because she was born at the wrong time, in the wrong place. No one ever discovered her. There are millions like her, and their wisdom will never be made known to the world.
I don't believe that.
Get out of here.
Why?
She told you why. There is something in this house that unleashes the ghosts within you. The ghosts that must remain mute and buried if you would ever know an hour's rest and a moment's peace. Leave. Your ghost will destroy you.
I have no ghost.
Listen.
Like Achilles, you have a heel.
Who's that?
You know who it is.
Vanity. Your vanity is going to destroy you.
Where is he? Martin, where are you?
Your vanity, Roland.
Come out, Martin. Come out wherever you are.
He's already out, Roland. He's been hiding inside you. He's one of your ghosts.
You never made a mistake in your life. And then you married her.
It's your ghost speaking, Roland Palfrey. Your ghost. Leave here quickly. What are you waiting for?
I can't.
Why not?
Because what will they all think?
Who does it matter?
I said there was no such thing as a haunted house, and I said that I would prove it by spending the night here. How can I just get up and leave? How? I'd be admitting that I believe in ghosts, and they drove me out.
So you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, but suppose the newspapers pick it up. What will my board of directors think? The banks will I have to get credit. The stockholders, I have to stay the night.
Your sanity won't survive the night.
Oh, yes, it will. I'll fight them. I'll fight those ghosts, all of them.
There's only one. It's true, you plundered, you destroyed, you betrayed. But you have no conscience. You have only one fear. And you know what that is. Marion's fidelity. That's your ghost.
No. No.
For years, you never had time for a woman's love. Then you saw Marion, and the voice of reason within you said, what did it say?
Well, it said, don't kid yourself. She's too young for you. There are rules. The old for the old, and the young for the young.
Ah, but you were a man who lived by breaking the rules. And so you felt you could break this one, too.
Yeah, but she loves me.
She loves you. Poor Roland.
Tell him to be quiet.
You tell him to be quiet. He's your ghost.
What made you think a woman of her vibrant beauty, her glowing sensuality, could be satisfied by you at 60?
Oh, is that so? Well, listen to what she says about that.
Oh, dearest, there are men half your age who aren't half the man you are.
That's what she says. But how does she treat you?
Darling, let's play another set.
Now?
Maybe you're tired. We better relax for a bit. We shouldn't overdo it.
Can't you see? She's too much for you. Or maybe you're not enough for her.
No, that isn't true.
She's going to betray you, Roland.
Oh, no.
She'll have to. You see how all the good-looking young fellas give her the eye? You think she's not aware of it? She's only human. Tell him you're only human, Marion.
I'm only human, Roland.
Yeah, but you love me, Marion. You keep telling me you love me.
Because she's trying to convince herself. She's fighting it, Roland.
I'm trying, Rolly. I'm trying. But there are times when I miss a strong, young...
Don't say any more. No more.
I don't want to wither and die. I want fun. You're too old for me.
Marion, darling, I can give you love.
I want more.
Get out of here. All of you. Get out or I'll kill you.
You can't destroy ghosts with a gun, Mr. Palfrey.
I'll destroy all of you. I will.
Hello, darling. I'm sorry I'm late this morning, but the traffic was absolutely fierce. Did you enjoy breakfast? What would you like to do today? Oh, you don't have to tell me if you want it to be a secret. Do you want to have secrets from me, darling? Do you?
No. No, Marion, I think I'd like to dig in the garden.
Do you want to plant some flowers?
Could I plant vegetables?
Of course, dear. Oh, I didn't tell you. You have a new doctor, a lady. Her name is Dr. Pleskow, and she's very good.
I would like to plant tomatoes.
She's been going through the whole case history, all the records. As a matter of fact, she should be here now.
And I'd also like to plant melons.
All right.
You suppose they could grow here?
Well, we could ask the gardener.
Mrs. Palfrey.
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Pleskow? Rolly, dear, this is your doctor.
Hello, Mr. Palfrey.
Rolly?
Hello, Doctor.
Oh, we have every hope that Dr. Pleskow will be able to...
We mustn't make promises, Mrs. Palfrey. We can only do our best.
Oh, yes, I understand,
Do you
Doctor.
suppose I could start my vegetable garden now?
Doctor?
Of course.
The gardener said I could use that patch just beyond the trees. I'll see you in a little bit.
Well, Doctor?
From what I can see, he received a terribly traumatic blow to his psyche.
Oh, I understand.
I've spoken with everyone who had seen him that day, Mr. Stuyvesant, Miss Wainwright. Each of them has an interesting theory.
The house is supposed to be haunted. Do you believe it, Doctor?
I neither believe it nor disbelieve it. But there is an aspect of this case.
Yes?
I don't know. There's an element here that bothers me.
Oh, what?
It eludes me. I feel that it's the key to the entire puzzle.
Well, hello.
Why, it's Mr. Martin.
Oh, I see you remember me.
Of course.
You know, I'd heard old Palfrey had taken sick. I happen to have a summer place nearby, and since I was passing through, I thought I'd say hello.
Well, I'm sure Rolly will be happy to see you.
Well, where is the old boy?
Well, he should.
He has to have his lunch. Why don't you come back in an hour or so?
Oh, do you have an hour, Mr. Martin?
Oh, of course.
Well, then you can take me to lunch. The visitors' cafeteria here has food that is quite edible.
I'd be delighted.
Will you excuse us, Doctor?
Certainly. Mr. Palfrey?
Yes? Oh, you're the new doctor. I don't need a doctor.
You don't?
I'm very happy. This is a very beautiful place.
Would you take me to lunch?
If you want me to.
We'll eat in the patient's dining room. But we have a few minutes. Let's sit and chat first.
About what?
You. Mr. Palfrey, you wanted to prove a point, so you agreed to spend a night in a haunted house.
Is that what I did?
You don't remember any of it? Well, something happened to you that night.
I don't know what you're talking about, Doctor.
I realize, but I have to say it. And after a while, it may get through to you. Your imagination may have created a nightmare experience where you actually thought there was a ghostly adventure. But I believe something else happened. Do you know what?
No.
It fell into place just a few minutes ago when I saw a man named Martin. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
No.
It seemed to me from the way they said hello that Mr. Martin and your wife are old friends.
Marion has lots of friends.
So I have just evolved a theory. You must listen.
Yes?
I'm your doctor. I'm going to get through to you sooner or later. I'm convinced that your wife and Mr. Martin are having an affair. All you have to do is to look at them.
An affair?
I realize you can't comprehend it now. They've staged this whole business. They got Mr. Stuyvesant and this Miss Wainwright to create this tale about a haunted house in order to get you inside. I don't know what they did or how they handled it from that point on, but whatever it was, it worked. They could have drugged you. Did you have anything to eat or drink in the house that night? Well, did you?
Did I what?
Have anything to eat or drink in the house?
What house?
The Pepperell house. The haunted house.
I don't remember.
You will. I promise you, you will. We'll keep working and working. Do you remember Mr. Martin?
Martin. Why is that name so familiar?
You do remember. In what connection?
Well, his family had ships.
Ships?
Uh-huh. Slave ships. Or were they whaling ships? Oh, I know. It had something to do with shoes for George Washington's horse. Was George Washington's horse named Vanity?
I don't think so.
Vanity. Now, why does that word keep coming back to me?
Is it the way it begins? The long road back to normalcy? Does the blotted out past reveal itself in a series of almost subliminal strobe-like flashes which gradually lengthen into a great flare that lights up the entire landscape of our memory?
Will he be able to come back all the way? That's another story, and one is all you get at a time. I'll be back shortly.
Welcome to Meet the Media. Thank you very much. Today I am interviewing radio.
Hello.
Television.
Take a look at this.
Oh, newspaper.
I've been around the longest. Yeah, but you can't change channels on a newspaper. Well, you can't put a TV in the bottom of a birdcage.
Interesting debate. Radio.
Mm-hmm.
How's your listenership?
It's up 66% since 1967.
Newspaper?
Yes.
How's your circulation?
It's,
Right.
But I'm happy to say our advertising rates have gone up.
Radio?
Because the cost of radio advertising has not increased as much as the other major media, it's a better deal.
And what about the cost of television?
Film at 11.
Radio in background.
Mm-hmm.
What about creativity?
Well, there are 4 of us sitting in a room pretending to be a radio, a television, a newspaper, and a human being.
That's amusing.
Just an example of radio's creativity.
Radio, red hot, because it works. For the advertiser trying to fight the rising costs of TV and print, the Radio Advertising Bureau can send you more facts. This station can send you more customers.
Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit, won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Never thought I'd get hemorrhoids. Just what I need now that I drive a cab.
Here, try what I use. Preparation H.
You too?
Anybody can get hemorrhoids, especially people who sit a lot. But Preparation H often gives me fast, temporary relief from occasional pain and itch.
Sounds great.
Even helps shrink swelling of tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try it.
Tips good this week?
Yours is the best.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
The name of our story is the Heel of Achilles. It's from Greek mythology. When the mighty warrior Achilles was born, his mother was told to immerse him in a certain stream. Every part of his body that was touched by the water would be safe against penetration by sword, spear, or arrow. His mother held him by the heels. Unfortunately, they were not covered by the magic water, and when he was struck in the heel by an arrow, that was the wound that killed him. We go into detail here because each of us has his own psychological Achilles heel. All of us might do well to be aware of it. Our cast included Arnold Moss, Joyce Gordon, Earl Hammond, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Aristotle once asked, what soon grows old? And he answered his own question with a single word, gratitude. Yes, gratitude, one of the most beautiful of emotions, is like the butterfly, one of the most beautiful of creatures, short-lived. By now, you know that our story will deal with gratitude, and of a type that shall set no record for longevity, either.
Won't you sit down, Miss,
Penrose.
Penrose. The name is familiar.
It should be. You killed my nephew.
I beg your pardon.
You shot him to death. Without mercy.
Miss Penrose, I shall have to ask you to leave.
And I will leave. But wouldn't it be splendid if you could dismiss your conscience as easily?
Our mystery drama, Maiden Ladies, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is almost midnight. The highway is deserted. Off in the distance, we hear the keening of a finely tuned sports car. It grows louder as the car approaches. At first, it is just a dark mass in the night. Suddenly, its finely sculpted lines and gleaming brightwork are illumined by the moonlight. And it is revealed as a thing of artistic beauty. Then, without warning, one of the dreaded sounds and sensations a driver can experience, a tire blowout. Somehow, he manages to control the car and pulls off to the side. For a full minute, he sits behind the wheel as if paralyzed. Then, he opens the door, walks back to the flat right rear tire. Now what am I going to do? I got to get out of here. I can't stay here.
Hey! Everything okay? Uh-oh. You got a flat. Wow. You're driving an Asada Asmara. Hey, first time I ever seen one. I mean, outside of a picture. Is she as great as they say? Hey, mister, let me fix that flat for you, huh?
No, don't bother.
Oh, no, it's no bother. I'll get this one off and another one on so fast you'll think you made a pit stop. You know what I mean?
No, I'd rather you didn't.
You have a spare, don't you? Hey, are you sure you're okay? Well, why don't you sit down? Look, you gotta have a spare. Now, if you'll just open the trunk.
Open the trunk? I really don't think I...
How else are we going to change the tire? Hey, there's the keys in the ignition. I'll just take them out and open the trunk.
Hey, I'd rather you wouldn't.
Ah, there it's open. Oh, you do have a spare. Oh, you don't have a jack.
A jack?
It doesn't matter. I'll use mine. I got me a special kind. First, I'll get your tire out. Uh-oh. I got so excited about the idea of working on an Asada Asmara, I forgot I was wearing this clean white shirt.
I don't want to put you in any trouble.
What trouble? My Aunt Emma will take care of the shirt. She isn't going to like it, though.
Listen, please. I thank you for your good intentions, but I must insist you just stop.
What are you going to do? Fix it yourself? You don't even have a jack. Let me get mine. I mean, you'd rather sit around here all night? Okay, we got all the tools. Now, we go for the record. Wheel disc off. And now, we pick up our trusty lug wrench. We should have held a watch on it. I'll bet it was a record.
You're all through, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Now, just let me put my jack back in my trunk. Oh, and lest we forget, let me put your old tire back in your trunk. Better remember to get that flat fixed. Oh, now look at me. Aunt Emma's sure gonna love this shirt. But it's all in a night's work. Sir? Mister?
Yes?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
You seem kind of nervous. Is everything okay?
Why shouldn't everything be okay? Why are you staring at me?
Well, I was wondering if maybe I'd seen you before.
Where would you have seen me?
Well, I don't know. It's just sometimes you look at a person.
Is it because I have the mark on me? Is the mark there already?
The mark?
The brand.
The brand? Well, sir, I'm sure happy I was able to help out and all. Now, if you don't mind...
Oh, wait.
I'll have to be getting along.
Please listen to me. You see, sometimes you get into a situation and you just lose control. That's what happened to me. You can't get out. You just keep getting in deeper and deeper.
Mister, you're not feeling
One thing just leads to another. You can't stop it. Do you understand? And you watch it as if it were all happening to somebody else.
Sir, do you want me to take you to a hospital?
No. I can't let you take me anywhere.
Oh, okay, but
And I can't let you go anywhere either.
Hey, that's a gun.
It isn't your fault. It isn't my fault. I had to shoot him. And tomorrow, or the next day, my picture will be in the paper, and you'll say, "Oh, I saw that man the other night on the turnpike." You'll testify in court.
No, I won't do anything like that.
Yes, you will. You will. Because you're an honest person, a decent person, I know. I used to be such a person myself.
Honest, mister, I won't say a word.
If you say you saw me here, then I have no alibi. Do you understand?
Please, mister, don't.
I'm sorry. Why did you have to stop? Who asked you to be a good Samaritan? Who asked you?
Paul?
Yeah, it's Paul.
Well, I got a drink all ready for you. Paul? It's done, isn't it?
Yeah.
No one saw you?
Look at my face. My forehead. Is it there? Is the mark there?
Paul, come on, take it easy.
No, answer the question, Janet. Can you or can you not see the mark of Cain?
Paul, it's natural to be upset by what you did tonight, even devastated. But we anticipated that. We knew it was part of the price. And we also know it'll pass. It'll be forgotten.
Forgotten?
It's finished. Look, they may suspect you. And if they do, you have an alibi. I'm your alibi. You were here with me at your country house all night.
That young man. He saw the mark of Cain.
Which young man? Oh, which young man?
I was less than a mile from Arnold's house. I'd just gotten on the turnpike when I got a flat.
What?
This very nice young man stopped, and before I knew it, he changed the tire for me.
Would he remember you?
No.
How can you be sure?
Because he's dead. I killed him.
You killed him?
I had to kill him.
Why?
He kept staring at me. He saw the mark.
Oh, will you stop that kind of talk?
He must have seen it.
Come over here. Here, come on. Now look in the mirror. What do you see, huh? You see your own guilty conscience, that's all. Now, you've got to get that look off your face. That's the mark of Cain.
It was terrible. I killed him.
All right, Paul, you had to kill him. Instinctively, you did the right thing. He'd remember the car. He'd recognize you. Your picture is certain to be in the paper.
Janet.
Look, we knew it would be bad. Oh, now it's going to be worse. Oh, it's all happening too quickly. Just don't panic. No one can prove anything.
The money. The $150,000, it's gone.
Well, who would know that? With the exception of you and me. Arnold was the only other person in the world who even knew it existed.
Janet, for a moment, I actually believed he saw the mark of Cain.
And another thing. Since the world began, people have committed murder. So don't act as if you invented it. Come on, just let the initial shock wear off, and everything will be all right. Well?
I just had no choice.
You see? You're already on the road to recovery.
Come in, Mr. Bennett. Sit down. I'm Lieutenant Settles.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant.
We tried to reach you yesterday.
I've been up in the country. I read about it in the morning paper.
Yes. Arnold McCall's body was found late Tuesday evening when his housekeeper returned from the movies.
Yes.
He was shot to death. The place was ransacked. We understand a considerable amount of valuables are missing. Silver, gold objects, jewelry, various other items.
I kept saying to him, Arnold, you're a fool to keep such stuff about the house these days. But, of course, you couldn't talk to him. Do you have any leads?
Well, in the ordinary way, you'd be a prime suspect.
But I thought you said it was the work of a burglar.
Well, these things can always be arranged to look like a burglary.
What do you mean? You actually suspect me?
When a married person is murdered, the spouse is automatically under suspicion. When a businessman is killed, we consider his partners. Now, isn't it true that you and Mr. McCall weren't getting along?
Yes. But the fact is we never got along. Our partnership was a difficult one, but profitable for both of us, which is why it continued.
Is that so?
Actually, the fact of the matter is I was with my fiancée. I have an alibi.
Well, the fact of the matter is you don't need one. There were 2 murders the other night. The first was Mr. Arnold McCall at approximately 10 p.m. The second at about 10:30. They occurred within a 2-mile radius. There's a young fellow named Eddie Penrose. Now, the odd thing about it is they were both killed by slugs fired from the same gun. A .32 caliber revolver.
Both of them?
Yes. Would you know if your partner, Mr. McCall, knew this young Eddie Penrose?
I can't see any possible connection.
Ordinarily, we might suspect you of killing your partner, but why would you also kill Eddie Penrose?
The fact is, I wouldn't kill anybody. I'm not capable of it.
Well, thank you for coming down here, Mr. Bennett. I'll let you know if you can help us any further.
You see the way it can turn out? Killing this boy was a terrible thing at the time. But now it completely removes you as a suspect.
He was really a very nice kid. A splendid human being.
All right, Paul.
I'm reading about it in the paper. He was a scout leader. He worked with youngsters in the Little League.
Paul, all this has to become part of a very dim and forgotten past. Do you understand?
If only I didn't have to kill Arnold.
Oh, look, will you don't start that. You had to kill him. In less than a week, he'd have known about the money, and you'd go to jail.
All right. Let's not talk about it anymore.
Absolutely.
It says here that the Penrose boy will be missed by the entire community.
Paul.
You're right. I can't afford to think about it.
Lieutenant Settles?
Oh, Miss Penrose. Come in.
Have you found out anything?
It's only been 2 days.
What are you doing?
I can assure you, ma'am, the police department is devoting its full energy...
Lieutenant, why don't you package that baloney and sell it to somebody else?
Oh, now, Miss Penrose...
I am a citizen and a taxpayer. I'm here to demand an accounting from a public employee, a person who works for me. Now, my nephew, the finest boy you'd ever want to know, was murdered. What are you doing about it?
Miss Penrose, it's very difficult.
If police work were easy, anybody could do it, and we wouldn't have to pay you.
Right now, we don't have a single lead.
And how do you propose to go about getting one?
The same person who killed your nephew also murdered Mr. Arnold McCall. We're going to concentrate on that murder.
Oh, why? Because Mr. McCall was a rich man?
We have a list of what was taken from the McCall house. Now, sooner or later, the killer will try to sell something. That may give us our chance.
In other words, you're just going to sit around and wait.
Miss Penrose, we have nothing else to go on.
Well, you can sit around and wait. I'm not.
What are you going to do, Miss Penrose?
I am going to find the person who killed my nephew.
Just what do you think you can do?
I don't know. But somebody has to do something.
It must be said, Aunt Emma is a determined woman, isn't she? And it would seem that in this act, we have made the acquaintance of 2 rather strong-minded take-charge type ladies. Shall they become the adversaries of our story? Act 2, in just a few minutes. Sometimes there's no other way out.
a man faces absolute ruin. His only chance to escape disgrace and prison is to commit murder. Despite what you may hear, many people do get away with murder. And so our Mr. Paul Bennett figured out a very simple plan. But the problem is murder is too complex a crime.
Oh, no, don't. Go away.
Paul.
Go away.
Paul, darling. Wake up. What is it? Wake up.
What? It was a nightmare.
Oh, what kind of a nightmare?
I don't remember.
I was sitting on the patio. I heard you cry out.
I'd stretched out on the couch. I must have fallen asleep.
Oh, Paul, don't let yourself go to pieces.
If only that boy hadn't come along. I'm not sorry about Arnold McCall, but the boy.
You can't change anything.
I know.
McCall, it's his fault.
What are you saying?
You got into financial difficulties. And who got you into them? Who advised you to make those terrible investments, Arnold?
No, it's not entirely true, Janet.
Oh, it's true enough. He forced you to steal that money.
But the boy. I keep reading article after article about him. How fine he was. How decent. Janet, what's the number of the police?
Up here? Well, I guess you just dial the operator.
No, in the city.
Why?
Wait, they've got a special number. It's on the front page of that paper.
What number?
Here it is. Yeah, it's 555-4433.
Well, who are you calling?
It's a special police number for the murders.
Oh. Shh. Why?
Lieutenant Zeros.
You want some information on the killing of that Eddie Penrose?
Who's calling, please?
Never mind. I'm just telling you. He had the whole world fooled. He was peddling drugs, and who knows what else. That's why he was bumped off.
Well, now, what was the point to that?
I don't know.
Why did you do it?
I don't know why.
Well, what can you gain from it? You always say everything you do has to be motivated. You had a reason for making that call.
Of course there's a reason. I just don't know what it is right now.
Oh, Paul.
Look, I know what you're saying is right. I mustn't panic. I just need a little time to adjust.
Just remember, people can adjust to anything. Lieutenant settled?
Oh, Miss Penrose.
Just what is going on? It isn't bad enough my boy had been murdered. Do they have to assassinate his character as well?
I'm sorry.
What does that mean, you're sorry? How did this scurrilous information ever see the light of day?
Well, we received an anonymous tip that Eddie was a dealer in drugs.
What right did you have to inform the news media?
We didn't.
Then how did they know about it?
We have to follow through on this information. We have to ask certain people questions. Unfortunately, word gets around. The press have their sources, too, you know.
Do you have any idea what this has done to Eddie's memory? People are saying, well, of course he was involved with drugs. Why else would he have been killed?
Unfortunately, that's what it looks like.
How people can turn. How they can forget. How they can take such joy in believing the worst.
Miss Penrose, there were two cars. His and someone else's. It was evidently a rendezvous, and they killed him.
You believe that?
We have an underworld situation here. Now, the killer, or killers, arranged to meet Eddie on the turnpike. They may have known about the wealth in Mr. McCall's home. On the way, they stop off to rob him, and they have to kill him. Then they keep their date with Eddie.
How do you know there were two cars?
We can tell by the tire marks.
Well, then, that clears Eddie's name.
It does?
I'll tell you what happened. Eddie didn't arrange to meet anybody. He just happened to be driving by. He saw their car. He stopped.
Why?
He noticed they had a flat tire. That's the type of person Eddie was. He'd always stop to help, and he did. He changed the tire for them.
Mm-hmm. How do you know that?
Because just this morning, the morgue sent me all of Eddie's things. He was wearing a clean white shirt when he left the house. How did the whole front get to be covered with dirt.
Well, how do you know it was from changing a tire?
Oh, you know how dirty a tire is. You lift it and hold it against your body. I'll show you the shirt. You can even see the tread marks. And now what do you say?
I don't know.
Lieutenant, tell me something about that other car. You saw the tire treads in the dirt.
Yes?
Well, couldn't you trace the car from those?
No.
Do you mean they're just ordinary tires?
No. They've been identified as very expensive tires imported from England. Plantagenets.
Well, shouldn't that make it easy?
Oh, even so, you find them on thousands of cars.
I tell you, he was killed because he stopped to help somebody. His shirt proves it.
Miss Penrose, we are doing the best we can.
Well, it's not good enough.
Yes? Well, what can I do for you? Look, if you're selling something, whatever it is, I don't want it.
This is the home of Mr. Arnold McCall?
The late Mr. McCall.
Yes, I know that.
Would you kindly state your business or permit me to shut the door?
I read in the paper he had a housekeeper, Miss Tolliver. Is that you?
Well, now, who else would be answering the door?
Please, Mrs. Tolliver, let me talk to you.
About what?
About the murder.
Oh, no, I never knew how many morbid people there are in this world. It takes a murder to bring him out of the woodwork. Mr. Arnold McCall is dead. May he rest in peace. And may that be the end of it. Good day to you, madam.
My name is Miss Emma Penrose. My nephew and Mr. McCall were shot by the same person.
Oh?
May I come in?
Yeah, all right. Here, this way. Here, have a seat. I'm sorry about your nephew.
Yes.
But, they get into bad company. He was probably a good boy to begin with.
What are you saying?
It's the easy money that destroys him these days.
Then you believe it. You believe what was in the papers.
Look, I'm sorry. You're his aunt, huh?
His father's sister.
And your name is Miss Penrose. You never married, huh? Oh, you're his maiden aunt.
I never got used to that expression.
Neither did I. Oh, they talk about mother love. And I tell you, the love of an aunt is something special. Now, what's the difference if he was a saint or a sinner, huh? I mean, he was still your very own Eddie. Anyhow, now what can I do for you?
I don't know.
Well, why did you come here?
It's going to sound crazy, but I have to find whoever it was that killed my nephew.
Oh, that's a job for the cops.
But they're not doing it.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know yet. I came here because maybe the police overlooked something.
It's like you see in a movie. This quiet, everyday kind of middle-aged lady walks into the place and finds the one clue that has eluded the cops. Funny.
It does sound funny, but please don't laugh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's laughing? It's just the cops were here with cameras and dusting powders and Lord knows what all.
Tell me, who do you think killed Mr. McCall?
Oh, the cops already figured it. A burglar or, I don't know, a couple of them. And from the looks of the place, I'd have to agree.
Well, who had a motive for killing Mr. McCall?
Oh, hey. That's a great detective story type question. You want to know something? If it wasn't such an obvious robbery, I'd say his partner killed him, Mr. Paul Bennett.
Why?
They were always at each other's throats. They should never have been partners. Paul Bennett didn't belong in business to begin with. See, he used to be a college professor. But then she got her claws into him.
Who?
Janet Rouse. She was Arnold McCall's secretary.
And what sort of woman is she?
let's say, the sort we wouldn't want our nephews to marry, She made him develop some very expensive tastes. I don't think he could afford them.
Why do you think he'd want to kill Mr. McCall?
Oh, I would see Paul Bennett look at Mr. McCall with a certain look in his eyes, It's a look that would kill. Well, how could I explain that to a cop,
How can you say it to me?
Because we're two maiden ladies who understand each other.
So you think Mr. Paul Bennett killed Arnold McCall?
Yeah. He'd be my candidate. But, of course, he didn't.
Why not?
Well, you know why not. The burglars did it.
Then why did they have to kill my Eddie?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what happened. Paul Bennett came here that night. He knew Mr. McCall would be alone. He could have found out you were going to the movies, couldn't he?
Oh, I guess so.
He shoots Mr. McCall dead.
Why?
There's a reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe this Janet Rouse steamed him up to it.
She could have.
So he shoots and kills Mr. McCall. Makes it look like a robbery. Is that impossible?
Well, I didn't say it was.
And the police are waiting for the loot to turn up to wherever that kind of stuff gets sold so they can catch the criminal. But it'll never happen. He was smart enough to get rid of it for good. So he'll get away with it.
But why would he kill your nephew?
How could he tell he would get a flat tire as soon as he got on the turnpike? How could he know Eddie would happen along and stop? Why couldn't it happen that way?
Well, I don't know. The way you tell it. Sounds all right to me.
You must admit she's really telling it the way it is, as if she'd seen it with her own eyes. Obviously, she has convinced Mrs. Tolliver, but Mrs. Tolliver is not her problem. The person who has to be convinced is shrewd, skeptical Lieutenant Settles. Well, she has the whole third act in which to work on him. The word is deduction, and it's what most detective work is all about. Coming from deduce, which means to draw from. Originally, it had to do with making wire. A strip of metal was drawn very thin. Well, our Aunt Emma, a rather quiet maiden lady, is even now drawing a very thin wire of a deduction with which she hopes to contact Police Lieutenant Settles.
You said the tire marks were for Plantagenets. And what kind of tires does Mr. Paul Bennett have on his car?
Now, Miss
Lieutenant, just try to follow me. Those tire marks belong to the car used by the killer, right?
Miss Penrose.
You claim that it had to be the same killer who murdered Mr. McCall. The same bullets prove it. That killer was supposed to be a crook who looted the place. Now, I say that can't be.
All right, Miss Penrose. Why not?
Plantagenets are the most expensive tires you can buy. They're used on sports cars, very expensive sports cars. Now, why would some common crook drive one of those?
A common crook these days can drive anything.
Well, once again, Lieutenant, I'm going to do your work for you. I'm going to find out what kind of car Mr. Paul Bennett drives and what kind of tires he has.
Miss Penrose, I must caution you.
About what? Even if I solve the case, Lieutenant, you can have the credit. I just want the criminal. This is the Blake Street parking garage, isn't it?
That's what the sign says, lady.
Oh, Mr. Bennett, Paul Bennett sent me here. He wants me to get an envelope from his car.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, he forgot to tell me where he parks it.
He's up on level B, just up them stairs. Now, why don't you take the elevator?
Oh, thank you. I never saw the car. He told me what it was, but I just can't remember the name.
It's Soda Asmara.
Really? I never heard of it.
Big red job. Turn to your right as soon as you get off the elevator. You can't miss it. You find it okay?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
That's a beaut, huh?
I suppose it would cost as much to buy a house for an average family.
You're close.
Everything about it is so fantastic. Even the tires.
Yeah. You can't beat them Plantagenets.
Just perfect.
The lady, nothing's perfect.
Well, theoretically.
And practically. Even them Plantagenets, they can go flat on you, too.
Really?
Yeah. He drove in here last Wednesday morning. He stays up in the country during the summer. Anyway, he pulls in and he says, Tom, I had a flat last night. Can you have it fixed for me? Sure, I says.
Last Wednesday morning, you're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Had to write it up in the book.
Oh, you have a record?
Every repair we make, the boss insists.
Well, thank you so much. You've been very kind.
Been nice talking to you.
Mr. Paul Bennett's car has Plantagenet tires.
That does not constitute proof that it was Mr. Bennett's car.
That night, Mr. Bennett had a flat tire. I have a witness.
It doesn't prove that he had the flat tire at the same spot.
What am I supposed to do? Drag him in here and have him sign a confession?
Even if you could, and did, it might not stand up later in court.
What do we need?
Miss Primrose, I like you. You're a very admirable woman in many ways.
Why don't we get to the point?
Mr. Arnold McCall is murdered. His house is ransacked. The killer has a rendezvous for whatever reason with your nephew and shoots him.
And
that's it.
No. This is what happened. Paul Bennett killed his partner.
Paul Bennett has an alibi.
My nephew would have destroyed that alibi. That's why Paul Bennett killed him.
Look, now what you say is reasonable. And before I learned that Arnold Bennett and your nephew were killed by the same gun, before I knew that the two murders were connected, I leaned toward Paul Bennett myself.
Then why don't you anymore?
That was before I knew about Bennett's alibi.
How do you know his fiancée isn't lying?
She may very well be.
What are you saying?
But there's nothing I can do about it. What you have is suspicion. Reasonable, I admit, but juries can't convict on reasonable suspicion. And they have to acquit on reasonable doubt.
I keep asking you, what do you need to arrest this man and bring him to trial?
Evidence, Miss Primrose, evidence that can stand up under cross-examination in court.
And what's that?
Oh, maybe if we found some of the loot on him, or the gun. But it's all probably buried where it could never be found.
I can't believe he'll get away with it.
I know it's hard, Miss Penrose. But as I said, we do our best.
And as I said, it isn't good enough.
Have you got all those figures, Janet?
Yes.
Within the week, I can liquidate all of our assets and walk out of this place.
With enough money to last us for the rest of our lives. How do you feel?
Oh, fine. Arnold McCall was a wretched, cantankerous...
Of course.
And that young man, what was his name? Eddie Penrose?
Mm-hmm.
He was just a young punk.
Oh?
You saw the stories in the papers. He was a drug pusher.
Sure.
Things go from bad to worse with those people.
I'm sure.
I probably did society a favor. What do you think?
I think you're right.
It's not worth talking about anymore.
I'm sorry to keep bothering you, Lieutenant. Why do I say that? I pay your salary.
Miss Penrose, you brighten a drab day.
Now, I want you to tell me certain things about Mr. Paul Bennett. Mr. McCall's housekeeper says he used to be a college professor.
That's true.
What did he teach?
Psychology. How could a teacher of psychology become a murderer?
Easier than most folks, I'd say. He could find the justification for it without too much trouble. How long had he been in business with Mr. McCall?
About 5 years. The name of the firm was McCall and Bennett.
And what did they do?
They devised programs, personnel counseling for large corporations. They did quite well.
Had Mr. Bennett ever been in any sort of trouble with the law before?
No, he didn't have a police record, if that's what you mean. But he had been arrested while at college. He'd gotten into a fight with someone in his fraternity. Half killed the fellow.
Why?
What do college boys fight about? Girls, probably. Anyhow, the police were called, charges were pressed, but the college authorities managed to hush it up.
So, our Mr. Paul Bennett is capable of violence. Add that to everything else.
But it still doesn't add up to a conviction.
Janet, we can close up at the end of the month.
I still think you could have gotten more for the business. Oh, I'll answer that, Paul. Yes?
Miss Rouse, Miss Penrose to see Mr. Bennett.
Miss who?
Penrose.
Penrose. Why is that name so familiar?
Penrose. It was that boy's name.
Just a minute, Louise. Listen, Paul, what are we going to do?
What does she want here?
Well, we better find out. Louise, would you ask the lady to come in?
Janet.
Paul, remember, we have absolutely no problem. Come in. Miss Penrose. I'm Mr. Bennett's secretary. This is Mr. Bennett. Now, won't you have a seat? Thank you.
What may I do for you, Miss Penrose?
I would like you to sign a confession stating that you killed Eddie Penrose.
Well, what reason would he have for doing that?
The best reason in the world. He's guilty.
You can't prove that.
Notice instinctive reaction, not a denial.
Miss Penrose, I don't want to appear impolite, but I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
It would be better for you if you could ask your conscience to leave. Now, I know you killed him. He stopped to help you fix a flat. Your tire marks were on the ground there.
But he isn't the only one with Plantagenet tires.
Of course not. And the following morning, your garage man can testify that he fixed a flat tire for you.
None of that is evidence.
That's right, it's not. Evidence would be the gun, the loot. But they're probably gone forever.
You can depend on that, Miss Penrose.
So you will have to just confess. It's the only way. And you'll do it.
Why should he?
Because if he doesn't, he'll never know a moment's peace. Paul, you've done a terrible thing. You have killed 2 people. Now you have to find forgiveness. I'll forgive you if you come forward.
Oh, I needed this. How refreshing. You poor, silly woman. You actually believe in conscience? You think it's going to bother me? It's already gone from my mind.
Really?
Lieutenant Settles.
Mr. Bennett, your secretary said you were in. Excuse me.
What is it?
Oh, what are you doing here, Miss Penrose?
I'll tell you, Lieutenant. She is engaging in harassment.
You shouldn't do that, Miss Penrose. Mr. Bennett, I'm going to ask you to come with me.
Why? Am I under arrest?
Paul.
Let's say that you're wanted as a material witness. Now, you're not compelled to answer any questions.
What kind of questions?
We've been following a certain line of inquiry in which there are several indications of your involvement, sir. A principal among these is the telephone company record of a toll call from your country home in Reddington to the special police number in town here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Our log shows that at precisely 4 p.m. of the 14th, we received a call on our special line from someone who advised us that Eddie Penrose was involved with drugs.
Well, what does that have to do with me?
According to the phone company records, that call was placed to the special number on your telephone.
Why did you place such a call, sir?
Don't answer, Paul. You don't have to. He doesn't have to answer. I know why he did it. He did it so he could live with himself. He had to reduce Eddie Penrose to nothing so that he'd feel no guilt over his murder. That is why you did it, isn't it?
He was a criminal. A hoodlum.
You had to convince yourself.
It was in all the papers.
Who gave that story to the papers? Who was the only source of that story?
The call was from your home, Mr. Bennett.
Speak to some of Eddie's closest friends, the people who really knew him, whose lives were touched by him.
No.
I wasn't there when he helped you. But I can see his face. His bright, friendly face, his honest smile. I can hear his heartwarming laugh. Can you ever forget it?
I couldn't help it. I couldn't.
No, Paul,
What could I do? He saw the mark. The brand.
Yes, and I see it too. You can feel it burning.
I didn't mean to. Sometimes you just get in so deep. One thing leads to another, and you can't believe you're doing it.
Excuse me, Mr. Bennett. Charlie, would you and Dick take Mr. Bennett and Miss Rouse here down to headquarters?
Please. Can you forgive me, Miss Penrose?
Yes. I forgive you. And I'm sure that Eddie forgives you, too. Lieutenant? When did you begin to suspect him?
Well, I began at the beginning.
What were you waiting for?
Well, as it turned out, I guess I was waiting for someone like you to put it all together.
Yes, that sudden flash of insight that illuminates the darkest reaches. Sometimes we simply cannot realize how difficult it is to get a conviction for murder. Circumstantial evidence is so hard to prove, yet circumstantial evidence is usually all the evidence there is. I shall return shortly. The title of our little exercise is Maiden Ladies. Maiden Ladies receive a certain amount of attention in literature, quite possibly because so much of it, in the past at any rate, was written by maiden ladies. But to live alone is a challenge for anyone in our society, especially for a lady of maturity. But meeting this challenge has helped create a class of competent, fascinating ladies. They remain, perhaps, one of our greatest untapped social resource. Our cast included Terry Keane, Michael Tolan, Carol Teitel, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stock station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As we wait for the napkin, the soup gets cold. While the bonnet is trimming, the face grows old. When we've matched the buttons, the pattern is sold. And everything comes too late. Too late. How completely the poet has captured it. So many times, isn't the most pertinent question of all, why are you waiting?
I didn't kill her.
You were here at the time she was murdered.
No, I wasn't. Lieutenant, why would I kill her?
You wanted to marry her. You discovered she was cheating.
So why would I want to marry her?
Because you were engaged.
How could we be engaged? I didn't even know her. Lieutenant, you sure you want me? Joe Gaffney?
Oh, yes, Mr. Gaffney. We want you.
Our mystery drama, Pretty Polly, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
These are scenes from America's favorite motion picture.
You're a fool, Red Button. When you know I shall always love another man.
Stop it. You hear me, Scarlett? Stop it.
Don't, I shall faint.
I want you to faint.
You go. What shall I do?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Sunday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain. A CBS TV special movie presentation. Gone with the Wind. A love story between America and a movie.
Let your home share the newness of spring with a fresh coat of True Test paint from True Value Hardware Stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you that True Test Easy Care Latex Flat Wall and Trim Finish will give your walls a fresh, scrubbable finish. Easy Care has earned the Good Housekeeping seal, and it comes in 44 decorator colors in white. And for a soft, velvety, smooth finish for walls and ceilings, try Satin Hue, a thick, creamy, flat latex wall paint in 44 distinctive colors in white. You'll find True Test paints exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
Welcome to Meet the Media. Thank you very much. Today I am interviewing radio.
Hello.
Television.
Take a look at this.
Oh, newspaper.
I've been around the longest. Yeah, but you can't change channels on a newspaper.
Well, you can't put a TV in the bottom of a birdcage.
Interesting debate. Radio.
Mm-hmm.
How's your listenership?
It's up 66% since 1967.
Newspaper?
Yes.
How's your circulation?
It's,
Right.
But I'm happy to say our advertising rates have gone up.
Radio?
Because the cost of radio advertising has not increased as much as the other major media, it's a better deal.
And what about the cost of television?
Film at 11.
Radio wins that round.
Mm-hmm.
What about creativity?
Well, there are four of us sitting in a room pretending to be a radio, a television, a newspaper, and a human being.
That's amusing.
Just an example of radio's creativity.
Radio. Red hot. Because it works. For the advertiser trying to fight the rising costs of TV and print. The Radio Advertising Bureau can send you more facts. This station can send you more customers.
Time, we are told, is a great teacher. It is, however, most difficult to agree on just what it is that time actually teaches, or how well we learn the lesson. After all, time goes on, and so many of us keep making the same mistakes. And it must be said, some of us actually become pretty good at it.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Yes. Is he in? This is Mr. Gaffney.
Sorry, Mr. Gaffney, he's in a meeting.
I have his morning quotations for him.
He said for you to call at about 10:30.
Thank you. You're not Miss Meadows.
No, Mr. Gaffney, my name is Polly Simmons.
Oh.
I'm Mr. Stevenson's new secretary.
What happened to Miss Meadows?
I don't know.
Oh. 10:30 you said to call him?
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
Thank you, Miss,
Simmons. Polly Simmons.
Yes, Miss Simmons.
Joe? Joe?
Huh? What?
Joe, I've been trying to reach you for the past 15 minutes.
I've been here, Walt.
Yeah, but you didn't answer your phone.
Oh, maybe I fell asleep.
Look, I just saw the morning gold and silver prices. Do you want to give a buy signal to some of your customers?
What?
Joe, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Your hearing hasn't suddenly become...
Walt, there's nothing the matter with me.
Okay.
Joe Gaffney.
Mr. Gaffney, this is Polly Simmons, Mr. Stevenson's secretary.
Yes, I know.
Mr. Stevenson had to fly to Chicago on some urgent business, but he does want you to call him at the office first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss, Simmons.
You're quite welcome.
Now, look, Joe, this could be just another swing of the seesaw. On the other hand, it could be the big move up. Now, what kind of position do we want to take? Joe? Yeah. Joe, are you listening to me? There's something going on here.
It's something very personal. I just don't want to talk about it. Do you mind?
Look, I don't mind if we can just get down to the day's work. Now, what do you think?
About what?
What have we been talking about? Taking a position in gold or silver? Either, neither, both?
Oh, I want to think about that.
I should imagine you'd been thinking about it all morning.
I'll get back to you.
When?
I have to make some calls, talk to some people within the hour.
Just remember, Joe, if it's going to take off and our people miss the boat, they'll make us walk the plank.
That's kind of a mixed-up metaphor, isn't it?
Just as long as you get the point. Joe? Huh? Oh, Walt, Joe, what am I going to do? Did you fall asleep again?
No, I didn't. I wasn't sleeping.
What are you up to, Joe? I think you should see a doctor.
I told you it's something very private and very personal, and I just don't want to discuss it.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Good morning, Miss Simmons.
Mr. Gaffney? I was about to call you. And Mr. Stevenson isn't back yet.
He isn't.
No. They decided to go to Colorado. They want to inspect their ski resort.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I wish I could have gone along.
Oh? Do you like to ski, Miss Simmons?
Love it. Skiing in the winter and sailing in the summer. That's my idea of heaven.
Yeah.
When he checks in, I'll tell Mr. Stevenson you called.
Thank you, Miss Simmons.
Not at all.
Polly Simmons. I'm in love with you. I love you, Polly.
Well, that's great.
Huh?
Who's Polly Simmons?
I didn't hear you come in.
Yeah, well, naturally, you've been in your usual days. All right, so it's love. Who is she?
Oh, Walt, I was just talking to myself.
Oh, yeah?
This is what you came for. My market letter. Check it through before you send it out.
I always do.
I think it analyzes exactly what most of our clients should be doing at this particular stage in the market.
Good. Now, tell me, who is Polly Simmons?
That's none of your business.
Walter Evans.
Oh, I'd asked for Mr. Gaffney.
Yeah, well, Joe Gaffney's out at the moment. May I help? I'm his associate.
Would you tell Mr. Gaffney that Mr. Stevenson will telephone him from Colorado this afternoon at 4 o'clock?
Sure will.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Miss,
Simmons. Polly Simmons.
Simmons. Polly Simmons. Yes, Santa Claus, there is a Virginia. I mean a Polly.
Now, what are you talking about?
She's Ed Stevenson's secretary, eh? He's going to call you this afternoon. How long has this been going on?
How long has what been going on?
You and Polly.
There's nothing going on.
Oh, sure.
Oh, she only came to work for him the other week.
Yeah, how long does it take?
Walt, lay off, will you?
Sure. You going to marry her? Okay, but you sat there and you said, Polly Simmons, I love you, and you love a woman and don't marry her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but it's my life, isn't it?
Look, I want you to be happy. Why? Because I'm your friend? Because I'm an idealist? No, not at all. It so happens that when you're happy, you're one of the best analysts on the street, and I make an awful lot of money out of you.
You want to have lunch, Walt?
How come you're not having lunch with Polly Simmons?
I don't even know Polly Simmons.
Joe, you're talking to an old soldier.
Look, I spoke to her on the phone yesterday for the first time, and I fell in love with her voice. If you laugh, I'll punch you in the mouth.
No, who's laughing?
And that's it. Don't tell me it can't happen.
Anything can happen. People fall in love for the craziest reasons.
That voice of hers.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does sound sexy.
It's more than sexy. It's so warm. It's so alive. It's so vital.
That's what I said, sexy.
And And that's the whole story.
It's only the beginning. Ask her for a date.
What if she's married?
Her name is Miss Simmons.
Well, she could be using her maiden name at work.
Okay, so she's married. If you're in love, that won't stop you.
Walt, this is no concern of yours.
I just explained a minute ago it is.
Well, all right, what if the voice is just... she doesn't have to look like her voice. She could be an old hag.
You can always come up with a million reasons why not to do something.
Don't knock it. That's how I made you rich.
Yeah, but this is different.
Do you or don't you want to go to lunch?
Hello, is Mr. Stevenson in?
Mr. Stevenson is still out of town.
Oh. I'm, Walt Evans of Evans and McHugh.
Yes, Mr. Evans, I believe we spoke on the phone. Do you have an appointment? I hope not.
No. I was just visiting with Jim Russell down the hall. I thought I'd stop by and say hello to Ed.
Well, I know he'll be very sorry that he missed you.
Yes. Whatever became of, Miss Meadows?
She left to get married.
Miss Meadows?
Yes. That's what I've been told.
Miss Meadows, if she could get married, there's hope for everyone.
Even for me?
You mean you're not married, Miss Simmons?
I'm afraid not.
How is that possible?
Oh, I suppose it's because no one ever asked me.
I can assure you, Miss Simmons, if I weren't married, I'd ask you myself.
And I should consider it. Very seriously.
My boy, she's beautiful, she's single, and she wants to get married.
Who?
Don't act dumb, Joe. Don't pretend. I saw her. I spoke to her. If you don't marry her, I'll divorce Dottie, and I'll marry her myself.
Walt, I wish you would mind your own business.
I'll say it again. This is my business. We spoke, Polly Simmons and I. Look, she's somewhere in between 25 and 30. She has long black hair. She has flashing black eyes. She has a complexion that makes you think of milk and honey. She's tall. She's slender, graceful. The gentle curves of her body seem to float within a dress.
I never heard you talk like that.
I have never seen anyone like Polly Simmons. And she's single.
She looks like that and she's single? How's that possible?
And she wants to get married. Well?
Well, what?
What are you waiting for? Ask her for a date. Okay. You had raised some entirely legitimate objections. She could be a dog. She could be married, and so on and so forth. These have all been put to rest. Your move.
I don't know.
Look, Joe, I went to a certain amount of trouble on your account.
I didn't ask you to.
What is a friend? Someone who doesn't wait to be asked.
Walt, what'll I do if she turns me down?
How could she turn you down?
Look, I've never been very successful with women, Walt.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're always so negative about yourself. You're constantly examining yourself for flaws, for shortcomings. The basic qualities that make you a terrific market analyst work against you in your personal life.
Well, I can't help that, Walt.
You listen to this voice on the phone, this glorious voice so filled with promise, and you treat it like a prospectus from a company that's out to sell stock. Where are the problems? I've just investigated for you. There are no problems.
Yeah, maybe not with her, Walt, but there are with me.
What problems are there with you?
I'm not an exciting guy.
Sure, she's got enough excitement for both of you.
I can tell so much from her voice. She likes to go out a lot. She likes to have fun.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, I'm a quiet guy.
Well, basically, that's what most girls want.
I can tell, Walt. It wouldn't work out. I wouldn't even know how to ask her.
Oh, what's there to know? Get her on the phone. Come on.
Now?
That's how they used to teach Indian babies how to swim. They threw them in the water. Pick up the phone. Okay, now, dial Ed Stevenson's number. Go on, go ahead.
Walt, I don't know if I should.
And when she answers, say, Polly, how about dinner this evening?
Look.
Mr. Stevenson's offer?
Miss Simmons, this is Mr. Gaffney.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
It should be Polly. Come on, throw the baby in the water.
I was wondering if Mr. Stevenson might be reached earlier.
No, Mr. Gaffney, I'm sorry he can't be.
Oh.
Was there anything else?
Now, Joe, now. No. No, I don't think so. Goodbye, Miss Simmons.
What am I going to do with you, Joe? What am I going to do?
You'd be surprised, but that will be the business of Act Two. Along about now, some of you vintage listeners are asking yourselves, what have we got here? One of those soft, sweet, tender little love stories? When is someone going to get killed? Patience, friends. Patience.
If you use a long-lasting nasal spray, you ought to check the package. If it has a big 12 on it, you're getting the longest-lasting relief you can get. You're using Duration nasal spray. Duration is different because Duration has the longest-lasting nasal decongestant. So Duration gives you up to 12 hours of relief. That's up to 2 to 4 hours longer relief than most other long-lasting nasal sprays. Look for the nasal spray with the big 12 on it. Duration. The proof is on the package. The package with the big 12 on it. For occasional use only as directed.
Hey, let me get the check.
Where'd you get the extra bucks?
The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund from Certainteed.
Buck-A-Bundle?
Yeah, buck back on every bundle of Certainteed fiberglass attic insulation. Up to $40.
Some savings.
That's what I was after.
Was it a tough job?
No, it was easy.
I'm going to do it now, while I can save. Thanks for lunch, and thanks for the tip.
Get your attic insulation and extra bucks now. The Buck-A-Bundle insulation refund, only from Certainteed. Details at your building materials retailer.
Hi, this is Andy Williams. I learned about the importance of donating blood when my mother became ill. Although most people could qualify as donors, many have not donated blood because they have not personally experienced the need, either for themselves or for those they care about. Presently, over 30,000 pints of blood are required in the United States every day, and the need is increasing. The balance between supply, demand, and human life depends on you, the public. Donors often respond when there is an emergency or a disaster, but blood of every group and type must be available at all times. Blood banks depend on people who are willing to give to meet the day-to-day blood needs. Donate today at a blood bank in your community. Blood is life. Let's keep it running.
A public service of this station and the American Association of Blood Banks.
They say that faint heart never won fair lady, to which we might add, there's many a fellow who wishes he hadn't been quite so courageous. But here we have the basic ingredients. We have the fair lady, Polly Simmons. We have the faint heart, Joe Gaffney, and now we shall permit nature to take its course.
You got to do it, Joe.
Walt, why is it your affair?
Affair. It should only be your affair.
I don't interfere in your personal life.
That's because you don't have to. I'm perfectly capable of making all the right moves myself.
Will you please let me alone?
It's a sin and a shame that someone as beautiful as Polly Simmons should just go to waste.
I'm sure she has enough boyfriends.
Yeah, as far as you're concerned.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Good morning, Miss Simmons.
Good morning, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh, you recognize my voice?
Yes, it's quite distinctive.
Really? Is Mr. Stevenson in?
They're at a budget meeting this morning. Shall I ask him to return your call?
No, I'll try him again later.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
Miss Simmons.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
It wasn't really important. What do you want to see me about, Walt?
What's the meaning of this? These 5 sheets of paper?
That's this week's market letter.
You mean this week's alleged market letter? Did you read through this after you wrote it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This girl has not only got you talking to yourself, she has you writing to yourself. Listen, this week's Best Buy, Polly Simmons.
What?
The group that should outperform the market, Polly Simmons. Now, Joe.
Oh, I should have checked it out.
Joe, you have to resolve this thing.
Oh, you find it hard to understand. I'm scared.
Oh, come on.
Please, Walt. Look, guys like you, big, competent, aggressive, you can't believe there are fellows like me.
You must either get this girl or forget this girl.
But, Walt...
It's all in your own head now. You're going to pick up that phone, you're going to call her, and you're going to ask her for a date. Do you understand?
Well, what if she turns me down?
Okay, that'll be the end of it. Swift, clean, surgical. And if she says yes, well, that's the beginning. Pick up the phone, Joe. Your job depends on it.
All right, I'll do it.
Good. Well, go ahead.
I can't do it with you hanging over my shoulder.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Simmons, this is Joe Gaffney.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
I was wondering...
Yes?
I was wondering if Mr. Stevenson were back yet.
Oh. No, sir.
Then I guess I'll just have to keep trying.
Yes. You do that, Mr.
Well?
Gaffney.
We have a date.
Good. You see, you keep listening to your old Uncle Walt. So, tell me, what did she say, huh? What did you say?
I just said, Miss Simmons, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?
Miss Simmons, huh?
Well, I don't know, maybe I said Polly, and she said, yes.
So, who had this thing figured out from square one, eh? Now, you take her to a nice quiet place where you can talk, you understand, and you make sure you talk about her. Most women like that.
Oh, look, Walt, do you mind if I get back to work now? Joe Gaffney.
Good morning, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh. Good morning.
Mr. Stevenson would like you to send him an up-to-date copy of his portfolio with a list of suggestions.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Miss Simmons, are you all right this morning?
Does it show?
I beg your pardon?
I was out rather late last night. It was quite a... I shouldn't say brawl, but none of us was feeling much pain.
Oh.
And I'll sure be glad when this day is over.
Joe?
Oh, hello, Dottie. Walt's out with a client.
I know. I came here to see you.
Me?
Tell me, are congratulations in order?
For what?
Oh, Walt told me all about her.
About who?
Well, really, Joe, how many of them are there? Polly.
Oh, Polly.
Walt tells me you've been going steady with her for almost 3 months. Is it still called going steady?
Look, Dottie.
I can't tell you how happy this makes me.
What is it with you married people? You're always trying to get everyone into the same boat you're in.
Oh, now you need a wife, Joe. You're lonely. Repressed.
Hey, what is all this?
Well, that is, you were. Look at yourself now. You've got a new self-confidence. That's what a woman's love does for a man.
I'm glad to hear it.
Is there going to be a wedding?
Now, Dottie,
Well, it's fashionable today, I suppose, to laugh at that piece of paper. But in the long run, your relationship can't really go anywhere without it. Joe, do you want us to make the wedding for you?
Dottie, I'm really quite busy.
Well, you don't have any family.
If I don't finish this work...
Oh, relax. I'm your partner's wife. You won't get into any trouble.
No, it's just that...
All your life you've lived in a shell. You were always afraid to reach out to people. Suppose it's because you found that people could turn on you, huh?
People did.
So you surrounded yourself with facts and figures and statistics. Those you could trust.
Now that you've psychoanalyzed me, are you going to send me a bill?
I'd like to meet her. Why don't you bring her to dinner one night?
Well...
Or the four of us could go out.
Sure. Okay.
And let's make it soon, shall we?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Simmons.
Yes, Mr. Gaffney.
I sent Mr. Stevenson a list of attractive situations, particularly in commodities.
It's on his desk.
Oh, I just wondered if he'd received it.
He did, Mr. Gaffney.
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to know. Well, wow, it's been quite warm these past few weeks.
Yes, it has. I wish I could spend more time at the beach.
Oh? Do you like swimming?
Swimming, surfing, sailing. Anything that lets me wear a bathing suit.
Yes. Well, I'm glad Mr. Stevenson received my letter.
I think people wear too many clothes these days. And I feel that they're so confining. Don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Thank you, Miss Simmons. Thank you.
Not at all, Mr. Gaffney.
So, what did you and Polly do last night?
Oh, the usual.
Yeah?
We went out to dinner, took a little drive, and we went back to her place.
Oh, yeah.
There's a little mining company I'd like to call to your attention.
That's some woman, that Polly Simmons.
Look, here's an outfit whose earnings have gone up over 120% over the last 3 years.
And to think I practically had to force you.
Do you want to hear about this terrific special situation, or don't you?
I can't think of a more terrific special situation than the one you have with Polly Simmons. So, you spent the night at her place, huh?
All I said was we went back to her place for a while.
All right. I understand Dottie's been in to talk to you.
I just wish Dottie and everyone else would mind their own business.
People are just happy for you, Joe. You've no idea how much you've changed since you've been going with Polly Simmons. Your whole outlook on life is different. You're more relaxed.
All right. Shouldn't we get to work, Walt?
Sure. You know how people are. They love gossip. Well, I'm just glad you had a great time last night.
Take these reports about the mining company back to your office. See what you think.
Okay. Bet you're not fooling me. You just want to get rid of me.
Why?
Because first thing in the morning, you get in, you always want to have your little chat with Polly on the telephone.
Come on, Walt.
I read you like a book. Well, go ahead. Have your little romantic moment.
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Oh. This is Mr. Gaffney.
Yes?
Of Evans and McHugh.
Yes, sir?
Is Mr. Stevenson in?
I'm afraid he can't talk to anyone right now.
Oh. Is Miss Simmons in?
Miss Simmons?
Yes, Polly Simmons. No. Was she off today?
Miss Simmons is dead.
What did you say?
I suppose it'll be on the radio news any time now. The police just found her body. She's been murdered.
You can't be serious.
The police are here now. They're talking to Mr. Stevenson.
She's dead? No, she can't be.
Joe, Dottie just called me. She heard something on the news. I don't know what to say. Polly Simmons murdered. It can't be true.
It's true. I called Stevenson's office. The police are there.
She was murdered last night. They found the body in her apartment?
Yes.
Joe, how you must feel. I guess you don't want to talk to anybody either. Here, I'll answer that. Yeah.
Walt, some more details came over the radio. She was killed a little after midnight last night.
Yeah. Oh, it's Dottie, Joe. There's been some more news.
She'd evidently been with someone she knew because there's no sign of forced entry. The fellow must have hit her for some reason, and her head struck the floor or some other object. Too hard. And that was it.
Yeah, poor girl.
Walt, was there last night?
What are you saying, Dottie?
What I'm saying is, the police are asking everybody who may have any sort of information to call a special number.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, look, Dottie, I'll talk to you later, okay? Joe, what time did you leave Polly's apartment last night?
Last night?
Yeah, you said you were with her last night.
Oh.
So, what time did you leave?
Well...
Police say she was killed around midnight.
Oh. Well, I guess it was sometime before.
Are you going to tell the police you were with her last night?
Do I have to?
They're going to find out.
How are they going to find out? Nobody really knew about us except you and Dottie. And would you or Dottie... Would you tell the police?
What a question. You take words like morality, duty, and so forth. You talk about a citizen's obligation, and so on. The truth is that these things are all abstractions. On the other hand, a friend is someone definite. He has form, shape, substance. You do not lightly sever all human feeling for him. You cannot simply sell him down the river. Or can you? The answer lies in Act 3, shortly.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Time to feed the baby.
Oh, baby sounds funny.
That was Baby Ben.
I thought our baby's name was Ollie.
Baby Ben's our alarm clock, honey. It never forgets to get us up.
We could forget to plug it in.
Baby Ben doesn't need electricity, dear. Doesn't even need batteries. It's key wound.
Gee, no batteries? No formula? Oh, turn that off.
That was Baby Ollie.
Who wound him up?
Baby Ben or Big Ben never forgets to get you up. It's time for a West Clocks by Tally Industries.
You've got a seat at third base, a spot at the net, two on the aisle, a box at the Met. You've got the best seat in the house at your TV set. And nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
TV Guide is your ticket to the whole wide world of sports and entertainment. Tells you more about what's on, what's going on with television.
Nothing gets you into it like TV Guide.
This week, get more out of television. Buy TV Guide.
Now you can see more of America for less with Delta Airlines Unlimited Mileage Fare. It's easy and uncomplicated. You fly to as many Delta cities in America as you want, and to Bermuda and San Juan. Takes 7 to 21 days, all for an unbelievable $567 per person when two people travel together, or $777 when you travel alone. There's a special low fare for children, too. Unlimited mileage at an unbelievable fare. Don't leave a stone unturned or a place untraveled. Delta's unlimited mileage fare is an unusual opportunity for an unforgettable experience. Get the details on advance reservations and limited seating from your travel agent or Delta. Now, Delta is ready when you are, with an unbelievable, unforgettable, unlimited mileage fare for as little as $567. That's unreal.
What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive, the poet said. And the strands of this web can wind themselves into the rope that will hang us. Our friend Joe Gaffney has been playing at a game of love. And as it happens, the game of love has become a game of death.
Walt, you wouldn't go to the police, would you?
Did you kill her, Joe?
What are you saying?
You were with her last night.
Walt, you're talking to me.
You said you went to dinner with her. Yeah, but wait a minute. We had a late meeting here yesterday afternoon. You didn't leave till 6:30. So the earliest you could have gone to dinner was maybe 7 o'clock.
Walt, listen.
Dinner 1 hour and a half maybe. It's now 8:30.
What are you trying to build?
Then you said you went for a drive. How long? An hour? 2 hours? So what? It's now 10:30, and then you went to her place. I will quote you for a while. What's a while?
Walt, listen to me.
Midnight, she's murdered. How long was that while you spent with her, huh? Starting at about 10:30.
Walt, I swear I didn't kill her.
Yeah.
Walt! Walt! Where are you going?
Right now, at this minute, I don't know. He was there, Dottie.
But I can't believe Joe killed her.
Why not?
Well, he just isn't the type.
Is there a type?
But he was so much in love with her.
Yeah, that could have been the reason he killed her.
Because he loved her?
I met that girl. Her eyes were beautiful, but you could tell they liked to rove, if you know what I mean. Maybe she was cheating and he found out.
No, he didn't kill her.
Oh, and who did?
Well, she could have had other boyfriends. Maybe one came calling right after Joe left. Now, that's possible, isn't it?
Sure. Maybe that's actually what did happen, but...
But what?
Look, Dottie, the police have broadcast a call for all pertinent information. Shouldn't I...
Well, what do you want me to tell you?
The fact that Joe was with her very close to midnight last night, the time of her death, is that or is that not pertinent information?
Yes, Walter, it is. In many ways, all of this is your fault.
My fault?
Yes. He was happy in his own little world.
You say that? You're the one who kept insisting he was so miserable.
Well, I was wrong. That is, if being miserable made him happy, who were we to interfere? You were the one who kept... Well, you practically forced him to start going out with her.
Did I know it would end like this?
Well, that's beside the point. If it hadn't been for your insistence, that girl would be alive today. Or if someone else had killed her, Joe wouldn't be involved in it.
Dottie, the fact is...
What?
I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I wish I did.
The problem is, it just isn't clear-cut.
No, you're wrong, Dottie. We're the ones who aren't clear-cut. You and I. We have a duty as citizens. And that is the bottom line.
Oh, I know.
And we have some very good reasons to shirk that duty. Reasons like friendship, loyalty, so on.
I understand.
But the collective morality of the city is the sum total of the individual moralities of all its citizens.
Oh, Walter, do it or don't do it, but stop moralizing about it.
Hello, Joe Gaffney.
Mr. Gaffney, this is Mr. Stevenson's secretary.
What? When Mr. Stevenson's secretary is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said his new secretary.
Oh.
Did you know Miss Simmons very well?
Yes, I knew her.
Mr. Stevenson wants more information on that mining stock. Mr. Gaffney?
Oh. Yes, I'll send it by messenger right away.
You all right?
What did you say, Miss...
Smith, Dolores Smith.
Yes. I guess it's remarkable how life just goes on. We don't even pause. Oh, well. There's no sentiment in this business. Or any business.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Gaffney. Some people are capable of sentiment.
Oh? Do you know any?
Well, I guess there's me, for instance.
Really? Well, you must be a very unusual young lady, Miss...
Smith. Dolores Smith.
You say you weren't there at about midnight last night.
Yes, Lieutenant.
But you told Mr. Walter Evans.
I know what I told him.
It would have looked better for you if you'd come forward with this information voluntarily.
What information?
Oh, regardless of the time, you should have told us that you'd seen her last night.
But I didn't see her last night.
Mr. Walter Evans says that...
Forget what I told Walter Evans.
I can't see how that could work. The DA won't want to forget. I don't think the jury will either.
Lieutenant Marker, the truth is,
I never went anywhere with Polly Simmons. I don't even know what she looked like.
Do you know what you're saying?
Lieutenant, let me tell you the whole story. Let me begin at the beginning. I never went out with her. Never.
And that is your story?
Lieutenant, please, believe me.
It's not a great one or even a very good one, but it's a new one.
Well, it's true.
There's some holes. Why didn't you just tell Walter Evans to mind his own business?
I did, but when a man's your partner and he has this idea that he's going to do you a good turn...
Very well. So you lied to him when you said you'd asked her for a date.
Yes, Lieutenant, that was a lie.
Then why couldn't you at least tell a lie that would get you off the hook? Why couldn't you say she turned you down and that would have been the end of it?
Yes, but that wouldn't have been the end of it. You don't know Walter. He'd have said, if at first you don't succeed, he'd have made my life miserable.
But you knew you couldn't maintain this deception indefinitely, if that's what it was. You knew you were getting in deeper after a couple of weeks. Why couldn't you tell Walter Evans that you and Miss Simmons had broken off?
Because after a while, it began to be real.
Real?
Yes, I would tell Walter lies about the things Polly and I had done the night before. But as I told them, they began to get real. As if we had gone out and had a good time and made love. You think I'm crazy?
Please continue, Mr. Gaffney.
I felt just wonderful. I was finally someone who appealed to women, and as we would walk down a street or sit in a restaurant or whatever, this was all in my mind, you know.
Why didn't you ask her for a date on the phone and make it real?
Because if she turned me down, it would have been the end of everything.
Why are you so sure she'd have turned you down?
Oh, well, look at me, Lieutenant. I'm not so hot looking. I don't have $1 million. I mean, what would she want with me? This way, at least, I had something with her.
In your imagination.
It was better than nothing.
Very well. What we're saying here is that you are living in an unreal world. There are cases like this. A person creates a fantasy world.
Yeah, well, that's what it was.
In the daytime, you work here in your office. You do your job. That's reality. But where are you at night?
Where?
When you're supposed to be out with her, having dinner or dancing or going to a show or making love. Where are you?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
Can you be sure? Do you really know? Is it possible you're not somewhere around her apartment house, watching for her? Maybe on this night you see her come home with another man. Maybe it looks very much like they're going into her place to have a real good time.
Lieutenant.
Did you wait for him to leave? Did you go up there afterward, furious and a feeling of betrayal? Did you start to hit her? And did she fall down and strike her head?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Mr. Gaffney, I don't know either. I was told to have you booked as a material witness.
What does that mean?
In simple English, it means we think you did it. But we'd like to have a little more evidence before we say so.
I'd rather you didn't see me in a place like this, Walt.
It's all right, Joe.
No, it's not all right. It's a cell. It's a prison cell.
We're going to have bail set for you.
Did I really kill her, Walt?
Joe, who knows?
I don't know what to believe anymore. Was I actually going out with her? Or was it all something I built up in my mind because I wanted to fool you?
I'm sorry I put that kind of pressure on you, but not that it helps. I meant well.
No, it must have been real. I must have killed her. I mean, who else? It had to be someone who knew her, who was with her.
I don't think about it anymore. Oh, time's up. Here's the guard. I'll come visit you tomorrow.
Thanks, Fred. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave.
Oh, you're the detective I spoke to, huh? Lieutenant...
Marker.
Yes, Lieutenant Marker. How'd you do?
I was looking for you, Mr. Evans.
For me?
They said you'd come down here to the city jail to visit Mr. Gaffney. How convenient.
What do you mean, convenient?
We don't have to bring you here.
For what?
We're going to read you your rights and book you as material witness.
Oh, now, Hatch, just a
Miss
minute.
Dolores Smith, who replaced Miss Simmons, happened to be clearing out her desk. And deep in a bottom drawer were some typewritten letters Miss Simmons may have been planning to mail.
What does this have to do with me?
Well, let me read one of them to you. Mrs. Walter Evans, 9 Albemarle Crescent. Dear Mrs. Evans, did you know your husband is having an affair with a Miss Polly Simmons? Miss Simmons has photographs showing herself and Mr. Evans in various affectionate...
That's a lie, Walter.
Plus various other proofs of his devotion. We now have those proofs.
I demand the right to call my attorney.
Certainly.
I didn't kill her.
There are letters addressed to 3 other men. One of you thought to shut her up.
Walter, it's your fault, Joe. Why didn't you take her out? How could I just let someone like that go to waste?
Mr. Stevenson's office?
Miss Smith, this is...
Oh, yes. I know. Mr. Gaffney.
I want to thank you for... Well...
Oh, I was just cleaning out her desk, and well, it was my duty to go to the police, wasn't it?
Yes, of course. I want to thank you.
Mr. Gaffney, do you mind if I say something? You have absolutely the most terrific voice I ever heard in all my life.
What?
I know I'm speaking out of turn.
No. Go ahead.
If you're anything at all the way you sound, you must really be something.
How'd you like to find out? Have dinner with me. Tonight.
And this time, of course, the shoe was on the other foot. After all, what did Miss Dolores Smith look like? And was he disappointed in her? Was she disappointed in him? I can't say, but I do know that you won't be disappointed if you wait for me to return.
Some job, standing all day, and now I've got hemorrhoids.
Better not neglect them.
I was hoping they'd go away.
When I get a flare-up, Preparation H often gives me fast temporary relief from pain and itch.
You have hemorrhoids?
Lots of people do. But Preparation H even helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try Preparation H tonight.
Good morning. Ready for the big sale today?
Thanks to Preparation H.
Preparation H relieves pain and itch, even helps shrink swelling. Use only as directed.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels, and I'm very concerned about hunger in our world. Every minute, 21 children die because they don't have enough to eat. There is enough food to go around for everybody. What's needed now is for each of us to care enough to get involved in this issue. Now, I know you care. What can you do? Write politicians about your concern and support hunger organizations. Thank you.
For further information, write Impact on Hunger, 145 East 49th Street, New York, 10017.
The truth of the matter, every reality began once as a fantasy. And so we may ask, when, at what point, does the transformation take place? When do dreams become real? And how real do they become? Are we what we are, or are we what we think and hope and dream we are? The proverb says, who rides a tiger dares not dismount. But it should also be said that he who rides an illusion has saddled the most dangerous beast of all. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You know, Mike is a great kidder. Do you suppose, when Mike and Jim were sharing that room in the hospital, when they had their operations and recuperating, do you suppose they cooked this up between them and they're just playing some kind of a game?
No, I don't think so.
And these black and blue marks on my neck don't think so either. Oh, of course. How dumb of me. But the numbers racket could be a game. Me, K44K, you, ZXY77. But to attack you like that, Janet, it ain't funny. If you ask me, I'd try to get Jim somewhere for observation. And if he won't go, you ought to think about moving out. I have, in a way. I've moved to another room, made it my bedroom. I've hidden his gun, and every night I lock my door.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Senate Budget Committee hangs up its axe for the night after chopping more than President Reagan has asked. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The president didn't get everything he wanted from the committee, but he got most, and in some cases more, as Jacqueline Adams explains.
All told, the Senate Budget Committee has approved more than $35 billion in spending cuts, almost $2.5 billion more than the president requested. But late Wednesday afternoon, at the urging of conservative Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, the committee voted to restore over $1.5 billion in 1982 and 1983 to programs for the handicapped, unemployed youth, elementary and secondary education.
I wish we could support all the other programs, and I felt strongly the other night that NSF probably should be beefed up somewhat. I'm a strong supporter of the arts and humanities.
Haven't decided yet.
But this, we feel, is probably the minimum we can get through the committee.
In its final action of the night, the committee restored $224 million the president had wanted to cut to a nutrition program for pregnant women and infants. The committee will meet again in the morning and hopes to complete its consideration of the president's budget cut proposals by noon. Jacqueline Adams, CBS News on Capitol Hill.
More news coming up.
Saturdays on CBS Television. Don't miss the fun and games at Flo's Yellow Rose. She's one of a kind, and with a lady like Flo, anything can happen. And she's a lover and a fighter and a whole lot of fun.
It's a curse. I'm every man's ideal woman.
She's every cowboy's favorite kissing cousin. But when the grits hit the fan, watch out. Join the laughs at Flo's Yellow Rose on Flo, Saturdays at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS Television.
Only Bayer.
Bayer aspirin.
Bayer, of course.
Ask mothers, which is the only pain reliever you'll need in your home this colds and flu season? And the answer from millions would be...
Bayer, of course.
Bayer, because the whole family can use it. Bayer, because nothing else, short of a prescription, can do more for the aches, fever, and sore throat pain. Remember, rest, fluids, and all you need is...
Bayer.
Only Bayer.
Bayer aspirin.
Use only as directed.
Secretary of State Haig sums up Soviet interests in Central America, saying, in effect, 1 down, 1 in the works, and 2 to go. Nicaragua, he told Congress, was phase 1 of a Soviet plan to dominate the area, a phase completed with the leftist takeover there. Phase 2, Haig says, is El Salvador, and he wants continued U.S. military support of the junta there. Haig claims the Kremlin has a 4-point hit list with Honduras and Guatemala next in line, and he says the U.S. must stand firm against that Kremlin strategy. The State Department is praising what it says have been recent improvements in the human rights situation in Argentina. And one official says by the end of this week, Congress will be asked to at least partially repeal the U.S. ban on weapons sales to that country. The word comes just a day after Argentina's Nobel Peace Prize winner, Adolfo Pérez Esquivel, a human rights activist, said things there are getting worse. The judge presiding over the Carol Burnett libel suit against the National Enquirer has ruled that the Inquirer is a magazine, not a newspaper, and so is not covered by California's retraction law. That law says newspapers are protected from libel suits if they retract articles in question. So in the Burnett case, the Inquirer's retraction of the controversial story about the entertainer will not provide an automatic defense. More than 14,000 coal miners have now joined wildcat strikes, shutting down mines in 7 eastern and midwestern states. Still, the National United Mine Workers Union says those miners should get back to work. No strike, says the UMW, until the current contract expires March 27th. A strike then appears inevitable, but there is word that the UMW is trying to revive negotiations to head off a full-scale walkout. White House News Secretary James Brady says the administration is monitoring the coal negotiations, saying a coal strike would be a serious matter, but he says there are no plans right now for the administration to become directly involved in the labor dispute. CBS News will continue in a minute.
Shine it up, shine it down, spread that glass, shine around, shine all around.
If I've got to clean, I want something to show for it. I clean with Glass Plus and show off the shine. Windows to chrome, plus a whole lot more. Look anywhere in my house. There's a shine all around.
Shine it here, shine it there. Glass Plus shines up everywhere.
It shines glass, plus a whole lot more.
Hey, let me get the check. Where'd you get the extra bucks? The Buck a Bundle insulation refund from CertainTeed. Buck a Bundle? Yeah, buck back on every bundle of CertainTeed fiberglass attic insulation. Up to $40. Some savings. That's what I was after. Was it a tough job? Nah, it was easy. I'm going to do it now while I can save. Thanks for lunch, and thanks for the tip. Get your attic insulation and extra bucks now. The Buck a Bundle insulation refund, only from CertainTeed. Details at your building materials retailer.
2 lava flows from Sicily's Mount Etna volcano have split into 3, one of which is stalled within a half-mile of Randazzo, population 12,000. Soldiers are standing by for possible evacuation duty. Another lava stream is approaching a river which feeds an electric generating plant. It could cut off the water and shut down the plant. So far, no one's been hurt from this eruption at Etna, but some vacation homes and vineyards have been destroyed. David Jackson, CBS
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I was reading Poor Richard's Almanac the other day, and right there was the answer to a mystery that's been puzzling me for months. It was as if Benjamin Franklin himself had come forward 200 years in time and was standing next to me in front of the precinct house, putting me wise to the truth behind that $1 million caper. But I'm getting ahead of my story.
Mrs. Worth, I'm scared stiff.
Well, what are you afraid of, honey? Now, who's after scaring a little heifer like you?
It's what's in this envelope. You just look inside.
Is that money real?
I don't know. I've never seen so many $500 bills before.
Well, how much is there?
$50,000.
Ooh.
I found it. But how do I keep it?
You're right, honey. People have been killed for less.
Our mystery drama, The $1 Million Scam, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis. It stars Jennifer Harmon and Joan Shea. I shall return shortly with Act One. Saying it. What's E.G. talking about? Benjamin Franklin involved in some $1 million dishonesty? No. It's what Franklin wrote in his almanac that clued me into the story behind this story. Money, he said, never made a man happy yet. There's nothing in its nature to produce happiness. The more a person has, the more he wants. Instead of filling a vacuum, it makes one. Wonder if old Ben was right.
How much is the old lady good for?
I'd say $250,000, Stan. Maybe more.
250,000,
That's my conservative guess.
She's got that much lying around?
Or available.
In what? Antiques, paintings, bulky stuff that it takes time to get rid of?
At least $100,000 in cash.
Well, then this 50,000 ought to be enough cheese for the mouse.
Oh, we should get back triple that. She runs a house in the city, one in Newport, and a big estate in Virginia. That takes cash on hand to pay the help and running expenses.
June, baby, I think you're going to land a big one.
I thought you'd be pleased. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me, darling.
That takes all kinds, I guess. You look society, honey. You got class. You dress good. That blonde hair, you could turn out to be the greatest con artist in the USA.
So long as you think so, Stan.
The job's yours, honey. Go in there and make a killing.
I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to run into you.
My goodness. You're stepping on my dog.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't see him.
Of course you didn't see my poor defenseless little Wilbur. Oh, come on up here to Mama. It's all right, Wilbur. The lady didn't mean to step on you.
Oh, I really didn't mean it, honest. You're sure he's all right? I'd never forgive myself if I'd hurt him.
Oh, Wilbur's just fine, honey.
Oh, you see, I had my mind on something else. I wasn't looking where I was going.
All forgiven.
Oh, there goes the green light. Shall we cross?
I always come to this part of the park every single day. Makes me cry for the great outdoors. But that's what happens in life.
You're from the West, aren't you?
Everybody notices that right away. Yeah, Wolf Point, Montana. And I sure do miss it. But I married a man who was from the East, and I laid him to rest 2 years ago. And somehow I just stayed on here and never been back.
Well, you should go. Don't you have any relatives in Montana?
Nary a one. Say, for an Easterner, you're sure interested in the West. What's your name, honey?
My name's June Henderson. I have no relatives left either. I live right here in the city.
Mine's Billy Worth. I was christened Wilhelmina, but where I come from, that takes too long to say. You've heard of Worth Industries, I expect. Well, that's me. Me and Wilbur. No, poor thing, he sure had a real streak of bad luck since we come east. People keep stepping on him. Well, it's a dog's life, they say.
Oh, Mrs. Worth, Wilbur's bad luck may be my good luck. I mean, meeting you.
Well, now, isn't that a nice thing to say?
You see, Mrs. Worth...
Now, you just better call me Billy, or I won't know who you're talking to.
Oh, Billy, I am scared stiff. I guess that's why I bumped into you at the corner. I wasn't thinking. I was in Panicsville.
What are you afraid of, honey? Who's after scaring a little heifer like you?
It isn't anyone. It's what's in this envelope.
Say, that's quite a package.
You just look inside.
Oh, dog my cats. Is that money real?
I don't know. I've never seen so many $500 bills before.
Well, it sure looks real. How much is there?
I counted it in the ladies' room where I found it. $50,000.
Honey lamb, you are in luck.
I was on my lunch break, and I went to the ladies' room, and there was this fat envelope.
Well, then why didn't you give it to someone? No, don't answer that. I probably wouldn't have either.
I was afraid. I don't know why. I hadn't done anything wrong. I guess it's because I work in that bank.
Oh, where you found it was in a bank. Well, what are you going to do now?
Would you be my witness?
Witness to what?
That I'm not a thief. That I didn't have any bad intentions. I wouldn't want to lose my job. They always suspect bank employees first.
Honey, if you found his mother lode in the ladies' room, I'm not positive, but I'd say it's yours by rights. Where I come from, if a lost steer happens to wander into your grazing lands and there ain't no brand on it, it sure is yours.
Mrs. Worth, Billy, I want to telephone to the bank president and tell him right now. Would you come with me? I mean to back up what I say. I want to get this off my conscience.
June, honey, if you've a mind to play this according to the rules, I wouldn't come between you and your peace of mind. Now, let's go find a telephone and talk to your boss.
Mr. Stanley, this is June Henderson. I'm in your training program at the bank.
Yes, Miss Henderson.
I'm calling you because I found some money at the bank, and I thought I ought to report it.
You say you found some money?
Yes, sir.
How much, Miss Henderson?
$50,000, Mr. Stanley, in an envelope.
Just, hold on a moment, will you?
What's he saying?
He doesn't believe me. I know he thinks I stole it.
Oh, he does he? Give me that phone.
Here. Oh, I knew I'd get into trouble.
Hello, Miss Henderson.
This isn't Miss Henderson. This is Billy Worth, a friend of hers. Now, what's all this about you not believing Miss Henderson?
Who did you say this was?
Billy Worth. Mrs. Fred Worth of Worth Industries, Montana and New York.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Worth.
Now, speak up. What is your problem?
Well, a matter of fact, there is no problem. Tell me, does the envelope containing the money have the initials G.R. on the top of the gum flap?
June, are there initials on the back? A G.R.?
Yes, G.R.
Mr. Stanley, those initials are there. I can see them myself.
All right, that envelope containing that money was rejected by our bank just a few hours ago. A lady who had no account with us came in and asked that it be transferred to a Swiss bank. We informed her our regulations didn't permit that, but that we would look into it for her. Next thing we knew, she had taken her money and left.
Are you telling me this person got rid of the money?
Well, what I'm saying, Mrs. Worth, is that we have no claim on that money. Now, I'll make a note that you have verified that it was found on the premises by Miss Henderson. And if in 30 days no one comes forward to claim it, then she may keep it.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. June, you may have struck it rich. In 30 days, all that moolah is officially yours.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you. Mr. Stanley wasn't angry. Oh, he didn't fire me.
Of course not. Well, you got rights even though you don't come from Montana.
What do we do now?
Well, I'd say back to our favorite park bench to discuss where we're aiming to go and how we aim to get there.
I mean that. I'm splitting this right down the middle. Half for each of us for everything you've done for me. I never would have been able to face up to Mr. Stanley like you did.
Well, that's mighty nice of you.
Oh, my gosh.
What's up?
Suppose the $50,000 isn't real money.
Why shouldn't it be?
Well, how can we be sure? We could be holding counterfeit bills for 30 days, then go to spend it and we'd be arrested.
Well, honey, can't you tell just by looking at the bills?
Well, I'm not sure. I worked in the office, not in a teller's cage.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We just march ourselves right across the street and ask them at the bank.
Oh, no, you can't do that. If the money's counterfeit, they'll want to know how we got it.
Oh, we don't show them the whole bundle. We take a few bills out of the envelope, and if those are real, well, then they're all real.
But is it worth the risk? Walking into a strange bank?
Honey, that's my bank. I live 2 blocks from here. I got a safe deposit box there. They know me. Besides, I'm as curious as you. Who did the artwork on these 5C notes?
Good day, Miss Worth.
Good day, Charles. I thought I recognized the keeper of the vault. Now, how have you been?
Oh, just fine, Miss Worth.
Here's McKee. This is Miss Henderson, a friend of mine. June, honey, Charles has been the keeper of secret fortunes down in this vault for as long as I can remember. Oh, how long has that been, Charles?
A long time, Miss Worth, long time. I'll put you in first room.
Okay. Oh, Charles, I have here a few $500 bills. Would you take them upstairs and get me some small change?
Be glad to.
There, honey. How did I handle that?
I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Okay, now. Let's work out a plan.
I've got a real problem. I don't have any place as safe as a bank to keep the money for a month.
Well, then why don't I do it? Right here in my safe deposit box.
Oh, no. Why should you take such a risk for me, a total stranger? If it were the other way around, would you trust me with $50,000 just having met me?
Honey, my late husband, Fred, he used to say, Billy, you sure know how to size up people. And I'd say, June, you are basically an honest girl and just lucky enough to have this bundle of green fall right into your lap. I've had a few good things happen to me in my time, too. I'll show you. See these pearls? Fred gave them to me on our 20th anniversary. Oh, I sure do miss him. And this emerald bracelet? Our first big gusher in the Gulf of Mexico. And those packages? It's old greenbacks, honey. I don't need cash. I need excitement. Since Fred passed away, I've been like a player who's been dealt a royal flush, only nobody knows I got a great hand because nobody calls my bet.
Billy, would I be out of line if I asked you to keep the $50,000 for me?
I said I would.
And would I be out of line to ask you for some kind of collateral? Would that be fair?
Oh, June, you got a good business head. I'd ask the same of you. I sure would. I never wear these rocks and pearls anyway. And these securities, you take them. Good as gold. Worth oil development, worth trucking companies. This one's a good one. Our airline. Fred named it after me. Wilhelmina Wings. We're all over the Southwest. Now, you hang on to those as security. After all, honey, we're partners.
We sure are.
Miss Worth?
Yes, Charles? You got change in my two $500 bills?
Mr. Gray, the manager, asked if you'd be so good as to stop in his office on your way out.
Why? Something wrong with those bills?
I don't know, Mrs. Worth. I was just told to tell you.
To watch a confidence game grow and flourish is the kind of artful dishonesty that always intrigues me. To observe the illicit in all of us. Obviously, it's only for kicks, not money, that Billy Worth is aiding and abetting this scheme. But now she's been called to the bank manager's office. Is it over before it's begun? There's only one way to find out, and that is to listen for me when I return shortly with Act 2. Robbery is not only committed by robbers. Everyday people, given the opportunity, don't seem to mind taking what isn't theirs. To do this, conscience is bent, ignorance is pleaded, the cause deemed worth the risk, or the end justifies the means. Yes, indeed, there's larceny in a lot of us, including the wealthy widow from Montana. It is an hour later, and our two conning companions are comparing notes.
Stan, I don't have to tell you, when she had to go see the bank manager, I had all I could do from running out of there as fast as my legs would carry me.
Sure, there were only two good $500 bills in the package, and you were worried that you hadn't given those two good bills to her.
Well, I know now the banks keep a record of anything as large as a $500 bill. And they would only change the bills for her personally. Anyway, here's what she gave me as security. Some pearls, an emerald bracelet, and some beautiful securities.
Is that all?
This is worth a lot.
June, figure this out for yourself. Maybe that's $50,000 or $100,000 worth of pearls and emeralds here. You know what my friendly fence would give me for this? Maybe $3,000 if he feels generous.
For the $49,000 worth of counterfeit 5C notes, I owe Jimmy $2,000. Plus, I laid out $1,000 for 2 genuine 5C notes, all right? So the scam so far cost $3,000, not counting renting Jimmy's apartment, your motel room, food. So what's the profit, baby? 0.
What about the securities?
What's the matter with you?
Stan, you didn't answer me. What about the securities?
What about them? What good are they?
Well, I don't understand.
That's the whole trouble. Dumb blondes don't understand. Look, every one of these has got to be co-signed by their owner, Mrs. Billy Worth. Every single one. Right now, they're only printed paper.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ought to be. I took you in. I went over the whole deal with you. I taught you about bonds, about stocks, cash, jewels, paintings, everything. Months we work. Then you spot a mark and you show up with a handful of paper and hot jewels.
Oh, Stan, don't be angry with me. You know I can't bear that.
Look, business is business and fun is fun. Now, let's not confuse the two.
All right. I made a mistake. What can I do now?
Well, you better do a comeback.
A comeback?
Yeah. You go back to the mark and you say, it's not enough security. Then you get her signature on every bond and every stock certificate. You tell her you have to have at least $25,000 in cash as security. Cash. Can you spell that?
Well, Stan, don't treat me like some dumb bunny off the streets. I deserve more than that.
I know what you say to her. How can you be sure that she can absorb her part of the split without wising up the IRS?
Her having an extra $25,000 to declare as income is like you and me declaring an extra 25 cents.
Yeah, but you don't know that. Play dumb. It should be a cinch.
Stanley.
Look, I'm not settling for this stuff. I'm disappointed in you, baby.
Stanley, I told you I'd do a comeback.
Well, hop to it then. And remember, get each of these signed where I put the X. And as much cash as you can. Cash.
I will. Stan, you're not angry with me anymore, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm crazy about you.
Well, that's good. Because I did something else, and I don't want you to be angry with me about it. I gave Billy Worth your phone number. I told her it's where I lived.
You did what?
I had to make it seem all on the up and up.
But this is Jimmy's apartment.
Well, what could I do? Suppose she wants to call me. How could I explain I'm staying at a motel?
And when I answer the phone, what am I, the butler?
Oh, maybe you could be the landlord.
What's wrong, June? I didn't expect to see you so soon. How many days we gotta wait?
Well, those securities you gave me, Billy, they've got to be signed. They aren't negotiable without your signature. It's as if you didn't trust me, and yet you expect me to trust you.
Oh, of course, honey. Hey, you're getting good training at that bank.
Well, and there's something else you could do, isn't there?
Oh, you mean cash? Well, why not? After all, we're partners, and I got $50,000 of yours locked up. On Monday morning, we'll go to my bank, and I'll get you some of my collection of Uncle Sam's artwork.
Monday morning? Okay, I guess, but how about signing these securities?
Well, you just leave everything right here, and I'll sign them later. I can't do it now. I'm having lunch with a friend. I was just going out when you knocked on the door.
You're going out? Billy, that isn't right.
Excuse me a second, honey. Hello? That's right. Tell him I'll be right down. That's my date, June. Now, am I the kind to take advantage? I mean, just for the weekend, you got my pearls and the emeralds. Now, honey, you just stop by here Monday morning. I'll have all these securities signed, and we'll go pick up some greenbacks. June, you're not angry with me, are you? We're partners.
Not anymore, we're not.
Now, whatever did she walk out on me like that for? Hey, where are my earrings? And the necklace? I don't believe it.
Uncle Squatch, you Conroy. No. No. I said no. Oh, hi, Sergeant. What's on your mind? Make it short.
Yeah, you're always busy, Conroy. I had a phone call from a lady who knows someone who's being set up for a swindle. So she's downstairs now waiting to talk to us about this good friend of hers.
Meaning herself. What's her name?
Mrs. Fred Worth, Fifth Avenue.
Mm-hmm. I bet she's over 60.
Well, you know her? Oh, I think I see our lady now. She decided not to wait. You looking for the bunco squad?
I sure am. Are you the sergeant I was talking to on the phone?
Sergeant LaPinto. Chief, this is Mrs. Fred Worth, Detective Conboy.
Mrs. Worth, what's the problem?
Did you tell me that a friend of yours was being set up for a confidence scheme?
I said that, yes. But it's not true. It's me. And I'm not sure there is a problem. Not one the police can solve.
Could you be a little clearer, Mrs. Worth?
Suppose you start at the beginning.
Well, I'll try. Now, the problem is my diamond ring, a pair of diamond earrings, and a diamond necklace. They're missing from my apartment.
Yeah, well, this is the bunco squad. We deal in cases where someone's been defrauded in a confidence scheme or pocketbook job. You want to file a complaint with a robbery unit. Sergeant LaPinto, take Mrs. Worth over to Dr. Simmons.
Now, I know the person who did it, you see.
I'd like to help, but robbery is robbery, whether you know the perpetrator or not.
You see, this is the age of specialization, man.
Sergeant, help Mrs. Worth swear out the complaint and have her fill out the usual form.
Hey, Chief, it's the darnest thing. That lady, that Mrs. Worth that came in this morning?
Yeah?
Well, Simmons was tied up, and I told her to wait. When I went to get her, she'd gone.
Oh? Let me see the card. Oh, that Mrs. Worth. Oh, B. LaPinto, that's no crackpot complainer. Well, I hope she comes back.
Huh?
Billy Worth. Oh, this lady has all her marbles, and diamonds the same size. I wonder why she decided not to file a complaint.
Well, maybe she thought she could handle it better herself.
You got a good thought there, Sarge. I bet you can.
June, this isn't the way we operate. It's all supposed to be legit. Now, what have you done now? You've gone and lifted 3 big pieces of ice. Now, that's robbery, plain and simple. All we can do now is pack up and leave town. Mrs. Worth is going to report the theft. She probably already has.
Well, suppose I go back and threaten her.
With what?
Having 49,000 counterfeit bills in a bank box.
Now, what would you do if she says you gave them to her? Look, June, just forget it. Leave the ice here. When you go to your motel and wait, pull the shades and don't answer the door. I got to figure this out.
Are we washed up?
Just stay out of the way. That's all I ask.
You don't understand what happened. She made me so mad. She wouldn't sign the securities. She had some lunch date, and she practically pushed me out the door.
Listen to me, June. You can't lose your cool on these jobs. No emotions, no getting sore at the marks. Now, will you go and fast?
I don't see why you're so
Look,
upset.
you cased this pigeon, and I told you what to say. We rehearsed every line. I played the part of the bank president. We went over and over it. And what's the result? You go right back to being a $2.98 shoplifter that you were when I first met you.
Stan, that's a rotten... I thought you loved me.
It's got nothing to do with business. You're a beautiful girl. Right now, I don't need a beautiful girl. I need somebody I can rely on.
Okay. Is that all?
I'll call you at the motel when I got this thing figured out.
Stan, I'm sorry.
Sure, you're sorry. I'm sorry, too. Just my luck to find myself stuck with a
Don't
dumb
say it.
blonde.
I hate you when you say things like that. I'm no dumber than anyone else and a lot smarter than some. Stan, why do you make me so mad?
I'll tell you something, kid. I agree with you. It's me that's the stupid one. How I ever thought we could do business together, I must have been out of my mind.
So the diamonds are hot. So what? They're still diamonds.
Maybe. Let me have a closer look. You never know.
But the diamonds have got to be real. Whatever would Billy Worth be doing with paste? He that steals for others will be hanged for himself, says our good friend Ben Franklin. Which can also mean there's no love or honor among thieves. And also, don't be too sure the wealthy widow from Montana isn't able to handle this herself.
she might be just smart enough to cheat the cheaters. We shall see when I return shortly with Act 3. It appears that June Henderson has failed her education in the art of chicanery. Although she has been tried and tutored in the tricks of deception and guile, her Fagin, one Stanley, no last name on record, is afraid she has endangered the entire crooked con. And so, he decides to take over the golden fleecing himself. Arriving at Mrs. Billy Worth's apartment house on Fifth Avenue, he rings her from the lobby.
Yes?
Mrs. Worth?
Yes?
Mrs. Fred Worth?
Well, I said yes.
Mrs. Worth, this is Detective Harris from the precinct. We picked up a young lady who had some jewelry she claims belongs to you. May I come up and have you identify it?
Certainly. I'll have the door open.
Mrs. Worth, my badge and ID.
Oh, that's all right. You said you found some jewels of mine?
Well, actually, we didn't find them. A young lady came to the station house and said she'd found them in a taxi and could we locate the owner and return them. Fortunately, the pearls were in a case with the store name imprinted inside, so it was just a question of time before your husband was identified as the purchaser many years ago. Is he,
He's dead.
Oh, my condolences.
That's all right. He's been dead for 2 years.
Now, I'm also going to show you this choker of emeralds. Is it yours?
Why, yes, it is. Well, I didn't even know it was missing.
You lost these emeralds in a taxi, and you didn't know you'd lost them?
That's not exactly what I mean.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't remember I had them on that day.
Could you tell me what day that was, Mrs. Worth?
No, let me think.
And while you're thinking, take a look at these pearls. They are yours, aren't they?
They sure are. Thank you very much, Detective Harris. Actually, however, they weren't the jewels I reported stolen down at the precinct.
Which precinct was that?
The one around the corner from here.
Well, what jewels did you report missing?
Well, I was going to report some diamonds. Necklace, earrings, and so on, but I never did make a formal complaint. I just left my name.
And you talked to who?
The Bunko Squad. Chief Conroy.
Oh, yes, Conroy. Well, we're taking over the whole case now.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get anyone in trouble.
My dear lady, you're the one who's in trouble. As I understand it, you were party to a fraud.
A fraud? I am? How?
Receiver of stolen goods. In this case, $50,000.
But the bank president said we could have it in 30 days.
Was it your money?
Well, no.
And why didn't you make a formal report on the disappearance of a pair of diamond earrings, a diamond ring, and a diamond necklace? Were they stolen goods, too?
Of course not. Besides, I know who took them.
Does it make sense to you that suddenly valuable jewelry is missing? You know the culprit and you do nothing?
It was that girl. I was so angry at her. She wanted me to sign some securities, and I said, couldn't it wait till Monday? And after she'd gone, the diamond jewelry had gone, too.
Your telephone's ringing.
I know that. I don't wish to talk to anyone.
Could it be that girl, June Henderson?
I guess you know everything, Detective Harris.
Pretty much. All right, I'll answer that. Well, now it's stopped. I'm afraid you're in hot water, Mrs. Worth. It's really a pity someone as prominent in the community as yourself.
I don't know what possessed me. I haven't any more use for an extra $25,000 than the man in the moon.
Mrs. Worth, I suggest you pack a few necessities, toothbrush and so on, in case they wish to hold you for further questioning overnight.
You mean you're taking me in? Oh, you can't do that. Well, it'll be the end of everything Fred worked for. I'm the head of all his companies. It'll be ruined just because of one silly, small mistake.
I think you'd have a hard time convincing a jury that $50,000 was a small mistake. Now, where did you say this $50,000 is placed?
At my bank. In my safe deposit box.
You have only one such box?
I do now. Took everything out, all the others.
All right, first off, let's go see that $50,000.
Oh, I wish I'd never laid my eyes on it in the first place. Here it is, right on top.
Mm-hmm. Now, you claim this money was given you to hold by Miss Henderson?
It's true.
Is there any other cash or bills here?
Of course there is.
Taxes have been paid on all this, I presume.
Detective Harris, what am I being accused of?
We'll have to take all this money down to headquarters so you can make a statement that it belongs to you.
Well, who else does it belong to? Over the years, my husband has given me 20 or 30,000 at a time.
Well, it'll have to be turned over to the property clerk. As for the 50,000, let me show you something. Whose portrait is that on these $500 bills?
Benjamin Harrison, Benjamin Franklin. Oh, I'm not very good at remembering faces.
Unfortunately for you, Benjamin Franklin's portrait only appears on $100 bills. Now, please watch what I'm doing. I'm taking all the packets of bills and placing them in my pocket. Now, you may have these jewelry items back. If the department needs them, they know where they are.
Detective Harris, I really don't feel very well. Would you excuse me for a moment?
Certainly. Will you have the bank guard take away your box? I'll wait for you here.
Charles.
Ma'am?
Here's my key. Would you put this away, please? I'm just going to wash my hands.
Charles, may I ask you something? Did you ever meet Mr. Worth while he was alive?
Yes, I did, sir. He'd come down to the vaults with Mrs. Worth.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do you suppose Mrs. Worth is all right? I think we've been waiting about 10 minutes now.
I was wondering that, too. Suppose I get one of the female employees to come down and see if she can find her.
Oh, Stan, I'm so glad to see you. I didn't think I'd be seeing you this soon. You're not mad at me anymore?
I wanted you to see how a professional works, baby. Check those envelopes on the table. There's about $1 million in negotiable money right there. Real money, good money. Feast your eyes.
Oh.
Gifts over the years from Fred to Billy. And today, from Billy to Stanley.
How did you get it?
By letting her scoot off and wash her hands and duck out some back way at her bank, thinking she was escaping the cops. But I got Jimmy's counterfeit $49,000 from her first.
Stan, you're wonderful. $1 million. How much of that is for me?
We'll see, little chicken. We'll see. I'll tell you what I will do. I'm going to make you a gift of all the diamond jewelry that you grabbed that day. There you are. It's all yours.
Stan, maybe we ought to sell it.
What am I, an Indian giver? The sparklers are yours, honey. It's my present to you. Now, get yourself packed, stay in the motel, and meet me at 9 o'clock at the bus terminal by the ice cream counter.
Oh, darling, where are we going?
South. Have ourselves a little vacation. That may be Jimmy wanting his money for lending us the bait. Hello?
May I talk to June?
June?
Who is this? The landlord?
Oh, yes, she's here. Hold on a moment, will you? June, it's for you. It's the mark.
Hello?
June? It's Billy. Something very important has just come up. I think you'd better meet me.
Where? When?
Well, let's make it that park bench. You know the one. Better come right away.
I'll be right there. Everything's going to be all right, isn't it, Stan? We're not going to get caught or anything.
Look, she doesn't connect you with me. She thinks Detective Harris has checked all her cash with the property clerk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you go see her. That way we'll know her plans. If you don't, she may get wise, and the first thing you know, they'll be looking for a beautiful blonde in all 50 states. Hello, Jimmy. Stan. Now, listen, I'm blowing town. No. The blonde girl didn't work out. Yeah, she was stupid. Would you believe it, Jimmy? The mark passed off paste diamonds on her. Yes, paste. Now, look, I'm ducking, see? I told her I'd meet her tonight at the bus terminal at 9 p.m., but I won't be there. Yeah. Look, Jimmy, I got all your engravings back. Mm-hmm.
Can you meet me in an hour? 3 o'clock at the terminal? All right, make it 4 o'clock then. I want to pay you and catch the next bus for Canada at the ice cream counter.
June, over here.
Billy.
Oh, honey, I'm in lots of trouble, and you're in it with me.
I am? How?
That money you found, it's all fake. All of it.
How did you find out?
A detective came to see me, a Lieutenant Harris. He had me in a spot. He said there was Benjamin Franklin's picture on the $500 bills. He was going to take me in, but I got away. Honey, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
You don't know? June, I trusted you. Why did you take my diamond earrings and the ring and the necklace?
What?
I thought you were really bright. It bothered me to find out you're just a small-time chiseler.
What diamonds?
You may well ask. Because they're not diamonds. They're all paste. Why, anyone who knows the first thing about blue whites knows that.
They're fake?
Oh, great gophers. You didn't know? Now, don't tell me he gave them to you as your share.
Who gave me what?
Oh, boy, honey, have you been had?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly. But you didn't think I knew. June, you are talking to a woman who was married to the last of the true blue real American robber barons. How do you think Fred Worth ever got to the top? By climbing over everyone else. By cheating the cheaters. This adventure with you? It's my own fault.
What is?
Like I told you, I wanted excitement. Had kind of an idea you were trying to pull the old pocketbook job. But I was having so much fun, I went right along with it. It was like going to the movies. A very old movie.
Why would you have fake diamonds? It doesn't...
Make sense? Sure it does. That way I wouldn't mind losing them. I'm going to level with you, June. Your partner thinks he took clean money from me. But the bunco squad of every number of every bill.
You're in with the cops?
Calling the bank president wasn't a bad idea. But I just got you on the phone, and the same voice said, "Hold on a moment, will you?" He sure got nerve. I'll say that for him.
What are you going to do?
Well, I don't have to do anything. Hey, how about we get ourselves some ice cream from that cart?
Ice cream? No, I can't stay.
Now, you weren't planning on meeting up with him and beating it out of town, were you? Do you think he's going to get away with it? Now, tell me, honey, just between us gals, has he played straight with you? Can you trust a man like that?
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
You're not a dumb bunny. You're educated. I can tell. And did you ever think of going straight?
Goodbye, Billy. I've got to go.
Now, you haven't cheated anyone out of their life savings yet. Hey, is that cowhand so great you want to spend your life chasing and being chased? A smart girl like you could make a good living by the books. Now, honey, you think about it.
Goodbye, Billy.
Oh, now, don't think I held out on you. I'll tell you what I do know about your friend Stanley. He's not going to meet you at 9 o'clock tonight.
His phone is tapped?
Not only the phone. They've been staking out that place for a long time. The cops ain't dumb, you know.
I don't know what to do.
Your boyfriend will be at the bus terminal, all right. But not at 9 to meet up with you. He'll be there in 20 minutes to take care of business and head straight for Canada on the first bus out.
No, I don't believe you.
I got it straight from Conroy, the bunco squad. He knows Stanley's every move. Now, honey, you don't think the law is going to let marked money disappear, do you? Huh. Take it from a woman who knows how to rope 'em and tie 'em. Any man who could deceive his partner with paste diamonds ain't worth frying an egg for. I couldn't trust him.
They picked up Stanley and Jimmy the counterfeiter at 4 o'clock. But they never caught up with June. She watched the ice cream counter from a phone booth at the bus terminal from 9 o'clock till midnight. But Stanley never showed up. How could he? He was, as Billy Worth would have said, in the hooskow. And June's never been seen since. Maybe she's gone straight? Anything's possible. I'll be back shortly. Trickery is as old as recorded history. I'm told they discovered loaded dice in one of the tombs of ancient Egypt. Did the pharaohs cheat, or were they cheated? Are you an easy mark, or do you have the sense to know nobody hands you nothing for nothing? Don't be gulled into believing you can pyramid yourself a fortune, or that an honest man can't be deceived. He certainly can. Who said that? Why, our old friend Ben Franklin. Who else? Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Joan Shea, Mandel Kramer, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The good books of practically all religions promise us life eternal. However, all of them present us with what some people perceive as a problem. Before one can live forever, one must take a necessary first step. One must die. Naturally, many of us would prefer to waive this requirement. And throughout history, people have tried in various ways to get around it. Has anyone ever succeeded? Listen.
Rich as you are, powerful as you are, important as you are, Bob, one day, like even the least of us, you too will die.
I don't think so. I intend to live forever.
Living forever? How do you propose to solve the problem of death?
I've discovered in business that there's no problem that cannot be solved.
Oh? Have you reduced immortality to a business proposition?
Our mystery drama, The First Day of Eternity, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose and Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We are told, is a game, and therefore it must be played by the rules. Rules, we are told, are meant to be broken sometimes. So, some of us break them. And what happens? We quickly discover that some rule breakers are sentenced to mend their ways in prisons, while others are permitted to end their days in palaces. Well, whoever said life was fair, or even logical?
Yes?
Mr. Stewart, Cardinal Dennison is here.
Oh. Well, I suppose I have to see him then, don't I?
Yes, sir.
For all the good it'll do him.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Your Eminence.
Well, aren't you being rather formal?
I have to be formal.
And I had hoped that we were still Bob and Jerry.
If we were still Bob and Jerry, you'd never get in here.
Oh?
It's your rank that opens the door to my office.
Is that the only reason, Bob?
You're a prince of the church. Your position compels me to extend you this courtesy.
Here, I thought perhaps it might be because we were boys together, who fought our way up from the same dismal slum.
Now, you'll find none of that around here.
None of what?
Nostalgia. What have you got to be sentimental about, anyhow? The good old days? I hated every one of them, and so did you. You certainly can't have any good memories of me.
Ah, but I owe you a great deal.
What? I used to beat you up all the time.
You taught me to turn the other cheek, and it worked.
As I recall, my arm got tired.
I prefer to think it was for a better reason.
What is the reason for this visit?
I want $5 million.
For what purpose?
Charity.
Charity, huh?
In the holiest sense of the word. To feed the hungry, to clothe the naked, to shelter the homeless, and to heal the afflicted.
Oh, Jerry.
You find it amusing?
When we were in school, so long ago, we read A Christmas Carol. Now, what did old Scrooge say? Bah, humbug, I don't believe in charity.
Then I take it you're not going to give me the $5 million.
Jerry, I wouldn't give you 5 cents.
Why?
I don't like people. Does that shock you?
Nothing shocks me.
I know you're supposed to go around saying, I love people. But I don't. I find nothing lovable about people.
Perhaps if you tried to understand your fellow man.
Oh, no. Let's leave that alone. I find that the more I understand him, the more I despise him.
There are basic rules that govern all of us.
All of us, perhaps. Except me.
Are you different from the rest of mankind?
Oh, yes.
You look out at the world from this mighty citadel of wealth and power, and you decide whether millions of your fellow human beings shall endure poverty or enjoy plenty. Perhaps even whether they shall live at peace or perish in war. Little wonder you think you're different.
But you don't think so.
Oh, you are. In many ways. But in one significant respect, you're the same as the rest of us.
Oh, and what is that?
There will come a day, Bob, when you too will draw your last breath. And then, how shall you be different? Even from the poverty-stricken, powerless, and pathetic beggar who collapses in the gutter.
How?
That day will dawn for you, Bob, as it will for all of us. That final day which will never come to an end because it will be the first day of eternity.
You're convinced of that, hmm?
How do you propose to avoid it?
Well, let's say that's my problem.
It's a problem that has no solution.
For ordinary people, perhaps. But not for me.
And why not for you?
I intend to live forever.
Where?
Right here.
That would present quite a problem.
In business, I've discovered there's no problem that cannot be solved. No product that cannot be bought. And no deal that cannot be made.
Oh? Have you reduced immortality to a business proposition?
Well, everything in this world is a business proposition.
And in the next world?
That's your world. I'm talking about mine.
All right, let me know if you change your mind about the $5 million, Bob.
I never changed my mind about anything, Your Eminence. Little Jerry. Little Jeremiah Francis Dennison. Who'd have thought he'd ever get anywhere? And here he was again, doing what he used to do 50 years ago. Getting the better of me in an argument. No wonder I used to beat him up. Now, what kind of silly thing did I let him provoke me into saying? Well, I forgot all about it. I think it was several months later. Yes?
Cardinal Dennison is on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Put him on. Yes?
Hello, Bob. I know you're busy. I'll get to the point. About the $5 million.
Jerry, the answer is no.
You should have given it to me when I called on you earlier. But with inflation, now it will have to be 6.
Well, I'm not going to give you 6 either.
Oh, by the way, I was fascinated by our conversation. You really meant what you said, didn't you?
About what?
Living forever. Have you made the deal yet?
The deal?
You've reduced everything to a deal, you said. I would assume you'd already worked out one to achieve immortality. With whom, I wonder?
I'm not at liberty to say.
And I wouldn't pry for all the world. Well, Bob, it's been nice talking to you, and we'll do it again sometime. Goodbye.
I thought for a moment. Why was this business of immortality necessarily impossible? Wasn't it something that I wanted more than anything else in the world? I decided to bring all of my resources to bear.
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Miss Mott, I have a problem. The nature of the problem, mortality.
Let's write that down, sir. Mortality.
My own.
Yes, sir.
I do not wish to die, Miss Mott.
Yes, sir.
Well, you take it from there.
I'll get to work on it right away. Is there anything else?
Not at this time.
Then excuse me, sir.
What better way to introduce you to my Miss Mott? Madeline Mott. She's been with me for 30 years. The only secretary I've ever had. And I've trained her well. She simply cannot be nonplussed or surprised. Nothing ever upsets her balance, disturbs her equilibrium, or pushes her off her even keel. You heard what I just asked her to do. As far as she's concerned, I might have told her to get me a cup of coffee.
I need your signature in 2 places, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, yes, I see.
Do you want the corporate meeting scheduled for Tuesday or Thursday?
Thursday.
Oh, on the mortality situation.
Yes.
I judged it would be a matter for research.
I would agree.
They decided to subject it to problem solving.
Very good. I had introduced problem solving all over the corporation. It means the best brains are brought in to analyze the problem from every possible point of view. The top brains, the finest equipment, all of the considerable resources of the corporation are now being concentrated on finding an answer.
I have an interim report from problem solving.
Yes, Miss Mott.
On the achievement of immortality, there are 2 basic approaches. One is scientific.
Has science found a way?
Not at this time.
Well, then let us put science aside.
That's what problem solving recommends.
Well, what is the other approach?
The supernatural.
Supernatural?
A catch-all term for various aspects of the mystic, the psychical, the metaphysical, and so forth.
And?
Well, naturally, the field is filled with charlatans.
As one would imagine.
Therefore, problem solving has called in all the investigative resources of Bob Stewart Enterprises for assistance and collaboration.
Very good, Miss Mott. Have them separate the wheat from the chaff. Yes, Miss Mott.
Researchers have been examining legends, documents, histories, myths, all pertaining to the phenomena of the occult. The transubstantiations of the worshippers of the Mithras, the Kabbalah, the Sanskrit Jataka, works from every known human culture.
Good.
They have interviewed and investigated psychics, mystics, mediums, yogis, gurus, dervishes, exorcists, witches, astrologers.
Spare me the details, Miss Mott. I would assume the project is in excellent hands. That's how it's done. The united effort of a top-notch team. I realized that the end result was something that I had yearned for all of my life. Immortality. This would be the supreme achievement. And I was going to achieve it. But time was going by. Money was being spent. Resources were being consumed. And there was no progress. But how could I become impatient? Had there ever been a project like this? And of course, Cardinal Jerry would never let me forget it. One night at a civic dinner,
I asked to be seated next to you, Bob.
Oh, I'm flattered, Your Eminence. The answer is still no.
Bob, very soon the sum will have to be $7 million.
You never give up, do you, Jerry?
How can I? Does poverty ever give up? Hopelessness? Despair? Disease? Now, concerning your personal problem...
What personal problem?
Your desire to live forever. Have you made any progress there?
May I trouble you to pass the salt, Your Eminence? I'd show him. I'd show the world. Sooner or later, my people would find a lead, a clue, which could become a breakthrough. Nothing in this world, and in the next, can withstand human determination.
Mr. Sturdivant is here, sir, with a report.
A report on what?
Project Immortality.
Sturdivant is head of security. Why would he be making... Well, all right, send him in. Sturdivant.
Hey, Mr. Stewart?
Well, come in, Sturdivant. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Well?
Well, as you know, sir, I'm security chief of the project. Now, a week ago, head of problem-solving says to me, we've got somebody we want you to check out.
Who?
Fellow says his name is Rupert Reston. He's president, chief executive officer, and everybody else of an outfit called Eternity Incorporated.
Uh-huh. And what does this outfit do?
I asked him. He told me. They sell eternity.
Eternity?
He said he heard you were in the market for some.
Well, what did you find out about him?
Eternity Incorporated is registered in the name of Rupert Reston as a private company doing business in the state.
But what did you find out about Mr. Reston?
Nothing. There's no record of him anywhere. We managed to get his fingerprints, but they're not on file with anybody. We put him on the computer all over the world. Scotland Yard, the Sûreté. Now, we even used our reciprocity behind the Iron Curtain.
Well, surely you must have learned something.
There is no record that he was ever born, nor is he known to anybody anywhere on this earth.
Have you watched the place?
We have it staked out 24 hours a day, sir.
Oh, does he have any visitors?
We never see any.
Does he go anywhere?
Never leaves the house.
Is anyone with him?
He's always alone.
What do you think? What does your policeman's instinct tell you?
This Mr. Rupert Reston scares the living daylights out of me.
And looking at it from that angle, he might scare them out of me, too. Well, it seems we have an organization called Eternity Incorporated, which sells eternity. And why not? These days, isn't practically anything you can think of obtainable in the marketplace. We shall see if this purchase can be arranged when we return shortly with Act 2. It seems that when there is a demand, some enterprising businessman will come up with a way to satisfy it. And thus, fortunes are made, financial empires created. Mr. Rupert Reston claims he can sell you eternity. How does it work? Let us return to Mr. Bob Stewart, who seems to be an avid customer.
How did you leave it with Mr. Reston?
He said if you were interested, you could get in touch with him.
I see. Well, thank you, Sturdivant.
Mr. Bob Stewart, please come in.
How did you know that I'm Bob Stewart?
Who else would come to see me? Won't you have a chair?
Mr. Reston, who are you?
I am President and Chief Executive Officer of Eternity Incorporated. And you're here because you hope to buy some.
Well, tell me, how is this deal to be consummated?
Well, we are quite far from that stage, Mr. Stewart.
Why?
Well, things aren't that simple.
Why not?
First, we must determine if you qualify.
In what way?
Actually, in every way.
Whatever the price, I can certainly pay it.
Oh, there's no money involved.
There isn't?
Our service is free of charge.
What are you saying?
First, we must determine why you want to live forever.
Well, doesn't everyone?
No, not really. Not after they give it some serious consideration. Most people would like to live as long as possible, but not for all eternity.
But I do.
Why do you want to live forever?
Just a minute. Who are you?
I've already told you.
How do I know that you're on a level?
Some of the best brains in your corporation seem to be quite impressed with me.
On the basis of what?
You're out of your element, Mr. Stewart. You're a man who is fanatically devoted to facts, figures. Before you accept something, you have to be able to see it, touch it, taste it.
It's because I believe in reality.
No. But reality may very well be the greatest illusion of them all.
How do I know that you can deliver?
Well, you'll arrive at that conclusion eventually.
I demand proof.
All in good time. Now, we must return to the question that you seemed determined to avoid. Why do you want to live forever?
Isn't it obvious?
No. According to the rules, we're born and we must die. And those are basically sound rules.
All of my life I've broken the rules. That's the secret of my success. Why should I die if I don't have to?
Oh, but we all have to.
Not me.
Once again, why do you want to live forever?
Because I enjoy life.
No, you don't. Now, what are the real joys in life? Love.
I can have any woman I want.
You mean you can buy any woman who's for sale?
All women are for sale.
Are they? Was she?
Was who?
Why do you pretend you've forgotten?
Well, it wasn't my fault.
Oh, wasn't it? She loved you. She trusted you.
Oh, she was a foolish, flighty, silly young girl.
Is that why you killed her?
I didn't kill her. How can you say that I killed her?
Susie Palmer. A quiet little thing. Not very pretty, perhaps, but what quality.
What does all this have to do with what I...
Frank Palmer's daughter, his only child. And one day she'd inherit all his money.
All of his money? You make it sound like a fortune.
In those days, it was a fortune. It was the foundation of yours. That's why you married her.
How do you know?
Ooh, there was a young priest just out of the seminary. She wanted him to perform the ceremony. Do you remember what he told you the day before? Do you remember what Father Jerry said? Do you remember? Shall we refresh your memory?
Don't do it, Bobby. Don't break her heart.
Jerry, you always think the worst of me, don't you?
If only you knew how I long to think the best of you.
All right, what's the complaint?
Everyone knows you're only after her money.
Well, why does she want me, Father? Only for my good looks. Well, we're even.
She loves you, Bob. Because she believes there's an abiding goodness in your soul.
I'll be good to her.
No, you won't. You'll destroy her.
Oh, come on.
You'll fill the house with cynicism, greed, and dishonesty. And these will poison the air that she breathes. She'll die of it.
Jerry, I'm not a monster. Maybe I have got too much ambition. Maybe I believe in hitting hard when I'm out to get something, but I won't hurt her.
Walk away from this marriage.
I can't.
Please, Bobby. There are other rich girls.
I'm sure. But you see, right now, I don't know any. And right now, I really need her money.
Do you remember the scene, Mr. Stewart?
You know I remember it.
Well, then you must be able to recall another.
Oh, please don't.
I'm sorry. There is no way out. It was the day she finally knew, or at least was able to admit it to herself.
What's the point in...
Do you remember? Will you ever forget how she looked at you? She never accused you directly. But did she have to?
Susie, dear, you don't look well.
I'm tired. I think I'll have a nap.
Well, I think you should see the doctor.
Why?
Because obviously you're ill.
He has nothing that can help me. What cure is there for a shattered illusion, a broken ideal?
I'm sorry.
I have no one to blame but myself. All I had to do was look in the mirror. The truth, the awful truth, was staring me in the face all the time.
You mustn't talk like that.
Why not? Please, excuse me. I'm not feeling very well.
She died of it.
All right. But what bearing does this have on our situation?
As I said, it's all part of our qualification process. Now, to return to the basic question, why do you want to live forever? Now, you said you enjoy life.
Well, I do.
Well, what are the real joys of life? Love. It's foreign to you. Friendship?
I have thousands of friends.
You only have associates who are bound to you by business interests. There is not a single human being in the world you can really trust.
That's a lie.
Is it?
There's Miss Mott.
I said human being.
Well, Miss Mott is a human being.
Is she? Or is Miss Mott a human robot you have molded and fashioned to fit your needs? A poor, pathetic, frightened creature who, like yourself, is living out her fantasy of importance and power.
Fantasy?
Yes, Bob Stewart Enterprises is based on the favor of a fickle public, subject to the fluctuations of a fickle stock market. But we are talking about friendship. Name one friend, one loyal friend, in whose hands you would place your life.
Why do we have to go through all these irrelevant...
You did have a friend once. You remember, don't you?
No.
Ah, how marvelous the human psyche. How completely it can erase the memory of anything that may prove disturbing. His name? Carl Dawson. Of course, means nothing.
Carl.
Ah.
That couldn't be helped.
Oh, really?
Business is business.
Is it also a jungle?
It had to be done.
Would he have done it to you?
That was 40 years ago.
What's 40 years? We're dealing with eternity.
Besides, what bearing does it have on...
Do you remember? It was at the golf club, at the bar. You had just cut his throat, and he had just found out about it.
Why do we have to talk about...
We have to. Remember? You had just ordered a drink.
I had the usual, Peter. Oh, here's Carl Dawson. Let's find out what he wants.
What I want, Bob, is to punch you in the nose.
Oh?
But that'd bring me down to your level.
What's the matter, Carl?
Now, Bob, at least have the decency not to pretend.
The opportunity was so good, I just had to take it.
You mean you had to sell out to the enemy?
Oh, look, this isn't war, it's business.
Which I just found out is worse. I thought you'd stick with me.
Well, it made more sense to go the other way.
I sunk everything I had into the firm.
I'll see to it that you get out without being too badly burned.
Why, Bob? Why?
You are old-fashioned, Carl. These guys represent a wave of the future. They deal in concepts and techniques that repel you.
Make an honest product, tell your story honestly. And why do you need these vultures? To introduce some sort of chicanery.
Don't you see how we no longer agree? It's high time that you retired anyhow.
Now, I'm going to fight you, Bob.
You don't have a prayer. You'll go broke.
We'll see about that.
Carl, if you stick around, you're going to be destroyed.
We'll see.
All right. You ask for it.
Carl Dawson, the man who guided your first steps in the business world.
He didn't keep up with the times.
You drove him into bankruptcy and finally suicide.
Well, I gave him a chance to get out.
You used Susie's money to buy into Carl Dawson's company, and in the end, you killed both of them.
All right. Let's put an end to it. I must call your attention to the fact that I am a customer. I didn't come in here to be insulted.
Well, Since when is the truth considered an insult?
I don't have to take this kind of treatment.
You are always free to leave.
I have come here to buy your product, to engage your services. Now, can we get down to business?
Not until you answer the basic question. Why do you want to live forever?
I told you.
You have told me nothing.
Why does the man climb the mountain? Because it's there.
You realize, of course, it's a trivial answer.
Well, all I know is I have this feeling, this need, this desire.
Very well. If you won't tell me, I'll tell you. I will tell you why you want to live forever.
We'll do that in Act 3, which is always the time of revelation. But as you consider it, why does Bob Stewart have so much difficulty making out a case for eternal life? It's something that everyone would seem to yearn for. But then, on sober consideration, one becomes of two minds about it. Is it really such a good idea, after all?
After that.
Two most vital aspects of our existence here on Earth, and how little we know about either. When does each begin, and when does each end? Or is there neither a beginning nor an ending? Who knows? Our friend Bob Stewart, one of the richest men in the world, has been consumed by the problem lately.
Again, Mr. Stewart, why do you want to live forever?
Well, I just don't know how to answer that question.
You obviously get no joy out of life.
Yeah,
well, shall I answer the question for you? You want to live because you're afraid to die.
Oh, I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, not even death?
Everyone is afraid of death.
Yes, that's right. All of us are. But do you know what happens to most of us? We can come to terms with it. We understand, consciously or not, the logic of it, the necessity for it. And if it will come to us in the fullness of time, we will accept it.
All right, you answered the question for me. Therefore, let us proceed.
No, just a moment. Your fears go beyond anyone else's. You don't want to meet them. You could never face them. Who? You still don't know. Why do you pretend? The people you killed, your wife, Susie, your friend, Carl.
That isn't true.
Oh, no? Of course, they're the two important ones in your life. There are hundreds of others.
Don't say that.
Oh, people you misled, swindled.
I never swindled anyone.
I know. You merely gave them a chance to go wrong. They're all waiting for you, and you know it.
Let me tell you what the truth is. Vanity. I have vanity. I want to do something that no human being has ever accomplished. I want to be the first. I want to show the world that I'm someone unique, special, a man unmatched in history, a man who is different, better.
You believe that?
Yes, I believe it.
Well, it doesn't matter. We could not accept you as a candidate for immortality in any case.
Why not?
You don't have the qualifications.
Well, who does?
I don't know. In all the years I've been on the job, we have never come across any human being who did.
Well, what are the qualifications?
I don't know that either.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, I'm sure we'll know them when we finally see them. And now, sir, I shall not take up any more of your time.
And that's how he dismissed me. Me, Bob Stewart. Well, I wrote him off right then and there as a faker of one sort or another. But as the days passed, I wasn't so sure. There'd been something about him. And then I said to myself, you don't take no for an answer, Bob Stewart. There must be something that this man wants, needs. Go see him again. Work on him. Make a deal.
Mr. Stewart, do you have a private listing for Mr. Reston?
No.
I can't seem to find his number.
Well, did you ask information?
There is no listing under that name.
That's impossible.
I had them check the address. They never had a subscriber there.
Get hold of Mr. Sturdivant.
Well, beats me, Mr. Stewart. Now, I went to the building. The place was empty. He was gone.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, didn't any of your men see him leave?
No, sir.
Didn't you say that you were on 24-hour stakeout?
Yes, sir.
Well, then how could he disappear?
I don't know.
Your men, now, are they trustworthy, competent?
They are experienced, and I bet my life on them.
But still...
Yes, sir. I doubt them myself, except...
Except what?
There is just too much going on that can't be explained.
Well, if you don't know where he went, perhaps you can find out where he came from. You might get some information from the building management.
We were there.
And they couldn't tell you anything? That's impossible. They would have demanded references of some kind.
Mr. Stewart, the problem is they claim he never was their tenant.
What?
Well, they claim he never rented the place at all.
But that's impossible. I was there.
I know that. But he doesn't appear on any of their records as a tenant. And as far as they know, the place has been vacant.
Well, did you ask around the neighborhood?
Can't seem to find anyone who remembers such a person.
Oh, all right, Sturdivant. That will be all. I didn't know how to react to that development. How could I account for it? Rupert Reston was not a figment of my imagination. Other people had seen him and spoken to him. Who was he? A very clever hustler? Or was he... Was he what? I couldn't even imagine. But somehow I felt that this had been a test. That I had been found wanting. That a way Rupert Reston had represented was now closed to me. But there had to be other ways. There simply had to be. Miss Mott.
Yes, sir.
Why am I not receiving any reports from problem solving?
They have nothing to report.
What do you mean?
They're not making any progress.
That's impossible.
It is not an ordinary problem.
It isn't?
It's unusually difficult.
Do you know something, Miss Mott? Do you realize that for the first time in 30 years, you have attempted to justify the failure of someone in this organization?
No, I didn't realize that.
And for the first time in 30 years, people, top people, on whom I rely completely have failed me.
Failed?
For 30 years I have built this company. I was pointing toward something. I wasn't quite sure what. And then one day I had a talk with someone, and I realized for the first time what it was that I really wanted. What would give my life logic and meaning. And the people I developed and trusted, the people I made powerful and wealthy, are unable to help me. When I need them, I find them wanting.
Are you all right, Mr. Stewart?
Of course I'm all right. Why do you ask?
Well, you seem to be somewhat flushed.
It's because it's hot in here.
Oh?
Turn up the air conditioning. Everything is for sale, Miss Mott. Do you understand? Everything and everybody. My wife, Susie, she sold herself to me because I was handsome. Carl Dawson sold himself to me because he thought I'd save his failing one-horse business. You sold yourself to me, too, Miss Mott. You knew that I wanted a machine, and so you became one. You did, didn't you?
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
You gave up any thought of a life for yourself because you knew I would need all of your loyalty, all of your energy, all of your time. That's true, Miss Mott, isn't it?
It is.
But I made you rich, too, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Then why do any of you have cause for complaint? Who does this Rupert Reston think he is? I can face all of you in the next world. I'm not afraid to die, but I'm not going to. I'm going to live forever. Forever.
Mr. Stewart! Mr. Stewart! Get an ambulance, quickly!
Doctor.
You're paying the price, Mr. Stewart.
For what?
For a lifetime of bad habits, too much food, not enough sleep, exercise, too little or too frenzied.
What's going to happen to me?
I don't know.
Well, then get someone else in here.
If I did, he'd only call me in for a consultation.
What has to happen?
If only we could get you a new body.
Well, why can't you?
So far, we don't know how.
Why not?
We would have to do a tremendous amount of research.
What's holding you back?
For one thing, money.
Suppose money were no object. You're talking about heaven. With money, you can even build heaven. What do you need?
I wouldn't know where to begin.
Begin at the beginning. We would need schools, hospitals, laboratories, clinics, research centers. Miss Mott, are you taking all this down?
I am, sir.
Doctor, if you could get me a new body, or if you could completely renew my old one.
Yes?
Does that mean that I could live forever?
Well, literally, yes. I believe you could say that.
Then how long would it take for all of this to show results?
I don't know.
Could it happen in time for me?
Once again, I don't know.
But it's the only chance I have.
What's that?
I'll do it, Doctor. Don't spare the expense. Move as quickly as you can. From that day on, I devoted myself to the Bob Stewart Foundation for Eternal Life. I don't even know how much money I spent on buildings, on scholarships, on research, on experimentation. Miss Mott has all those figures. And Dr. Patton reports to me regularly.
We must work with all parts of the human body. Blood, nerves, glands, all the processes. How do we renew? How do we rebuild, rejuvenate?
Are we beginning to see daylight, Doctor?
I think we're beginning to come through the night.
Good. Good. Remember, I am to be the first beneficiary of all of this. That is our agreement.
Absolutely. That is our agreement.
It's a race against time. I don't know if I can win. Is the most important dream I ever had in my life to be denied me. I grow weaker every day. I need a miracle. Why can't I get the miracle? With whom do you have to make a deal for a miracle?
Hello, Bob.
Is that you, Jerry?
Oh, now, don't try to talk if it's too much of an effort.
Jerry, you were right when you said that day will dawn for me as it does for everyone else. Oh, this is the day. I feel it. I know it.
I was wrong, Bob.
Oh, no. You were right. None of us breaks the rules. All of us are born. All of us die. None of us can live forever.
Not all of us. Some of us will live forever.
Maybe. But not me.
Bob, now listen to me. You're going to live forever.
How can you say that? I'm going to die tonight.
Your dream. It's come true. You knew how to do it. You knew how to make it happen. All over the world, you'll live forever. In all the hospitals and schools and laboratories, in all the generations of doctors who will learn there, and all the people who will be healed there.
Is that true, Jerry? Is it? Well, then I don't have to be afraid.
No, of course not.
And even if I lied, stole, cheated, even killed for the money, in the end, I gave it all back.
Yes, Bob. You gave it all back. And that's all that will be remembered. That's why you're going to live forever.
Thus, we reverse Mr. Shakespeare, who said that the evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. No, these days a more kindly and forgiving world buries the evil and enshrines the good. And why not? Good and evil, reverse and obverse sides of the same coin. So much depends on the way it falls. I shall return shortly. Does anyone really die?
Isn't our world the sum total of all our acts and thoughts and feelings? Isn't our impact on the world, no matter how slight or seemingly inconsequential, a part of the collective consciousness? Matter, says the scientists, can neither be created nor destroyed. And since we ourselves are matter in one form or another, we must go on forever. Of course, instead of asking ourselves, does anyone really die? We might with more profit inquire, does anyone really live? Our cast included Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a famous, if ancient, phrase written by the Latin poet Virgil, Timeo Danaos dona ferentes. Translation, beware the Greeks bearing gifts. This would seem to contradict another, perhaps older saw, never look a gift horse in the mouth. The story I bring you relates to both of these, but in the end, you will have to decide which is closer to the truth.
What's that?
It's the burglar alarms, Nancy.
Where are you going?
To turn off that racket.
Oh, no, you're not. The alarms didn't go off by themselves, Ted. What have you got to protect yourself with if there's actually someone else in the house?
Our mystery drama, The Gift House, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joyce Gordon and Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Until 6 months ago, she was one of the lucky ones. Her name was Nancy Ryan. She had come from the Midwest to conquer the theater and miraculously landed in the chorus of a top hit as a dancer. She thought then she was pretty lucky. Then she met Ted Pryor, a reporter for the New York World Sun, and having married him, knew she was the luckiest girl in the world. 3 months after they were married and her pregnancy was confirmed, she had no doubt that the whole world was her oyster. Then life decided to redress the balance.
Oh, what? Oh, where are we?
Oh, turn it off, Ted.
What?
The alarm, honey.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I love you. Good morning.
I love you, too, but... Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, same old morning problem. Comes with being pregnant. I'll see you later.
Oh, Nancy, what have I done to you? And what are you going to do when you hear the bad news? Feel better, honey?
No problems. It's the way girls are built. The baby's great.
Well, that's good. Come here. That's nice. Let's snooze a little, huh?
Oh, Ted, we can't. You'll be late at the paper.
Oh, that's all right. They're not expecting me this morning. What? Where was it?
It's not the alarm this time, darling. It's the phone dummy. Here, I'll get it.
No, it's okay. It's okay, I have it. Hello?
Good morning. I trust I didn't disturb you.
No, that's all right. Who is this?
My name is G. Wellington Montgomery. I am a solicitor. Would I be talking to Mr. Edward Pryor?
Yeah, this is Ted Pryor.
Well, happy to make your acquaintance. But actually, I think it's your wife I wish to speak with. Was she the former Nancy Ryan?
Yeah, I guess so.
From Ponca City, Oklahoma?
That's right, yeah.
Nancy Evans Ryan?
No, wait a minute. Mr. Montgomery, what is all this about?
Well, I think perhaps it would be better if I talked to your wife directly. I may have some information for her that would be greatly to her benefit.
Yes, Mr. Montgomery, I understand. Oh, I certainly will. Just let me talk it over with my husband. Oh, of course. I'll get back to you as soon as I can and let you know our plans. Thank you.
Well, can I know just what this is all about?
Oh, didn't you hear?
Well, yes, some uncle of yours or relative or whatever he was died and left you something?
That's right. Oh, I forgot he was even around. He was a cousin or something of my mother's. I never even met him. But, honey, he's left me everything as his sole heir.
What's everything?
Well, just an old house, I guess. Mr. Montgomery said there was only a couple of $100 in cash.
Well, where is the house?
Kuguntuck.
How's that again?
Kuguntuck. It's an Indian name.
Oh.
It's not that far away. It's right out on Long Island near Montauk.
Is that where this Montgomery lawyer is at?
Yes. I mean, he lives in Montauk.
Oh. So, what happens now?
Well, there are papers to sign giving us title to the house and all that. And once that's all cleared away, it's ours to do whatever we want with.
Yours.
Well, what do you mean mine? Everything we have, we share.
Yeah. Well, that's the trouble.
What do you mean, Ted?
I haven't anything to share as of now.
Honey, I still don't understand.
No, of course you don't. You see, darling, I don't have a job. I mean, I haven't had one for almost 2 weeks.
The paper fired you?
Well, it's just that circulation's fallen off. Last in, first out. That was me. I mean, how do we swing this apartment with no one working, afford a baby, and come up roses?
I think we better do what the lawyer suggested.
Like what?
Like, rather than try to do all this by mail, we drive out to Kuguntuck and take a look at the house I inherited.
Sure. Great. What are we driving?
Well, a rental car.
Okay, honey. Pack your fancy duds. We're on our way. Hey, this is the life, eh?
Oh, Ted, it's beautiful.
Too bad it isn't real summer.
Well, it's Indian summer. That's even better. Just look at all the trees. They're a riot of color.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
Looks like your color is going to be blotted out. Patches of fog ahead.
Oh, dear. I hope it doesn't get any thicker. Where are we now?
Well, we just went through Amagansett. We should be there in half an hour.
Oh.
What's wrong, honey?
Oh, I don't know.
You cold? You want me to roll up the window?
No. No, I'm not cold. It's just...
Just what?
Oh, my mother used to call it a ghost walking over your grave. Oh, Ted, I just had this nutty premonition we shouldn't go any further. We should turn back and run.
Without even seeing the house?
Well, I told you it was nutty. Guess you'll just have to excuse a pregnant old lady.
Well, I certainly am grateful the fog lifted. Now you can see the house Chris left you.
Oh, well, I'm grateful too, Mr. Montgomery. What do you think, Ted?
Well, it's bigger than I thought. Sure is a screwball joint, though.
Oh, but honey, it has a quaint and I don't know, individual charm.
You could say that all right, Mrs. Pryor. Individual. Why, Chris built this house up from the ground with his own hands, excepting for the help he got from Pete Prouty and old Amos Scobie, rest his soul.
Are they dead, too? Like my uncle?
Oh, Ed Scobie died 30 years ago, maybe. But Pete Prouty's still spry.
Wasn't my Uncle Chris ever married?
Oh, he was married, all right. Sourest apple ever came out of the barrel. Never would live in this house with him, holed up in a little apartment she had in Montauk. Made him stay there with her.
You mean he never used the house?
Oh, he used it, all right. Excuse to get away from her. I'd say Chris Evans spent the better part of 40 years building this house just so he could be with his cronies and a jug of wine to keep from remembering he was married to the sorriest excuse for a woman the good Lord ever devised. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I'm afraid I'm not giving your house a very good name.
Oh, I don't know. I think my uncle had good reason to love it. There must be a magnificent view from the cliff here when it's not foggy.
All the way to Portugal, Europe.
It's like another world.
Hey, look down there, Nancy. There's a nice little sandy beach.
It's good for swimming because it's sheltered from the big Atlantic seas and a fine natural harbor. Chris used to moor a catboat down there, and he... Uh-oh.
There's something wrong, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, the wind shifted. It'll bring the fog back. Besides, it's after sunset and the light goes fast these fall days. If you want to see anything in this house of yours, we'd better get on with it.
Hey, is that a car in the garage there?
Yeah, that's Chris's old Packard station wagon. Runs like a dream. Or at least it did up to the day he died.
Is that part of my inheritance?
Sure is. Now, we'll have to go around the side of the house. The front door's on the lee side.
Okay. Hey, isn't that a kitchen door right next to the garage?
That's what it is. But we can't get in that way.
It looks as though you have enough keys there to open everything.
I surely do. But there's only one that's important. This fella.
What a funny, fat little key. What's it for?
Burglar alarm.
Burglar alarm?
You have many robberies around here?
Oh, not so you notice. Nobody's got that much to steal. But Chris, he's not only got one system, but two. A backup in case the first one fails.
Well, what was he afraid someone might be after?
And if you ask me, I think he put them in to keep his wife out. I don't think he ever used them after she up and died. Well, here we are. That's the alarm. And now for the door. I was the one who put the alarms back on while the house was standing empty, just in case. Now, watch your step. It's kind of dark here in the hall. Living room's to the left. I'll get some light. Oh, sakes alive.
Oh.
What's happened?
The whole room is torn apart.
Somebody was sure looking for something.
Well, it looks as if a hurricane went through here.
Well, what about the rest of the house?
We'd better have a look. I am mortified at all the damage. Fortunately, there is some insurance. I'll get busy on that first thing in the morning.
You know, what I'd like to know is that what whoever it was looking for must have been something pretty valuable.
Oh, couldn't have been anything like that. I've handled Chris Evans' affairs all my life. And I tell you, he was a man who lived up to every penny he made. And at that, he never made much more than pennies.
Well, then why would anyone have done all this damage?
Well, that's what I said from the first. I don't know what young people are coming to these days. Vandalism. Sheer vandalism. But that's beside the point for the moment. First things first. Now, obviously, you can't stay here tonight as you planned.
Of course we can stay here.
The place is a shambles, Nan.
Well, darling, the big bedroom with the foam mattress, that's not damaged too badly. And there are plenty of sheets, I saw. We have all the food we brought along in the cooler, and there's even some instant coffee in the kitchen. We'll make out.
Well, now, if you're sure...
Oh, of course I am.
Mr. Pryor?
Whatever Nancy wants, Nancy gets.
Well, then, that fog's getting pretty thick. Might be a good idea for you to stay put. Well, I'll be in my office all tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you to get in touch with me. Goodbye now.
Are you awake? What is it?
I thought I heard something. Listen.
Holy cow, it's the alarms.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to turn off that racket.
Oh, no, you're not. Are you crazy? You've got nothing to defend yourself with. Those alarms didn't go off by themselves, Ted. There's someone else in the house.
Which one of us has not wakened at some time in the middle of the night to that gagging feeling of the heart in the throat and the spine-chilling belief that an intruder was violating the privacy of our home? It never turns out to be true, of course, or seldom, but just suppose one time it did. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Whatever present or imagined terror might be stalking the house, there was a point at which even Nancy had to agree with Ted that the awful jangle and scream of the burglar alarms simply had to be stilled. Once Ted armed himself with a heavy wrought iron doorstop, Nancy was persuaded to allow him to go downstairs and turn them off.
It just doesn't figure, Nancy.
What, Ted?
The two of us have checked every window, every door, every contact in the house, and everything is sewed up tight. What could have set off the alarm?
Well, couldn't it have, short-circuited?
Well, possibly. Except after I turned it off, I flicked it back on, and it was operating fine.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, I don't know. Maybe a speck of dust, a leak, a bird flew against the window too hard. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on anything else.
Oh, Ted, you mean like someone really tried to break in?
Well, if he did, he didn't make it. We've searched this house from top to bottom. We know there's only the two of us.
Well, now what do we do?
Well, we have no phone to call for help, but we do have a nice stout bolt on the inside of our bedroom door. Hey, let's go crawl back into bed, Lock the door, pull the covers over our head, and cross our fingers we can get what's left of a good night's sleep.
How's the coffee, Ted?
The coffee will do. How about us?
Well, I'm still trying to think it through. What's wrong with this house?
You got me. But something's off the beam. I think we should bail out, get back to New York, put it up for sale.
Oh, in this condition, who would buy it? But it isn't only that. Just think what we could make of this place, honey, given a little time.
You'd want to live here?
Well, just till the baby comes and I can get back to work. It would solve our financial bind. What's that?
Relax, honey. This time it's someone who's asking to come in. It's the front doorbell.
Oh.
No, stay where you are. I'll get it.
Morning. Name's Prouty. Peter Prouty. I'm the nearest neighbor right down the hill.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Prouty. I'm Ted Pryor.
I saw you drive up last evening with that lawyer fella from Montauk. Montgomery? You fixing to buy this place?
Well, no, not exactly. My wife inherited it.
From Chris Evans? Yeah, I didn't know he had any relatives.
You knew Mr. Evans?
All my life. Me and him was just like that. So, no wonder the place was not for sale. You, thinking of selling?
Well, I don't know. We just got here.
I got some worried last night when I heard the alarms go off. I got my shotgun, came up the hill, but then the noise stopped. I thought I'd just check you out this morning. All right?
Oh, sure. I don't know what happened to the alarm system. Maybe some animal set it off. It was kind of weird.
A lot of weird things been happening up here since Chris passed on.
I don't understand. Well, anyway, would you care to come in and meet my wife? Perhaps join us in a cup of coffee? There are some questions you might be able to answer for us.
And in spite of all the damage, you don't believe that someone broke in here?
No, No, I don't.
Well, now, how can you say that when you see the mess?
What I think is maybe someone tried to get out.
Get out? Who?
Ghost. Ghosts, maybe.
That's all we need now to find out that this place is haunted.
Oh, I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, it isn't a matter of believing or not, little lady. This one just is. Maybe old Chris himself, too.
What do you mean, just is?
Martha, his wife. She come a-whiffling and a-snuffling around here 3 years back. The anniversary of her death it was. In the fog. We had a real pea souper that weekend. All you could do was see the nose in front of your face.
Like last night.
Oh, bless you. It was just a whisk. The real ones wrap around you like a blanket. Maybe a shroud. Anyways, that Saturday night, Chris and me was sitting right here at this kitchen table, playing casino, when... Oh, what was that?
You didn't think you'd get away from me. You didn't think you'd get away.
That's Martha.
Oh, it can't be Martha. She's dead.
But not peaceful in the grave.
Where is she? I can't see her. Is she a ghost?
Why not? She haunted me all her life. Why shouldn't she now? She's dead.
I'll haunt you till you're buried. You and your cheap women. You stole my pride. You stole my life. But I will have my revenge.
Stop her, Pete. Hold her back. I can't. I don't see her. Where?
There, with the knife in her hand. Look out!
Die! Next time I'll get you. Next time.
She tried to kill me.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. There was no one here but us.
If there wasn't, what's that? Driven into the wall. Halfway up to the haft.
It was the big kitchen knife from Martha's old apartment in Montauk, still vibrating from the force that drove it deep into the paneling.
But you didn't actually see this ghost.
No, not that time. But other times I saw her, floating in the mist, her hair hanging down her back. And nights when the fog would blow in, I'd hear her voice on the wind and see the lights dimly flashing from room to room, till Chris would come pelting down the hill to my place to hide. He put in the alarms to try to shut her out, but it didn't do any good.
How did Martha, Mrs. Evans, die?
In her bed.
Of what?
Heart congestion, they called it.
She was all alone?
Yeah.
Where was Uncle Chris?
Lucky thing for him, the fog was so heavy that night, he stayed over with me. Else he might have been accused of helping her along. Although no one would have blamed him if he had.
But he was with you all that night.
That's what I told the police.
And Chris, my uncle, how did he die?
He cut his throat. Or had it cut for him.
Oh, good heavens. What a lot of bosh. Peter Prouty is the town drunk, and he's a bigger gossip than most women.
Well, then how did Uncle Chris die?
Well, now, I'm afraid there's some truth to the bloody details. I must confess to you that Chris was always eccentric. But during his last years, he had crossed the border into senility. The drinking didn't help. He and Pete were always a few sheets to the wind. And the Lord knows what wild fancies they hallucinated between them.
But you still haven't told me how he died.
Well, I'm afraid he cut his wrist, my dear.
Oh.
So no one could have been responsible for his death except himself?
That's right.
And his wife?
Oh, she outlived all our expectations. She had a very bad heart for years.
Well, that's a relief. And you say, Mr. Montgomery, you've checked with the insurance and the damage is all covered?
Absolutely. The adjuster's coming by tomorrow to estimate costs. But I can handle that for you.
Why?
Well, aren't you going back to the city?
Oh, Ted is. I'm not.
What?
Well, you know we have to get the rental car back.
No, why don't you come back with me, darling?
Because I'm going to be a very busy girl. I want to see the adjuster, and Mr. Montgomery's going to help me to have Uncle Chris's car put in condition. I'm going to drive it in tomorrow so we can pack up and get out of that apartment before we get socked any more rent.
Now, Nancy, you're in no condition...
I feel fine. And the sooner I get settled in my own house, I can really enjoy having this baby. Darling, now's the time. We need a roof over our heads.
Yeah, besides, if there is anyone around here looking for something spelled M-O-N-E-Y, maybe we ought to be finders keepers.
Oh, if there was, it would be peanuts. Oh, Chris used to make some $2 bets on the horses, and if he won, he had the habit of folding a 10 or a 5 into old newspapers in the cellars and forgetting all about it. I helped him find many a one.
You think that's why the house was broken into, huh?
Well, now, I was mulling it over in my mind, and I thought that could be the reason. You know how stories grow, particularly with a solitary person like Chris. But if money is the motive, which is tying you to the house, I beg you to forget it. You'd only be disappointed.
I still don't feel right about it, Nancy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. I'll be safe as a church with my double burglar alarm.
Oh.
Anyway, if anyone is looking for anything, it's not for me.
Well, that's where you're wrong. I am.
Oh, hey, that's my line. I'm going to find what I'm looking for when I drive to New York tomorrow afternoon. Now, I'll see you at the apartment, and if there's any hang-up, I'll phone you.
You don't have a phone.
Well, not tonight, but Mr. Montgomery's arranged for them to connect it in the morning. Now, come on. It's beginning to get dark. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Go to bed. Get a good rest.
I'll do that, little thing. Drive carefully. Well, not to worry. I wish I was as brave as I'm pretending to be.
Hello, Miss Pryor.
Oh, you gave me a start, Mr. Prouty. Where did you drop in from?
Well, I was out for a walk, and I thought I saw you preparing to leave.
No, only my husband.
You planning to stay a while?
More or less permanently.
Uh-huh. In spite of what I told you?
Pete, you are a big teller of tall tales. I think you get carried away by your own imagination.
It could be. Still in all, I wouldn't like to see you in any danger.
Me? Oh, what danger could I be in? Are you trying to chase me away from here?
Oh, perish the thought. I was just concerned about you. A little woman all alone with no one to protect her.
I can manage by myself, thank you.
Of course you can. But you batten down all the hatches and hold snug. Looks like we're in for a real northeaster.
Oh, listen to that wind.
You can't steal my birthright.
What?
Don't let her take it from you. I left it to you. Run, Miss Pryor. Run. She has the knife again.
Downstairs. Don't get trapped in the bedroom.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
I got to turn off the alarm. Oh, why did I stay here?
Too late. Stay where you are.
Martha! What are you doing with that knife?
I said that none of you Jezebels would have him.
No.
Not my Chris. I'll kill you.
No, please, don't!
I'll kill.
Well, now, everything seems to have come to a climax.
If we had not allowed ourselves to become involved, we might pretend to be totally disengaged and say, how does the heroine of such tales allow herself to become so involved? But since we have followed her this far and permitted her to be involved, the question is, how does she escape? We won't know that, of course, until I return with the conclusion in Act 3. Nancy is alone, just wakened from the depths of sleep. The wind roars around the exposed house on the heights above the raging waters, and everything is filtered through the miasma of the drifting fog. Through its half-light, a menacing figure, long hair streaming, looms the reincarnation of Chris Evans' long-dead wife, a kitchen knife held high to strike down at Nancy. And as the voice cries out,
I'll kill!
Nancy, where are you?
Here by the kitchen. Oh, Ted.
Well, I was just coming in and I heard you. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Martha, all those people.
Darling, it's all right. It's all right. There's nobody here but us. It must have been a nightmare. Are you okay for a minute?
Where are you going?
I'm just going to turn off the alarms. It's all right. I'm right here. Okay. All right, there we are now. Let's go into the kitchen and sit down a minute, all right?
Oh, Ted. What are you doing back here?
Well, I drove as far as I could, Nan, but the fog was impossible. I decided I'd better feel my way back here, but what's been happening?
Oh, everything was all right when I went to bed. But that little screwball Pete Prouty came by just after you left, and he went on and on about ghosts and blood, and I didn't pay any attention at the time, but I suppose he fixed all that nonsense in my mind.
I'll wring his neck when I see him again.
Well, maybe you ought to wring mine for being a prize goose. I went to sleep, but then I woke up and I heard all these voices, and I was sure someone was in the house.
Well, there couldn't have been. I set off the alarm when I came in.
I know, but I can't tell you how real it was. Ted, I saw...
Saw what?
There was a figure. A woman with long hair and a knife in her hand. And she said she was going to kill me.
Okay. Look, take it easy, will you?
Oh, I feel like such a fool. It's not like me to imagine things.
Now, look, it's this house and your condition. Look, we've got to get out of here, Nancy.
No. I didn't imagine it, Ted. I'm not that much of a ninny. Something funny is going on here. But it's not supernatural. Do you know what I think? Someone's trying to run us out of this house before we find out what its secret is. Ted?
I'm downstairs, darling. I didn't know you were up.
Oh, what are you doing?
Well, I woke up this morning. I couldn't get back to sleep. I didn't want to wake you, so I thought I'd sort of scout around.
Scout around for what?
What I finally found.
What?
Come on, let me show you a couple of things.
All right.
And for openers, let's take a look at this on the hall linoleum.
Oh, it's a footprint.
Yep, somebody's shoe. But see all those squiggly marks inside the outline?
Oh, neither of us have anything like that.
Right, go to the head of the class. That's the kind of print a Storm or a Wellington boot might make. Now, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing shows up on the rug, but right here, beside this back hall closet, there's a heel mark with the same pattern.
Someone was hiding in the closet.
No, because there was no dampness or trace of mud on the rug.
Well, then it all doesn't add up.
Well, it didn't until I turned back the rug and looked underneath. Like this.
A
A trap door?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where does it go to? Let's open it.
No, I've already checked it out. It leads to a short staircase down to a long, twisting tunnel that descends into a cave that lets out onto the beach.
So that's how they were able to get into the house without tripping the burglar alarm.
They or he?
You mean Pete Prouty?
Or Mr. Montgomery or persons unknown. Anyone who didn't want us to settle in this house.
Why?
Because of whatever they were looking for?
But what?
Oh, now who's it?
Oh, I think that's Mr. Montgomery with the insurance man.
Well, now, I feel the insurance company offered a very fair settlement. As your lawyer, I'd advise you to agree to it.
Well, we think it was fair, Mr. Montgomery. And I think the house can be put back together very nicely with the money they'll pay.
Well, certainly in shape to sell, which, if you'll forgive me, is what I urge you to do.
Mr. Montgomery, I'm going to be very frank with you. There's something in this house someone wants.
I hope you're not suggesting it could be me. Oh, I give you my word, I had no idea there was any other access to this house than through the keys that were left in Chris Evans' effects. And I can't imagine what he could have had that was of any value beyond the house itself.
Even knowing about the secret passage? And what was it for?
Oh, my guess is it was built in the 30s when everyone was doing a little mild rum running during Prohibition. But I don't imagine there was a fortune in that.
Then you don't think Uncle Chris could have amassed any money?
My dear, I knew Chris Evans as well as my own brother. And I assure you, there's no way he could have amassed any secret amounts of money. Unless he'd won the Irish sweepstake. And you can't exactly keep that a secret.
Oh, hello, Pete.
Good morning, Miss Pryor. I come up a little earlier to see how you were, but then I saw you had visitors, so I backed off.
Oh, that was Mr. Montgomery and the insurance man for the damage.
Are you going to take care of it?
Oh, yes.
Well, I just want to check up on you. Having to spend a night alone in the house.
As it happened, she didn't. I came back.
Well, now, that's a surprise.
Is it?
Don't know what you mean.
You have a pair of storm boots? Wellington style?
I've got several. We see some pretty rough winters. Why?
Did you know there was a secret passage from the back hall closet all the way down to the beach?
By Dad, I most forgot that. It's been sealed up for most 25 years.
How did you and my uncle meet?
Oh, that was a long time ago. My family were fishermen, but I thought I ought to give show business a whirl. That's how I met Chris. He was the electrician in the first theater I got a job in.
You were an actor?
Kinda. I had an act in vaudeville. Well, I was the one coaxed him out here to Montauk. I helped him build this house. I always felt it was kinda part mine.
Is that why you used the old passage from the beach to break in and tear it apart?
You should have left the house to me. It was half mine. I'm even willing to buy it from you. If you give me a decent price.
Why, Pete? What are you looking for here?
Nothing. Just my due.
Oh? And what's your due?
The money. If there was any. But now I've looked for it everywhere. I know there isn't any. It was probably just another Chris's big lies. So I'll see you around.
Well, I guess that's that. Disappointed?
No. All I ever wanted was the house free and clear.
Seems to be that way. Now all we have to do is to figure out how we can keep it that way.
Well, I refuse to worry about that now. Oh, it's such a lovely day.
Oh, who's this?
Well, it can't be the contractor this fast.
Mrs. Nancy Evans Pryor?
Yes?
H.U. Sprit. IRS. Internal Revenue Service.
Oh, well, how do you do, Mr. Sprett? This is my husband, Ted Pryor.
Oh, yes. Taking a little time to catch up with you, Mrs. Pryor. Are you the sole heir of Christopher Xavier Evans?
I never knew Uncle Chris's middle name.
Well, now you do. I checked already with Montgomery, your lawyer. Let me see. On the 14th of April this year, Mr. Evans laid off a 3-way parlay at Battleground Racetrack on the dogs.
The dogs?
Yes. Racing type. Like horses.
Oh.
Said parlay paid off on a $10 bet at 2,500 to 1, making a return of $250,000 fully taxable by the federal income tax.
My uncle won all that money on a dog race?
It happens, man. Not very often, but it happens. You got to be lucky.
And you didn't collect the tax on it?
That was a slip-up in our Florida office. Happens, too. But we catch up. So, I'm here to collect it.
Well, how much?
With penalties and interest, figure about $125,000. That's how we like to round it off.
Oh, we haven't any money like that.
All my uncle left was his house.
So I gather from your lawyer. So that if there isn't any money, I guess we'll just have to possess the house. I'm sorry. That's the law.
We all packed, Nancy?
It didn't take long. We scarcely moved in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the one who should be sorry. At least if I had an inheritance, it shouldn't have been a minus.
$250,000. No wonder Pete was ready to tear the house apart to find it.
Only he didn't. I hate to leave it. Damaged goods as it is, it's a house, and I'm going to have a baby. And I'd like to have started him off, at least, in a real home.
I know, Nan. Just don't push it. Huh?
I can't help it, Ted. I know. Somehow I just know Uncle Chris wanted someone to be happy here. Only something went wrong.
What are you talking about?
Well, his will was made long before he took his life. That was an impulse. I think he would have wanted us to know what he did with the money, but he just forgot at the last moment.
Yeah, if he hadn't already spent it.
You know what I feel terrible about?
No, what?
That I couldn't just have put things in shape while I was here.
Well, that's the little homemaker in you.
At least taken down these sleazy, dirt-stiff old drapes and washed them. Gosh, they feel as if they'd been starched. They're so starched.
What is it?
Ted.
Yeah?
Get me a kitchen knife, quick.
Okay, what for?
Mr. Montgomery said that Uncle Chris had a habit of stashing away his racing winnings between newspaper pages. Well, how about sewing them in between a curtain drape and the lining?
Oh, here's the knife.
Oh, good. Just let me cut this running basting stitch. There.
Well?
Ted.
What?
A $100 bill. Another one. 3 stuck together. Woo-hoo. Oh, Ted, darling. We're not only going to make Uncle Sam rich, but we're going to be the same. And hang on to the house, too.
So, at the end of this tale, we can return happily to the positive proverb, never look a gift horse in the mouth. For a while, it seemed as if Nancy Pryor had stumbled into misfortune, but instead, she came out with the luck of the Irish. I'll return shortly. A year brings many changes. Peter Prouty died, unlamented, of acute alcoholism. Christopher Evans has a namesake in a fine baby boy born to Nancy and Ted. Ted has a job with the county newspaper, and the family has settled down to enjoy the local society, into whose circle they have been welcomed after being sponsored by Mr. Montgomery. Nancy Pryor would be the last person to subscribe to Virgil's warning, beware the Greeks bearing gifts. May everyone be so lucky.
Our cast included Joyce Gordon, Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Car racing is the name of today's mystery game. It's been called everything from a sport to an art form. A racing driver has been compared to a ballet dancer, a musician, or a surgeon at the height of his challenge. Why is he in that driver's seat speeding around that track, defying death, brutally disciplining his every moment, his every movement? And what if the control should suddenly vanish from his hands? What if he suspects his own wife wishes him to fail?
Mr. Gabriel, Paul wants me to stop racing, but I won't. I can't.
I give you this small piece of jewelry, Betsy. A little mirror with silver bells around it. You wear it. It will protect you.
Oh, Mr. G, it's beautiful.
It was my mother's. She lived to 100 years. This charm protects you from danger. When you race, it will keep you safe.
At any speed? Any race?
You have to do only one thing. Believe.
Our mystery drama, The Frog Prince, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Bob Caliban and Patricia Elliott. I shall return shortly with Act One. There must be a reason why auto racers are as much driven as driving. Many motives are given. Principally, man's need to compete, win, and dare death. At the risk of playing psychologist, a role I really haven't studied, I would say that Paul and Betsy Ring, married, both racing enthusiasts, make the track their way of life because they love it.
He's in second place.
He's gaining on Art Beavers.
They're out of sight now. Here comes the pack.
A pile-up on the third turn. A 5-car pile-up on the third turn.
I hate that.
The race will continue under the yellow. The race will continue under the yellow caution flag.
I think I see the trouble. Betsy, you want to look through my binoculars?
No, I can't look.
Looks like Art Beaver's engine spat oil across the track, and that started skids and the pileup.
When I'm behind that wheel and the guy ahead of me starts to drift too far, it's all I can do to keep myself from shaking.
I am never sure you drive because you like to, Betsy. Isn't one racer in the family enough?
Well, I've made just as much money on the circuit as Paul has. And don't you forget it. We both race cars, Paul and I, but never the same event. Well, the same day sometimes, but we decided having a 3-year-old son, if push came to shove and one of us didn't cross the finish line, Polly would have at least one parent. This race, Paul came in first. But I knew the winning wouldn't please him. So, before he got to our trailer, I ducked out.
I hate having to make it yellow flags all the way.
You came in first, Paul.
Where's Betsy, Mr. Gabriel?
She went for beer and coffee.
I'll tell you something. The crowd didn't like it either. 5 laps under the yellow. Well, I was a lap ahead. When I came around again, the ambulance was taking Charlie and Ken away. Next time around, they'd cleared up pretty much of everything except the oil. I sure had luck riding with me.
Luck do nothing for you. I put sulfur, red pepper, and salt under your seat. They protect you.
Mr. G, will you stop doing that? Good thing I had my helmet on. I might have started sneezing and I'd be in the hospital right now.
Paul, is no joke.
Okay, Mr. G. You protected me. We'll forget about my know-how as a racing driver. My control had nothing to do with it.
Nobody had control if Art Beaver spilled oil on the track.
Well, anyway, first is a first. The money's the same.
You would have come in first if the green flag was up. You were going great.
I thought so, too. She behaved like a Formula One.
Beer and coffee for the winners. Hi, darling.
Hi, Betsy. You okay?
What do you mean, me okay?
Well, I know how these accidents hit you.
Oh, that. So long as it's not you.
Well, what do you hear about Charlie and the others?
Word from the hospital is nothing's real bad.
Oh.
They'll all get well.
That's good.
In all remedies, the force of thought is most potent ingredient.
Well, it's handy to have a doctor around, too, Mr. G, who knows how to set broken bones.
Betsy, what are we going to do with our Mr. G, huh? He really thinks no one would win if he didn't put the hoodoo hex on it.
7 devils will always ride with you, Paul.
Oh, thanks.
He's got his insurance. I've got mine.
Betsy, forgive, old fella. Mouth speak faster than head think. I give you this small piece of jewelry. Little mirror with bells around it. You wear it. It always protect you and your son.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, look, Paul.
Yeah. It was my mother's. She lived to 100 years. This charm will protect you from all danger. When you race, it will keep you safe.
It's mesmerizing. When you look into the tiny little mirror there, all I can see is one eye at a time.
That mirror repel demons. And the silver bells, they scare demons away. You wear it, Betsy. No harm come to you.
At any speed? In any race?
All you have to do is believe.
Mr. G, I'll say this. You are the best mechanic in the business, and I'm happy you're on our team, but...
Thank you, Mr. Ring.
But you are still a superstitious old mom.
Mr. Gabriel, Paul is half joking.
Oh, I am not bothered. I don't want you or him in any smash-ups.
Well, somebody's got to have them, I suppose, and I'll try to make it not me.
Your beer's getting warm, Paul. Oh, how's the coffee, Mr. G?
Good. I finish up and get car into trailer. See you at the motel later.
Strange sort of a guy, isn't he?
The way he insisted on us calling him Mister.
His granddaddy raced cars in France. The old Cajun.
I'm a 3-generation driver, too. I guess we should feel honored that he's so open with us about his Bayou beliefs.
Well, who's to say that our prayers for safety on the track are answered any more than his red pepper and mirror charms? Well, I'm glad you've never laughed about it.
It fascinates me. And have you ever noticed his eyes, Paul? So knowing, so calm.
His hands are pretty good, too.
And he's always concerned about both of us and Polly. I do love this crazy mirror and bell.
I believe it's very old. Mirrors have always been used to chase away evil, and before that, shiny metal. But, I feel it's as good as anything. If you completely believe in something, perhaps you can force the hand of fate.
It might be that power really comes from the human mind. Oh, too spooky. Oh, hey, the beers. Hand me that opener. I want to toast the winner, my husband.
Hey, where'd you go? I've been lying in bed wondering if you'd run out on me.
Oh, sure. You know I'm always up early the morning after a race to get the newspapers. Paul, get up. It's 9 o'clock.
Oh, I feel beat and achy all over.
You should see what they say about you.
Oh?
The Star Herald. Got a picture of you, too.
I'm glad to hear it.
No, you're not. You're not a bit interested.
Oh, you keep the scrapbook, and someday Paulie will get a big kick out of how his ma and pa made enough money to send him through medical school. Hey, where is my son? I'd like to see him this morning.
Well, you have to get up and get dressed to do that. Paulie's with Kitty and Ann and their kids splashing around the motel swimming pool.
Hey, I'd like to do that. Are grown-ups allowed?
Well, I don't see why not. You're paying for it.
Okay. I'm on my feet. What's the word on Charlie, Ken, and Bill?
I'm all right. Well, so far, so good. I thought we'd go by the hospital later and say hello.
You see my bathing trunks?
I hung them in the bathroom.
Gotcha. Aren't you coming to the pool, Betsy?
No. I want to get caught up on pasting these clippings in the scrapbook. I'm way behind in my scrapbook, and I want to get caught up on the Louisiana 500.
The Louisiana 500? Oh, that's 13 days away.
So? You're going to win that one, too, aren't you? Let's see. This one goes into the book first. Nevada Rally. Only 20 of the 49 starters make it through the first day. Paul Ring's escort unbeatable. 7 straight wins for Paul and Betsy Ring this year. NASCAR Winston 500. Betsy Ring's racing career. Can a woman champ driver be a mother and a winner? NASCAR Mason-Dixon 500. Paul and Betsy add Louisiana-born Gabriel as new pit stop anchor. Gabriel is grandson of racing driver Gabriel, who drove 130 mph for Dietrich in 1906 Grand Prix. Paul Ring takes his first Pocono 500 under yellow flag. 30,000 spectators witnessed 5-car pileup. No fatalities. Next stop for the Ring, the Louisiana 500 in Baton Rouge. Good luck, Paul. I love you.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Place. Oh, go on, Paul. Go! 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 Paul? Paul? Are you awake?
Oh. Hi, honey.
How do you feel?
What's this brace around my neck? Where am I?
You're in the Baton Rouge hospital.
Oh, I remember now. Or do I?
You've been unconscious for 2 days. How are you feeling now, honey?
2 days? I'd feel better if I knew how I cracked up. It's all blank. Did I miss a turn?
Well, no one knows for sure yet.
Oh. It's the worst it's ever been, isn't it?
No, you're alive, sweetheart. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but what about St. Pete and Lime Rock.
Well, I've got Mr. G scouting around for another car.
For what? I'll be out of commission a long time.
Oh, I can't cancel those dates. One of us has got to keep trying for the perfect lap. That's the way we figured it, remember? One of us to be well enough to keep going.
Well, who's going to take care of Paulie?
I am, like I always do.
Yeah. What about me?
Oh, darling, you just lie there and get healed, and you do what the doctors tell you.
What is the fascination we spectators have for auto racing? Is it because we see ourselves in the driver's seat with that daredevil? We root for him as we would for ourselves. We want to have that mastery, that control, to be that fearless, to come in first and take the prize money. That racing driver is us. He never loses. I'll be back shortly with that, too. One more lap around the track to recount what happened to Betsy and Paul Ring, two married racing drivers and their 3-year-old son. There's not a pro in the business who won't agree that the art of auto racing is that of complete control against great odds. There's no room for error. Ask Betsy Ring as she and mechanic Mr. Gabriel return to Louisiana after a 13-week tour of the tracks.
You see, Mr. Gabriel, it's hard for me, brought up as I was, to always understand all this voodoo stuff. It goes against everything I've been taught to believe in.
Betsy, it needs belief. With it, voodoo works wonders. Without belief, it's helpless.
Oh, when you think we're going to get to Baton Rouge?
Another hour.
Oh, just one more hour? Oh, you know, I've missed Paul so much.